Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 539 to Chapter 556. 2 pieces of Shenwen advanced to the Sun and Moon realm, and the will of civilization advanced to the heaven grade. As for Suyu, a wave was also stirred up in the Sea of Will. The Sea of Will was expanding. Based on the strength and breadth of his willpower, Suyu should have long closed his acupoints and entered the mountain sea of civilization. However, Suyu had previously cultivated with the Sun and Moon mystic yellow liquid. His acupoints were powerful and of different sizes, so the difficulty of closing them had increased. Therefore, Suyu was still at the 9th level of Lingyun. Moreover, Suyu didn't want to close his acupoints. Firstly, the Shenwen didn't have enough. Secondly, he hadn't opened 360 divine acupoints. Closing his acupoints now wouldn't be of much help to Suyu. When all 360 divine acupoints were opened and all of them were strong enough, based on the previous situation of his primordial acupoints, he might automatically close his acupoints and form 9 acupoints. It would be normal for him to step into the 9th level of the Mountain Sea realm in a day. Although he hadn't stepped into the Mountain Sea realm yet, Suyu's Sea of Will was still expanding. The impact of the Sun and Moon Shenwen caused his Sea of Will to constantly expand. The will of civilization was his Shenwen. The will of civilization was strong, and so was Suyu. At this moment, as the will of civilization evolved, the Sun and Moon in Suyu's eyes changed. Gradually, the image of a book appeared in his eyes. He seemed to see many things. He looked at Xiaohuyu. Xiaohuyu's aura was strengthening. Just as he was enjoying it, his expression changed slightly. He looked at Suyu and was shocked. In that instant, he seemed to have felt a piercing sensation. As for Suyu, he looked at Xiaohuyu. This was the first time he felt a completely different sense of spacetime. He looked at Xiaohuyu. What he saw was not him, but a saber, a very powerful saber, a saber that was sealed in his body. Xiaojia's saber, the saber passed down by his ancestors, the saber of Daxia of Goguryeo. Suyu watched silently. So that's how it was. Daxia of Goguryeo had never used the blade that he had always used. His blade was on Xiaohuyu, inside Xiaohuyu's body. It was a sealed saber, but it was still very strong. Perhaps it was because Xiaohuyu could not control it and could not bring out its full strength. However, with this saber, Xiaohuyu was definitely not weak. At the very least, he was not as weak as he appeared. Being able to kill Ling Yun was a given. As for being able to kill Shanhai, it was highly possible. Suyu looked at him, and Xiaohuyu felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. He descended from the void, looked at Suyu, and said dryly, "You are making me nervous." "What are you doing?" Suyu's eyes looked especially deep at this moment. His eyes had been tempered and were already very strong. At this moment, the 2 Shenwen beads entered the Sun and Moon. This was a special characteristic of the Shenwen beads that could explore the past and the future. At this moment, it made Suyu's gaze even more creepy. Suyu ignored him and looked at Huangting again. On the other side, Huangting was also shocked and hurriedly restrained his aura. But at this moment, Suyu saw the incomparably bright 240 orifices emitting light, 240 enlightened orifices. There was a layer of light outside his body. That was the performance of 36 castings. At this moment, Huangting's strength was Lingyan's 6th level. 240 orifices, 36 castings, Lingyan's 6th level. If 240 orifices could form a complete cultivation technique or a circulation system, Lingyan's strength would increase by 1.5 times with each transformation. At this moment, Huangting's strength would exceed 300,000 orifices, close to the 1st level of the Sun and Moon realm. But, obviously, he couldn't. His 240 orifices did not form a complete system. Only the 144 orifices formed a large system. As a result, Huang Ting's strength dropped by a lot. Suyu made a simple estimation and estimated that it was between 100,000 to 150,000 orifices, comparable to an ordinary 7th level mountain sea. There was still a huge gap between the two of them. 144 orifices was already the limit of a cultivation technique. Only when one reached the Sun and Moon realm could the power of the orifices beyond 144 be converted into strength. This was the power of the Sun and Moon realm. Otherwise, no matter how many orifices one enlightened under the sun and moon realm, without forming a system, the increase in strength would not be great. As for Suyu, he had such a strong foundation because he actively circulated 40 orifices into one after opening all 360 orifices. In the past, Suyu could not see through Huangting. Today, when he looked at it again, he had a rough idea of what was going on. Sweat gradually seeped out of Huangting's forehead. At this moment, facing Suyu's observation, he felt even more terrifying than facing the sun and moon realm. He even vaguely felt like he was facing an invincible one, and the invincible could see through everything about him. Suyu was not invincible, nor was he the sun and moon realm, or perhaps he could be considered to be, because his Shenwen had reached the sun and moon realm. Coupled with the uniqueness of the civilization Shenwen and the uniqueness of his eyes, at this moment, he could see things that were difficult to see even for the sun and moon realm. Suyu, Huangting was also a little nervous. Don't look at me like that. Although we are not familiar, I am familiar with your teacher. Suyu smiled and restrained the light in his eyes, no longer looking at him. This made Huangting immediately heave a sigh of relief. Suyu was getting more and more terrifying, he was really getting more and more terrifying. The last time he had met Suyu in the ancient city, he had been sent flying with a single punch. However, at that time, Suyu had only given him the feeling that he was slightly stronger than him. He didn't seem mysterious or profound at all. Today Suyu was really different. Xiaohuyu also hurriedly changed the topic. Suyu, you sealed the Double Dragon Gorge, and there are still many people inside. Are you going to kill them all? The people outside the Double Dragon Gorge were killed by Suyu. But at this moment, the pages of the civilization blocked the exit of the Double Dragon Gorge. Was he going to kill them all in one fell swoop? Xiaohuyu said, killing too many may cause some unnecessary trouble. Suyu nodded slightly and walked toward the entrance of the Double Dragon Gorge. He chuckled and said, Are you afraid? No. Xiaohuyu chuckled and said, Even if you kill them all, I have nothing to be afraid of. But, you still have to be careful of some top geniuses. Some of the descendants or direct disciples of the invincible realm may have some trump cards. Suyu nodded slightly. He had thought about it before. For example, when the floating earth spirit took out the 5 elements divine talisman. However, he had always felt that even the invincible divine talisman couldn't exert too much power in ordinary people. But just now, he saw the saber in Xiaohuyu's body. Thinking of this, Suyu said thoughtfully, a passage can only allow one person to enter. Then, do you think someone left a drop of blood essence in a person's body? For example, the invincible blood essence. He didn't know about the invincible realm, nor did he ask about it. Xiaohuyu, on the other hand, had a family background. He immediately said, It's possible. The invincible blood essence. But even if it explodes in the body, ordinary people can't withstand such an explosive force. It's just a means of instant explosion and mutual destruction. Suyu nodded. Even he couldn't withstand it, let alone the others on the first floor. Even if their bodies reached the sun and moon stage, they couldn't withstand it. Then, is it possible that someone carried an invincible weapon in their family? How powerful can that be? Xiaohuyu looked at him silently, a little strange. After a while, he said, First, it depends on the bloodline. Second, it depends on whether the invincible weapon has completely given up control of the invincible weapon. If the invincible weapon has given up control, with the help of the invincible weapon, the power it can unleash is still very great. Sometimes, a heavenly weapon can unleash the power of the sun and moon. And the stronger the user, the more powerful it is. Suyu nodded slightly. He also had a heavenly weapon. And not an ordinary heavenly weapon, the power of the sun and moon, that was normal. His book now had 301 pages, and each page had a sun and moon. Xiaohuyu explained again, usually, the invincible weapon won't hand over his weapon to his descendants or disciples. But it's different now. It's a special period now. Everyone who enters this place is to seize treasures, and maybe even the 9-leaf heavenly lotus. The first level is fine, but I suspect that the invincible weapon of 3 lifetimes has entered in disguise. Suyu nodded slightly and walked to the front of Double Dragon Gorge. At this moment, the page he used to seal Double Dragon Gorge was being attacked. Obviously, someone had discovered that Double Dragon Gorge was blocked and wanted to break the seal by force. Have you seen my teacher and the others? No. Xiaohuyu shook his head. They might have gone to the second level or somewhere else. Teacher Lu is definitely not on the first level, but Miss Bai might be there. If she is, she should go to the higher level soon. So you thought so too? If Bai Feng was on the first level, he would also have to rush to the higher level, provided that he found Wu Jia and Wu Lan. Because this time, Bai Feng's target was the Celestial River Sand. There seemed to be no Celestial River Sand on the first level. At this moment, the page sealing Double Dragon Gorge was trembling from the attacks. The attacks inside were getting stronger and stronger, so you retracted the page. In an instant, 7 to 8 attacks came at him. The destructive power was not weak. There were even some divine talismans that came at him. Someone saw Xiaohuyu and shouted angrily, "Xiaohuyu, do you want to die?" Just as he finished cursing, Suyu's eyes burst out with divine light. Rumble, figures shattered one after another, a book flew through the air. In the blink of an eye, the 7 to 8 people who attacked the page disappeared instantly. Not even blood or flesh was left. Huang Ting and Xiaohuyu both sucked in a breath of cold air. Suyu's killing methods were becoming more and more unpredictable. His strength was also getting stronger. Suyu ignored them. He looked at Huang Jiao and said, "You, Xiaohuyu, and the others, stay here and block the other exit. I'll go in this way." Double Dragon Gorge had 2 great valleys. Suyu wanted to clean up the 2 great valleys. Huang Jiao's strength was not weak. Together with Huang Ting and Xiaohuyu, there was still hope to block one exit. Huang Jiao did not say anything. It was a tacit agreement. Suyu did not say anything. There was still furball around. He was not afraid that Huang Jiao would play tricks. Soon, he stepped into the left passage. Or maybe he should say the left nostril. Once he left, Xiaohuyu smiled and said, "Sister Lu, my surname is not Lu." Huang Jiao said angrily, "My name is Huang Jiao." Xiaohuyu smiled and did not mind. Then Sister Huang. "Sister Huang, what's your goal in entering Xingyu Manor this time? There are many people in Xia province. If Sister Huang needs anything, Xia Jia might be able to help." Huang Jiao ignored him. At the side, Huang Ting also chuckled and said, "Huang Jiao, you and I are considered family. We have the same surname. His Highness Huyu has no ill intentions. He just wants to make friends. One more friend means one more path." Huang Jiao glanced at them and suddenly smiled. "You think I'm a member of the Lu family and that you owe me, so you want to make it up to me?" Xiaohuyu smiled and said, "I don't mean it like that." Huang Jiao snorted. Very soon, he thought and smiled. "If I'm really that person. Come to think of it, you and I are still engaged. Didn't Suyu say that I'm not worthy of you? Maybe he's right. I'm not worthy of being in the same company as you, Xia Jia. But many people know about this. If I really go to the Lu family one day, do you, Xiaohuyu, want to marry me?" Xiaohuyu laughed dryly. "This, if sister doesn't mind," Huang Jiao snorted. "Don't. I'm not worthy of you. How about this, Xia Jia, promise me one thing. Even if I really acknowledge the Lu family, I will cut off all ties with you, Xia Jia. How about it? This way, it won't be you, Xia Jia, who is heartless, but I, Huang Jiao, who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Say it." Xiaohuyu didn't say much. Huang Jiao pondered for a while and said, "My grandfather wants to prove his Tao. If he proves his Tao, it will be very troublesome. Perhaps this time, he will prove his Tao here. Has your father come to the Xia clan?" "He's here." "Then your father will help my grandfather once. Then everything between you, Xia Jia, and me will be over." Xiaohuyu looked at her, slightly surprised by her thoughts and choice. "You mean Kong Kong? I only have one relative." Huang Jiao was indifferent. "Of course, you can refuse. Because I may not be the person you think I am. Even if I am, I may not go to the Lu family and find the Lu family." Xiaohuyu took a deep breath. "This matter. Unless we go to the 7th floor, it's useless." "You want to go to the 7th floor?" "Of course. Then, let's talk about it when we get to the 7th floor. Xiaohu didn't refuse, but she didn't agree either. The situation was unclear. It was uncertain if they could go to the 7th floor. At this moment, Suyu had already stepped into the left nostril. Once he entered, there were trees everywhere. Some were huge, and some were very small. There was no one in the periphery. Even if there were people who didn't die, they would be in the inner periphery. Suyu took a look. The dragon entangled wood had traces of being plucked. Some were not plucked, but cut. Cutting nose hair and plucking nose hair were two different concepts. Suyu took a look and understood. It wasn't dangerous to cut it. If it was plucked, it would definitely be dangerous. If it's the nostril, it'll be for breathing. There should be a breath every once in a while. Astral winds. That's the most dangerous time. Suyu judged in his heart. Every 10 years, I circulate my cultivation technique once. According to this ratio, I'll compare it to the time of one breath for me to circulate my cultivation technique once. He didn't know the heavenly circulation technique, but he roughly knew how long it would take for him to circulate 360 acupoints. It would probably take about a day. And with his strength, under normal circumstances, it would take 5 minutes for him to take a single breath. 1 out of 288. About 12 days, I'll breathe once. One breath, I breathe for about 10 seconds, then one breath here will last for about 10 hours, terrifying, Suyu quickly deduced in his heart. He hadn't been here before, but he could roughly judge some dangers. If he understood the situation here, then some dangers wouldn't be dangers anymore. Soon, Suyu encountered a guy running back. It was a devil expert. When he saw Suyu, he saw that his aura was still strong, so he didn't prepare to fight and quickly leaped into the air to leave. But Suyu suddenly appeared. The devil's expression changed, and he said coldly, "What do you want to do?" "The Demon Wolf Clan, are you so bold? Have you forgotten who is your master?" The Demon Wolf Clan was still dependent on the devil race. Suyu smiled and said, "Let me ask you something. Is there anyone else in front? Are there any famous fellows? Also, why didn't you continue but ran back?" The devil's expression changed. A 9th-tier demon wolf of the Lingyan realm, and he was only a 1st-tier Lingyan realm. If he killed someone here, no one would know. He was furious, but he quickly regained his composure. "Demon wolf, don't be too arrogant. Lord Battle Pagoda is not far away. If you attack and attract his attention, you're dead." "Battle Pagoda?" Suyu was a little surprised. "He's on the 1st floor?" He did know this. Battle Pagoda was a genius of the Blood Fire Demon Clan, a 5th-tier Mountain Sea Realm genius on the Earth list. He wasn't young, so why would he appear on the 1st floor, at least on the 2nd or 3rd floor? This guy had been to the human realm before. Suyu thought he was dead, but he was still alive. His luck was not bad, a 5th-tier Mountain Sea Realm genius on the Earth list was still very strong. The devil sneered and said, "Of course Lord Battle Pagoda is here. This canyon is our fiend race's territory. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, you won't even know how you die later." As he spoke, he took a few steps back and said warily, "Also, the astral wind is about to descend. If you don't leave now, don't think that you're a tall Lingyan realm, you'll be blown to pieces." "It's here already?" Suyu was a little surprised. It seemed that the devils were quite familiar with this place. The astral wind was probably breathing. It lasted for 10 hours. But from what he said, Battle Pagoda and his people were not going to leave and were still in the inner area. They were quite bold, of course, they should be confident. After all, they were geniuses on the Earth list. Passing the tribulation shouldn't be a problem. Suyu asked about this. Seeing that the devil was wary, he smiled and looked at him. The sun and moon appeared in his eyes. The devil was shocked at first, then stupefied and confused. At this moment, he had been drawn into an illusion and was already dizzy. Suyu casually raised the book and put him inside. There was one more page for the devil. Not bad. Gods, demons, and immortals were not easy to kill outside, but here, it was not difficult to kill them. Lingyan Realm 1 weakling was too easy to kill. The Blood Fire Devil race is really going all out this time. Battle Pagoda can be considered a top genius of their race. It's not bad to take him in. Suyu continued forward. The nose hairs would sometimes attack him. When they attacked, Suyu would cut them. Speaking of which, the quality of the nose hairs was not bad. Most importantly, there were a lot of them. Suyu was actually not interested in forging a dark weapon. However, if he could forge an earth weapon, he would cut more. He wanted to perfect his civilization and needed too many treasures, 10,000 pages. This was Suyu's preparation. Each page was an earth weapon. 10,000, a normal person would probably not have enough materials to forge it. The Starry Mansion was a good place. Only here could he gather enough materials. As for the others, he could rob the god, demon, and immortal dragon realms. Otherwise, he might not be able to use them even if he robbed the human realm. This thing was powerful, but it also consumed money. It really consumed money. Invincible realm cultivators could not be raised. Suyu suspected that if he could forge this thing into a divine weapon, he could even consume dozens of invincible realm cultivators. It was not bad now. The Starry Mansion was opened at the right time. There were many treasures. Deep in the Twin Dragon Gorge. At this moment, the tall and rough Battle Pagoda brought a few demons to look at the huge dragon coiling wood. Their eyes were filled with desire. When the heavenly astral wind comes, this dragon coiling wood will be blown away. Maybe it will come out by itself. Even if it doesn't, it's a good time to cut it. This tree can definitely be used as a vessel. It was a huge and shining golden dragon coiling wood. At this moment, it was swaying in the air. Battle Pagoda did not dare to get close. That thing could kill people. Beside him, a blood-fire demon with blood-red hair said, "Lord Battle Pagoda, this thing. I'm afraid we can't cut it, right? We can only uproot it." Battle Pagoda nodded and smiled. The roots are easier to dig. As long as we get this thing, even if we get nothing from this trip to the Starry Mansion, it will be perfect. According to the past patterns, this side has a dragon coiling wood that has reached the level of a vessel. That side should also be. That side is occupied by the god race. Let's see if we can get rid of them later. They are probably waiting for the astral wind. The god race and the demon race occupied a double dragon canyon. A vessel level, this thing could be used to forge a heavenly weapon. It could also be used as a vessel. This was the charm of the Starry Mansion. There were treasures everywhere. As long as you had the ability, you could get them. Moreover, these things seemed to never be used up. Even if you took them, they might appear again after a few years. Suyu did not know. When he did, he would tell him that a person's nose hair would grow back. It just needed some time. At this moment, some weak astral wind started to blow past. It came from the depths. That place was truly dangerous. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to enter the depths. Battle Pagoda was eager to try and wait for this opportunity. Behind him, someone laughed. "Battle Pagoda, your luck isn't bad." Battle Pagoda was shocked. He quickly turned around and said coldly, "Who are you?" This wasn't a demon wolf. Ling Yun was a demon wolf at the 9th level. How could it be so daring? Lang too. Suyu laughed. He looked around. Many of his nose hairs had been cut by these people. In front of him, there was a thick golden nose hair. Suyu was shocked. So amazing, no wonder these people didn't leave. Also, the person who forged this Starry Mansion, Suyu was more and more impressed. Amazing, this nose hair, could it be that it could regenerate forever? If that was the case, then it was really terrifying, a vessel that would never be cut off. This was the foundation of all ages. However, a lot of vitality or other energy must have been extracted to nurture it. But, to be able to forge a mansion of this level, to be able to regenerate a vessel, to be able to take it away once and then come back after a few years, this was an ability. It was too powerful, so you didn't say anything else. A book floated in the air and covered the others. As for Battle Pagoda, he had long felt that something was wrong. With a loud roar, his body instantly grew larger. Wielding the giant axe, he swung it down at Suyu. The strength of a 5th stage mountain sea Battle Pagoda wasn't just for show. Generally, those below the 7th stage of the Mountain Sea realm wouldn't have a strength exceeding 100,000 apertures. This guy was close to 300,000 apertures. He was a genius through and through, an expert at the peak of the Mountain Sea realm. So you didn't care too much. Instead, his eyes were like torches as he looked at Battle Pagoda. He wasn't afraid of Battle Pagoda. He just had to be careful of his opponent's trump card. At this moment, he hadn't opened his yang aperture. Although his combat strength was extremely powerful, he still had to be careful lest he failed miserably. As expected, with one look, Suyu saw the problem. There was really something sealed in this guy's body. Upon closer inspection, it was a drop of blood-red blood. It wasn't invincible, but the strength of the 9th level of the Sun and Moon realm. Suyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. True, invincible blood essence was too rare. If it was the 9th level of the Sun and Moon realm, he could preserve it after killing his opponent. These guys really had some tricks up their sleeves. It's just a drop of blood essence. The 9th level of the Sun and Moon realm was strong, but the blood essence of the 9th level of the Sun and Moon realm was something Suyu could handle. However, it would be best if he could preserve the blood essence. He wouldn't give Battle Pagoda a chance, then he had to kill him instantly. At this moment, in the void, a large hammer silently appeared. It contained dozens of Shenwen, and it smashed down heavily. Battle Pagoda only felt a chill in his heart. He subconsciously raised his head and was greatly shocked. Boom, with one hammer strike, Battle Pagoda directly fell unconscious. His aura instantly dropped, and the book instantly covered everyone else. In the blink of an eye, they were all swallowed by the book. As for Battle Pagoda, Suyu knocked out his opponent with one hammer strike. He also reached out with one hand, and with a poochie sound, a drop of blood essence was caught in his hand. That drop of blood essence still wanted to jump, still wanted to erupt, but with a low shout from Suyu, its violent aura was instantly extinguished. How good would it be to be obedient? Suyu laughed. At this moment, the book descended, instantly swallowing Battle Pagoda. And the moment it swallowed Battle Pagoda, suddenly, a cloud descended. The heavenly reward, Suyu curled his lips. Nowadays, he had killed many people, but the chances of receiving rewards were very few. This might have something to do with him taking advantage of the last time. If he was still on the heaven hunting list, then Suyu's battle record would be assisting in killing Eternal. Since then, Suyu had killed many people, but he had never received any rewards. Even when he killed Sun and Moon realm, it was still accumulating. Accumulating rewards, this meant that after killing so many people, even if there were many people on the list, he still hadn't met the requirements for a reward. At this moment, killing this Earth-ranking genius of Battle Pagoda had met the requirements. The reward for killing an Earth-ranking genius should be higher than that of a Sun and Moon realm cultivator. Killing a genius would give more rewards. If someone could kill Suyu, even a Sun and Moon realm cultivator might be able to advance to the Sun and Moon realm because of the reward. At this moment, when Battle Pagoda died, the reward appeared. There was only one cloud, that cloud instantly descended. This time, it wasn't some heavenly origin energy, willpower, or anything else. When Suyu took it, the cloud disappeared, and a book that seemed to be made of gold and iron appeared in his hand. On it, it wasn't the language of any race, but pure willpower. It was the same language as Suyu's civilization. Weaponsmithing, detailed explanation. Suyu looked at the 4 large words, a little surprised. This was a book on the path of weaponsmithing. This was the first time he had received a reward from the path of weaponsmithing. Of course, in the past, he had been rewarded with weapons, but not with forging techniques or anything else. Today, he was actually rewarded with this. Most importantly, this was something that Suyu had accumulated after killing a lot of people and hundreds of geniuses. This thing should be pretty good, right? Anything that could be written in the language of willpower was pretty good. This was referring to the pure language of willpower, and not the language of other races. Suyu opened it and took a look. Images appeared in front of him. They were images of an expert forging weapons. He looked for a while. The method of forging weapons was very skillful. After looking for a while, Suyu put the book away. He was overjoyed. This thing was most suitable for Zhaoli, Suyu could only say that he had a purpose for the path of weaponsmithing, not interest. As for Zhaoli, his Dao was weaponsmithing. This was a good thing, he didn't give his teacher many things. This book should be written by an ancient heavenly weaponsmith. The method of forging weapons was completely different from that of the current era. If he gave it to Zhaoli as a reference, it might be helpful for him to become a heavenly weaponsmith. Not bad. Suyu was overjoyed. At this moment, an astral wind attacked from the depths. In an instant, the astral wind blew past. Suyu's body felt a stabbing pain, but it was still bearable. If not for this, he wouldn't have dared to leave the battle pagoda. Suyu looked at the golden nose hair. At this moment, it was also swaying with the astral wind. Suyu laughed. Suddenly, he used his hand as a knife and chopped at the root of the nose hair. This was a good thing. Even if it couldn't be used as a carrier, it was enough to be the main material for forging heavenly weapons. He didn't have many carriers on his side. Suyu was ambitious, very, very ambitious. He wanted to forge the will of civilization to an unimaginable level. The blue sky needed a carrier to fuse with the myriad Daos, and Suyu. He didn't think about this now. He wanted the carrier to fuse with every page of space, one per page. He wanted to forge an unprecedented divine weapon. It would be best if there were 10,000 of them. At that time, this book would probably become the strongest weapon in the universe, and the root of the book was the word civilization. At that time, his Shunwen would definitely advance to an invincible or even stronger realm, using weapons to drive Shunwen to advance. With a pft, the rock below the nose hair was shattered by Suyu. At this moment, his nostrils felt a stabbing pain, and the astral wind became stronger. Countless nose hairs rushed towards Suyu, as if they wanted to kill this intruder, and Suyu plucked the golden nose hair, put it into his pocket, and quickly retreated. There was no hurry to go deeper, there was still another side. First, get rid of the opposite side, then harvest. This level was a treasure land for him to harvest treasures. Later, not a single one of these nose hairs could escape. He wanted to take all of them away. Of course, he would cut the rest if he could, and dig out the roots. What if they didn't grow next time? He might come to this place again. Suyu's figure flashed and disappeared. Outside, Huangjiao and the rest didn't see anything, and Suyu disappeared. Immediately after, a strong astral wind blew out. A few of them instantly escaped, and Suyu faced the astral wind and killed his way to the right. Half an hour later, Suyu used the book again to harvest everyone's lives, and the civilization became even more sacred. As for Suyu, he plucked out another strand of golden nose hair. The harvest was huge. Moreover, there were countless storage rings that he obtained after killing people. These things, Suyu was too lazy to open and look at. He would think about it when he had time. At this moment, he began to explore the secrets in the depths of his nostrils. What benefits would there be in the nose orifice? After a few hours, Suyu walked out from the depths of his nostrils, and his expression was a little strange. The current him, the size of both his nostrils was different, one was bigger, the other was smaller. There was still one side that had not been tempered. The tempering was a long story. Just now, a stream of water entered Suyu's nostrils, and he almost died from the pain. The result was, a lot of junk was dug out from his nostrils, and when he breathed, there would be junk mixed in. In that instant, it was all cleaned up. Not only that, Suyu's nose hair felt much tougher. He felt that if he plucked a hair now, he could stab sore to death. Was he trying to build himself into an inhuman state? Suyu walked towards the depths of his other nostrils with some anticipation and excitement. In the past, some people said that they could kill you just by breathing. Suyu felt that it was an exaggeration. Now, Suyu felt that he could really kill someone just by breathing through his nose. With the mouth orifice being tempered, could he really kill Sor Ling Yun with just a breath, just as Suyu was tempering his two orifices? In the outside world, many more passages collapsed. Not only that, names disappeared from the Heaven Hunter list one after another. This time, several geniuses on the list had died. From the moment they entered, more than 30 names had disappeared from the list. The group's expressions were extremely gloomy. The casualties were too high. There had been a huge change on the first level. The gods, demons, and immortals had all suffered losses, and the other races had suffered some as well. Only the humans had suffered the fewest casualties. This also infuriated everyone. It was definitely the work of the humans. At this moment, an invincible said coldly, I can contact my descendants to investigate the situation from the higher levels, but the price I paid is too great. If anyone supports me, they can give some compensation. Otherwise, if they dragged on like this, they would all be killed. What strength? 7th tier Sun Moon. The Invincible judged inwardly. 7th tier Sun Moon was very, very strong, but was it enough? Will it not be enough? That Invincible said coldly, then let the Eternal or 9th tier Sun Moon go. The key is there anyone willing to give up the 9-leaf Sky Lotus and go to the first level to investigate? At this, everyone fell silent. That was true, the group quickly reached an agreement. They would let a 7th tier Sun Moon find a way to investigate first. As for whether they could enter the first level, it would depend on luck. While they were thinking of a way, the passageway was still collapsing. It wasn't just Suyu who was killing. In fact, every level was killing. However, they didn't kill as many as Suyu did. By the time the first day had just passed, 300 of the 3,600 living beings were missing, more than 200 people had died on the first level. It had been open for a month, and if this continued, they would all die in 12 days. This was the first time in so many years that there had been such a large number of casualties. In the past, there had been slaughtering demons, such as the blood-fire demon race, but after killing a few, the other side would be too lazy to kill anymore. They would quickly enter the next level or be surrounded and killed. But this time, the massacre continued, so ruthless. At this moment, in the ancient city, Lu Hong was also speechless. There was no need to ask. It was Suyu who did it. This guy was really ruthless. In one day, he killed more than 200 geniuses. If the races knew that he did it, they would really go crazy. Lu Hong looked for a while and landed from the sky. He looked at the back palace and smiled. He quickly entered the city lord's hall and didn't care about it anymore. He didn't know when Xingyu would leave the back palace. As for Xing Hong, he could be sent away at any time. It was fine as long as someone attacked the city. So you will probably wait until the last day to come out, right? After thinking about it, Lu Hong closed his eyes and began to cultivate. He didn't go to the Starry Mansion, but it didn't stop him from becoming stronger. Last time, he cheated the floating earth spirit of many treasures. Starry Universe Mansion. 6th level. A celestial expert at level 7 Sun and Moon suddenly felt his blood boil. The expert's expression changed slightly. He quickly found a place to hide, avoiding the danger. Only then did he have time to deal with it. His consciousness entered the Sea of Will. It was strange. Why was his father looking for him now? It was unimaginably difficult. To infiltrate willpower into this place from the outside, an illusory figure gradually appeared in the Sea of Will. First level, danger, father, what? First level, countless deaths and injuries, danger. Danger is spreading. Be careful. Danger will come soon. No matter which level you are at, the other party may come. Which level are you at now? 6th level. When I contact you again, I won't say anything. When your blood boils, leave the 6th level quickly. It means danger is near the 6th level, the celestial expert said hurriedly, then go up. The 7th level is more dangerous. Fool. The 7th level has many experts, and it's actually safer for you. On the 6th level, given your strength, you're bound to be one of the strongest. Danger will find you first. Come out alive, and once you do, tell them that you've been to the first level to investigate, father. As soon as the celestial expert finished speaking, the phantom dissipated. The sun and moon experts of the celestial race had strange expressions. Danger? His father contacted him again. He didn't even want to stay on the 6th level. Go to the 7th? What was going on? Did something big happen down there? Unfortunately, even his father's message was intermittent. Time was tight, so he didn't say much. He only reminded him that he had to run if his blood boils again. After going out, say you went to the first level to investigate, the man murmured. He didn't care anymore. Let's go out first, and at this moment. Outside Starry Universe Mansion. An invincible expert's river of time broke. With a pft, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The power in the blood was instantly corroded by the broken river of time. The invincible expert panted and looked around. I've used my bloodline power and time reversal ability to tell my son. He will go to the first level to investigate soon. I hope everything goes well. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with fear. It's best not to infiltrate this place. It almost destroyed my river of time. Even so, I still expended a drop of my blood essence, which is 1/10 of my strength. Only dozens of tide flows to recover. He looked around. The Invincible Realm experts didn't say much. They tossed out some treasures according to the previous agreement. Instead, someone said with a frown, Godly Monarch Son Jade, are you sure the message has been conveyed? The expert known as Godly Monarch Son Jade looked at the person with a cold expression. Are you doubting my strength, or do you think that I can't even send a few words after paying such a huge price? God Monarch Son Jade has misunderstood, that person didn't say anything else. The other party's river of time had been severed and his essence blood had been drained. Everyone had seen this with their own eyes. The price he had paid was indeed not small, and his demands weren't too high either. No one said anything else. It was fine as long as he informed them to go in. With the 7 layers of sun and moon going to investigate, everyone would be able to understand more. As for why the other party did not inform them. Nonsense, if they did not inform them, why would Godly Monarch Son Jade pay such a huge price to collude with them? The consumption of invincible blood essence was incomparable to that of the sun and the moon. At this moment, not many people thought that this person had run in and transmitted words that were very different from what he had said to the outside world. Godly Monarch Son Jade couldn't be bothered to say more. Nonsense, knowing that it was dangerous, but still sending his son to die, although he had many sons. The one who went in this time was the most favored one. Originally, he wanted to warn his son that it was extremely dangerous. Now, everyone wanted to pass on the message. It was good to earn some benefits and recover the consumption at the same time. As for suspicion, who had evidence that he didn't send the message, he also couldn't be bothered to care about others. It was fine as long as his family was fine. As long as his son knew, he would inform them next time. There was no need to do anything else. Just a bloodline shock was enough. His son would know that danger was coming. It was over once he ran. At least, he had a greater chance of survival than those who were unprepared. At this moment, most of the Invincible Realm experts were still somewhat expectant, waiting for the 7 layers of sun and moon to check the situation. A small number of Invincible Realm experts didn't care too much. And in reality, no 7 layers of sun and moon went to find trouble at all. They were bored. As for Suyu, at this moment, he naturally didn't know that a godly monarch had completed a scam in the outside world. He spent other people's money to inform his son that there was danger. As for the others, that godly monarch couldn't be bothered at all. If they weren't on his side, then so be it. On the first level. At this moment, Suyu had already reached the Ear Sea. That was an incomparably huge sea. Ear Sea, a few people followed behind Suyu. At this moment, Suyu was a little puzzled. Why was there a sea in the Ear Sea? The Ear Sea was very dangerous, but there were few treasures, so there were very few people here. Ordinary people rarely came to the Ear Sea. A genius had once drowned here, and this was also unprecedented news. At this moment, Suyu also had some doubts. He looked at Xiahuyu and said, Xiajia, do you have any records of the Ear Sea? Xiahuyu nodded, a little, but not much. This place doesn't have anything good. Xia province also warned that there's no need to come to the Ear Sea after entering the first level. Of course, there are actually treasures in the Ear Sea. There are some water-condensed pearls at the bottom of the sea that contain extremely dense heaven yuan qi. It is said that in the deepest depths, there might be water-condensed pearls that are comparable to some holy fruits. However, ordinary people can't go down, and if they go down, it's almost impossible to come back up. The water in the Ear Sea is actually a treasure, and it's extremely heavy. Therefore, even if an expert dived too deep, they could easily be crushed to death by the water above. So you didn't say much. He looked at the sea in front of him. The Ear Sea. Was this caused by water accumulation, or was it pus? Was the ear injured? Suyu touched his chin. The people who were created were completely based on human characteristics. The Xianxia wouldn't become an ocean for no reason. There had to be some reason. Water condensed pearl. So you said, what does the water condensed pearl look like? It's yellow and round like a water droplet. Therefore, it's called the water condensed pearl. It should be condensed from the water in the Xianxia. When Suyu heard this, he said strangely, no, this is earwax. I get it a little. There's too much earwax and it's blocking the ear canal. There's water here. Xiaohu blinked and looked at Suyu with a strange expression. At the side, Huangting coughed dryly and said, what do you mean? The water condensed pearl is a treasure, a very good treasure. Be it the body forging or the 9 changes of Ling Yun, they're all treasures. Suyu glanced at him. You've eaten it before? Yes. Huangting didn't say anything. He had eaten it before. Not only him, but many people in Xia province had eaten it before. Xiaohu also said dryly, this thing is a good treasure. Every time we go to the Star Mansion once every 10 years, Xia province will have some harvest. We've also obtained some water condensed pearls. Needless to say, they're even better than the heaven essence fruit. So you said calmly, it should be good. There's nothing bad in this place. At this moment, I understand a little. 10,000 worlds nurture one mansion, how can it not be good? No, you just said earwax, so you said with a smile, earwax. What's wrong? The Xianxia may have been formed in the recent thousands or tens of thousands of years. In the beginning, this place shouldn't have been an ocean. Later, there was probably too much earwax, no, too many water condensed pearls, which blocked the passageway. This caused the vitality outside to accumulate and gather some other impurities, forming the Xianxia. So you touched his chin and murmured, in that case, there might be some treasures in the Xianxia. Because you seem to have only gone beyond the earwax and not into the ear canal. The 3 looked at Suyu. At this moment, even Huangjiu couldn't help but say that the water condensed pearls are actually quite good. They're treasures, I didn't say they weren't treasures. Suyu asked curiously, what's wrong? Is there anything here that isn't treasures? They're all treasures. But, the Xianxia isn't a sea, it's just a pool of water. Poor fellow, no one is helping to clean the earwax. His ears are all blocked, but his nostrils can still breathe. Xiaohu really couldn't hold it in anymore. Suyu, don't say earwax just because it's called the Xianxia. What do you know? Suyu ignored him and looked around. This Xianxia was quite big, and it seemed to be a big ear. The ocean seemed to be slightly tilted. Suyu's sword flew up and quickly looked around. Then, he compared it to his own ears. Very quickly, he landed and said, come, follow me. There might not be many who have entered this Xianxia before. In terms of treasures, I think there must be a lot of treasures here. Really? Xiaohu looked at him strangely, Suyu, do you really treat the space world as a human? Nonsense. Suyu said angrily, stupid guy. This is made by imitating human beings. After so many years, doesn't anyone care? No, our human race has also explored it before. According to the human body, we have actually found some treasures, but we feel that the danger is greater than the opportunity, and the Xianxia, except for the water condensed pearl, there are really no other treasures. Suyu nodded. These people only felt that the formation of the terrain might have been man-made, or that someone had deliberately created it in such a way. However, because they hadn't found the corresponding treasures, not many people had continued to search for them. However, only Suyu knew that the forging in this place was meaningful. It didn't seem to be as good as the carrier or those treasures, but the hidden things were all excellent things. Let's go. Suyu didn't say anything. The water character Shunwen appeared, turned into a ball, and quickly brought them into the water, disappearing into the sea. All the way down, the seawater above became heavier and heavier. Even Suyu was a little out of breath under the pressure. He didn't care. Xiaohu and the others were scared out of their wits. If they continued to dive, Suyu would be crushed to death, and they would all die. Alright, if we go any deeper, we won't be able to come back. Who said we went deeper? Suyu glanced at him and dived to the side according to his own judgment. The ears were not eyes, buried in the face. This thing was embedded on both sides, so they had to enter through the ear canal. It was just that the outer ear was flooded, causing the ear canal to be blocked. Ordinary people couldn't see where the ear canal was. Suyu squeezed to one side and said, "If we go any deeper, we will reach the end. There is no benefit. This is the left ear. We have to go to the right, and the right is the entrance to the ear canal." "Are you for real?" Xiaohuyu said strangely. "Humans have explored for hundreds of years, and it's not like no one has explored it before. But the right side, it is solid, solid. The ground of the starry mansion is very difficult to penetrate, and there is no benefit even if we do. Forget it if you don't believe me." After a while, Suyu determined the position. Soon, he started to bombard the shore. After bombarding for a while, the deep trench on the shore didn't move at all. Xiaohuyu complained, "I knew it, bullshit, make way." Suyu used all his strength and punched out, creating a small gap. As he punched, he said, "Later, create a small opening, and we will go in. The seawater will slowly seep in, so we better be careful. According to the human body's reaction, once the water gets in, it will flick its ear. We will be in big trouble." "How is that possible?" Xiaohuyu laughed. "Flick its ear, are you kidding me?" But in his heart, there was a strange feeling. Will it really flick its ear? How scary would that be? This was a world, also known as the human face realm. Once it flicked its ear, wouldn't it cause the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack? And Suyu, with the power of his sun and moon, bombarded it with punches. After half an hour, he only managed to break a small area. Normal people would have long given up. What a lunatic, who would keep punching a stone wall? Even the sun and moon attacks were so difficult. Wouldn't Ling Yin of the mountains and seas spend a whole month on this? But Suyu didn't care about this. He firmly believed that there was an ear canal behind this wall. This wall was actually formed later, and it was also a type of earwax. Once it was broken through, it could enter the ears. As for the water condensation beads, they were most likely the residue of earwax. This wall was the earwax that blocked the ears. An hour later, Suyu was also panting for a while. At this moment, Huangting couldn't help but say, "Brother Su, why don't we forget about it? There's seawater pressing down on it, and we can't break through it. Are you sure there's a passage behind it?" Suyu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. As he continued punching, he said, "The three of you hold on tight to each other. Later, grab my arm. If the passage is opened and the water gets in, the other party might make a move. With a flick of its ear C will be gone. In the future, it might not have an ear C." What a joke, the few of them thought. But although Suyu said it with certainty, they were actually feeling guilty. It couldn't be, right? Just as they were thinking, there was a crack, the wall in front of them shattered. At this moment, the expressions of the few of them changed. There really was a passage. As for Suyu, he revealed an expression as if he had expected it. He was overjoyed. At this moment, an extremely dense wave of vitality surged out from behind the wall. At this moment, the entire human face realm seemed to hear a comfortable moan. The ears had been opened, comfortable. After being blocked for too long, even the human face realm felt uncomfortable. At this moment, someone finally broke off a little bit of earwax. It was really comfortable. However, after the comfort, the little bit of seawater that spread and made the human face realm a little uncomfortable. And at this time, Xiaohuyu and the others were already stunned. Boundless yuan qi swept out. Along with the impact, there were also a large number of treasures. Water-condensed pearls, a lot of them, very big, each large round pearl, like a treasure, overflowed with incomparably dense heaven's vitality. Xiaohuyu's eyes turned green. F*ck, this one can forge a fighter at the 9th level of Soar. No, it's enough to enter the Lingyan transformation. F*ck, there are so many. These were all treasures for tempering the physical body. He glanced at Suyu. Suyu said without turning his head, "It's all trash. It's just earwax residue. If you want it, just pick some. I'm going in. Are you guys coming together?" "Of course." Xiaohuyu hurriedly gestured for Huangting to frantically collect those water-condensed pearls with him. As the gushing force disappeared, the seawater also began to spread into the deep ear canal. Suyu quickly grabbed the few of them. "Let's go." It's all trash. We'll pick it up later. This ear. I feel like it's going to shake. As he spoke, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Xia Huyu only felt dizzy. At this moment, looking from above, his entire ear seemed to be swaying. Above the ear sea, monstrous waves swept through the world. Near the ear sea, some treasure-seeking geniuses or experts were hit by the huge waves at this moment. The huge waves rumbled and smashed the treasure seekers into pieces, completely smashing them into pieces. The huge sea roared and swept in all directions. At this moment, the entire mortal face realm felt that strange movement. Everyone looked into the distance and saw the monstrous waves that were tens of thousands of meters tall smashing down. The waves that could crush mountains and seas smashed down with a loud rumble, not to mention the swirling Yun. If Shanghai was here, he would also be smashed to death. Run! The human face realm is changing. In all directions, the expressions of the experts and geniuses changed wildly. This was the first time in countless years that such a huge change had occurred in the human face realm. The huge waves crashed, and the ear seemed to want to shake away the water outside the ear. Water was in the ear, his left ear was filled with water. Although his right ear could not hear anything, it was blocked by his earwax. Therefore, there was not much movement in his right ear. However, the water in his left ear was entering his ear canal. Therefore, this natural reaction appeared at this moment. Rumble, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The huge waves killed dozens of cultivators by the ear sea. The faces of the cultivators who were killed were filled with despair and unwillingness. How could this be? Why was this happening? The ear sea suddenly rioted. In the past, there were rumors of people drowning, and everyone laughed at it. Now, no one laughed because there were also people who were killed by the waves, in the outside world. In an instant, more than 30 passages shattered again. The expressions of the invincible experts changed drastically. Damn it, it's happening again. Many people looked at the Sun Jade Godly King, who was still recovering. As he recovered, he frowned and said, maybe my son entered the first level and fought with the other party? Or did that guy start a massacre again? Someone could not help but say, what happened in the first level? Another one, contact the descendants in the first level. Whose descendants can guarantee that they are in the first level and have not died yet? The invincible experts looked at each other. Soon, on the side of the Celestials, an immortal king said in a low voice, my line, there is one in the first level, but I don't know if he has left. Contact him and ask. We'll pay whatever price we have to pay. The immortal king frowned and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, I will ask about the situation. This time a few humans died. It didn't feel like a human's doing, this time, so you did not care so much. It was a good thing that he did not kill humans when he saw them, but he had no obligation to inform them one by one. Hurry up and leave. I am going treasure hunting. Even if I inform them, no one will take it seriously. After entering the Starry Universe mansion, life and death are up to fate. If you inform them to leave, others might think that you want to take the treasure for yourself. This immortal king was also curious and anxious at this moment. Several of his people had died in the first level. Soon, he sat cross-legged and opened the river of time. At the same time, in the first level, an immortal expert was leading many immortals to escape. At this moment, the Sea of Will suddenly trembled, and his blood boiled. He was instantly overjoyed, and after the joy, he felt great sorrow. He looked at the few people behind him who were too slow and were crushed by the waves. He ran all the way, burning his blood essence. After running for a while, when the waves stopped chasing, he hurriedly entered the Sea of Will. At this moment, in the Sea of Will, a phantom appeared, somewhat anxious. What happened? He had been maintaining it for some time, he could not take it anymore. Old ancestor, the human face realm changed dramatically, the Sea of Ears roared, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Dead, many people died, caused by the Sea of Ears? Was it a crisis in his own realm? This immortal king felt that he could not take it anymore and quickly disappeared. Outside the realm, this immortal king spat out a mouthful of blood. The passage of time collapsed, and his face was pale. He looked around strangely, and his voice changed. It's not someone who is slaughtering, it's the human face realm changing dramatically. The Sea of Ears roared, the waves rose to the sky, and killed those treasure hunters. What? Impossible. Then why did so few humans die? One by one, the invincible experts were somewhat stunned. The upheaval in the starry universe mansion had nothing to do with humans, F*ck. Then they all swore that it was the work of the human experts, and in the end, it was not so. Many people looked at the Tao King in the distance. The Tao King was still certain that it was Suyu who did it, not to mention that Suyu was still in the city. The key was, this was not something that humans did. It was the upheaval of heaven and earth. Could it be that there was a problem in the starry universe mansion? At the same time, in the Skyhunter Pavilion, some invincible experts were also surprised. I thought that there was really a human expert who slaughtered the other races, so it was not. The upheaval in the starry universe mansion? There has been no change for so many years, and this time they actually encountered it. These people are unlucky. Sigh. Our pavilion also lost a few good seedlings. One by one, the invincible experts were somewhat emotional. And at this moment, in the Skyhunter Pavilion, at the top of the main hall, where no one could see, the scholar murmured, the Sea of Ears changed dramatically. The Sea of Ears didn't originally exist. Is it Suyu? The Sea of Ears changed dramatically. Could it be that the ear canal was opened? After murmuring, the scholar was a little tired. He felt that this matter might be related to Suyu. However, there was no need to tell these things to outsiders. As for the Sea of Ears, it didn't exist in ancient times, so there was no sea. Perhaps the opening of the ear canal caused a stress reaction, causing the great change in the human face realm. Is it Suyu? If so, did he discover some secret? The scholar murmured. The human face realm, the first level. In the past, this level was the residence of some subordinates of the human sovereign. Few people in Wan would go there. He actually wasn't too clear about some of the treasures in the human face realm, but he knew one thing, the human face realm had many secrets. The entire starry universe mansion had secrets. Does this mean that the new sovereign is really going to descend? He was becoming more and more certain. First, the white jade gate shook, then the human face realm changed dramatically, and there were some unforeseen events during the teleportation. All of these indicated that among the people who entered this time, there was someone who was not simple, just as the outside world was discussing and feeling extremely surprised. Suyu and the others were also feeling dizzy. Suyu clutched the protrusion near his ear canal so hard that his palms broke. After waiting for a while, he let out a sigh of relief. It had finally stopped. Looking outside. Don't look anymore, the sea was gone, the endless amount of seawater had been shaken away. At this moment, no one knew where it had flown to. Perhaps it had smashed many people to death. The seawater had flown away, and the original seabed, which was the surface of the ear canal, had many incomparably huge beads. Light yellow, they were all the water condensation beads that Xianxia mentioned. After sinking to the bottom of the sea for countless years, they had stuck to the ear canal. At this moment, Xianxia and the others were also gradually waking up. When they looked outside, they were all stunned. Looking below them, at this moment, they were at the mouth of the ear canal, as if they were standing in the middle of a cave in the middle of a precipitous cliff. Looking down, Xianxia swallowed frantically. Countless water condensation beads, there were so many that it was scary. Some were very big as a mountain. Xianxia mumbled, impossible, there can't be such a big water condensation bead. This must be fake. When I was young, I only ate one the size of a broad bean. Huang Ting was also stunned. I have also used it a few times. The biggest one was the size of a bun. I was stunned, really stunned. So, there were water condensation beads that were as big as a mountain? Even Huang Jiao, who was knowledgeable and had eaten many good things, was also stunned at this moment. I used to see one as big as a millstone in Skyhunter Pavilion. She opened her arms and gestured. Looking at the water condensation bead that was as big as a mountain, she was also stunned, not to mention anything else. Just this mountain-sized water condensation bead could nurture thousands, or even tens of thousands of Soar Ling Yun, forging the physical body, transforming the vital qi. This could even be done, this thing could be used as a carrier. Moreover, this was not the only one, just the biggest one. There were many others. Those that were too small were all taken away by the huge waves. But some that were as big as a table were stuck on the ear. There were many of such sizes. As for Suyu, he was a little surprised. He smiled and said, "This is not bad. I want the biggest one. You guys can pick up the rest yourself." At this moment, Xiaohuyu landed on the ground and crazily snatched. He was crazy. "I don't need to go anywhere. I can just pick up these treasures and go back." The vital qi that was damaged in Xia province can recover very quickly. The biggest one, he did not count on it. But even if it was small, he had struck it rich. He had really struck it rich. Huang Ting also quickly went down to pick it up. Huang Jiu was tempted, but very quickly, she snorted and gave up. She was different from those two fellows. She was still in a controlled state. No matter how many she picked up, Suyu could easily take them away. Suyu was not anxious. Only one day had passed. What was the rush? Take it slow. His book floated down. More than 10 sun and moon beasts appeared. They moved the huge water condensation bead together, but it felt like they could not move it. Very quickly, more sun and moon beasts appeared. With a loud sound, the huge mountain-like water condensation bead fell into the book. Huang Jiu saw that Xia Huyu and the rest were still moving it, and Suyu was waiting quietly. She could not help but say, "Just this piece of water condensation bead can be exchanged for at least 2 carriers. Too little." Suyu said calmly, "The biggest piece of earwax, more than 3 pieces, can be considered. Tens of thousands of years of accumulation." Counting, including the 2 nose hairs, he had obtained at least 5 carriers worth of treasures. No, there were still a lot of slightly weaker nose hairs. Suyu had also cut off a lot of them. In more than a day's time, he had obtained more than 6 carriers worth of treasures. And this was just a side benefit. Suyu originally had 8 carriers, and after using 2 for the records of civilization, he was left with 6. Now, he had collected a similar number of carriers. Although they were not real carriers, it was still possible to exchange for them. With so many treasures, Suyu only spent 1 day to get them. And countless people, including some invincible realm experts, were going crazy for a carrier. Suyu spent a lot, or else he would have gotten more than 10 pieces. Huang Jiu was speechless. He did not want to speak. After a while, Xia Huyu and Huang Ting came back. They did not finish picking up. There was too much. Xia Huyu knew that Suyu had something to do, so he flew up and said hurriedly, "Go do what you need to do. Huang Tang and I will pick up some more, or else it will be too wasteful." Suyu smiled. "It's okay. Huang Jiu, come pick up and do some chores. We might get some benefits if we go in. I don't like some trash, but you can bring it back." Huang Jiu vomited blood. Xia Huyu laughed dryly and said, "Then, forget it." Suyu smiled and said, "It's okay, let's go. Xia province suffered great losses previously. To be honest, these things are all trash to me. Let's go in." He turned and walked towards the entrance of the passage. Xia Huyu and Huang Ting looked at each other, unable to resist the temptation. They looked at Huang Jiu, laughed dryly, and quickly followed Suyu into the interior. What a godly person! Following this godly person, just a little bit was enough for them to fill their stomachs. No, it was enough for half of Xia province to fill their stomachs. It was the first time they knew that it was so easy to snatch treasures in the starry mansion. As Xiaohuyu followed, he lamented, "Why do I feel that this place is like your home? Suyu, this starry mansion has the word you in it. You too. Could it be related to you?" They couldn't help but suspect it. Suyu, on the other hand, didn't think so much. He walked in the air passage and looked around. As he walked, he said, "This place is mine. Even if it isn't now, it will be sooner or later." Human face realm, the hint given by the human face realm is very obvious. It's just that you don't know how to do it. Later, when we find the place, cut off your left ear and throw it down to play. I guarantee it will be very interesting. He was crazy, the two were speechless. Was he for real? Along the way, the two of them obtained quite a few treasures. Suyu had high standards, either collecting some materials that could be used to forge weapons, or collecting some materials that were helpful to him. Otherwise, treasures that were not at the heavenly soldier level would not catch his eye. When they reached the end, Xia Huyu and Huang Ting suddenly vomited blood. Suyu also felt pain in his left ear, and blood flowed out from it. He didn't waste any time and quickly cut off his left ear. His ear aperture vibrated, and his ear was directly thrown onto the huge platform in front of him. A special sound shook his entire ear. Xiaohuyo and Huang Ting were dumbfounded. At this moment, they felt a sharp pain in their heads, as if they were about to be crushed. Seeing Suyu do this, the two of them gritted their teeth and pulled off their ears, making them a bloody mess, and threw them onto the platform. And at this moment, that intense pain disappeared, and their ears were being attacked by the sound waves on the platform. Suyu said, "If one doesn't understand, if this continues for a long time, even the sun and moon will have their brains shattered by the sound waves. If one isn't human, he will also be killed here. This place is actually a treasured land for the human race. The interstellar mansion belongs to the human race. Of course, the human race I'm talking about is most likely me." The two were speechless. This time, Huang Ting really felt a little emotional. "Suyu, did you figure it out yourself, or did you get some ancient information?" "I figured it out myself." Suyu tilted his head and looked at him, saying with a smile, "Do I need information for this? The hint is so obvious, it's already the human face realm. Mount Mei, Ear Sea, Twin Dragon Gorge. What other information is needed?" The hint of this level was too obvious. How could he not notice it? Xiaohuyu was speechless. How can it be so simple? Who would come to this place and cut off their ears for no reason? A normal person wouldn't do such a thing. At most, he would listen with his ears, directly cut off his ears. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you cut off your nose before?" Suyu nodded, not looking at his strange gaze. At this moment, he felt the changes in his ears. He was listening to some sounds that he couldn't hear before. So uncomfortable. On that platform, that sound seemed to be expressing its own discomfort. Suyu's gaze changed slightly. What was going on? What did it mean? Uncomfortable? This human face realm, in Suyu's view, was just an imitation of weapons made by the human race. It was just a mansion. Why would there be such a sound? So uncomfortable. Why do you want to kill me? Why? I didn't do anything wrong. Why? Suyu's gaze fluctuated. That voice was faintly discernible. He hurriedly said, "Xiaohuyu, did you and Huang Ting hear something?" "What? Did you hear someone speak?" "No." The two looked at him in surprise. "What was going on?" Suyu frowned. "No, I heard it. I heard a cry of pain, damn it." What was going on? A storm arose in his heart. The person who built this starry mansion, killed a peerless and invincible powerhouse, and used his head to forge this human face world. Was that so? I can hear the voice. Why can't Xiaohuyu and the others hear it? Suyu's eyes flickered. At this moment, he suddenly sealed off an acupoint. Under the sealing of the acupoint, the voice that was ringing in his ears earlier instantly disappeared. Suyu's expression changed. Heavenly Cycle Acupoint. Because the person who was killed had also opened the Heavenly Cycle Acupoint, he could hear it. Was that so? He opened the sealed acupoint again and connected all 360 orifices. Indeed, he heard that sound again. It was not very consistent and not very clear, but he heard it. Why? I didn't do anything wrong. Taishan. You killed me. I won't accept it. Taishan, who was Taishan, the human sovereign, or someone else? Was the person who built this mansion the human sovereign? Questions and thoughts flashed in Suyu's mind. At this moment, he was also extremely shocked. A supreme powerhouse was killed. The human blacksmith used his head to forge the first layer. This? How ruthless. This is real. It's really a human head. Taishan killed him. This person was killed. Dao integration? Or above Dao integration? Monstrous waves surged in Suyu's mind. Was this Dao integration? Was Dao integration so powerful, even a dead person's head could form a world of its own? How terrifying. The more Suyu thought about it, the more horrified he became. This blacksmith was not a good person. Was he human? If he was, why would he kill such a powerful human? It hurts. That cry of pain continued. Suyu was so shocked that he hurriedly sealed off one acupoint. With his ear acupoint tempered, he actually heard an incredible sound. That sound kept echoing in his mind. Suyu was afraid that if he continued to listen, he would go crazy. His face was a little pale. It was just a voice filled with endless resentment, but it shook his sea of will. Taishan, at the last moment, that roar of anger, resentment, and unwillingness was still echoing. Taishan, this was the name of the first true ancient powerhouse that Suyu knew. It was no longer a pseudonym, but his real name, Taishan. Was it the master of time, the owner of the inscribed tombstone, or was it the human sovereign? Suyu was most interested in these three people from the ancient era. These three people might all be humans. The master of time, the human sovereign, the owner of the inscribed tombstone. Was Taishan one of them? Taishan, Suyu murmured. He was thinking, who is this? However, this murmur had caused a huge problem. Boom, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Suyu's body trembled violently, and the entire human surface realm trembled violently. Taishan. A roar rushed into his head, causing Suyu's mind to tremble violently. Pooh, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xia Huyu and Huangting did not hear anything, but they felt it. They felt the monstrous anger, the collapse of the heavens, and the crisis of death. That incomparably powerful aura rose in the entire starry universe mansion. Taishan. The roar resounded through the heavens, but it seemed that only Suyu could hear it. It was an angry roar, a roar of resentment, and despair. Suyu's roar really caused great trouble. At the same time, outside the starry universe mansion, the white jade gate suddenly trembled violently, as if heaven and earth were roaring, and the entire battlefield was shaking. Rumble, the starry sea was shaking violently. The invincible expert's expression suddenly changed. What happened? That incomparably powerful white jade gate seemed to be struggling at this moment. Rumble, waves rose to the sky, the void was torn, and the domain was shaking. At this moment, more than 10 incomparably powerful projections appeared. Above the ancient cities, stone statues appeared, and the projections of the stone statues appeared. They were all surprised, shocked, and strange. This starry universe mansion, why did it start to shake this time? Hongmeng City appeared again, Old Tortoise appeared, and his expression was a little strange. In the distance, Skyhunter Pavilion also appeared again. At the top of Skyhunter Pavilion, the scholar was also very strange. What was going on? The starry universe mansion spanned across the heavens, and was the core of the heavens. This thing had not moved for millions of years. What was going on today? And at this moment, another passage collapsed. Someone died, because this layer was roaring violently, shaking violently. Dangerous places exploded, and treasure lands shook. What's going on? Someone was shocked and angry. Is this starry universe mansion going to collapse? Heh, even if you collapse, the starry mansion won't collapse. At this moment, someone said coldly, how can the starry mansion collapse? This is the strongest divine weapon of the ancient era. This place contains the laws of all the Daos in the universe. If this place collapses, the laws of all the Daos in the universe will collapse as well. How could it possibly collapse? There was no such thing. Something must have happened inside the starry universe mansion, causing the mansion to shake. At this moment, the door of the mansion showed signs of opening and closing. Someone said in surprise, this door. Can we go in? You'll know once you try. Someone replied in an incomparably cold voice. There had been people who had barged into Xingyu Mansion, but in the end, there was no result. One by one, they all died. It was as simple as that. At this moment, even though the white jade door was showing signs of opening and closing, not many people dared to enter. They didn't dare to, but there seemed to be others around them who did. Right at this moment, a black shadow shot out and flew towards the white jade door. At this moment, many people were attracted. Inside the white jade door, there seemed to be countless precious treasures. Some people saw the 9-leaf sky lotus, some saw peerless divine weapons, some saw countless vessels, and some saw the bodies of gods and demons. In the surroundings, there were invincible beings who sensed it and discovered it, but they didn't stop it or make a sound. If someone wanted to go in and try, then go. In any case, they would come out sooner or later. It was good to test the danger. If there was no danger, they wanted to go in directly through the door. The black shadow approached the white jade door in an instant. Rumble, the white jade door shook, and the black shadow of the 9 suns and moons instantly turned into dust, leaving nothing behind. In the sky, a nearly complete broken sun fell. The 9 suns and moons did not even cause a ripple. It was unknown which small race's expert had disregarded everything for the sake of proving his Tao, for the opportunity, but in the end, not even a corpse was left behind. At this moment, the restless fellows and the surroundings stopped in their tracks. All of them had extremely grave expressions. It was still so dangerous, white jade door. At this moment, someone sighed and said softly, in ancient times, this door was actually not called the white jade door, but the heavenly door. As the saying goes, once the heavenly door opens, all worlds will worship it. Only a few people in ancient times could pass through this door. Once the heavenly door opens, all worlds will know that a peerless figure has descended. Unless one is a supreme, they cannot pass through this door. Are mere suns and moons worthy of passing through the heavenly door? Even we are not qualified. At this moment, many people looked at the person who spoke, but they could not see anything. They only saw a long river of time that pierced through the sky and earth. Above that long river, all kinds of images kept appearing. There were the past, the future, and even some invincible beings saw their own deaths. Some of the invincible beings' expressions changed. Fate sovereign. The half-sovereign expert of the ancient race, the fated kin. At this moment, the void was torn apart, and two big eyes appeared. Big hairy balls' big eyes looked at the passage of time. Just when the others felt a chill in their hearts and thought that the two God-Eater were going to do something, Big Hairy Ball was a little surprised and said, "Old man, you're still alive? You're actually not dead. I thought you died a long time ago." An old man with white hair and a white beard appeared on the river of fate that pierced through time and space. He looked in the direction of the ancient God-Eater realm and chuckled. "Your Highness, Bean Bun, silence, absolute silence, absolute silence." At that moment, even if the skies were trembling, it was still quiet. That strange pronunciation, that Bean Bun, there was no one in the universe who could not understand it. They were all powerful beings, and all of them had the ability to listen to sounds. This was the pronunciation of the human's Bean Bun. The half-sovereign of the ancient God-Eater realm, this person from the fated kin actually called him Bean Bun. Big Hairy Ball was not angry. His two huge eyes looked at him, and after a long time, he said, "You smell good. You smell better and better than ancient sky. You're the one from before." "No." The old man chuckled. "Your Highness, the one you know is my grandfather. But I've seen him before." "Oh, oh, oh. You all look too similar. I can tell ancient sky from ancient sky. Ancient sky is not as fragrant as ancient sky. When I first saw him, I said that ancient sky would be delicious when he grew up." Silence again. This was a conversation between the ancient and the ancient. And this involved three powerful ancient beings, the Celestial Emperor, the Fate Emperor, and the Bean Bun Emperor. Some people found this strange. These ancient beings had been popping up frequently recently. Was this a sign of something? After all, some of them had not appeared for a long time, such as the Fate Emperor and Bean Bun. In truth, Bean Bun had not appeared for a long time, so long that it was frightening. He had been sleeping all this time, and in this era, at this time, these ancient beings had appeared. What did this mean? At that moment, an invincible saw himself die on the Fate Emperor's river of fate. He could not help but ask, "Lord Fate Emperor, will I die?" The white-haired, white-bearded old man cast him a glance and chuckled. "No one can predict the future." "You can't, I can't, no one can predict it. Among the billions of possibilities, you can see a sliver of a possibility. What you saw in my river of fate is just one of the countless possibilities in the future. Everyone will die sooner or later." The invincible who asked the question was silent for a moment. This did not calm his slightly uneasy heart. There were many changes in this era compared to the past. The revival of the ancient city, the revival of the starry mansion, the revival of the ancient race, these powerful beings had not appeared in the previous era, the era before that. But now, they appeared one by one. The 36 powerful beings of the ancient city had not moved for countless years, but recently, they had appeared frequently. More than 40 parliament member tokens had appeared, and Invincible couldn't help but look at the human race and say in a low voice, "Lord Fate Emperor, this time, will the human race be revived, or will the human race be extinct? Is the reincarnation of the era still unable to break fate? This rule is so unfair. The wand can be destroyed, but the human race can't." The human race felt that it was unfair, and so did the Wan race. Why? Countless races had been destroyed in the Wan. In every era, there would be races destroyed and races rising. Only the human race had not been destroyed. It was the same every time. At this moment, the king of Great Zhou and Daxia of Goguryeo looked at the Fate Emperor. They looked at his river of fate and the projection of the future. The king of Great Zhou saw many things. Daxia of Goguryeo saw himself slashing a half-emperor with a saber, and then dying. He was silent. The human race was not destroyed. It was the same every time. At this moment, the Fate Emperor said slowly, 9 is the limit. After the ancient times, there were 9 reincarnations and 9 restarts. This is the 10th time. It is the limit of the limits. It is already perfect. Perhaps, in this era, the victor and loser can be decided, and the outcome can be seen. The old man said and sighed. Don't say that fate is unfair. It is very fair. The human race has not been destroyed 9 times. That was earned in the ancient times. However, after 9 times, the blessings of the ancient times have reached their limit. It was not unfair that the human race was not destroyed. This was the glory of the ancestors were too generous. That was why they could support the human race to survive 9 times. This was the 10th time. The blessings of the ancestors of the human race had reached their limit. Daxia of Goguryeo's expression changed slightly. He did not speak. Even if he did not believe it, these words came from the ancient and mysterious race of the fated kin. They came from the leader of this race. At this moment, Big Hairy Ball suddenly said, "Old liar. Your grandfather said that I would definitely be able to eat Tiangu, but I didn't. Old liar." The Fate Emperor's shadow trembled. Maybe, it will come true in this era? The moment he said this, someone shouted angrily, "How dare you? Fate Emperor, even if you are the emperor of the fated kin, you can't humiliate the immortals like this." Tiangu's status was higher than this person's. The Fate Emperor's shadow trembled. "I have spoken nonsense." The moment he finished speaking, the river of fate trembled. The old man disappeared, but his voice traveled into the air. This trip to the Galaxy Mansion will be filled with disasters. In the end, I'm afraid that only 1 out of 10 will survive. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Countless people's expressions changed. Not 1 out of 10, was the great disaster really about to arrive? 600, could it be that not many would survive? After all, there were more than 20 invincible beings who entered this time. The number of sun and moon was even more terrifying. This time, there were at least 300 sun and moon who entered. Almost all the races had sun and moon who entered. Almost all the geniuses on the heaven hunting list had entered. There were more than 1,000 of them. They were all the cornerstones of the universe and important people. Could it be that most of them would die inside? Some of the race's expressions changed. There were many of them who entered, and it was the same for the humans. There were also humans who entered through the special tunnel. There were nearly 500 of them. There were geniuses and powerful warriors. According to the Fate Emperor, they would not survive for long. Old liar, don't believe him. At this moment, Big Hairy Ball shouted again. I just went to the future and took a look. At least 10 can survive. He even said that not 1 out of 10 will survive. Liar, more than 10 will survive. I bet that what I saw is true. It would have been fine if he did not say it, but once he said it, the powerful warriors in the universe felt their hearts turn cold. This guy was really strong. How strong was the Demi-Emperor God-Eater? Everyone was not too sure, but they knew one thing. The young Demon Emperor might not be able to defeat him. He said that he went to see the future. Perhaps he really did. Then he said, at least 10 will survive. What a joke. There were more than 20 invincible beings among the 3,600 who entered. Did this guy not know what it meant by not 1 out of 10 will survive? Didn't he say that only 1 will survive? Both demi-emperors gave a bad omen. For a moment, everyone was filled with gloom. On the side of the humans, Daxia of Goguryeo's expression changed slightly. His grandson and great-grandson had all entered. Daxia province had already suffered heavy losses. This time, once Xiao Longwu and Xia Huyu died, everything that Daxia province had paid before would be for nothing. The entire Xia province would be completely destroyed once he died. He looked at the king of Great Zhou and transmitted his voice, "Fortune teller, you can divine the future. Do you think what they said is true?" The king of Great Zhou shook his head and said softly, "That fate emperor said it himself. Looking at the future is just looking at one of the billions of possibilities. It doesn't mean anything. What he saw and what that God-eater demi-emperor saw doesn't mean anything. The future that one can see with great strength can only be said to be more likely. But it doesn't mean that it's the only possibility. Old Xia, you should understand this logic." "I understand." Da Xia of Goguryeo said in a low voice, "I don't believe in fate. If I believed in fate, I would have died long ago. It's impossible for me to prove my Tao and establish the Xia province. But recently, there have indeed been too many changes." The king of Great Zhou was silent for a moment before nodding and saying, "There are indeed many changes. Be careful. This era is already the 10th tide change. The 10th time, the first 9 times, the human race was not exterminated. They won and lost, but they were not exterminated. What would happen this 10th time, had the blessings of the ancestors been used up in this generation? Perhaps, it had really been used up. The ruins were gone, one was targeting them, the suppression power could not be activated, the demi-emperor did not appear. In this era, could the human race still last until the All-Heavens battlefield closed? The All-Heavens battlefield opened for 1,000 years at least and 10,000 years at most before closing. 5,000 years was the normal time. At this moment, it had only been opened for 1,000 years. If they were lucky, it would close quickly. If they were unlucky, they would have to wait for a few thousand years. After a few thousand years, the human race might be gone. Da Xia of Goguryeo was also silent for a moment. He looked at the white jade door again. At this moment, the trembling had gradually stopped. However, the spatial crack left behind by the violent trembling just now was still there. This meant that what everyone saw was real. This thing was trembling. Just as the outside world was silent. Inside the starry mansion, the violent trembling also stopped. Suyu coughed out blood and could not help but curse in his heart. He knew that the other party seemed to be able to hear his words. Only him, of course, the prerequisite was that he had opened all 360 orifices. Once he closed a few orifices, there would be no reaction. Taishan, when the trembling stopped, Suyu shouted again, but there was no more movement. He could not hear the other party's resentment, and the other party did not seem to be able to hear his voice. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He was a little afraid, but also a little excited. "I seem to have found out a big secret. What was the name of the guy who was killed? Not important. This guy was very powerful, frighteningly powerful. He might have opened all 720 great heavenly apertures. An existence that had opened a heavenly aperture could kill the sun and moon in one breath. And this was after death. For the time being, he would call him Old Zhou. He had opened a heavenly aperture. Old Zhou was killed by Taishan and built into the starry mansion. Now that he was dead, he had endless resentment towards Taishan. Once he opened the heavenly aperture, he could communicate with the other party's resentment. There was no problem talking about other things, but once he mentioned Taishan, the other party would go crazy. Is this the first floor, or the entire starry mansion? If it's the entire starry mansion, Suyu sucked in a breath of air. This was a good thing. He had no way to control the starry mansion, but he could do one thing. When he encountered danger, he just had to shout Taishan and Old Zhou would go berserk. No matter how strong the enemy was, they would be distracted when faced with such a rampage. They would also have to be distracted, under unprepared circumstances. No one would be able to withstand a sudden outburst. Even if I don't take the opportunity to kill the enemy, I can just run. TSK. So you did not think too much about it, nor did he have the mood to control the starry mansion or communicate with this resentment. What a joke, this person was already dead, and it was just some remnant crazy words. Trying to communicate with Old Zhou would be courting death. He better not attract any huge trouble. If this guy died, he might revive in the dead soul's world. Once he recovered his memories. So you did not dare to think about it, this person was too strong. Of course, the person who killed him was even stronger. Was the ancient era really so terrifying that after death, they used their corpses to build a mansion that countless invincible experts couldn't enter. Not even half-emperors could pass through. This starry mansion might really have the strength of an emperor. An emperor was killed, he did not dare to think about it. The more he thought about it, the more gossipy it became. It seemed like the human race was killing each other. Perhaps, the ancient era was destroyed because of internal strife. However, this starry mansion should have existed even earlier. After all, the starry mansion was not built later, but from the very beginning. From the very beginning, it was used as the conference center of the Myriad worlds. The headquarters of the Yuan Parliament was here, which meant that old Zhou had long been killed. Could it be a fight between two human emperors? Suyu fell into deep thought. This was also possible. Could it be that there was more than one human emperor, but generations after generations? The previous human emperor fought with old Zhou for the position of the human emperor and killed old Zhou. If that was the case, the previous human emperor was really ruthless. He killed him and even forged him into a weapon. Suyu was still thinking. At the side, Xiaohuyu and Huangting were stiff, covered in blood. They looked at Suyu as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at Suyu. Xiaohuyu's jaw dropped. At this moment, he used his strength to prop it up and said in a trembling voice, "Just now, that horror. You did it?" Suyu smiled and said, "How could that be? What does it have to do with me?" "No. I heard you shout something, and then the sky fell and the earth cracked." Xiaohuyu was shocked. Damn, this was too horrifying. The anger and pressure just now seemed to be much stronger than his great-grandfather's, which was Daxia of Goguryeo. This was too terrifying. At this moment, they were still in the depths of the air canal and did not go out to take a look. If they went out to take a look, they would see that the entire first level was really in chaos. Countless mountains were destroyed, and countless rivers were cut off. The sea swept across the heaven and earth, waves surged to the sky, and cracks were everywhere. The entire mortal face realm would probably not recognize anyone who had come the last time. "It has nothing to do with me." "Then what were you muttering just now?" Xiaohuyu's legs were still trembling. He looked at Suyu with some suspicion. "It really had nothing to do with you," Suyu smiled and said, "I didn't say anything. I just shouted Mount Tai. I was thinking about something, about you and Huangjiu. If the two of you succeed, will you have to call me Master Lu Old Mount Tai?" Xiaohuyu was doubtful. Really, that seemed to be what he shouted. But, after Suyu shouted, there was a huge change. Not only that, as strong as Suyu was, he was actually the first to vomit blood. To be honest, this should not have happened. Because Suyu was the first to suffer the impact, that angry sound wave impact, he did not die, but that was because the Sea of Will was protected by the tombstone. Otherwise, the Sea of Will might have exploded. This time, he had gone too far. He just had some doubts and casually muttered it. Who knew that after being dead for so many years, he still had such power? Was this the mark of hatred that had entered his body? How terrifying. At the side, Huangting's face was also pale. They were still considered fine. At this moment, in the tunnel, a person was stumbling over, covered in blood. In the air canal, it was actually much safer. Huangjiu, who was outside, was shrouded by the pressure and anger. He was crushed to the point that his body was about to explode. Many of his bones were broken, and he was covered in blood. At this moment, as he entered, he was coughing blood. When he saw that there was blood at the corner of Suyu's mouth, Huangjiu did not feel as painful anymore. This guy was so abnormal, but he was still injured. "You did it?" Huangjiu asked. Suyu was speechless. "It wasn't me." "What does it have to do with me? Old Zhou did it. Why are you asking me one by one, as if I am the bad guy, really?" The bloody word Shenwen appeared and absorbed the blood on his body. White robe. Alright, he had a wolf head now. This time, he did not wear the white robe. It looked a little old-fashioned. When he regained his identity, he must wear the white robe. Suyu's left ear twitched, and he quickly flew back from the platform. He opened 360 orifices again. He could vaguely hear that crazy sound again. Suyu quickly closed an orifice. This was troublesome. He could not hear it before, but this time, he had tempered his ears. Now, he could hear it all the time. Once he opened 360 orifices, he would be able to hear it. Annoying, it seemed that this sound had been going on for countless years. To hear it, there were two conditions. First, 360 orifices had to be opened. Second, his ears had to be tempered here. Otherwise, he should not be able to hear it. These two conditions were rather difficult. This place looked peaceful, but once you did not know the correct way to operate it, once you stepped onto the platform, instantly, the demonic sound pierced your ears. The seeable would explode, and your head would explode. After all, not everyone could temper their ears. Suyu exhaled. Let's go. There is nothing good here. Let's go to the other side. There was still an ear, it had been tempered together. In this way, the eyes, ears, and nose were all tempered. Only the mouth was left. As for the belly button, there was none here. There was no belly button in the human face world. Instead, the Baihui orifice should be at the entrance to the second floor. Forget it. Let's settle the 8 orifices first. As for the belly button, if the Xingyu mansion was built for the whole body, it should be in another place, another floor. Maybe it is still on this floor, but it will be difficult to find. Suyu thought to himself as he walked out with a few people. Once they came out, they were all stunned. They had really seen what was called the vicissitudes of life. Outside, the Sea of Will was gone, but that was nothing. Flying out of the air canal, out of the oracle. Looking around, the earth cracked and the mountains collapsed. The entire human face world seemed to have suffered thousands of attacks, completely turning into ruins. Before this, it was at least beautiful. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. It had become ruins. This was an incomparably huge domain. There was no need to ask. The entire human face world might be like this at this moment. So you didn't know that at this moment, some survivors were crazily flying toward the entrance to the second floor. Mother **Ker, they couldn't stay on the first floor anymore. No matter how many benefits and treasures there were, they couldn't stay any longer. First, the Sea of Will exploded, attacking dozens of people, and dozens of them were smashed into powder. Then, the entire human face world was rioting. The Blood Plain, the Sea of Will, the Double Dragon Gorge, and the Sky Pit were all rioting, causing hundreds of explorers to be killed by the sudden explosion. There were originally more than 1,000 people on the first floor. Half of them went to the second floor, and the remaining half were still on the first floor. Now, this half, 500 to 600 people, had been killed by Suyu. This riot caused the remaining people to die again. At this moment, the huge human face world, which used to be the most crowded place in the past, now had less than 200 people alive. They were all frantically fleeing into the distance. They couldn't afford to provoke them. Run, the second floor should be better than the first, right? Something big seemed to have happened on the first floor. Countless people cursed as they ran. They didn't get any benefits. They had only been here for less than 2 days, and the countless benefits their elders had said were not that dangerous. The main danger was that the others' words had all been **T, **T, how could there be any other danger? The others didn't fight much, but it was all natural disasters. That was not dangerous? You must be kidding me. According to their elders, they had to be careful from the first to the third floor. As long as they weren't killed by their opponents, it was easy to be satisfied with some benefits, but now, everyone was running, cursing as they ran. At the entrance to the second floor, the experts looked at each other with lingering fear. Whether it was the human race or the Wan race, none of them had any desire to fight. Fight, my ass. Run, we can't stay on the first floor. Someone said desolately. 3 people from my race came in, and it wasn't easy to get a spot. We didn't even get to see the benefits, and 2 of us died. It was 2F** King miserable. The other races didn't say anything. They were all depressed. According to their plan, they would stay on the first, second, and third floors for 10 days to explore and hunt for treasures. They would leave after a month. But now, they only started on the second day. They couldn't stay on the first floor anymore. As they spoke, someone didn't want to give up. Maybe there's still a chance. At that moment, someone shouted in horror, "It's coming again, run." In the distance, another huge wave rose to the sky. On the other side, the Sea of Ears exploded again. Rumble, countless huge waves swept in all directions. At that moment, the experts who had been thinking of picking up the leftovers changed their expressions. Without a word, they flew into the sky. Stop talking nonsense, pick up your F*king thread. They were crazy, really crazy. The sea of ears exploded again. They watched helplessly as some people ran in this direction in despair. In the end, they were instantly killed by the huge waves. Run, run, the survivors no longer held any hope of getting lucky. They ran. The first floor was in complete chaos. At that moment, on the second floor, suddenly, hundreds of people appeared. They were all from the first floor. Some of them were still puzzled about the previous tremors. The second floor had also trembled, but it wasn't too big of a change. It was just that the heaven and earth trembled, which made everyone a little worried. In the end, many people came to the first floor in an instant. It didn't take long for the news to spread across the entire second level. The world had changed drastically, and there were countless casualties on the first level. The sea of ears had disappeared, and the mountains had collapsed. Other than the few of them, those who didn't make it up to the second level, were practically sentenced to death. Not many survived. Even if there were, they were probably scared out of their wits. Less than 600 of the thousands of people reached the second floor. The rest had died due to the several changes. Even if there were still survivors, they were very few. At least there were no large crowds gathered in a corner of the second floor. The changes on the first floor came. Some people gathered there, led by Wu Qi, Bai Feng, and a few others. At that moment, Wu Qi's expression changed. We haven't found Huang Ting and Xia Huyu on the first floor. It doesn't matter if Huang Ting dies, but Xia Huyu can't die. Not far away, Qin Feng didn't ride the flying tiger this time. He crossed his arms and held his gun on his back. He said in a speechless manner, Huang Ting won't die that easily. He's probably gone to find Xia Huyu. Xia Jia groomed him. He won't be like you, abandoning Xia Huyu and leaving. Wu Qi said coldly, don't you find fault with me. My mission is to protect my sister, not Xia Huyu. This was indeed her mission, arranged by the old ancestor. Therefore, when she found Wu Lan, she brought her to the second floor immediately. She was about to go to the third floor to find the sand. As for Xia Huyu, Xia Jia didn't specifically remind him. Huang Ting was probably the protector that Xia Jia had arranged. At the side, Bai Feng couldn't be bothered with them. He frowned slightly and looked into the distance. There was a huge change on the first floor. There were countless deaths and injuries. Why did I think of my cute disciple when I heard this news? Could it be that he really came in? However, Suyu came out of the ancient city that day. He thought that Suyu didn't come. However, now that he heard the huge change on the first floor, he felt that this matter might be related to his good disciple. Thinking of this, Bai Feng couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Wu Lan. You said that you met Suyu that day, and he was going to pretend to be you? Wu Lan glanced at him and casually sent a voice transmission back. Miss Bai suspects that the change on the first floor is related to him? Don't doubt it, it's him. Apart from him, no one would do such a thing. He killed hundreds of people at once. Apart from him, who could do it? Who is so cruel? In the universe, he is the most cruel of this generation. Don't you know that, Miss Bai? Strange, Miss Bai was still suspicious. Wu Lan was very strange. Why would you doubt it? You should be sure. But they said that it was caused by the drastic change of heaven and earth. Then why didn't there be any drastic change in the past thousands of times? Bai Feng was speechless. How would I know this? You mean, so you really came in? Yes. Wu Lan looked ahead and said, let's go to the third floor. Everyone looked at her. Wu Lan ignored her. Suyu, that pervert, followed behind. He was almost done killing on the first floor and was about to come to the second. Maybe he didn't know that we were here. Once he killed indiscriminately. How unlucky would we be? In such a big world, would Suyu purposely go to search for them one by one? According to the situation on the first floor, that guy was killing indiscriminately. Wu Lan didn't want to be killed by mistake. When they reached the third floor. Probably not. Because I told him that I'm going to the third floor to collect the Milky Way sand, he will at least investigate a little, right? With these thoughts in mind, Wu Lan urged everyone to leave. As for Xia Huyu and Huang Ting, there was nothing to worry about. Maybe they were following Suyu to eat and drink. She knew that Suyu and Xia Huyu were in cahoots with each other. When they were in Xia province, they had a good relationship. Bai Feng was still puzzled. She transmitted her voice, "It's really Suyu." When Suyu came out of the city, you saw it too. Wu Lan had a strange expression. She looked at Bai Feng again and transmitted her voice, "Isn't it simple? Find someone to pretend to be him." No one entered the city to investigate him. Are you kidding? Who could pretend to be him? As Bai Feng spoke, his face suddenly stiffened. Who could, with Suyu's audacious personality, infuriating words, and despicable temperament, not to mention, he knew someone similar. Lu Hong. His eyes changed. Yes, this bastard. He didn't see it this time. Last time, Suyu pretended to be Lu Hong and went to Willow City. He forgot to ask where Lu Hong was. There must be a reason why Suyu suddenly pretended to be Lu Hong. It meant that Lu Hong couldn't come out. At this moment, he suddenly realized, F*CK, the one in the ancient city was Lu Hong. And Suyu, F*King came in front of countless invincible realm experts, he came in. No wonder the first floor had become a slaughterhouse. At this moment, Bai Feng was completely enlightened. He shouted, "Let's go, to the third floor." His crazy disciple might come to the second floor soon. He might not explore the surroundings, but he might kill indiscriminately. Go to the third floor. He knew that his group would go to the third floor. Only then would it be safe. This time, Bai Feng and Wu Lan didn't argue. They hurriedly looked for the entrance to the third floor. Both of them knew that there was a pervert on the first floor. At this moment, on the first floor. Suyu finished honing his right ear. He sighed. There was no one. He realized that there was no one on the first floor. My civilization is hungry and thirsty. But after flying for a long distance, I actually didn't see a single person. Seriously, they all went to the second floor. Are they stupid? I'm almost done exploring the first floor. I'll leave after I'm done. The second floor is so dangerous. Sigh. Suyu sighed. The guys on the first floor are too stupid. They hide here. I'll leave soon and won't come back to kill people. They've all gathered on the second floor. It's convenient for me. Then I'll rush up one floor at a time. The people on the first level were all running towards the second level. Suyu did not panic. He was not worried that the treasures would be snatched if the people ran away. That did not exist. What they could not get, they would never be able to get. It had been thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. This was not the first time the Starry Mansion had opened. If some treasures could be taken away so easily, they would have been gone thousands of years ago. Some treasures were waiting for the fated or the smart. Suyu felt that he was a smart person. Or rather, he felt that he was the fated person. The so-called fated person had to open at least 360 heavenly cycle orifices, right? Without opening the heavenly cycle orifices, he was nothing. The Starry Mansion belonged to the human emperor, and the person who built it was definitely a human. Some things were left for the human race. These were left by the ancestors. The key was whether the human race could obtain them or not. Outsiders should not even think about taking them. Heaven pit. It was an incomparably huge pit. One side of it was slightly tilted. It wasn't obvious before, but as the entire human face realm shook, the heaven pit became more prominent now. The slope was a tongue. That huge pit was a mouth that had opened wide. The surrounding cliffs were lips. The large platforms under the cliffs were teeth. Previously, because of the dust and other things covering it, it did not look that similar. He could only see that it was a huge black hole that seemed endless. But now, even Xiaohuyo could tell that it was a mouth at a glance. An extremely huge mouth, the few of them floated in the air. Xiaohuyo took a look and could not help but feel a chill. It's a little creepy. Suyu, is this a living person? How can there be such a big mouth? At the side, Huangjiu frowned as well, and he suddenly said, "Don't hover directly above the sinkhole. Sometimes, a powerful airflow will surge out from the sinkhole and sweep people into it. Once they're swept in, practically no one comes out alive. Eaten? Xiaohuyo shuddered and said, "Don't say. Why do I feel that the starry universe manner is a little sinister? This human face realm, is it really a human head? The more I look at it, the more it looks like it. At first, I didn't feel anything. I just felt that there were a few places in this human face realm that are similar to some parts of the human body. But now, it really looks like a face." Everyone knew that this was called the human face realm. However, knowing was one thing. Even if one were to look at it from midair, there wasn't anything too similar. It was just similar in appearance. However, when the dust, sand, and stones were all sent flying, it was too terrifying to look down on the entire human face realm. So you pondered and said, "Isn't this just a face?" His head was broken by someone. As he spoke, Suyu smiled and said, "Not necessarily. Maybe it's in the shape of an L, and the head was bent by someone. Maybe it's a human body." The L shape meant that the head had been bent by someone, so there was a human face facing upward. Was there such a possibility? Suyu thought to himself, maybe it exists. If that was the case, then the second layer was the neck, or the second and third layers were the neck. Don't say any more. I'm a little scared now that you've said it. Xiaohuyu looked embarrassed. He really felt a little scared. After hearing what Suyu said, he also felt that it was more and more similar. However, the Starry Universe mansion had a total of 9 layers. The space of the 9 layers added together might be bigger than the human realm. This was a person, then they were all inside a person's body. Also, it was said that this was the mansion of the ancient human sovereign, the headquarters of the One Council. If it was built by a person, then the human sovereign, the sovereign of the Sage Tao, gave people a very fierce feeling. He lived inside a person's body. That was not in line with the expectations of the human race. Some humans felt that the ancient human sovereign must have been a benevolent monarch. In reality, most cultivators knew that if he was really benevolent, how could he unify the 10,000 worlds? It was impossible to unify 10,000 worlds without relying on killing. So you didn't care about them anymore. He looked down at the sinkhole. It was pitch black and indeed a little creepy. If my guess is in the shape of an L, and the head was bent, then if I enter through the mouth, I can actually enter the second layer or higher through the throat. Suyu thought to himself, forget it, I'll think about this later. He quickly fell off the cliff and stood on the platform at the bottom of the cliff. Beside him was the pitch-black sinkhole. This platform was actually a tooth. Suyu was thinking. These teeth were even more powerful than a carrier, right? Even the hair on one's nose could become a carrier. The toughest part of the human body was the teeth. The toughness of this thing was beyond imagination. With Suyu's teeth, even if they weren't tempered, he could bite Ling Yun to death with a single bite. Not to mention a peerless expert like old Zhou, Suyu landed on the ground and stomped on the teeth. They didn't move at all, not causing the slightest ripple. Only some dust flew up. Xiaohuyu and the others also landed. Looking at the row of ridiculously huge teeth, Huang Ting squatted down and knocked on it. His vital qi seeped in and sensed it. He took a deep breath and said, "It's incomparably sturdy. If these are real teeth, or even if they aren't, they are made to simulate teeth. If they are pulled out, they will be incomparably powerful." Suyu smiled and said, "Don't think about it. Pull them out? Pull my ass. It's already so difficult to pull out a hair, let alone a tooth. If you have this idea, you might as well find where the scalp is. Maybe there are countless hairs, and pulling out one will be a carrier. Hundreds of thousands of carriers will be waiting for you." When he said that, the few of them were stunned. Then, Xiaohuyu gulped and said, Are you serious?" Suyu looked around and said without turning his head, "What's not serious about it? Of course, not all hairs are fine. But with so many hairs, it's normal to have hundreds of them as carriers. After all, it's been so many years. But in the Starry Mansion, no one has seen a treasure land surrounded by countless huge trees, right? The hair was definitely very long. The key was that no one had seen where it was. Or rather, this scalpless existence. Suyu thought about it. Forget it. He would go back and look. If he couldn't find it, then forget it. Hair. If the eyebrows flew up further, it would be the forehead. If the forehead went up further, it would be the scalp. Unfortunately, Suyu didn't see the scalp. Beyond the forehead was the end of this world. Soon, Suyu flew towards the heaven pit. The others followed one after another. And at the same time that Suyu entered the heaven pit. In an incomparably dark and huge world. Towering pillars stood in great numbers, surrounding the entire world. And at this moment, in this dark environment, he too knocked the dead spirit's head and said angrily, "Where did you bring me? Where is this? This is not the dead soul's world. Where was I teleported to? Strange place." He too was very solemn. This damn place made him somewhat uneasy. Those huge pillars were incomparably sturdy. Even if it was him, it was difficult to destroy one. The key was that those pillars were alive. It was a place that was horrifying. Just as he was speaking, a huge pillar suddenly swept towards him. "Who are you bullying?" He too's anger was monstrous. He slapped out with his palm, and a powerful aura of death overflowed, slapping the pillar away. The dead spirit next to him was also extremely fast. He punched out and hit another pillar, causing it to shake. But he too didn't bother and quickly shouted at the dead spirit, "Let's go, you idiot. You've killed me." He was a little depressed. The great he too, was tricked by an idiot dead spirit. Where was I teleported to? Countless huge pillars, every giant pillar could attack people, and they were all very powerful. Even for him, it was not easy to break them. Moreover, there were too many of them. It was frightening. This thing, if pulled out, could be used by a weak earth soldier or a strong heavenly soldier. There were too many. It was frightening. He too didn't have much interest in these things, including the most powerful giant pillars that could be used as carriers. In fact, he wasn't very interested in them. He couldn't use them. The dead spirit didn't fit the 3 lives. They were all dead, so how could there be 3 lives? There was no past, no future. At this moment, he too just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Damn it, if I don't go back now, what if my territory is taken by someone else? To the dead spirit, the most important thing was still the dead spirit's galaxy. Apart from that, there were very few treasures that could affect them. In his territory, the dead spirit's galaxy was a relatively safe and wide section. If he didn't go back now, once someone thought that he was dead and took over his territory, it would be troublesome. Even if he could go back and take it back, who knew if they would trample on his territory? While dodging the attacks of the giant pillars, he turned his head to look at the dead spirit helplessly. He too shouted, "Do you know how to get out of here?" Who was this damned guy when he was alive? He was quite strong. More importantly, this guy suddenly entered the passage and was teleported to this completely unfamiliar realm. He too could be considered a knowledgeable person. Even if he lost some of his memories, it was not to the extent that he had no impression of this place. He shouldn't have been here when he was alive. Is there a place I haven't been to in the universe? He too himself was puzzled. Where is this damned place? There's actually a place I haven't been to. Strange, the dead spirit stared blankly and didn't speak. A newly awakened dead spirit's memories were still slowly recovering. There were very few of them, extremely few. Their memories would recover bit by bit, but this recovery might take tens of millions of years. But being able to awaken from the dead spirit's river meant that this person would gradually recover his memories and become similar to Xianxia and the others. Seeing that the dead spirit didn't speak, or perhaps didn't know what to say, he too knocked on the head again and said angrily, "Look at you, where did you put us? Damn it, that old ghost must be feeling better lately. No one is attacking him anymore." He was very angry. The old turtle was now comfortable. No one was attacking the passage, and he could do whatever he wanted. Without his suppression, the old turtle could probably leave the city at will. The dead spirit was still in a daze, but after being knocked on the head a few times, it seemed a little uncomfortable. It shook its head and ran with he too for a while. Suddenly, it said, "Up, up, we should be able to go up, go up." He too looked at the densely packed giant pillars above and felt a toothache. You make it sound so easy. These giant pillars were about to form a large array. Under the series of attacks, even he would feel uncomfortable. I can go out if I go up. He was powerful. After thinking for a while, he decided to believe you again, you idiot. If I can't get out, I will absorb you to strengthen myself. The two dead spirits quickly soar. Countless giant pillars came at them. He too slapped one away with his palm. Soon, he flew all the way to the top of the space. With a loud bang, he too struck out with his palm, and the hundreds of giant pillars were sent flying by him. He too was also panting heavily. At this moment, he looked down and couldn't help but say, "Why are there so many giant pillars? They look like strands of hair that are hanging down?" Hair, yes, long hair hanging down. He too cursed as he looked up. After passing through the great array of giant pillars, he seemed to have seen something, a bit of light. He too was overjoyed. Am I going out? The point is, where am I? Could it be, this is the universe? Doesn't it mean that there is another way out of the world of dead spirits except the passage of the dead spirits? If that's the case, why am I fighting the old tortoise? I can just take people out from here. Of course, it's a little dangerous. An ordinary dead spirit lord might be killed. Even he couldn't bear the countless giant pillars. Fortunately, this guy who had just been revived was not weak. With his help, the two of them came up safely. Soon, he too flew up along a giant pillar with the dazed dead spirits. At this moment, when he looked down, he found it even more strange. Looking around, these pillars really looked like human hair hanging down. It was uneven. As he flew inwards, it seemed to be sticking to his scalp. Well, in his opinion, it was not a scalp, but an iron wall. Even he couldn't break that wall with a slap. He too had no choice but to continue flying upward. There were more and more attacks. As he too flew, he only felt that these pillars began to become sparse. Vaguely, he saw light. A moment later, he and Daze passed through countless hair and landed on a huge platform. It was not a platform, but the end of the forehead. At this moment, he too's expression became strange. He looked around. This was a huge platform with huge pillars hanging down from it. Just now, the source of the pillars that attacked him was here. At this moment, he landed on the platform, but there were no more giant pillars attacking him. He too's expression changed. He looked at Daze and said hesitantly, "You have been here before you were alive? This place, what the hell is this place?" As he spoke, he frowned slightly and suddenly looked back. Behind him, there was a thin film, a light shield, which seemed to be a boundary wall. He walked forward and could vaguely see some of the situation on the other side. His eyes were full of deaf chi, and divine light appeared. At this moment, his eyes seemed to see through the thin film and saw the opposite side. His expression changed, and it was somewhat familiar. What did he see? In the distance, there were two mountain ranges that stretched endlessly into the distance. "Mount May," he murmured. "Mount May, yes, Mount May." At this moment, he too's expression changed drastically. "Mount May, then where am I?" He quickly looked down and behind him, and a huge wave set off in his heart. "I see Mount May on the other side of the boundary wall, the Mount May that stretches for hundreds of kilometers. F***ck. He too was horrified. "Holy shit, I am in the Starry Mansion." "No, something is wrong. The Starry Mansion, the place with the Mount May, is the first floor. Then where am I? Basement 1, basement? The Starry Mansion has a basement? No, this is related to the dead soul's realm." He too's expression changed completely. Did I forget something? He was not an ancient expert. He was the first generation of the awakened human race, an expert of the first tide change. However, he had the bloodline of an ancient expert, and the power of the bloodline was very strong. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. He was teleported from the dead soul's realm to the basement of the Starry Mansion. What did this mean? It meant that the Starry Mansion ran through the heavens and the dead soul's realm. How terrifying was this? Of course, he also knew one thing. The dead soul's realm actually had a passage in the Starry Mansion, but that passage was very complicated, and it was opened on the 7th floor. It was very difficult to get out because of the rules. But this seemed to have no rules. In other words, the passage on the 7th floor was actually a prison, guarded by the rules. You can only come out if you are allowed to come out, and you have to go back if you are told to go back, and this place seemed to be a back door. An unguarded back door. He too's expression changed completely. "So, once I enter the Starry Mansion from here, and then leave with the Starry Mansion, will I be Teleported back to the dead soul's realm or back to the dead soul's realm, anyway, even if he was teleported back to the dead soul's realm, it actually didn't matter. This meant that he was not restricted by the rules and could move freely in the starry mansion. He too's heart was in turmoil. Suddenly, he looked at Dai Dai and said in a deep voice, "You, who are you? Did you teleport by accident or on purpose?" The dead soul's realm actually has a passage to the starry mansion. Passage. Terrifying. He too's expression changed again, 360 stars, 360 passages. Corresponding to the number of special passages in the dead soul's realm. This? Yes, the starry mansion seems to have opened recently. That means it opened at the same time. Thoughts appeared in his mind. The next moment, he suddenly said, "Suyu." He gritted his teeth. That bastard dared to provoke me last time. Is he here this time? Is he here? Suyu. He too suddenly smiled, revealing his black teeth on his dark face. Are you here? I seem to have entered the starry mansion. Ha ha ha. He too laughed, extremely happy. He quickly looked at Dai Dai and said, "Let's go to the starry mansion." The place where he was considered a basement. He too roughly knew where he was. His forehead, and those giant pillars just now were all hair. He actually had some thoughts in his mind, but he didn't dare to say it out. It was too scary. This was something he had never considered before. F*ck, there really was hair, moreover, it went through the dead soul's realm. The dead soul's realm was just a bit like a human face. It didn't mean that everyone thought it was a human face. It was just a bit of a prank. But, when hair appeared, he too was also shocked. Was this a prank? Was it necessary to even make hair? As he was thinking, he hit the barrier with a bang. He too was stunned. Can't go through, he frowned and slammed his palm again. The barrier trembled slightly. Can't get out? It couldn't be, he thought for a while, and soon, he thought of something. The starry mansion had fixed entrances, and this place might not be able to enter. It's okay. I'm here. I just need to look for it. Soon, I'll go in, he too laughed. I'm actually in the starry mansion. Look at Dai Dai, this guy, not bad. In that case, I'll be able to have direct contact with the juniors of all the worlds in the universe. Especially Suyu, you'd better come in and be alive. You're very arrogant. The last time you provoked me, you destroyed some of my remnant thoughts, and then you mocked me. I didn't even have a chance to scold you back. Just wait. He began to look for the passage, ready to enter the next floor. At this moment, Suyu would never have thought that there was a basement in this starry mansion. For countless years, everyone only knew that this place had 9 floors, but no one knew that there was a basement, and now, there were 2 invincible dead spirits in the basement. Among them, there was a little grudge between him and one of them. Last time when he destroyed the other's resentment, Suyu thought that he couldn't get out, so he mocked him a lot. Because he didn't know, Suyu was quite relaxed. Invincible on the 1st floor, invincible on the 2nd and 3rd floors. What should I be afraid of? Therefore, he was not in a hurry. It's just the 9th floor. I can't go to the 9th floor, and I may not go to the 8th floor. I'll wait and see on the 7th floor. I have plenty of time. Now the 2nd day has not passed, I'm not in a hurry at all. In his mouth, Suyu was a little disgusted. This place could be tempered in other places, cut off, but this mouth. Was it going to be cut off too? But soon, Suyu found that it was not so troublesome. But, it was still disgusting. In the depths of the sinkhole, there was a swirling astral wind. Suyu tried it. He just had to breathe in and out, letting the astral wind swirl around his mouth, tempering the entire oral cavity. It was simple, but the key was, this was a mouth. This old Joe, could it be that he had bad breath? This astral wind, could it be his breath? So, I'm sucking his breath? Fine, I admit it, earwax is a treasure. What can't I endure? Look at Xia Hu Yu and the rest. They were just short of lying on the ground and sucking, and kissing each other's big tongues. How disgusting. Of course, in the depths of the sinkhole, there was a clear spring. Many times, Suyu wanted to collect the spring water that looked like a treasure, but, it was a little unbearable. Forget the earwax, forget the inhalation, this spring water, it was most likely saliva. he was still hesitating, but Xiaohu hurriedly said, Suyu, hurry up and collect it. This is a famous treasure in the Myriad worlds, the Emperor's saliva fragrance. At the side, Huangjiu also explained, this thing is even more effective than the holy spring water in the bloody plains. One drop can revive the dead and grow flesh and bones. Aren't you injured? Take a few drops, and your physical injuries might be healed. I'd rather die. Suyu snorted. This is saliva. You actually want me to eat saliva, and it has been dead for countless years. I won't eat it, forget it, I'll collect it. This thing is good. At most, I'll sell it to others, and they won't know. Speaking of which, the dragon race seems to have ambergris. It's said that it was cultivated with dragon saliva. Everyone likes it, but why can I accept dragon saliva, and bird's nest? I can accept it too. Why can't I accept old Zhou's, such an expert, when he was alive? His entire body must be fragrant, right? With some messy thoughts, Suyu collected all the spring water. As expected, the energy contained in it was shocking, and it really had a holy smell. Go to the 3rd level and find the smiling lotus. Eat the lotus to recover my physical body. If I can't find it. Suyu looked at the spring water in his storage ring. If I can't find it. Cough cough, we'll see, it's just saliva, cough cough, I'll wait and see. There's no rush. There are many opportunities in the Starry Mansion. If I'm really in a rush and need to recover my physical body, I can make a decision based on the situation. I closed my eyes and steeled my heart. What can't I eat? Suyu gave himself a heads up. There were countless people in the Myriad worlds who wanted to eat this thing, but couldn't. As he thought about it, Suyu had also completed the transformation of his mouth orifice. At this moment, he couldn't find his belly button. He could only go to the entrance of the 1st and 2nd level. That should be Bai Hui, right? At this moment, Suyu also felt the changes in his 7 orifices. The strengthening of his brain was secondary. The key was that he felt like his life level had risen. It seemed like he was no longer immortal, although he wasn't immortal for a long time. At this moment, Suyu had a feeling that he could stay alive even if his head was cut off. Perhaps he could live for a long time. He was strong, but his improvement wasn't obvious. The one with the most obvious improvement was actually Xiaohu. He hadn't been following Suyu for long, and this guy had already completed 24 casts of his physical body. Terrifying. However, there were many treasures in this place. He casually took a few and completed 1 cast. After a few tries, he completed 24 casts. Xiaohu cultivated Xiaojia's inherited cultivation technique. The heaven-splitting blades body forging technique was also 36 casts. According to 36 calculations, Xiaohu had also entered the 6th level of the sky-soaring stage and was about to enter the 7th level. Maybe if he ate 1 earwax, he would be able to enter the 7th level. This speed was already extremely fast. As for Huangtang, he was about to complete a metamorphosis and enter Lingyun 7. On the other hand, Suyu's strength had actually increased and he had obtained many treasures. However, his physical body hadn't changed much. He was still in the initial state of Lingyun 7 and hadn't completed the metamorphosis. I need a cultivation technique, Suyu thought to himself. Previously, he had seen some cultivation techniques circulating. As for whether this cultivation technique belonged to old Zhou or the person who built the Starry Mansion, Suyu wasn't too sure. However, he hadn't seen everything. The divine orifices aren't complete. I'll leave them alone. However, the problem of my physical body really has to be resolved. Otherwise, if I transform randomly, it will affect the strength of my physical body. Cultivation technique. Perhaps, he could take advantage of the fact that his physical body was injured to give it a try. Otherwise, he would have to spend more money to treat his injuries if he was injured again. Now that his physical body was heavily injured, no matter how injured he was, it was nothing much. Rebirth of flesh and blood could ensure that his physical body wouldn't collapse. As long as the foundation was there, it was fine. Of the 360 acupoints, Suyu roughly saw about 250. In fact, cultivation techniques also had a pattern. He just had to find the symmetry. Counting all the 300 plus acupoints, Suyu could link them all. However, there were a few that he needed to verify again and again. There isn't just one circulatory cycle art, and I don't have to be the same as others. As long as I can circulate it smoothly, I can use it as a whole to temper my acupoints and complete the metamorphosis. As for the power, that's secondary. How powerful was it? Similarly, a cultivation technique with 36 acupoints could be utilized well and unleashed more power. Even if it was the same 36 acupoints, the power of the cultivation technique might be different depending on the sequence of circulation. If he could circulate it without harming himself, then it was a cultivation technique. My current goal is to circulate it. As for the power, I can adjust it later. After tempering his mouth acupoint, Suyu started thinking again. Since this was the head, there should be an extremely important acupoint here, the glabella acupoint. That was the acupoint that the demons had mastered. Suyu's eyes moved slightly. He suddenly pointed to the glabella and said, "The exit is over there?" "Yes." Huangjiu looked at him and said, "Didn't you ask that once before?" No, Suyu thought that he had pointed there previously, but previously, he was actually referring to the Baihui acupoint. However, he had taken a detour and looked at the glabella acupoint. The Baihui acupoint wasn't there, it was the glabella acupoint. It entered the second level from the glabella acupoint. The glabella acupoint, Suyu murmured. In that case, he might be able to check how his glabella acupoint worked. There were 3 acupoints that were more difficult and not symmetrical. The glabella acupoint, the heaven-connecting acupoint, and the spine acupoint of the Shin clan. If he knew how these 3 acupoints worked, he would be able to roughly deduce the cultivation technique. Glabella, spine, heaven-connecting acupoint, Suyu murmured and went to check the circulation pattern of the glabella acupoint. And, he suddenly looked at the sinkhole and said in a low voice, "There might be a door here." The 3 looked at him in surprise. Where did the door come from? It's that kind of door, Suyu was talking about the door of the special passage. He suspected that all 360 doors had returned to this place and returned to their original positions in the acupoint. Perhaps, that was the acupoint materialization, therefore, there might be a door in each of the 360 acupoints, a door to leave. However, he had not seen it. It might be hidden in the void. Or it might only gather when he went out. He had not thoroughly investigated the secret of this starry mansion. There was no rush. He would go level by level. Suyu said quickly, "Go to the entrance and take a look at the second level." Not exploring anymore? Xiaohuyu was reluctant to leave the first level. There are treasures on the first level, Suyu waved his hand and said, "I'm not going. The places you mentioned might be some sweat pores. It's meaningless, it's all trash." Alright, Xiaohuyu was speechless. Trash, ear wax was trash, nose hair was trash, saliva was trash. Didn't you collect them all? Looking at those big teeth, Xiaohuyu sighed, "These things can't be knocked off. Otherwise, if I knocked them off, I think it would be no problem to use them as heavenly soldiers or carriers." You have a death wish. Suyu was speechless. This old Joe still had his instincts. He would bite you to death. Speaking of which, Suyu looked at the teeth on both sides of the cliff. If they were really knocked off, they would be treasures. What a pity, old Joe would be able to close his mouth, right? As he thought about this, he grabbed the few of them and said, "Go, fly further away. This place is dangerous." Dangerous? The few of them were surprised. How could there be any danger? Suyu ignored them. If I say there is, then there is. After flying for a distance, Suyu suddenly opened up an aperture. At this moment, he heard an angry roar once again. The roar attacked him. Fortunately, Suyu was now prepared, so he was not too affected. After opening the aperture, Suyu waved his hand and blocked Xiaohuyu and the others. He said in a low voice again, "Tai Mountain." Boom. Tai Mountain. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The angry roar sounded again, shaking heaven and earth. In the distance, in the sinkhole, the 2 sides of the teeth suddenly closed. They gritted their teeth, and with a crack, the void was crushed. It was extremely cold, Suyu was shocked and quickly sealed the aperture. With this seal, these chain reactions gradually stopped. And the closed teeth opened again, revealing the sinkhole. Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Can this attract the invincible to the first level? damn, even if the invincible didn't die from this bite, he would be seriously injured. The speed was too fast. At this moment, Xiaohu and the others were also very surprised. However, the movement was not too big. Once Suyu closed the aperture, all the movement stopped. The few of them looked back. The sinkhole was still the sinkhole, there was no difference. The only difference was that there were more space cracks above the sinkhole. Xiaohu said with lingering fear, Suyu, you are the best. How did you know that there would be space cracks? It is indeed dangerous. Suyu smiled. Nonsense, of course I knew. The danger in your eyes was all because of me. No, it was all old Zhou's doing. This guy's instinct still existed. With this mouth, it would not be difficult for him to bite the sun and moon to death. He might be able to bite the invincible to death too. Let's go. Suyu brought the few of them and flew away quickly. At this moment, he too's face was solemn. Danger, he suddenly felt danger just now. Forget it, let's talk about it later. There seemed to be changes on the first level. It was very dangerous. At the entrance of the second floor. It was a huge vortex. Suyu arrived with a few people. He frowned slightly and looked around. It was really where the glabella acupoint was. We're going up? Xiaohu asked, are we going up now? Suyu ignored him and quickly soared into the air and looked around the vortex. At this moment, he was a little hesitant. How could he benefit from the glabella acupoint? How could he temper it, or rather, how could he find the circulation method of this acupoint, which acupoints were related, and how to connect them? He had not seen this before. Now that he knew the circulation method of a few special acupoints, the rest would be much easier. Glabella acupoint, circulate. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Huangjiao and the others. Xiaohu was slightly taken aback but did not say anything. Huangjiao and Huangting's expressions changed. However, Suyu did not give them a chance. With a grab, the few of them fell into a misty space. Suyu didn't care about them. He trapped them inside and carefully observed the vortex. A moment later, Suyu opened the sealed acupoint. Taishan. Suyu growled and the world spun again. Perhaps he had heard it a few times today. At this moment, old Zhou was furious and the entire floor shook violently. Meanwhile, voices kept ringing in Suyu's mind. Taishan, why do you want to kill me? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Blood flowed out of Suyu's mouth, but he did not care. He allowed the voices to attack him. At this moment, he was carefully observing the glabella acupoint. When old Zhou raged, his cultivation technique would definitely circulate. He wanted to see how this person operated the glabella acupoint. As expected, as old Zhou raged, the glabella acupoint spun rapidly and a large amount of primordial qi gathered. The entire passage was trembling. Far away, outside the barrier. He too felt like he had seen a person, not just one, but several people. He had never seen Suyu before, but he had heard Suyu's voice. At this moment, he could not tell what was going on. At this moment, he was a little shocked. What a powerful fluctuation, what was going on? The starry mansion was rioting, was it because the material of the forging was a person? He didn't dare to think too deeply. At this moment, he didn't dare to move either. There seemed to be a huge problem inside the first floor. It was very dangerous. It was best not to go out. He would wait for the riots to stop before going in to take a look. At this moment, he was also very curious about the starry mansion. He had been here before, but not before. Beside him, Dai Dai did not move at all. He was also watching the situation inside the stronghold. As he watched, his eyes became blank and a little absent-minded. Meanwhile, Myriad heavens and realms, starry sea. The White Jade School began to riot again. This was the third time. The first time was violent, the second was slightly lighter, and the third. This time, it was a continuous riot. The faces of the Invincible Realm experts were extremely gloomy. Every time there was a riot, a few people would die. The first time was the most. It was unknown whether the second time was an accident or a coincidence. In any case, a few people had died at that time. Now, there was a third riot, and the passageway was broken. This meant that more people had died. Damn it, furthermore, the ones who died weren't weaklings, but the peak experts of the Sun Moon Empire. In the distance, Dao King's face was cold, and he was no longer crazy. Of the 13 places, 11 people had entered, and 7 had died. This was his luck. Only 4 were left, this luck. He felt that the whole world was against him. It was too despicable. There are 3,080 people left. Not bad. Someone muttered. Not bad. Only 500 people had died. The 2 days were almost over. Not bad. Only 200 people had died in a day. Nearby, some Invincible Realm experts were speechless. Was this not good? Sigh, this time, who knew what had happened? The Starry Mansion had been rioting, and now everyone was very annoyed. If this went on, they would all die, and it would be difficult for them to bear such a loss. On the 7th floor of the Starry Mansion. At this moment, the battle continued, and a large number of experts gathered here. Xiao Longwu killed a Sun Moon Empire expert with one slash, exhaled, and quickly fled. Fortunately, the Starry Mansion shook a little, or he would have been surrounded by Wan's Invincible Realm experts. As he fled, Xiao Longwu observed the surroundings. The 7th floor was very dangerous. Many experts were here, and there were more than 20 Invincible Realm experts. And the 9-leaf sky lotus that everyone was looking forward to was vaguely visible. It was in a very obvious place, in the void, slowly blooming. But if you went there, you couldn't touch it, and you couldn't get it. According to some of the sayings that Xiao Longwu understood, this thing had to wait. When it completely bloomed, it would bloom, and from illusion to reality. Now, all sides were cleaning up the small fry. Some people sealed off the 7th floor, not allowing anyone to enter. In the distance, a battle broke out. Xiao Longwu looked back, and it seemed to be the one from the Zhu family. Zhu Tianfeng, this guy was also very strong. Xiao Longwu didn't look at him, and quickly retreated. This time, the human clan had sent 4 Invincible Realm experts. Xiao Longwu, Zhu Tianfeng, Zhou Polong, and Qin Jin. As for the other races, quite a few had come. Xiao Longwu did a quick calculation and came to the conclusion that there were 22 of them, perhaps even more. Furthermore, there might be some old fellows below the 7th level, but it was likely that they had 3 lives. However, most of what he knew and saw were 3 bodies in one. If he didn't have 3 bodies in one, he would most likely die in vain. There were a lot of Invincible Realm experts here, and if he had 3 lives, he would only be a little stronger than a quasi-invincible realm expert. When he encountered an Invincible Realm expert, he wouldn't have to spend too much effort to be killed. As he fled, in the distance, a long spear flew across the sky. Qin Jin's angry roar sounded. Celestial Clan, F*CKU, I'll stab you to death with my spear. Over there, Qin Jin was fighting with an Invincible Realm expert of the Celestial Clan. Xiao Longwu glanced at him and didn't bother too much. Qin Jin's strength was still quite strong. It was just that he was a little unlucky. Xiao Longwu could sense that he had fought 6 times in less than 2 days. Under normal circumstances, there weren't many Invincible Realm experts directly colliding, but this guy was good. He took care of 30% of the battles on the 7th floor. Thinking of this, Xiao Longwu frowned slightly. This time, the tremor was especially long. After a long time, the violent tremor stopped. Everyone's heart was filled with doubt. Just how did this tremor occur? Several times, at this moment, Suyu kept vomiting blood. As he vomited, he got used to it. It's okay, old Zhou just roared and hit his Sea of Will. Fortunately, there was a tombstone with inscriptions to cover it. Although it was a little uncomfortable, it was bearable. At this moment, a flame mark rose between his eyebrows. Old Zhou was angry, and the aperture between his eyebrows was operating rapidly. Suyu finally noticed something strange. He observed carefully and continued to vomit blood. It's okay, a little injury was nothing. This time, he had to figure out the aperture between his eyebrows. A moment later, the aperture between his eyebrows operated. That was Suyu's own aperture between his eyebrows. It operated and connected with other apertures. Apertures all over his body lit up, 250 apertures lit up. 260, 270, these apertures quickly connected. So you only made a simple attempt and started to adjust. Under normal circumstances, it would take him at least a day to operate 360 apertures. At this moment, so you actively stimulated these apertures and started operating them. The speed was fast. The operation of the apertures had to be corresponding. If he knew one, he would know too. Very soon, 320 apertures were lit up, a mouthful of thick blood spurted out, and one of the apertures stirred. Suyu's face changed slightly, and he instantly turned pale. No. Suyu growled. Wrong. The operation of the aperture that he had deduced just now was wrong. It shouldn't operate like this. At this moment, he did not care anymore. He took out a drop of Emperor's saliva and was about to swallow it. Suddenly, he froze. Swallow my ass. I'll just apply it externally. At this stage, why should I swallow it? Suyu cursed in his heart. I'm really brainless, I almost forgot about this. A drop of saliva, no, a drop of imperial saliva fell onto Suyu's fleshly body. Moments ago, his aperture had been on the verge of exploding, but in the blink of an eye, Suyu's fleshly body was more than half healed. That was not all. Originally, Suyu's fleshly body had been seriously injured. But now, a pure power seeped into him, and in the blink of an eye, his injuries were mostly healed. Suyu was secretly shocked. What a powerful effect! His body was comparable to the sun and moon, and he had actually recovered from most of his injuries in an instant. This thing felt no weaker than the demon god fruit. In fact, it might even be stronger. The problem was, I took a pool of it, a few thousand drops, right? How terrifying, Suyu sighed in his heart. He quickly adjusted the aperture that he had operated incorrectly, and it almost exploded. He adjusted it again. Right now, he did not have the time to find someone else to try. Besides, no one had opened 360 apertures, so he could only do it himself. This time, after some adjustments, the glabella aperture was connected. Suyu immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Success, the aperture was still lighting up. Soon, it reached his spine. With a loud bang, Suyu spat out another mouthful of blood. His spine was exploding. Suyu quickly dripped the Emperor's saliva on his body to restore his ruptured spine. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly stopped the circulation. No, the spine aperture could not be connected smoothly. There was a problem. He could not try it recklessly. Before he found the trick, he could easily cause his entire body to explode. Suyu closed one aperture, and the vibration stopped. He waved his hand. In the distance, Xiaohuyu and the others opened their eyes and looked at Suyu. At this moment, Suyu still had a wolf head. However, this wolf head was somewhat weak and pale, and there seemed to be a bloody hole between his eyebrows. Xiaohuyu knew what Suyu was trying, and did not care about the fact that he had not shown it to him. He frowned and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." At this moment, the first level fell silent. Suyu looked at the vortex again, took a deep breath, and said, "Come, let's go up." Almost there, the glabella aperture should be operating in the right way. He had connected more than 300 apertures just now, and there were almost no problems. Just a few more corresponding apertures, and he would be able to complete the circulation technique. Once he completed it, his physical body 9 transformations might land in the Starry Universe mansion. Completing the physical body 9 transformations, and the mountains and seas aperture. Suyu suspected that he could complete it in an instant. Of course, he was not sure of this yet. If everything went smoothly this time, perhaps he would soon be able to step into the mountains and seas, or even the peak of the mountains and seas. Up? Xiaohuyu looked at the first level and sighed. It's only been 2 days, and there's no one left on the first level because of you. I heard that in previous years, the first level had the most people. Now, there might be people on the entire first level, but there were pitifully few of them. Perhaps they were all hiding somewhere. If he was not careful, he would die. The entire first level was almost destroyed by Suyu. Suyu said that the vibration was not caused by him, but Xiaohuyu also had to believe him. It would be strange if he did not. Then let's go to the second level. He did not have any objections. He would follow Suyu and eat meat first. When Suyu went up to a higher level, he might not go. Suyu said no more. He stepped on the air and instantly flew toward the vortex. Xiaohuyu and the others hurriedly followed. They all disappeared into the passageway. In the distance, a barrier was opened, and he too came out with Dai Dai. He too glanced at the mid-brow's aperture and did not pay much attention to it. He was more curious about why such a huge change had occurred in this place. Dai Dai, do you know what's going on? He too asked. Dai Dai's dead spirit did not say a word. His eyes were confused. Under the memory loss, he could not remember many things. He too was helpless, idiot dead spirit, good, he was not an idiot, and it was difficult to fool him into becoming a fighter. There seems to be no one on the first level. He too smiled. It was good that there was no one. He could explore it himself. He and Dai Dai were extremely powerful. At this moment, the two of them walked in the void and explored around. A moment later, he too walked to the center of the blood plane and sighed. In the past, he seemed to have come here and taken away some holy spring. And now, he was here again. Unfortunately, he was no longer a living person. My ancestor was also in existence in the eighth heaven. He too sighed. Seeing that Dai Dai did not say a word, he smiled and said, "You don't understand, right? The Starry Mansion is divided into 9 levels. Human sovereigns live on the 9th level, and the 8th level is where some peerless masters live. My ancestor was a human king of the ancient human race. Do you know what a human king is?" Dai Dai stared at him blankly, and after a while, he said dryly, "Human king. Path integration." Path integration peak, he too was not surprised. He had recovered some of his memory. He smiled and said, "Yes, an existence at path integration peak. According to the current classification, he is the strongest among the half-sovereigns. Unfortunately, my ancestor has fallen. I don't know if he is in the dead souls world. Even if those old guys from the ancient times are dead, it is not so easy to revive. So, this starry mansion is also fated with me. Unfortunately, when I came here, I did not get too many benefits. I could not go up to the 8th level, and the gatekeeper of the 8th level did not let me in." Speaking of this, he sneered again, "That old guy from the Sky Hunter Pavilion is really alive. I heard that he has his own mansion on the 8th level, but it seems that he can't go back now. He is wandering outside all day long." As he wandered, he acted as the master and explained to Dai Dai, "Do you know the master of the Sky Hunter Pavilion? He is the heaven supervisor, and his status is actually lower than my ancestors. My ancestor is one of the human kings, one of the major figures in the heavens. He, the heaven supervisor, is 1 level lower. But speaking of which, his status is higher than the old turtle. The old turtle is only the spirit-suppressing general of the ancient times. But the old turtle is strong, and he is too lazy to fight for it. Otherwise, the spirit-suppressing marquis would be no problem." Dai Dai was speechless. He too had nothing to do. As he went around to explore, he said with a smile, "You don't know the level of the ancient times? You are not an ancient dead spirit? But you are not weak, not an ancient dead spirit. Could it be that you are from my generation? In the ancient times, the human sovereigns were the most respected. After that, it was the half-sovereigns of the various races, and the human kings. In terms of status, they were on the same level as the half-sovereigns of the various races. After that, it is the various Houyi. The heaven supervisor's status is not bad. This guy might be the one with the highest status among the ancient times. But now that the ancient times have recovered, he will be the first to die. This guy is the heaven supervisor, but he didn't do his duty. When he was hiding, he destroyed the Sky Hunter list. Hee. If he really returned to the ancient times, he would have been killed long ago." He soon arrived at the Double Dragon Gorge. He casually turned a little guy hiding here into a dead spirit. The celestial race powerhouse who had avoided the danger. With great difficulty turned into a dead spirit in the blink of an eye and followed behind him. He too was too lazy to say anything. This is the Double Dragon Gorge, the position of the nostrils. If this place is really humanized, then it is too terrifying. He too touched his chin. I have never heard of an ancient powerhouse being killed and forged into a star mansion. Could it be that it is just similar? He couldn't figure out the situation. He too said with a strange expression, vaguely, "Someone seems to be calling me. Do you hear it?" He looked at him with a strange expression and said dryly, "No, no." He too frowned and murmured, "No?" Sigh, people are probably like this when they die. Their senses are not sharp anymore. When he was alive, he had opened 360 yuan apertures. Suyu didn't know about this, but Suyu had guessed that because he too could also cultivate the yuan aperture reversal method, he seemed to have reversed the death aura and released the dead spirit. But that was when he was alive. Everything in life had become the past with the death of the person. The past was gone, so naturally everything was gone. Everything had to start from scratch. The dead spirit didn't care about these things. He too vaguely heard some voices, but it was not real. This made him even more curious. What happened on the first floor? Soon, he entered the double dragon gorge with Dai Dai and the weak dead spirit. Countless pieces of dragon coiling would swept towards him. However, compared to the giant pillar on his scalp, the nose hair seemed a little weak. In a flash, Suyu appeared on the second floor. Someone said in surprise, "There are people on the first floor. Is this the Demon Wolf clan? They're not dead? Maybe they've looted a lot of treasures," Suyu didn't even bother to open his eyes. He casually threw out the book, and when he opened his eyes again, the 6 Lingyun experts and 1 Mountain Sea expert instantly disappeared into the book. They were blocking the entrance to kill people and steal goods. This kind of people were very common. The first floor was full of changes, but also full of opportunities. Now that most of them had come up, perhaps there were still some living people down there. These people were waiting here to kill people and steal goods. So you didn't hold back against them. It didn't matter if there were humans or not. If they wanted to kill his goods, then he would kill them. It didn't matter if they were humans or not. He didn't see any humans. Perhaps the humans were being targeted again. When Xia Huyu and the others opened their eyes, there was nothing. They also heard it, but when they opened their eyes, there was nothing. They thought they were hearing things, but when they saw the book in Suyu's hand, they were shocked. They weren't hearing things, they were dead. He was instantly killed by Suyu. In the outside world, there were people frowning. 7 people had died in one go. Which floor had they died on? Their strength was probably on the 2nd or 3rd floor, right? However, 7 deaths was still acceptable. If they had encountered a Mountain Sea expert, they might have been killed in an instant. There was a difference between that and dozens or hundreds of people dying on the first floor. It wasn't just the 7 of them who had died. People were dying on the first floor as well. He too encountered some of the survivors on the first floor, but he didn't kill them. Instead, he casually turned them into dead spirits. In any case, he was in the Starry Universe mansion, so he wasn't bound by the rules. After coming out of the tunnel, he was still bound by the rules. He couldn't casually turn people into dead spirits. Otherwise, Xingyu would have forcibly reversed Suyu. Another 20 have died. Wudi sighed. Perfect, there were 3,000 left. 1/6 of them had died. Someone laughed. The previous changes eliminated some of the weaker ones. Most of the strong ones are still alive. Don't be so pessimistic. It's normal for the weak to go in and die. Not many strong ones had died before. Only a few Sun and Moon experts had died. Most of them were Sor and Ling Yun. So this is the 2nd floor? Suyu instantly killed those fellows and looked around. The 2nd floor was different from the 1st floor. Not only was it different, but it was also completely different. The whole 2nd floor was like a land of magma. There were flames and magma everywhere. Blood and fire filled the air. Huangjiao said gloomily, "The 2nd floor is the Flame Mountain. Legend has it that in ancient times, a blood-fire demon race expert fought with a fire spirit race expert of the 5 elements race here. This Flame Mountain realm was left behind." Suyu laughed. "It's just the blood vessels on the neck. You make it sound like it's real. Ancient times, a battle between experts." Bulge *T, he took a look. Although he could not see any signs of it, and there was no comparison, the 2nd layer was indeed like what Huangjiao had said. It was a world of flames. However, with the inference of the 1st layer, so you could determine that the land of magma with a single look was formed by blood vessels. There were more blood vessels on the neck. It was normal for such signs to be formed. Huangzhou didn't say anything else. According to Suyu, this floor could indeed be the neck. However, no one dared to think about it. Because it was very scary, an extremely powerful expert in ancient times was killed by the human emperor. The human emperor lifted the opponent's legs and slammed them into the ground. The human emperor broke the opponent's head and inserted the hair into the dead soul's world. The human emperor forged a galaxy mansion. The more they thought about it, the more terrifying it was. Of course, they didn't think about the hair at this moment because they didn't see it. So you didn't care about them. He was thinking about his own matters. First floor, Kaiyuan. Second floor, 15,000 June. 15,000 June wasn't difficult. It was just opening the apertures. As long as it was enough, it would be fine. Opening some apertures, strengthening some qi and blood, and laying the foundation with essence blood. This was the 15,000 June realm. Was this second floor related to 15,000 June? Treasure hunting required good treasures. It wasn't like taking everything you saw. Sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood. Suyu wasn't in a hurry. The treasures that were on the surface couldn't be obtained. They were all in the hands of others. If he wanted to find them, he had to find something that others couldn't see. Taishan. Suyu opened his sealed aperture and casually shouted. His voice wasn't loud. He adjusted it so that Xia Huyu and the others didn't hear it. This shout, boom, flames erupted. Old Zhou seemed very irritated. Where is Taishan? Where? Previously, when he was in the first floor, his brain heard it. Hence, the explosion was very intense. Now that he was in the second floor, Old Zhou's remnant consciousness seemed to have sensed that Taishan was in the second floor. Instantly, he was incomparably furious, mountains crumbled and the earth cracked, flames rose, the entire realm instantly turned into a sea of flames. Large amounts of magma spewed out. He was so angry that his blood vessels were about to explode. Taishan was on his neck, riding on his neck. This was probably what Old Zhou was thinking. Remnant consciousnesses were very stupid. Only some obsessions existed. The rest didn't exist. At this moment, the flames in the second floor erupted, rumbling non-stop. It shook the surroundings. In the distance, someone soared up and screamed. In an instant, he turned into flames and burned into nothingness. Xia Huyu and the others looked at Suyu. Xia Huyu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This? Our people might be here too. Suyu, you are killing. Indiscriminately, Suyu smiled. It has nothing to do with me. It's just a natural eruption. As for our people on the second floor, are my teachers and the others on the second floor, there shouldn't be many humans there, there was no other reason. Since everyone on the first floor had come up, the humans on the second floor would be ostracized. Under normal circumstances, they would have formed a group and fled. This was Suyu's judgment. Those who didn't leave wouldn't be weak. Since that was the case, there was a high chance that they wouldn't die. Besides, he wasn't a nanny. How could he care about everything? The mention of Taishan made Suyu feel much better. Not bad, the second floor was also effective. His blood vessels erupted and flames rose. This was quite good. This time, some of them died, right? What a waste. Suyu suddenly said. He couldn't shout anymore. They were all dead. Where would he go to collect the corpses? He still had to collect the corpses of the civilizations. Don't kill some of the civilizations. I was prepared to rely on them to perfect my divine aperture. On the second floor, treasures weren't the key. The key was to collect the corpses, extract the blood essence, and perfect one's divine aperture. As Suyu reached the second floor, he killed 7 people. With a shout, another 20 to 30 unlucky people were burned by the gushing flames and magma. The number of people fell below 3,000. Second floor. In a place where flames rose. Daoqing sighed. Shunwen spun in his hand. After a while, he said, let's go to the third floor. Trouble is coming to the second floor. I'm afraid a great calamity has appeared on the first floor. It's coming to the second floor. Beside him, Xian Wuji frowned. Daoqing, are you sure it's a calamity and not a natural accident? Daoqing said seriously, it's man-made. I wasn't sure before, but now I'm 100% sure. When there was an accident on the first floor, there was also an accident on the second floor, but it wasn't this serious. Now, there's a sudden change on the second floor. It's definitely not a simple natural accident. I've calculated, it's a bad omen. Let's go. We can't stay any longer. Otherwise, we'll all die. It's best if we can go to the 7th floor and seek shelter. This exploration is extremely dangerous. Xian Wuji frowned and nodded. He still believed in this. He said in a low voice, but he glanced at the blood-red small tree that was vaguely visible in the flames in front of him. He exhaled and said, then give up on this dragon blood fruit tree? This tree is bigger and older than the one that wandered out last time. As long as we dispel the blood fire outside, we can get it. Let's go. Daoqing said softly, it'll take at least 3 days to get rid of these flames. 3 days wasn't long. If they could dispel the flames, take away this ancient dragon blood fruit tree, and sell it to the dragon clan, it would at least be worth a carrier. This tree was stronger and older than the one from last time. More importantly, 3 days, too many things could happen. Xian Wuji was actually a little reluctant. Around them, some of the immortals were reluctant as well. Someone's eyes flashed and he said, Daoqing, you go first. We'll stay. When we get it, we'll meet up with you. Daoqing knew that they were reluctant. How could he bear to give it up? He was so close to getting it. This was one of the most precious treasures that they had discovered on the 2nd floor of the Netherworld. His grandfather was currently lacking a vessel. Now that he had obtained this artifact, everything would be worth it. But, he pointed his finger once more, and the divine characters circled around his finger, and with a bang, the divine characters shattered. Daoqing's face went pale. Great danger, incomparably dangerous, even more so than before. 3 days, he was afraid that he wouldn't live for even a day. Then do as you wish. I've already said that this place is extremely dangerous. I don't want to waste any more time. Daoqing said nothing more and quickly flew in a certain direction. Retreat, he could feel the danger of death looming over him. Xian Wuji frowned slightly when he saw him leave. After a moment's thought, he also left. After they left, one of the remaining immortals sneered and said, Daoqing is getting more and more cowardly. Ever since Jiao Xian was killed, he was scared out of his wits by Suyu. From then on, he can't do it anymore. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's still on the heaven list. In my opinion, he doesn't deserve to be on that list. One of the immortals chuckled. He's just sentimental. Jiao Xian was killed, and he's upset. He's a little crazy. That's actually a good thing. Then will you marry him? That's only if he takes a liking to me. The dozen or so immortals teased each other. As for the eruption of lava, it had stopped. They weren't too worried. After all, this wasn't the first time the Starry Universe mansion had been in an uproar. It had been going on since yesterday. Everyone looked at the dragon blood fruit tree in the flames. There were still many fruits hanging from it. One of the mountain and sea immortals said with envy, really good stuff. Unfortunately, it's not a good match for the immortals. However, I don't think there's a need to change it. The tree itself can be used as a vessel. The fruits were also treasures, but they weren't a good match for them. That didn't matter, as long as the tree could be used. Perhaps it was because of the recent uproar that the tree had been exposed. Otherwise, the people in front of them would have noticed it long ago. This was an opportunity. The fact that Daoqing and Xian Wuji had run away proved that they were quite careless. It was good that they had run away, otherwise, it would have been difficult for them to divide the spoils. The immortal who had spoken just now smiled. Gu Zhu, now that you've got it, you have to give us some of it. You can't keep it all to yourself. You have the blood of the immortal emperor in you, so you have to give us some of the soup. Gu Zhu, the mountain and sea immortal, smiled. Don't worry. It's just a vessel. It's not to the point where the ancient immortals would give up all our glory. I'm not Daoqing. Daoqing's grandfather needs it urgently. With that, Guzhu quickly added, alright, let's not waste any more time. Dao Qing's divination says that it's inauspicious. Although we can't believe it completely, we can't not believe it either. There's been a lot of changes lately, so be careful. The group of immortals quickly set up a formation and sent out vital energy to suppress the flames outside the ancient tree. Without Xian Wuji and Dao Qing's help, it would take at least 3 or 4 days. Everyone was still a little worried that the two had run away. But they couldn't suppress their greed, it was too precious, a vessel was a precious treasure to anyone. They were not Suyu, who could calculate the value of a vessel with both hands. Off in the distance, Dao Qing flew quickly, and Xian Wuji quickly caught up. Is it really dangerous? Yes. Otherwise, I would have taken the ancient tree. My grandfather needs it. Dao Qing said, hurry up. That Guzhu is over there, Dao Qing said indifferently, it's fine. Let him test the waters. After all, he has the blood of a celestial emperor. He might have invincible blood essence. If he dies, then it's inauspicious. Let's not stay on the 3rd floor. Let's go straight to the 7th floor. With that, a strand of hair appeared in his hand. He twirled it between his fingers and said, this is Guzhu's hair. Once this hair burns, Guzhu will die. Let's get out of this damned place as soon as possible. When did you get it? Xian Wuji was surprised. Cultivators valued their own hair and blood very much. It would not easily leak out. When the accident happened, Dao Qing said casually. Let's go. Don't think too much. I don't know how to curse. Even if I did, it would be useless. It's not that easy to curse a mountain and see to death. Xian Wuji said nothing more, but he was a little more careful. It was better to be careful when working with Dao Qing. This guy was not as strong as him, but ever since he was almost killed by Suyu, his entire person had become gloomy. Now, it was hard for him to tell what Dao Qing was thinking. Soon, the two of them flew to the entrance to the 3rd floor. At this moment, Suyu was also strolling leisurely in the air. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he looked into the distance. Was that a treasure, a dragon blood fruit tree, a dragon blood fruit tree that was even bigger than the one he had obtained last time? This is, a tree that grows from blood vessels? Does it count as hair? Suyu did not know whether it counted or not. There were many things in the starry mansion that were related to the human body. However, there were also some things that were planted by later generations, and not all of them were born naturally. At this moment, he finally knew how this dragon blood fruit tree grew. It took root in blood vessels and absorbed some of the blood's power to grow. It was no wonder that this thing was regarded as a treasure. Dragon blood fruit tree. Nonsense, this should be called the old Zhou fruit tree. Suyu glanced at the immortals in the periphery. There were 15 of them. 4 of them were from the mountain and sea realms, and the rest were almost all Ling Yun. They were not weak. Divine light shone in his eyes as he looked at those people again. Soon, he was speechless. The word tribulation in Shenwen actually jumped, because the 7th tier mountain and sea realm guy actually had a dazzling drop of blood essence in his body. Suyu gritted his teeth. What the hell, which family's descendant is this? How extravagant, this was the blood essence of invincibility. Of course, this was a method of mutual destruction, but it was still terrifying. At a critical moment, the other party would ignite their blood essence, and even the sun and moon would probably have to flee. Invincible blood essence. Not even ordinary invincibles would be so extravagant. Could it be from the Tiangu clan? Suyu was speechless. He suspected that he had run into someone from the Tiangu clan. He was not familiar. He had never seen them before. He did not know if they were on the Heaven Hunters list, or if this was their first time coming out of the immortal world. In any case, at this moment, Suyu was instantly interested. This was a big shot, and his bloodline must be pretty good. If he fused it with his book. TSK, Suyu was delighted. It would definitely increase the power of his book by a lot. Celestial. Heavenly Ancient has ordered me to be killed. Suyu chuckled and looked around. This guy wasn't weak. He was at the 7th tier of the mountain and sea realm, and he had the invincible blood essence. If he had the heavenly ancient bloodline, then his bloodline power wouldn't be weak. No matter what, he was an expert. Hard to kill, but not to the extent. Be careful. He just had to drop the invincible blood essence. Who knew where he got it from? As he was thinking, he heard the celestial talking to someone in the distance. Daoqing ran so fast. I forgot to say that Bai Feng and the others ran to the third layer. Anyone related to Suyu must die. I wonder if they will wait for us on the third layer. To join forces and kill Bai Feng and the others. Daoqing? Suyu was slightly stunned. He ran. So strange, this guy seemed to have good luck. Really, Suyu had long wanted to slap him to death. He had tried several times, but he hadn't found a chance. Or rather, when he had the chance, he didn't deal with him. Last time, he dealt with Zhan Wushuang. He subconsciously dealt with Zhan Wushuang, forcing the experts of the celestial race to chase him instead of Daoqing. This guy was here just now, Suyu frowned slightly. Daoqing. He didn't die several times. This time, he had to kill him. He wasn't afraid of a strong enemy, but a cockroach. If he didn't die, it meant that he was very strange, and he might be in danger. 3 layers. Okay, I'll sweep through them one by one. I'll kill you later. Daoqing had to die. This time, Suyu set a small goal for himself. Before he came, Daoqing had actually run away. This meant that he had sensed danger and was quite sharp. Kill them first. Suyu threw the book, and it disappeared into the void. It wasn't difficult to kill them. He just had to shout Taishan again and explode. These guys would definitely panic and take the opportunity to kill this 7th-tier mountain and sea cultivator. The others wouldn't be able to escape. Taishan. I'm going to kill you, kill you. At this moment, in Suyu's mind, old Zhou was completely enraged. Crazy, crazy with anger. Strong resentment, Mount Tai again, he wanted to destroy everything, destroy Mount Tai, boom, around the dragon blood fruit tree, flames burned and boiled. The powerful force injured more than 10 immortals in an instant. Gu Zhu, who was the leader, had a change of expression as he shouted, retreat. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Danger, he turned his head to look, but there was nothing there. However, a person suddenly appeared in the void, and without any words, a claw grabbed at his heart. Gu Zhu was shocked. Just as he was about to retaliate and retreat, he felt a sharp pain in his head. He had been smashed by an invisible hammer, causing the sea of will to shake. Pfft, a drop of blood essence was caught by Suyu, sizzling sounds rang out, the invincible essence blood struggled and roared, burning Suyu's arm in an instant. Gu Zhu and the others had the invincible essence blood because they had been tamed by their elders, or perhaps it was their own. As for Suyu, he was the enemy. At this moment, the invincible essence blood actively exploded with power, burning Suyu's arm. Suyu's physical body was extremely strong, but at this moment, his flesh and blood were burned. His blood boiled, and his flesh and blood disappeared. His bones also began to burn. Suyu was in excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth and growled. A book fell, and dozens of sun beasts and moon beasts appeared, instantly devouring the other immortals. Soon, dozens of sun beasts and moon beasts charged towards the invincible blood essence, and at this moment, above the invincible essence blood, a figure appeared, as if he was about to come out. How dare you? A voice came from the invincible essence blood, scolding the Wan phantoms. At this moment, the phantoms were actually afraid, and all paused. With this pause, Suyu's expression changed, and he raged, ****. What do I need you for? A few dead invincible essence blood projections, and you don't listen to me? You even know fear? Damn it. In Suyu's rage, the word civilization suddenly appeared. With a rumble, the stagnant phantoms exploded, and more phantoms appeared. This time, there was no more fear. Nearly 100 sun and moon phantoms appeared, roaring, suppressing the invincible essence blood, and tearing it apart, and Gu Zhu was not dead yet. His gaze changed dramatically, and he looked at Suyu in disbelief. He opened his mouth and shouted, Su. Pfft. Suyu flipped his hand and chopped off his head with a slash. The book appeared, and instantly swallowed him. As for Suyu, he used all his strength to deal with the invincible essence blood. Large amounts of Emperor's saliva appeared, covering his entire body. No matter how the invincible essence blood burned him, he refused to let go. I don't believe it. Suyu, can't deal with the invincible essence blood, but can't deal with a drop of invincible essence blood. What a joke. Today, I must suppress you. In his rage, Suyu suddenly punched out, and an angry roar came from the invincible essence blood. How dare you? The owner of the invincible essence blood might still be alive. Suyu suspected that this was the elder of the guy who was killed. He didn't know if it was Tiangu. It was most likely not. He didn't feel that kind of absolute suffocation. How dare your ancestor? Suyu bellowed angrily and punched out again and again. Rumble. Dozens of sun and moon phantoms suppressed this drop of invincible essence blood. At this moment, the appearance of a middle-aged man appeared on the invincible essence blood. He was also extremely angry, and he shouted, "How dare you? Damn, is that all you can say?" Suyu was furious. Who were you looking down on? Bite him to death. The dozens of phantoms instantly increased to 100, and the giant sun and moon beasts instantly bit towards him, and Suyu also took the opportunity to erupt again. He used both his fists and legs, saber, spear, sword, halberd, and the 5 elements cage. He actually fought with a drop of invincible essence blood, and without the help of Wenwenji, without opening the young aperture, he might not be able to beat this drop of invincible essence blood. This was shameful. No, it was also shocking. This invincible essence blood was definitely not weak. At the same time, immortal world. An invincible essence blood suddenly rose from his seclusion, his expression changing slightly as he looked somewhere. Soon, a space-time passage was opened, and not long after, he arrived at the realm entrance. Old ancestor. At the realm entrance, Tiangu was actually still here. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Old ancestor, Guju seems to be dead. Tiangu did not say anything, and nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. If he was dead, then so be it. He did not have many first-generation descendants, only a few, and most of them had died of old age, or were killed in the previous era, the era before that. This middle-aged man was already considered the 5th generation. Guju, then, should be counted as the 7th generation. 7th generation descendants. He had many, not one less. He had lived for too long, and did not care about the death of one or two. However, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he looked at the middle-aged man, and said coldly, "How dare you? You gave your invincible essence blood to him? Bastard!" He suddenly felt that something was wrong. So what if a descendant died? Did this guy need to personally come out of seclusion to report to him? He looked carefully, and saw that his chi and blood were somewhat weak, and immediately said angrily, "Bastard! Old ancestor," Tiangu said coldly, "even if you want to seize the 9-leaf sky lotus, you should not give your invincible essence blood to a descendant. Bastard, you are still alive. Once your invincible essence blood is taken, you will be in big trouble. In this world, as long as you are alive, it is best not to let your invincible essence blood flow out. Invincible essence blood is too important, the other party has too many methods to deal with you, even a Sor would not easily let his invincible essence blood flow out." Was this descendant of his family an idiot? No matter how reliable a descendant was, no matter how much he loved his descendant, could he guarantee that his invincible essence blood would not flow out? Idiot. The middle-aged man's face was somewhat pale, and he lowered his head. "Old ancestor, I just want him to help me." "Idiot." Tiangu snorted coldly, "Don't go out in the near future, in case someone sees through you. Your invincible essence blood might have self-destructed. When the mansion closes, sense it, if it is not destroyed. I will think of a way to help you take it back." This descendant was still very strong. Unfortunately, he was too confident. Why did he think that no one would dare to kill his descendant? This was a big problem. It was fine if it was taken away by others, but if it was taken away by someone who had a way to deal with invincible essence blood. Nonsense. To be able to kill someone with invincible essence blood, there was no weakling, no one without a background. Tiangu was somewhat annoyed, but very quickly, he calmed down. "Now, can you still feel the existence of the invincible essence blood?" The middle-aged man lowered his head. "No, After entering, I could not feel it, but just now. It seemed to have triggered the seal on my invincible essence blood. I wanted to see if Guju's passage was broken. Tiangu closed his eyes, and on the other side of the star sea, a faintly discernible willpower overflowed. Guju's passage was broken, not only him, but many of the immortal clan's passages were also broken. Very quickly, Tiangu had an idea. Looking at the middle-aged man, he coldly said, "Dead." The middle-aged man's expression was ugly. He really died. His invincible essence blood had self-destructed, but it was taken away. This was really troublesome. Outside the Star Mansion, a group of people were silent. More than 10 immortal clans' passages were broken at once. Did the immortal clan encounter trouble? Of course, there were no great characters among them. Guju was considered one of the more famous ones, a descendant of Tiangu, of the ancient immortal clan. But ordinary people did not know anything. Without the invincible essence blood, one Guju was dead. Dao Wang, on the other hand, slightly curled up the corner of his mouth, snorting coldly in his heart. Guju was dead. This kid seemed to be carrying someone's invincible essence blood. Not bad, destroying a drop of invincible essence blood was good, but it was still taken away. Seeing others in bad luck was better than being unlucky himself. Suppress for me. With an angry roar, Suyu punched out again. With a boom, that phantom exploded, and an incomparably powerful drop of invincible essence blood stopped spinning in the air. The bit of consciousness inside was completely extinguished by him. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Even so, this invincible essence blood was still incomparably powerful. Suyu did not waste words. Those sun and moon phantoms all wrapped around the invincible essence blood, and in the blink of an eye, it was suppressed into the book. Suyu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Damn, this was quite hard to deal with. I almost capsized. Luckily, I was smart and killed this guy at the first moment. Otherwise, if this celestial controlled this invincible essence blood to self-destruct, you would be in big trouble. So scary, invincible. Just a drop of invincible essence blood, and I almost lost. Suyu gritted his teeth. Embarrassing, am I that weak? At this moment, a few people flew over. Xiaohuyu and the rest all had strange expressions. Huangjie was no longer unconvinced, and said with a face full of shock, "This is the invincible essence blood that is alive." Suyu said exasperatedly, "Nonsense, are you saying it's still dead?" "Not so horrifying, I have the invincible essence blood that is dead." Huangjie opened his mouth, and was speechless for a long time. He had it, he actually had the invincible essence blood. Xiaohuyu was also very dumbfounded. You have it? Suyu was speechless. What, I can't have it? Last time, a few invincibles died in the human realm, and Chief Shu killed a few. One of them died and left behind a drop of invincible essence blood. He died, but the invincible essence blood was quite powerful, so I kept it. He wasn't afraid of others finding out. Now that he had another drop, everyone saw it. When Wenji was so strong, and everyone saw it, why would he be afraid of others seeing the invincible essence blood? He had 2 drops of invincible essence blood. Of course, they weren't from the same race. They were from the celestial race, the fire thorn deity king left behind. Celestial race invincible essence blood. Suyu muttered in his heart. Zhu Tiandao seemed to have the corpse of an celestial king. Should he exchange for a drop of invincible essence blood, give him the fire thorns, invincible essence blood? Suyu had to use it sooner or later. The first drop opened the invincible page of the Golden Atlas. He didn't need to open the technique anymore, as Suyu knew all of them. So if he wanted to use invincible essence blood, he needed at least 1 drop. Shaking his head, he didn't want to think about it anymore. Furthermore, this expedition wasn't over yet, there might be more gains. At this moment, Xiaohuyu hurriedly said, "That's the invincible essence blood that's alive, Suyu, this." Suyu laughed, "I know what you mean, I don't know how to curse, even if I do, I won't be able to curse an invincible essence blood to death. If it's handed over to some half-emperor or other strong races, they might be able to deal with him, but there's a high chance that he's a descendant of Heaven Ancient, so ordinary people wouldn't dare to deal with him." Xiaohuyu hurriedly said, "Human race dares." Suyu said disapprovingly, "Let's talk about it later, it's mine." It's fine if the human race uses invincible essence blood to exchange for it, otherwise there's no hope. I don't care if you can deal with it or not. I can't do it now, but sooner or later. I won't give you my essence blood." Hearing him say this, Xia Huyu didn't say anything else, and said with a toothache, "That weapon of yours is too strong, so many sun and moon projections, even the invincible essence blood was suppressed. Did you forge it yourself?" "It's too strong. So strong that it was a little ridiculous," Suyu laughed. "It's okay, just that some trash are still afraid of the celestial race even though they're dead." Suyu was also speechless. That was a natural sense of fear, even in death. They had become a projection in Suyu's weapon, and they were actually scared by the other party. This was too embarrassing. Suyu decided, those trash races that stopped before, he would deal with them later. He almost messed up his own matters. At this moment, his body was wrapped in Emperor's saliva, his injuries gradually recovering. Suyu exhaled, no longer caring about the Celestials. All the corpses were collected. The page of the celestial race was getting stronger and stronger. Previously, the immortal essence blood that merged in was only the first layer of sun and moon. This time, it had the power of the second layer of sun and moon. The invincible essence blood didn't merge in. The corpses were confiscated. The people were still alive, so what was the point of merging in? Suyu first used the book seal to suppress it, then he would think about it later. At this moment, Suyu looked at the dragon blood fruit tree and smiled. In that instant of explosion, the surrounding flames spewed out. Now that old Zhou's anger had subsided, the flames were much weaker, but in reality, it didn't affect Suyu much. The next moment, Suyu turned into a flaming man, walking towards the flames. Another huge harvest, a drop of invincible essence blood, a dragon blood fruit tree, both good. I'll take it. There might be some good things on the second level, especially this lava, if it was really blood. Maybe I can collect some. At this moment, the ground in the distance trembled slightly. A person fled quickly. Floating earth spirit. Shocking. The floating earth spirit cursed in its heart. F***ck, was that Suyu? It didn't know, it didn't dare to get close, but when the battle stopped, Suyu turned into a flaming man and walked into the flames. It instantly made the floating earth spirit realize that it might have met Suyu. F***ck, he really came in. Originally, it wanted to take advantage of the situation. The dragon blood fruit tree was something it wanted, and it was waiting for the immortals to be exhausted to snatch it, turning into a flaming man to snatch it. But at this moment, the floating earth spirit had no such thoughts. Changes on the first level, changes on the second level. Maybe it's all him. The floating earth spirit only glanced at it from afar. It wasn't sure if it was Suyu, but it didn't matter. It would just treat it as Suyu. Run, that guy was too scary. The floating earth spirit wasn't afraid of the strong. The strong weren't scary. Sometimes, the luck of the strong wasn't enough to kill it. But for someone like Suyu, who had a lot of luck, it could be easily killed. To the third level. No, to the seventh level. The floating earth spirit gritted its teeth. What was the point of going to the third level? It was too dangerous. To the seventh level, there was a bunch of invincible beings there, and it wouldn't be too dangerous if they kept a low profile and didn't go for the 9-leaf sky lotus. When Suyu finishes sweeping through the levels he can, I'll think of a way down. The floating earth spirit fled quickly. Before long, it appeared at a passageway. Without looking back, it vanished in the blink of an eye. At the same time, on the third level, Dao Cheng's expression changed slightly. Beside him, Xian Wuji was also shocked. The hair on Dao Cheng's hand was completely burned. He's dead. Dao Cheng was calm. I told him it was extremely dangerous, but he didn't believe me. He's dead. I think the person who killed him has at least the 5th tier of the Sun-Moon realm. Xian Wuji frowned. That's impossible. How could someone of the 5th tier of the Sun-Moon realm appear on the 1st and 2nd level? As long as he's young enough. Dao Cheng quickly walked toward the entrance of the 4th level. As he walked, he said, "Don't forget, there's one person who can do it. Suyu. Let's go. We can't stay on the 3rd level. But the immortals have orders to kill Bai Feng and the others. Go." Dao Cheng said without turning his head, "Danger is coming. I don't know if it's Suyu. Even if it's not, the danger is approaching us. If we get entangled with Baifeng and the others, we'll die for sure. Then, he added, the order from the immortals is only outside. This is inside the starry mansion. In any case, he sensed a great danger. He did not want to die. He went up immediately. Then we've gained almost nothing up until now. Go up. There will be a chance. Daoqing did not want to say anything more. Xian Wuji hesitated and nodded. In the past, he did not pay much attention to Daoqing. But now, he was paying more and more attention. This guy was really good at divination. He could avoid some danger. At least, he was good at staying alive. On the second level, not long after Suyu entered, 40 to 50 people died. At this moment, Suyu also took the dragon blood fruit tree. He was in a good mood. But soon, Suyu frowned slightly. The word calamity in Shenwen suddenly jumped. What was going on? Strange. I'm in danger on the second level, I'm so strong. Can there be people on the second level who can beat me? Just as Suyu was thinking about this. On the first level. Near the glabella aperture. Behind he too was Dai Dai. Behind Dai Dai, there were more than 10 dead spirits. These were the remaining people on the first level. He too looked at the vortex where the glabella aperture was and smiled. Something happened on the second level. Interesting. The first level was wiped out. Unfortunately, there are only more than 10 dead spirits. But their talents are not weak. Maybe a batch of powerful dead spirits will be born soon. Those who could survive in such a harsh environment were all geniuses. Unfortunately. Suyu wiped out one round first. Then, he too did the same. That was scary. He wiped out every corner. The first level had become a dead zone. There was no one left. At this moment, outside the starry mansion, everyone was very quiet. The Fate Emperor's prophecy seemed to be coming true. 2,900 people, that was the number of survivors. All the clans had suffered heavy losses. Even the human clan had suffered a lot at this moment. Including the quota for the special passage, more than 450 people had entered. Now, 40 to 50 people had died. The celestial clan suffered the most, more than 600 people, more than 100 people had died. The powerful celestial clan suffered much more than the human clan. And most of the human clan died under the siege of the other clans. 2 days had almost passed. The third day was about to begin, and the number of people was still decreasing. The high-level experts might not know what was happening below. Until now, most of the people who died were under the sun and moon. The Invincible Realm experts all looked serious, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't go in. Even if they went in, it might not be useful. There were more than 20 Invincible Realm experts in there. On the second level. Suyu frowned. The Tribulation Shenwen was still beating. He would not be careless about the unusual movements of this Shenwen. This Shenwen was extremely mysterious. Suyu had relied on this Shenwen to save his life many times. Suyu frowned and suddenly said, "You guys go to the third level first. Huangjiu, don't think about running. Harry Ball will follow her first. You guys go to the third level to find my master and Wu Lan and the rest. They are probably at the Milky Way sand." Xiaohui was surprised and said, "We go first? Hurry up." Suyu said in a low voice, "I have a bad feeling about this." "Are you kidding me? You're the biggest misfortune." "All right." Xiaohui thought that Suyu was teasing him. He was about to make fun of him when Suyu said in a low voice, "Go. Hurry, I feel like something is coming up from the first level." "No way. What about you?" "I will wait and see." Suyu exhaled and said, "I will go to the passageway too. If there is trouble, I will leave quickly. You go to the third level first and find my master and the rest. If I don't arrive soon, ask them to go to the entrance of the fourth level immediately." The word calamity in Shenwen was beating faster and faster. Xiaohui saw that he was serious and frowned. "Then, there are still some humans on the second level. Should I inform them?" Suyu frowned and quickly said, "Up to you. Just tell us. If there is danger, it is up to you to leave." "Got it." Xiaohui said no more. He still believed in Suyu. If Suyu said there might be danger, there might really be great danger. He was just about to leave when Huangjiu suddenly said, I will keep it a secret for you. Take that thing away. Suyu's eyes were cold. You have no right to bargain with me. Protect them, or else I will eat you. Huangjiu felt a chill in his heart. In his mind, little Harry Ball also said excitedly, don't be afraid. Argue with him. He won't dare to deal with you. I don't want to be separated from Fragrant Ball. Continue. Fragrant Ball will definitely let me eat your sea of will, and then I won't have to leave. Huangjiu took a deep breath and did not say anything else. He quietly left with Xia Huyu and the others. Little Harry Ball was very depressed. He transmitted his voice to Suyu. Fragrant Ball, how long will it take for you to come up? If I'm not with you for even a minute, I'll miss you. Although she was not in Suyu's mind now, they were together. Now that they were separated, one was on the 3rd level, and the other was on the 2nd level, it was like they were separated by a world. It was too uncomfortable. Suyu was a little speechless. His earlier anger had dissipated quite a bit. He sent a voice transmission, cut the crap. Keep a close eye on her. It's best if you can find my Master Lu and verify her identity. If her identity isn't right, eat her sea of consciousness. Okay. Little Harry Ball was excited. That was possible, it was best not to eat her and be done with it. Of course, that was fine too. He could just leave it to Lu Wenyan. Little Harry Ball could not bear to part with Suyu. One day apart felt like 3 years. The few of them disappeared very quickly. Suyu did not care about them anymore. As for whether or not they informed others, Suyu did not care. He only cared about himself. As for the few monsters that left the ancient city, he did not know where they were. He did not see them and did not know if they were dead or not. The 2nd level is filled with some blood vessels. There is nothing important on the neck, danger is approaching. I have to see what kind of danger can make me feel danger. Suyu felt a little strange. It was really strange. It seemed to come from the 1st level, as if the danger was following him. It seemed to have happened before, but it was very faint. When he left the 1st level, the word calamity in Shenwen jumped a little, but it was only for a moment. Suyu did not care. He was teleporting at that time. But now, it seemed to be continuous. This meant that the danger was approaching. Suyu let out a breath, feeling a little depressed. Could it be that old Zhou was angered by me and wanted to kill me? Suyu cursed in his heart. Other than this, what else was there? He had not searched the 2nd level. He did not think too much about it and quickly flew towards the tunnel. He would set up an ambush there. If someone entered the 3rd level, he could kill them directly. If he encountered danger, he would be able to escape immediately. Suyu quickly flew towards the entrance of the tunnel. The entrance to the 2nd level was not here. Suyu roughly knew where it was. The middle of the neck was about there. Not long after, Suyu arrived at the entrance of the tunnel. He came even faster than Xia Huyu and the others. Not long after he arrived, Xia Huyu and the others also arrived. Suyu escaped into the void, so the few of them did not notice him. Only the little furball sensed that Suyu was nearby. However, it was in a hurry to leave, so it did not greet him. There were a few more human cultivators besides Xia Huyu. He did not know if all of them were willing to believe him or if only these few were willing to believe him. There was danger. Xia Huyu was not a saint. If some people did not listen to his advice, he could not be bothered to say more. He had done his duty as a human by reminding them once. As for whether they listened or not, it had nothing to do with him. Soon, these people disappeared through the tunnel. Suyu sensed it and understood that the tunnel was not opened casually. Without Ling Yan's strength, it was very difficult to open the tunnel. This tunnel was like a lid. One had to put the lid on to open it to enter the 3rd level. If there were no surprises, it was the same for the other levels. Without Ling Yan's strength, it was best to leave with Ling Yun. Otherwise, Sora alone would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Seeing them leave, Suyu felt much more at ease. The word tribulation in Shenwen pulsed again. It was not as strong, but it continued. On the other hand, Suyu didn't waste any time either. The book materialized and covered the entrance of the passageway, waiting for the others to enter the book. Of the 301 pages, 300 of them had a mouth on them, ready to eat at any moment. It didn't take long before a few experts from the smaller races flew over. The projections of the beasts also began to sort those of the same race. Those that weren't of the same race were eaten. However, they didn't fuse with the beasts. They were stored in the spatial dimension for now. When Suyu forged a page that belonged to this race, he would merge it into the book. Gradually, more and more storage rings appeared in Suyu's hands. The space could not be overlapped, so there were more and more storage rings. Suyu was too lazy to carry so many storage rings. Soon, a space in the book was opened by Suyu to store treasures. A moment later, the 1,000-meter-long, 1,000-meter-wide, 1,000-meter-tall cube was almost piled up. And in front of Suyu, there were about 300 storage rings. In other words, after Suyu entered, he alone killed 300 people. Of course, there were also many who died indirectly because of him. All kinds of natural disasters, all kinds of riots, and hundreds of people died. What a killer! Suyu muttered. How ruthless, they were all geniuses of various races. If they were not geniuses, they would not have entered the Starry Mansion. He seriously suspected that he had killed more than 50 geniuses on the heaven-hunting list. Some of them, he did not even see their faces clearly and were directly swallowed by the book. After devouring so many people, Suyu actually did not receive a reward. There was no one else like him. Could it be that the rules also felt that it was too cruel of him to kill them? Then next time, should he kill them in a different way? Suyu continued to wait in silence. There were still many people on the second level. If they did not come, he would continue to shout Mount Tai. If he shouted a few more times, there would be people who could not resist coming to the third level. I will do the same for the next level. It is best to block the exit. Suyu calculated in his heart. And at this moment, his calamity Shinwen was jumping crazily. Suyu quickly activated Shinwen. Breath control, silence, patience, eliminate the sense of danger. He had to know what it was that made him feel dangerous. The unknown was the scariest, only by knowing the source of the danger could he solve the problem. And at this moment, two incomparably strong auras of death appeared in Suyu's senses. Suyu was greatly alarmed in his heart. F***ck, he knew that there was a dead spirit channel in the Starry Mansion. But when he asked, it did not seem to be on the bottom level, but on the top level. Why, would there be dead spirits on the first level? No, it was not a normal dead spirit. F***ck, it was the king of dead spirits. As someone who dealt with the moon and stars every day, it was impossible for him not to know the quality of the king of dead spirits' aura of death. At this moment, even if it was just a weak aura, Suyu could feel it instantly. The king of dead spirits, not one, but two, he knew the source of all the danger. It came from the dead spirits. Suyu cursed in his heart. F***ck, it was over. The undead monarch was not an ordinary undead. Otherwise, he could still reverse his disguise. However, the undead gentleman was intelligent. Unless he had an army of undead under him, one more undead would be enough to make others blind. At this moment, screams could be heard. In an instant, more than 100 people fled. Dead spirits. There are actually dead spirits. No, impossible, there are dead spirits coming up from below. At this moment, the people on the second level were shocked. Suddenly, everyone understood why there was danger on the first level. It was because of the dead spirits. The first level would probably be wiped out. Ha ha ha, so many living creatures. I like it. A loud laugh echoed in all directions, frightening everyone. A dead spirit that could speak. It was over. It was a king, it was really over. At this moment, Suyu's expression changed completely. F***ck, I know the danger. He too, it was he too, he remembered this voice. It was a very arrogant guy. Without hesitation, Suyu disappeared into the passage. He too had come from the first level. What the hell? Before he left, Suyu also took a picture of him, speaking of which, if I'm fine, I can throw the blame to he too when I get out. He, the king of dead spirits, had actually come here. If I didn't throw the blame to him, no one would suspect me. At this moment, the escaping Suyu was still thinking of throwing the blame to he too. In the distance, the laughing he too was slightly stunned. For a moment, he felt that someone was thinking about him and plotting against him. What's going on? I came from below. No one knows I'm here, right? What the hell? He too was also slightly stunned. He frowned and turned his head to look at Dai Dai. Could it be that this guy was plotting against him? He too. At the entrance of the third floor, Suyu was breathing heavily, and he felt a little scared. Damn, how could this guy enter from the first floor? Something was wrong. Suyu swept through the first floor, but did not find such a powerful dead spirit. Moreover, if he too had been here, he would have killed Suyu the moment he saw him. Of course, he might not know Suyu, but at least he had heard Suyu's voice. Moreover, it did not matter who the dead spirit killed. The second floor is finished. Although Suyu had killed some people, he really did not think about searching everywhere. He did not have that much free time to explore inch by inch and kill whoever he found. He had seen and encountered them, which was why he had killed them. Unlike he too, who searched and killed little by little. He should not have been on the first floor before. Maybe he appeared after I left. Suyu thought, and quickly escaped into the void, disappearing from the place. What a terrifying guy. He is a dead spirit, how could he enter the first floor without a passage? The passage is on the 7th floor, unless he came down from the 7th floor. That is impossible, dead spirits also have to obey the rules. So, he may have come through other means, divine aperture. Suyu murmured in his heart. Ordinary people could not think of it, but Suyu could, because he had such a question before. How could the White Jade Gate be opened? Now, he had some ideas. The world of dead souls. Suyu's eyes flickered. Yes, the world of dead souls. There may be a transmission passage in the world of dead souls, corresponding to the position of the divine aperture and the route of the divine aperture. In that case, he too was teleported from the world of dead souls, and was not on the first floor before. It may be underground. Suyu's eyes changed. There was a lower floor below the first floor, or the lower floors, yes, it must be like this. He was a little stunned. This news was too important to him. Divine aperture location map. Divine aperture route map. Suyu took a deep breath. The world of souls. The thing was in the world of souls. Suyu's eyes flickered. This was an extremely important piece of information. This meant that his future path as a civilization master was to open 360 divine apertures, Yin apertures, and then heaven apertures, Yin and Yang as one, primordial spirit as one. World of souls. The appearance of the river diagram provided him with an extremely important piece of information. So far, Suyu had only discovered 290 of the 360 divine apertures, which was far from 360. The distribution of divine apertures was even harder to figure out than the origin apertures. It was like the bright starry sky with the distribution of large stars. This was somewhat different from an essence aperture. In an instant, countless thoughts appeared in Suyu's mind. The next moment, he quickly chased after the aura left behind by Furball. I have to find him and take him away immediately. Nobody knew when he too would come up. It was very dangerous. The third floor was now in Suyu's vision. It was a magnificent sight, with undulating peaks. This could be Old Zhou's chest. Where is the Heavenly River Sand region? Suyu had never been here before, but he had seen some simple maps before. They might not be accurate. Heavenly River Sand, chest. Heavenly River. As Suyu flew through the air, he pondered. After a long time, Bear One's teeth grinned. Don't tell me it's milk. It couldn't be. Old Zhou was a man, right? Could it be that men also secrete milk? From the sound, it seemed to be a man's voice. Could it be a woman? It couldn't be, the person was already dead. It would be perverted to disguise his voice. Or is it the function of the internal organs? It has a purifying effect. The Heavenly River Sand is such a product. Suyu had some speculations. The human body was special. Some organs had the ability to purify and repel. As for which part of the third floor was, he was still unsure. This place was very big. He had to look for it himself. He had to compare it again. Suyu, who had originally planned to take his time to explore, suddenly ran out of time. He did not know how long he too would stay on the second floor. Perhaps he would come up very soon. He had to quickly escape. At this moment, in front of a giant waterfall, hundreds of people were facing off. The Milky Way sand was very important to any race, and the use of the Milky Way sand was actually first proposed by the human race. However, very quickly, all the races knew the secret. Some secrets, once spread, were no longer secrets. The heavenly river sand that could purify willpower was very important to civilizers. It was also very important to warriors. Warriors also needed to improve their willpower to prevent the civilizers from directly shattering the sea of will. And the heavenly river sand was also a must-fight treasure in the lower 3 floors. The waterfall fell from the sky. This was the heavenly river that everyone spoke of. It seemed to pour down from the sky. When it hit the ground, it formed crystalline grains of sand. This was the heavenly river sand that everyone spoke of. At this moment, there were powerhouses from all races here. The heavenly river sand was also a treasure that everyone could see. It didn't need too long to accumulate. Every 10 years, there would be a lot of heavenly river sand formed here. Human, the heavenly river sand is not something you can covet. At this moment, a devil mountain sea scolded coldly. Around him, the dragons, immortals, divines, underworld, and other major races all stared at the humans. There were also many people on the human side. Both sides had gathered more than 300 people here. Nearly 100 humans, and more than 200 from other races. On the human side, the leader was Qin Feng, a powerhouse on the heaven list. There were also some geniuses from other prefectures, such as Wu Qi and Bai Feng. There were also a few mountain sea powerhouses among the humans, but they all looked very serious. Since the end of the war more than 50 years ago and Yi Beixian's death, the development of the entire human race had been somewhat stagnant. Not many geniuses had appeared, and there was a gap in the mountain sea realm. Compared to Wan's mountain sea, the human mountain sea didn't have any advantage, and they didn't have any heaven-defying figures. Qin Feng gripped his spear tightly and said coldly, "Hertai, don't go too far. I said that we humans only occupy 1/10 of such a large area. What more do you want to do to collect some heavenly river sand? If you insist on a bloody battle, does your devil race want to be the first to stand out?" He wasn't afraid of him, but the other side had twice the number of people on their side. There were more than 20 mountain sea powerhouses, while his side had less than 10 people. It would be very difficult to win. The devil called Hertai said coldly, "If you don't want to die, scram." Bullshit. Qin Feng was furious. If you dare to fight, the humans will only target you, and the devils will kill you. Try being the first to fight. Hertai also had such misgivings, which was why he didn't fight. At this moment, he frowned slightly and looked at the other races. Some of the top geniuses of the various races weren't here: Madonna, Zhang Wushuang, Ming Yu, Xian Wuji. None of these people on the list were here. Some were searching for treasures on the 2nd level, while others had long since gone to the higher levels. They didn't care about the 3rd level at all. The heavenly river sand was just a treasure, not a supreme treasure, so they didn't care about it. On the other hand, the humans always fought for the heavenly river sand. Hertai ignored Qin Feng and transmitted his voice to the experts of the other races. Among them, the strongest was an expert of the dragon race. Hertai transmitted, "Long Ji, you're the strongest. I'll leave Qin Feng to you. I'll deal with Wu Qi and the others, how about it?" On the dragon race's side, more than 10 dragons had returned to their original forms and were circling in the air. When they heard the transmission, they were about to say something when suddenly, laughter came from afar. "Yo, you're all here." The next moment, someone recognized the other party, and a person walked over through the air. Huang Ting was smiling. In front of Suyu, Huang Ting was nothing, but in Wan's eyes, this guy was a ruthless person not to be trifled with. Ling Yan was at the 6th tier, and he could kill those at the 5th or 6th tier of the mountain sea realm. Compared to Qin Feng, he was only 1 tier lower. When Huang Ting reached the 7th tier, it would be hard to say who would win. In fact, at this moment, Huang Ting was close to the 7th tier, and he was even close to entering it. Huang Ting walked over through the air. When he saw Qin Feng, he laughed and said, "Old Qin, why are you so useless? Are you scared by these people?" Qin Feng snorted. "Nonsense, I'm not afraid." He was worried that once the battle started, the others on the human race's side would not be able to fight. There were still many Soar Realm experts present. On Wan's side, Ling Yun was the leader, and there were only a few Soar Realm experts. More importantly, there were still some more important figures present. Once the battle broke out, the human race would definitely not be a match for the other party. In a one-on-one fight, Qin Feng was really not afraid of these guys. Huang Ting. Hertai said coldly, "Are you here to die?" Huang Ting's arrival made the human race a little more excited. Not bad, another expert had finally arrived. Just as they were thinking, another two figures appeared. Many people looked over again. When they saw Xia Huyu, no one said anything. With Huang Ting here, it was very normal for Xia Huyu to be here. However, no one recognized the woman besides Xia Huyu, not even Wan. However, some of the Wan's mountains and seas were somewhat serious. 7th tier mountain and sea, since when did the human race have such a young 7th tier expert? Was it Xia Jia's woman? But when Xia Jia's people had been dispatched, they did not see this woman. Could she have been in disguise? The 7th tier mountain and sea expert was Huang Jiao. At this moment, Xia Huyu laughed and said, "Everyone, we're all here to search for treasures, not to fight. There are many treasures in the Starry Mansion, so why fight endlessly over a bit of Milky Way sand? Why don't we all take a step back and let everyone take the majority, while we collect a little?" Seeing that someone was about to refute, Xia Huyu immediately said, "Also, danger has appeared on the 2nd level. In my opinion, everyone should calm down and stop fighting." After he finished speaking, more than 10 humans followed behind him. They had all come up from the 2nd floor with him. All of a sudden, the human race's strength increased significantly. Hertai and the others frowned. The dragon race's Long Ji said loudly with a smile, "Crown Prince Xia, what you say doesn't count. Also, the danger you mentioned on the 2nd level, could it be that tremor? If so, there is no need for Crown Prince Xia to scare us." Seeing that more and more humans had gathered, Long Ji said again, "How about this, humans change to another place to search for treasures. We don't want to make things difficult for you. You are not allowed to enter the Milky Way sand." This was the most important place on the 3rd level. When he said that, a female immortal suddenly said coldly, "Also, hand over Bai Feng and the rest." If I remember correctly, the major prefectures of the human race do not have much interaction with Bai Feng's line. Our main target is Bai Feng. Do you want to anger us for Bai Feng? The female immortal looked at the celestial and demon races and said calmly, "Everyone, your races also have this order, right? Clean up Bai Feng's line." Of course. On the celestial race's side, a handsome youth smiled and said, "Bai Feng's line is the public enemy of the Wan. The rest of the human race can leave, but they can't." In the crowd, Bai Feng's expression was calm. In front of Suyu, he was all smiles and sloppy with nothing to do. In front of these people, he was as calm as a grandmaster. Hearing this, he said indifferently, "You're right. The others can leave. I want to see if you pieces of trash dare to kill me. If you kill me, I think none of you will live. My disciple might not be able to deal with your patriarch, but against you, I think it won't be a problem. Show off your disciple, who's afraid of who?" Xia Huyu and the others were here, and he felt that Suyu would be here soon. "That guy is coming, so why should I be afraid of you?" On the Wan side, someone's expression changed. His eyes were dark as he looked at all the humans. Unless they killed everyone, if they killed Bai Feng, Suyu would definitely know. At this time, Xia Huyu also sent a voice transmission to Bai Feng, "It's okay. Miss Bai, don't go to your death. There will be a way soon. Just hold on for a little longer." He didn't say that Suyu was coming, and he didn't know if Bai Feng knew. In fact, he didn't need to remind him. But after he said that, Bai Feng was even more certain. Sure enough, his disciple, the bane of his existence, was coming. He was really here. With so many people gathered, Suyu could actually feel it. From a distance, he actually saw that there seemed to be a hole in the sky, and a waterfall fell from the sky. That was the Milky Way. The so-called Milky Way was actually a huge waterfall. It was very, very big, the impact was also very strong. Suyu sensed it from a distance and knew that an ordinary person who entered the waterfall would soon be washed into pieces. Milky Way. Waterfall. Suyu looked up at the sky. Is this a ruptured blood vessel, or something else? Where is the smiling lotus? Could it be, under this waterfall? There was a river under the waterfall, but behind the waterfall, could it be that the smiling lotus was there, in the third layer? If there was a place suitable for the growth of the smiling lotus, this was the place. He observed for a while but didn't appear, nor did he make a move. He was waiting calmly. Even if the river diagram was coming, he was still waiting. He was waiting for some people to leave. Wan said to let the others leave and only kill Bai Feng's people. Suyu also wanted to see who would leave. There was no need to talk about feelings. However, Bai Feng's people were all humans. At this moment, only humans had come. Wan wanted to surround and kill a group of humans. Suyu wanted to see if there would be people who would give up on Bai Feng's people from the standpoint of their race. This was the standpoint of their race. If too many people left, it meant that the entire human race had abandoned this bloodline. Then, Suyu didn't need to save some people. There was no need at all. He too was coming. Before the news came, the people from the second layer who wanted to come up had all been killed by Suyu. The rest might not have a chance to escape. He too's people were so strong. Ordinary people wouldn't have a chance to run to the entrance. At this moment, no one knew that Suyu had come. Qin Feng raised his spear and said coldly, "No need to provoke us. Bai Feng's bloodline was also part of the human race. The immortals keep provoking us. Do you really think we can be bullied?" Beside Qin Feng, several experts snorted. "Childish. Do you think you've won? If you want to kill us, you can try." That female immortal said coldly, "You are just you. Why do you need to represent others? Not everyone wants to die. Do you really think we can't kill you? We just don't want to. Are you sure you want to protect Bai Feng's people?" At this moment, the auras of Wan's experts erupted. Even if they couldn't kill these people, they could create some discord among the human race. This had always been Wan's strategy. They believed that someone would stand up and choose to leave. Because this had always been the case. Moreover, Bai Feng's people were Wan's must-kill targets. A ferocious beast smiled faintly and said, "Bai Feng, don't count on Suyu. Does Suyu still want to leave the ancient city? Once he comes out, the emperor will personally kill him. Who do you think you can scare with Suyu?" Bai Feng glanced at him and sneered, "Trash, I didn't see you dare to call Suyu's name near the ancient city. You can only be arrogant here. Sharp tongues." The god race youngster looked around coldly. The human race really wants to start a war with us for these people? Killing Bai Feng is our final concession. Don't tell me that all of you really think that you can stop us with just these few people? Wan's experts began to approach. On the human side, they were somewhat shaken. Of course, some people didn't care. At this moment, as Wan approached step by step, even Qin Feng and the others became nervous. Behind them, near Bai Feng, someone was squatting and studying something. Wu Qi was anxious, sending a voice transmission, "Get up quickly. When the war starts, run with me." Wu Lan ignored his sister. He collected a lot of water samples and picked up a few grains of Milky Way sand. He also had many instruments around him, doing some tests. Beside her, Wu Jia was helping her. Wu Lan didn't turn his head, sending a voice transmission, "It's okay, sister. Don't bother me, okay? So annoying, since Fatty Xiao was here, wouldn't Suyu be here soon, that big bad guy, the big demon? Once he comes, all these people will be finished. Maybe he's here now, but he hasn't come out yet. That guy is very black-hearted. He might kill anyone who runs away. Maybe he's waiting for the human race to run away." Wu Lan ignored Wu Qi, looking at some data displayed on the instrument. His face was a little strange. He looked at Wu Jia, sending a voice transmission, "Sister Jia Jia, record it. Milky Way sand is alkaline and has a faint yellow color. There are some substances in it." She hesitated, but still sent a voice transmission, "Continue to record. It's just my personal judgment that it has some characteristics similar to human bile. Milky Way sand, if we make an analogy, might be the bile salt in human bile. It has some digestive and absorption functions. Wu Jia hesitated, sending a voice transmission. Are you sure? I'm not sure. I just feel that it has some similar functions. Record it first. Wu Lan said, sending another voice transmission. If we make an analogy, above the Milky Way, there might be an organ similar to the liver. Bile secretes, but it's flowing backwards. Wu Lan frowned. Forget it. Record it first. Record all the data. If you meet Suyu, even if something happens, I hope that this record will be in his hands. Also, record that there might be a treasure at the end of this passage that has many uses, such as detoxification, absorption, purification. Okay. Wu Jia quickly recorded and looked at the sky. Was there a treasure at the end? However, some people tried to fly up, but they couldn't. If they flew up from the waterfall, they would be washed to death before reaching the top. The two of them continued to record some data. Around them, some humans became restless. Someone sent a voice transmission to Qin Feng. Your Highness Qin Feng, Willow City, seems to be on the verge of independence. Do we really want to fight? Qin Feng didn't turn his head, coldly shouting, whoever wants to leave can leave now. I'm not leaving. I want to see if Wan and these trashes can be killed as they please. A bunch of trashes, defeated by Suyu. They don't dare to find Suyu and only dare to vent their anger on his master? Qin Feng, who are you looking down on? At this time, someone in the crowd laughed. Let them kill us. We also want to see how many these fellows can kill and how many of them will die. Speaking of you, Wan, are you really from the same family? Come if you have the ability. Let's see who dares to go first. On Wan's side, the God Race youth continued to laugh. Are you sure you won't leave? Everyone, make a path. Don't forget, whether it's Wan Tianxing or Suyu, they aren't that polite to some of you. This bloodline isn't good people. Many troubles are caused by them. They didn't die, but many of your people died. Some people paled again. A moment later, Wan really made a path. On both sides, some Wan experts smiled playfully. Your life is your own. If you keep dragging, you won't have another chance. At this time, more and more Wan experts were coming. Some treasure hunters were coming from all directions. Gradually, the pressure became stronger. The number of Wan experts was close to 300. On the human side, someone finally couldn't bear the fear. He shouted, Hurt, are you sure you won't attack us while we're retreating? Hurt laughed, we won't. Don't worry. If you're worried, leave a little more and enlarge the path. Your life is your own. Do you really have to risk your life for Bai Feng and the others? That man was sweating. Seeing many people looking at him, some of them glaring at him, he lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and stood up sore, saying in a muffled voice, I'm not familiar with them. I'm here to find treasures to strengthen myself, not for others. Sorry. Then, he dashed out of the path. On the other side, Wan didn't stop him, letting him soar into the sky. Hurt and the others all smiled. After all, there were more than 100 humans. If they really killed them, they would suffer heavy losses. It would be best if they could split up. If one of them left, it would be the beginning. These people weren't important. As long as Qin Feng, Huang Ting, Wu Qi, and Bai Feng were here, it would be enough. This time, if they could kill these people, they would receive countless benefits when they returned to the outside world. With one leader, the second would follow. Sorry, I don't want to die here. More people left. At first, these people would say a few words, but after that, the few people who left quietly did not say a word. 10 people left, 20 people left, 30 people, Qin Feng and the others just watched silently. After a while, about 1/3 of the 120 people had left. Of the 120 people, nearly 40 had left, and more than 80 had not left. Even though some of them were sweating profusely, they still chose to stay. A young girl gnashed her teeth in anger. A bunch of traitors. Cowards. Today, you sit back and watch as the Shenwen faction is killed. Tomorrow, it'll be your turn. Can't you see through Wan's stupid plan to divide us? Nearly 1/3 of the people had left. This number still made many people feel somewhat helpless. They were already inferior to the other side, and now the gap was even greater. This included a few Mountain Sea Realm cultivators who had left, which made the people who stayed feel even more pressure. Bai Feng's expression was also solemn. He looked around at the people who had stayed, and said in a low voice, "If you want to leave, leave now." Not leaving before was out of righteousness, but staying now is equivalent to throwing away your lives. "I don't think I have that kind of friendship with you." Someone berated, "What nonsense are you talking about? The internal strife of the human race is one thing, but we must unite against external enemies. I know how much you resent the Shenwen faction, but that is also an internal matter. Didn't Wan Tianxing kill so many people from your faction? Those who should take revenge have taken revenge. Those who left do not represent the will of the human race." One after another, the human experts and geniuses released their auras, and the passage also began to close. Herd smiled faintly and said, "It seems that you really want to die. I didn't expect so many of you to stay. Truly unexpected." He hadn't expected it, and neither had Suyu. Yes, he hadn't expected it. At this moment, he was floating above the crowd. In fact, he was still somewhat surprised. Of the 120 people, 38 had left, and 82 were left. He could clearly see and count them clearly. Suyu was a little surprised. Just now, when Wan had forced them, Suyu had been watching silently. He thought that it was not strange for half of them to leave, 2/3 to be normal, and 1/3 to be reasonable. But there were none. Less than 1/3 of them had left. Not only that, of the 38 people who had left, Suyu had checked and found that about 30 had really left. The remaining few had actually returned from the periphery, lying in ambush. Were they preparing for a sudden attack after the war broke out? This was also a strategy. In fact, only a quarter of them had left. Suyu looked at the sky, for a moment, lost in thought. A quarter, was that a lot? In fact, it was quite a lot, but compared to what he had expected, it was really too little. The Divine Runic Department wasn't too well liked by many people. Wan Tianxing's slaughter had in fact offended many people. Even in such a situation, he was still able to keep so many people alive. This was far stronger than he had imagined. Some people were actually very afraid, and Suyu could feel that fear. Yes, it was normal to be afraid in the face of life and death. Suyu had been afraid before. He had been afraid of encountering experts he was no match for, of encountering a crisis of death. But to be able to stay, that was courage. "Human race," Suyu murmured. At this moment, even as a human, he felt a little strange. This race was too strange. The infighting made him want to leave the human race. The infighting was endless. There would be infighting at any time, but, when facing an external enemy, even if they knew they would die, some people would still stand up without hesitation. Even if some people had a bad relationship with Bai Feng, they still chose to stay. Especially when some people left safely without being killed, these people still chose to stay. Even when Bai Feng thanked them, some people snorted, but they still chose to stay. Complicated. As a human, Suyu also experienced that complicated feeling. The human race was really more complicated than Wan. At this moment, it was not because of the cooperation of benefits, and there was no benefit for them to stay. Some people simply stayed because of their hot blood. Too complicated, Suyu laughed at himself. "I'm too young." Sometimes, he felt that he had seen through everything, but in reality, he had seen nothing. He thought that only a few people would leave. How King strange. It's time to go. Suyu was worried that he too would come up. After seeing all this, he was not in the mood to continue. His eyes had already scanned the area several times. Among these people, there were a few who had sun and moon blood essence or heavenly soldiers in their bodies. These people were the main targets. He did not need to worry too much about the rest. The will of civilization slowly appeared. Kill them all. He too would be the scapegoat. Just as Wan was about to make a move, someone seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. At this moment, a small book suddenly appeared in the sky. What is that? Someone's eyes flickered. Treasure? In the starry mansion, there was no lack of treasures. Sometimes, there were treasures that fell from the sky. At this moment, many people looked at the book. Holy, It was filled with a holy aura. Even at a glance, one would think that it was a precious treasure. It seemed to be filled with the charm of the great Tao and the glory of civilization. Vague phantoms appeared on the book, as if it was recording the history of Wan and the civilization of Wan. There was no sense of danger, because in the sky, Suyu's calamity Shinwen was exploding, reversing everyone's sense of danger. They were just a bunch of weaklings. The strongest was at the 9th tier of the mountain and sea realm, and there was not a single sun or moon. How could they match him? Treasure, Hurt and the others looked at each other. This seemed to be a heavenly soldier, and it was incomparably holy, not simple. Greed appeared in their eyes. A heavenly soldier was a good thing no matter where it was. Long Ji of the dragon race quickly transmitted his voice, kill the humans first, then divide the heavenly soldier. Since the treasure has appeared, it won't run away. Hurt nodded and shouted, kill the humans first, then take the treasure. A great battle was about to break out. On the side of the humans, the experts were extremely nervous. As for Xia Huyu, Huang Teng, and the others, they had strange looks in their eyes. These guys were going to die. At this moment, phantoms appeared on the book, and their auras soared. Phantoms of the sun and moon appeared. 100,200,300. In the sky, Suyu's face turned slightly pale. The book mainly used its own power, but it also consumed the power of its owner, Suyu. Fellow Taoists, explore civilization together, seek the past and the future. A murmur slowly spread out. In the next moment, when the group still did not sense any danger, suddenly, 300 giant beasts attacked. Splat, phantoms pierced through those people. How could a group of Ling Yun and Shan Hai match the sun and moon? In an instant, nearly 300 Wan experts, 90% of them died instantly. They were directly devoured by the phantoms. As for the remaining, some of their expressions changed drastically, and their blood essence or heavenly soldiers were about to erupt. However, the phantoms that had devoured the others all suppressed them. 10 sun and moon suppressed 1 Ling Yun or Shan Hai. There was no room for them to resist. Roar! Roar! One by one, the giant beasts let out roars of joy and joy. In an instant, everyone was devoured. Disappeared, nearly 300 Wan experts disappeared in an instant. On the side of the humans, everyone was shocked. Some people were so scared that their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled. What was this? Their minds were pale, and there was only fear. It was too terrifying, and at this moment, Suyu reversed his nascent aperture and turned it into death chi. He floated down and said coldly, the sovereign has descended and has mercy on the human race. All humans, retreat, and my race will unify the world. Undead, fear and disbelief. Undead had appeared in the lower 3 levels. The sovereign had descended. At this moment, a voice sounded in Xia Huyu's mind. His expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, thank you, Lord. Everyone, retreat, quickly. I just told them that the 2nd level is in danger. The sovereign of the river diagram has descended, and he will go to the 3rd level immediately. Thank you for your help. Suyu was indifferent, and he said word by word, when I was alive, I could only do my best. Now that the sovereign has arrived, I don't dare to disobey the sovereign's order. Leave. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but imagine the drama in their minds. This was a subordinate of the river diagram sovereign. When he was alive, he was a human. He recovered some of his memories, so he chose to help the human race solve the crisis. However, a necro-sovereign had descended, and once he came, he might not let the human race go. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Run, the necro-sovereign actually ran up from below, and in their eyes, Suyu was extremely powerful. He had killed hundreds of Wan experts with one strike, so he was probably close to the sovereign level. Qin Fang's expression changed, and he shouted, retreat, retreat quickly. Go to the 4th level quickly. Qin Fang was shocked, and he was extremely shocked. How could a sovereign have descended? Damn it, this shouldn't have happened. Also, that book was filled with divine energy, and it was actually a necro-sovereign's. He didn't dare to imagine. As for Suyu, his cold voice continued to reverberate, leave quickly, my race will rule the world sooner or later. When that time comes, the human race will be my race's enemy. I am already a necro, and I am no longer a human. This is the only time, and there will be no next time. At this moment, even Qin Feng couldn't help but feel moved, and he hurriedly said with gratitude, "Thank you, Lord." What a good person, even in death, he still remembered that he was a human. In the next moment, he led the others to leave. However, when he saw Bai Feng and the others, he couldn't help but say, "Why are you still here?" Bai Feng wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. "Leave my ass, Suyu is lying to you." Of course, he couldn't say that. At this moment, Suyu's voice sounded in his ears, "Leave quickly, there really is a necro-sovereign coming, I'm not lying to you." As soon as these words came out, Bai Feng was shocked, and he looked at Suyu. "You're not lying," Suyu almost rolled his eyes, he knew what his teacher meant. "So I only know how to lie?" "It's true, leave quickly. Go to a higher level, not only the He two, but also the two necro-sovereigns came together, I have to run later." As soon as these words came out, Bai Feng grabbed Wu Jia and Wu Lan and ran, not giving them a chance to speak, let alone giving them time to stay. At this moment, Wu Lan was struggling, and she transmitted a message to Suyu, who was filled with the aura of death, "Go to the sky, record on the side of the instrument, there is a good thing here." Wu Lan transmitted a message, and they were already taken away. As for Suyu, he also saw some instruments and records that she had left behind, and it seemed like she had specially left them for him. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared. However, the news of the invasion of the necro-sovereign spread instantly. "Terrifying, the necro-sovereign is here." Outside the starry mansion, nearly 300 tunnels collapsed in an instant. Shocking, Suyu didn't know that just before he killed these people, hundreds of tunnels had collapsed. In an instant, the death toll exceeded 400, the sky darkened. Panting sounds could be heard slowly. Dead, more than 1,000. Panting, depressed. 3 days, in just 3 days, more than 1,000 had died. They couldn't accept it and couldn't believe it. One by one, the invincible ones couldn't hold it in anymore and appeared. The void shook, time and space were in chaos, and there was an invincible's anger suppressing it like a furnace, burning the world. In the periphery, some experts from small races who came to send off or prepare to receive them also had faces of sorrow and fear. Dead, many died, one after another, they died in large numbers, it made their hearts cold. Among the large races, the celestial race had the most deaths, more than 600 people. More than 200 had died, nearly 1/3. In 3 days, the celestial race had wiped out 1/3 of their experts. The gods and demons were better off, only 100 or so had died. Compared to the celestial race, they were very lucky. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Someone looked at the human race again. Impossible, why did the human race have the least deaths again, especially this time? 300 to 400 people had died, and less than 5 humans had died. The human race also had 400 to 500 people who entered. Why did so few die this time? Did this matter have anything to do with the human race? There was an invincible, his tone depressed, and he said in a low voice, "So many have died, who can tell me why? For countless years, there hasn't been a time like this, so many died just a moment after entering, right? In just a short 3 days, this was too unusual." Even if there was an invincible voice transmission and received news that there was a change in the first level, the people on the first level had all run away. Could it be that the crisis had already spread? The ones who died now were the second and third level experts? Very few of the sun and moon died, in line with the number of deaths under normal circumstances, but a large number of Ling Yun and Shanhai died in an instant. This was definitely a massacre by a top expert. Everyone was killed in an instant. Among them, there were many descendants of invincibles. Some had weapons, some had blood essence, but they still died no slower than the others, which meant that they had no time to resist at all. There was an unparalleled being who exhaled, the air filled with killing intent. The void was cut apart, the flames of anger burning. However, he did not know who to be angry at. Right at this moment, someone said coldly, "I think we should ask the humans. I asked the human race to teach me how to do it. The one are dying, but the human race is barely losing anyone." So far, the human race had lost about 60 people, which was 1/7 of the human race. Just the immortals alone had already lost more than 200 of them. Among them, there were many descendants of invincible. At that moment, dozens of gazes turned towards the humans. On the human side, Da Xiao of Goguryeo had a calm expression while the king of Great Zhou had a solemn expression. When he saw everyone look over, the king of Great Zhou sighed. Don't ask me. If the human race had such capabilities, they would have long slaughtered all of you so many times in the past. We're all enemies, not friends, so there's no need to deny it. As for what exactly happened, you can send another message to ask. The group cursed in their hearts. Message, this time, it was a drop of essence blood from an unrivaled expert, and it wouldn't stay for long. No matter how many unrivaled experts there were, they wouldn't be able to withstand such consumption. At that moment, a god race unrivaled exhaled and said, "How about this, let's take turns and ask what exactly happened." The moment he said that, there was an unrivaled expert who said coldly, "Forget about my race." Of the 3 that entered, 2 died. There is also Sun and Moon who are probably not below. It's pointless to ask, so my race won't participate. What a joke, why should I waste my essence blood to take turns with you when it has nothing to do with me? The God King wasn't angry and said calmly, "If that's the case, then don't even think about getting any information." Speak or not, some small races didn't want to bother at all. Many people died, and there weren't many who entered. It didn't matter if they couldn't get anything out of him. The various races, especially the celestial, god, human, demon, and dragon races, occupied 2,700 to 2,800 spots. Now, only 500 of them died, and there were slightly more than 2,000 left. And in the Xingyu mansion, there were less than 2,500 people alive. Only the people from these few large races were missing, or some ancient race fellows were missing. There were very few people from the small races, and some had even died. Sun and Moon were dead. Who would be willing to care about this matter? One by one, the invincible experts fell silent. After a long time, on the side of the god race, the white-haired god king sighed softly, "Forget it, it's useless to ask now. Let's wait and see. We can't get in even if we ask." Someone hesitated. Can the Sky Hunter Pavilion think of a way to send a message into the Xingyu mansion? Yes, does the Sky Hunter Pavilion have a way? Can the Sky Hunter list send messages? There were some invincible experts who were very anxious and wanted to know if there was a way to inform inside. The most hopeful was the Sky Hunter Pavilion, this ancient organization. After an unknown period of time, an indifferent voice came from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. The Xingyu mansion wasn't impossible to send messages in the past. Otherwise, how would the experts who lived there contact the outside world? It's just that the mansion is closed, and the restrictions are activated. Now, it's difficult to send messages in through ordinary means. The Sky Hunter list is damaged and incomplete. It's difficult to send messages in, too difficult. Before the others could reply, the sound of coughing rang out in the air. The projection of an ancient expert appeared, but his race and identity were unknown, causing many people to be shocked. The expert looked in the direction of the Sky Hunter Pavilion, coughed, and said, "Ho Yi. If you want to repair the Sky Hunter list, what do you need?" Ho Yi, some people did not understand, but some people had strange looks in their eyes. And on the side of the human race, many people looked at Da Xiao of Goguryeo. Da Xiao of Goguryeo said calmly, "What are you looking at? He's not my son." In ancient times, the human king was status and strength. When we were conferred the title of king, that fatty of mine, I don't know where he read some ancient book, but the self-proclaimed Ho Yi is not the real one. Even we are the same. Da Xiao of Goguryeo, now, the invincible human race was conferred the title of king. And in reality, the title of human king was not something that ordinary people could bear. Xiao Ho Yi calling himself Ho Yi was actually related to this. However, Da Xiao of Goguryeo's words caused some people of the various races to have strange looks in their eyes. If he did not say it, everyone would have forgotten. Now that he said it, the name Ho Yi seemed to be used only by Xiao Ho Yi now, and he was quite famous. At the mention of Ho Yi, the first thing that came to mind was Xiao Ho Yi. At first, the ancient expert did not care, but soon, he also felt strange. And in the Sky Hunter Pavilion, the scholar was also slightly stunned. He laughed and said slowly, "The title of Ho Yi has become a joke. The ancient times have passed, there is no need to call me that. Just call me Pavilion Master." The title of Ho Yi was somewhat unbearable now. At the mention of Ho Yi, Everyone's first thought was that he was the son of Xianxia of Goguryeo. The scholar was also an important figure of the ancient times, and he did not want people to mention this. In the current Myriad worlds, if one were to talk about the experts of the ancient times who were still alive, his status was the highest. He was a marquis, above him were human kings and one demi-emperors. However, these were all conferred titles. Some of the current demi-emperors were not conferred titles. They were all self-titled demi-emperors after people died, including the old turtle. Real demi-emperors needed to be conferred titles by the ancient human emperors. As for the others, even if they were strong enough, they would not be demi-emperors. Those who dared to call themselves emperors were rebels. In the current human race, anyone who was invincible dared to call himself king. The scholar could not be bothered to say anything. In the ancient times, the only person who had a chance of being conferred the title of king in the current human realm was probably the great Qin king, and he might be a little off. He did not say anything and looked at the ancient expert's projection. He knew who it was, but he had not seen him for many years. He did not expect him to still be alive. The scholar said softly, "It's almost impossible to repair the Heaven Hunter list." However, the Heaven Hunter list was broken in the past, and some things were lost. If we take them out now and integrate them into the Heaven Hunter list, we might be able to restore some and communicate internally. Something was lost? Some were puzzled, and some were surprised. Such a powerful list had actually been broken before, and it wasn't even complete. The scholar's voice sounded again, "That's right, the Heaven Hunter list is no longer as capable as it was in the past. It cannot actively absorb the aura of the myriad worlds, and it still needs the Heaven Hunter 4 divisions to search. The list is also not as impartial as before. In the past, it was the Heaven Hunter list that took the initiative to cover the myriad worlds. It was the myriad worlds, and not a faint battlefield of the myriad heavens. An expert, a genius, would have to be on the list." The scholar said again, "The Heaven Hunter list is not considered complete, but I know that there should be a fragment in the myriad heavens treasure tower. If it is combined, there is hope of connecting to the starry universe mansion." Myriad Heavens Treasure Tower, the organization that launched the Tao verification list. As soon as these words came out, many people had a strange look in their eyes, somewhat surprised. The Myriad Heavens Treasure Tower was said to have someone supporting it. The supporter was one of the major races of the gods, demons, and immortals, or even all of them. No one knew the specifics, but one thing was known. They dared to launch the Tao verification list, and they had confidence. They were quite low-key, but they were not afraid of causing trouble. Few people knew where their headquarters was, and they were even more mysterious than the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. It was just that their strength seemed to be inferior to the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. As soon as these words came out, an invincible said, "If the Myriad Heavens Treasure Tower has, why don't you come forward and negotiate with the Heaven Hunter Pavilion? Now, we know nothing about the internal intelligence. If we can know what happened, we will have some ways to deal with it." Someone from the Myriad Heavens Treasure Tower entered this time. "I wonder if the Tower Master is here." One by one, the invincible spoke. A moment later, the void trembled. In the void, a chubby middle-aged man said with a smile, "Here, here." Many people felt even more strange. He really came. Who was this unfamiliar person, the Tower Master of the Myriad Heavens Treasure Tower? Which race? And in the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, the scholar glanced at the fatty and smiled, "So it's you." The Myriad Heavens Treasure Tower could be considered an old rival. But it had not been established for too long. He had thought about who was leading before. Now that he saw this fatty, he was surprised and said with a smile, "General Many Treasures, long time no see." That chubby fatty said cheerfully, "It's been a long time, this general greets Ho Yi." After saying that, he smiled and said, forget it, it's better to call me the Tower Master." "Tower Master, I heard what you said. I won't hide it from you. Many years ago, I picked up a piece of treasure. After that, I created the Myriad Heavens Treasure Tower and the Tao verification list, which is also built on this foundation. Now it's merged." "Tower Master, then you're asking for my old life. My Myriad Heavens Treasure Tower can't continue to operate." The scholar sat in the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. After a long time, he said, "Which piece did you pick up?" "Just one piece, that chubby middle-aged man chuckled and said, but, there's a word. The scholar instantly sat up straight. What word? Record. The scholar's expression changed slightly. Then, the diagram word isn't with you? It really isn't. The chubby middle-aged man smiled and said, I don't dare to deceive the tower master. It's really just a record word. Otherwise, the Tao verification list also wouldn't be so unreliable. From time to time, it would be a little insensitive. Once someone hides, I can't monitor it on my side anymore. Then where's the diagram word? The scholar murmured. Catalog. Yes, the Heaven Hunter list was actually a catalog. But now, it was a little fragmented, losing two of the more important parts. Or rather, two words, the diagram word. At the edge of the void, that chubby middle-aged man smiled and said, Tower Master, the record word is with me. The diagram word, why don't you ask again if it was picked up by someone? I didn't take it. The scholar said calmly, can it be returned? You also know that this item isn't mine, but I'm monitoring it on behalf of the heavens. The chubby middle-aged man smiled and said, Tower Master must be joking. This matter is already an ancient matter. But I feel that we can find the side with the diagram word. The three parties joining forces should be able to send messages into the Starry Universe mansion. As for merging, forget it. I also know that this item was previously under the control of the Tower Master. Sigh. The scholar sighed softly. Forget it, forget it. Who has the diagram word? If it's taken out, there are only some fragments that haven't been found. It's not a big deal. The functions are almost complete. It should be able to contact the inside of the Starry Universe mansion. At this moment, the powerhouses looked at each other. Some of those who didn't know had strange looks in their eyes. The Heaven Hunter list was a catalog. And it had been fragmented before. Even so, this Heaven Hunter list now had the power of a divine weapon, covering the battlefield of the heavens. How powerful would it be when it was intact? The pavilion master of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion was an ancient powerhouse. This was something that everyone had guessed. The only thing they didn't expect was that the true pavilion master of the All Heavens Myriad Treasure Tower, a subordinate organization controlled by gods and demons in everyone's eyes, was actually an ancient powerhouse. General of many treasures, some people knew the situation. In ancient times, below Marquis were titled generals. Generals with titles, such as General Zhenling, General of Many Treasures, and below them, there was a kind of general without titles. On the human race's side, Dasha of Goguryeo was also surprised. Glancing at that General of Many Treasures, he transmitted his voice and said, Can you tell what his strength is? The King of Great Zhou looked for a while, shook his head, and transmitted his voice, Not sure, but I'm afraid he's not weak. You and I might not be a match either. The old fellows are coming out more and more frequently. These few days, appearing one after another isn't a good thing. It had been several hundred years, these guys were either in slumber or cultivating. But now, all of them came out one by one. Heaven Supervisor Marquis, General of Many Treasures, Heavenly Ancient, Fate Sovereign, he was thinking when in the distance, someone suddenly shouted, Many Treasures, the All Heavens Myriad Treasure Tower was built by you, kid? The wealthy-looking middle-aged man glanced sideways and saw the phantom above an ancient city. He said with a smile, Greetings, Brother Sky Destroyer. Excuse me. Sky Destroyer was idle too. Although he could not come out, he could still say a few words. In the past, he did not speak because there were too few people who were qualified to make him speak. At this moment, Sky Destroyer became interested and said with a smile, You picked up the Heaven Supervisor's thing, then you still dare to show yourself. This old fellow's strength is very terrifying. Be careful that he gets rid of you and takes back the treasure. General of Many Treasures chuckled and said, It's not that serious. Brother Sky Destroyer must be joking. Sky Destroyer smiled and said, You still don't believe. Just as he said this, someone interrupted him angrily, Idiot. He has nothing to fear. Don't you know that the All Heavens Myriad Treasure Tower is backed by the major races? This guy should have some agreement with Heaven Ancient Era, this group of old geezers. Do you think he will be afraid? He is used by these few races to restrain the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Sky Destroyer was stunned for a moment. Glancing at Cloud Sky Ancient City, he said with a smile, "Cloudy sky, you know?" Cloudy Sky did not say a word. Nonsense, he had already guessed it. In any case, he had lived for so many years. Many Treasures chuckled and said, "That's nothing, nothing." Sky Destroyer glanced at him and suddenly sneered. He said with disdain, "Forget it, pretend I didn't see you and don't know you. In any case, you are from the older generation. You can't afford to mix with the younger generation of Heaven Ancient Era. Looks like you haven't reached Dao integration yet. Trash, after so many years, I thought you had reached Dao integration." The middle-aged man's face drooped and he laughed dryly. Sky Destroyer no longer paid attention to him. There was no point in playing with this person. Although he was trapped, he still didn't take Heaven Ancient Era seriously. He was just a junior, so what was there to be arrogant about? Heaven Ancient Era was stronger than him, but that was because he had been trapped for 100,000 years. Otherwise, who wouldn't be a match for Heaven Ancient Era? After being trapped for so many years, his strength had actually improved slightly, but it was not too obvious. If he hadn't been trapped for 100,000 years, he would have reached Dao integration long ago. Sky Destroyer ignored him, and General of Many Treasures didn't care too much either. After all, the present was not the past. He looked at the Heaven Hunter Pavilion and said again, "Pavilion Master, do you know who has the last main fragment?" The scholar was silent. After a while, he said slowly, "If I'm not wrong, it is with the Heavenly Abyss tribe, right?" As for the Heavenly Abyss tribe, Curse Moo is in charge of the Heavenly Abyss tribe. How about coming out and meeting me? Heavenly Abyss tribe? General of Many Treasures was slightly startled, but he quickly understood. I see. No wonder this tribe's killing curse is getting stronger and stronger. It turns out that they obtained the diagram word. Looks like they used it as a medium to curse and kill many people. As soon as he said this, the void trembled slightly, revealing an endless void of darkness. A pitch-black expert wrapped in a black robe said softly, "As expected, I can't hide it from the two seniors. It is indeed in my hands. However, the ancient times have passed, and the owner of the Heaven Hunter list has fallen. This item belongs to the fated. What does Lord Heaven Supervisor Marquis think?" The scholar said softly, "If you have it, then you have it. There is no need to say anything. If I am strong enough, I will take it back. If I am not strong enough, then I will temporarily keep it with you. How about we work together to open a communication channel? I just want to see, after countless years, if the Heaven Hunter list is united again, how powerful it is." The black-robed expert chuckled. "This is possible, but even if it is united, it will not be one. Unless we find a divine weapon master to forge it, its power will be greatly reduced, and we may not be able to enter. Let's try." The scholar sighed. The item was indeed not lost. One for the 10,000 Treasures Tower, one for the Heavenly Abyss tribe. Unfortunately, it was not easy to take it back. Many Treasures was not at Dao integration, but he was only one step away. On the other hand, this junior of the Heavenly Abyss tribe, the first Heavenly Abyss half-emperor after the Great Calamity, had reached Dao integration. For this tribe to be able to survive from the ancient times until now, they had some ability. He could deal with these two, but the key was that many people did not want the Heaven Hunter list to be united. Once they took action, there would probably be people involved. A moment later, a golden booklet floated in the air. At this moment, Many Treasures and Jumu were silent for a while, and they both took out an item. 2 fragments, the two had already refined it. At this moment, the 2 large characters flew towards the golden booklet. In an instant, they fused together. However, because they belonged to 3 people, they were still a bit short. Even so, when the 2 large characters landed on the booklet, golden light illuminated heaven and earth. Rumble, with a loud explosion, the huge golden page overflowed with powerful ripples. Golden patterns appeared one after another. 145, 148, 155. In the blink of an eye, there were 170 golden patterns. At this moment, the golden page finally stopped moving. At this moment, violent panting sounds could be heard, and all the invincible experts were panting with red eyes. This was a divine weapon, and it was an extremely powerful divine weapon. It had not been completely united, but it had already formed 170 golden patterns. At its peak, it was hard to imagine how powerful this thing was. No wonder this thing could cover the all-heavens battlefield and the myriad worlds. At this moment, some characters were faintly discernible. The Heaven Hunter list, and the Tao Confirmation list. Above this, one could vaguely see the Eternal list. On the Heaven Hunter list, the first was Madhwa Na. However, at this moment, a name was faintly discernible, but it could not appear. Because, there was something hiding. The scholar frowned slightly and looked toward the ancient city. On the ancient city's side, Lu Hong was also awakened by the big movement. He looked out and was stared at by the scholar from afar. He felt cold all over, but he pretended to be calm. He also saw the faintly discernible heaven list and laughed. Is my name going to appear? Unfortunately, I don't think it's powerful enough. Why can't the half-dead be on the list? I think it's because I'm not capable enough. I can easily beat Madhwa Na. No one dared to refute his words. If the heaven list were to appear, it would probably be Suyu's name. Unfortunately, he had become a half-dead spirit, and the Heaven Hunter list seemed to have not recovered, so it could not completely reveal Suyu's name. But the scholar was puzzled. 170 golden patterns, it was actually not that far from its peak. Even if it was a dead spirit, it should have appeared by now, not to mention that it was not a dead spirit. Strange, did Suyu have other treasures that could block the Heaven Hunter list's prying eyes? He didn't think any more, because at this moment, another list also appeared on the Heaven Hunter list. Tao Verification List. First, Wan Tianxing. Everyone was silent. It was not that they were surprised that Wan Tianxing was on the list, but that the Heaven Hunter list seemed to have recovered a lot at this moment and learned to rank on its own. Previously, the Tao Verification List and the Heaven Hunter list did not have it. And the All Heavens Treasure Tower was not very reliable either. First place was actually taken by Wan Tianxing. In fact, before Wan Tianxing's name was not even quasi-invincible realm, everyone quickly looked down, and at this moment, they were all interested. Now that the Heaven Hunter list had recovered its power, how would it rank the experts below invincible realm? 2nd, September. Everyone was stunned again. 2nd was September of the iron-eating ancient beast clan. September, who was so fat that he didn't want to move and ate and drank all day long, was it 2nd? 3rd, Long River, fated clan. There was nothing wrong with this, because it was previously 2nd. 4th, Heavenly Curse, Tianyuan clan. The previous 1st place had now fallen to 4th, a big gap from the previous ranking. 5th, Empty, Space Beast clan. This was no problem either. 6th, Blue Sky, Human clan. It was quiet again. Blue Sky, many people's expressions changed. Blue Sky was ranked 6th. This was the Tao Verification list, which was a ranking of strength below Invincible Realm. The top 10 almost all had the power to fight Invincible Realm experts. Blue Sky could do it? What a joke. Blue Sky had beaten the Invincible 3 Lives body before, but Blue Sky wasn't really invincible. How could he be ranked 6th? 7th, Sky Devourer, Gue clan. Yo, my old boy is on the list. At this moment, a mastiff king whose mouth was overflowing with the power of radiance appeared in the void. With a swipe of its claw, it killed a sun-moon radiance bird and continued eating with a smile on its face. Previously, my kid was ranked 36th, but now he's moved up to 7th, not bad. The group was shocked. Sky Devourer of the Gue clan was ranked 7th, but they hadn't seen it before. 8th, Gudang, Celestial clan. The group was silent again. This was a descendant of ancient heaven. 9th, Blood Buddha, Demon clan. 10th, Song Dipper, Celestial clan. The top 10 rankings changed drastically. There was a huge difference from the previous rankings, and Yunchen of the Human clan was only ranked 15th. This was an existence that killed 3 quasi-invincible realm experts, but he was only ranked 15th. As for Zhu Tiandao, who everyone thought was extremely strong, he was ranked 97th, instantly falling down the rankings. However, to be able to be on the list was already extremely strong. At this moment, the group's eyes flickered. They didn't expect it. The difference between the previous Tao Verification list and the current one was too great. It was a completely different concept. Many of those who were ranked at the top had fallen. Some of those who were ranked at the back had all risen. The key was that since the others weren't a big problem, then Blue Sky's problem wasn't big either. This was what shocked everyone. Ranked 6th, an existence that could fight invincible, Blue Sky, didn't he go all out last time? Top 10, 2 humans, of course, Wan Tianxing was here. No one was surprised. To be able to kill 2 invincible realm experts, killing invincible Nether clan could be said to be luck, but the other party had 3 lives. To be able to kill Fan Hai, that was true strength. Other than Wan Tianxing, many people were surprised. Someone laughed and said, I didn't pay much attention to it before, but now it seems that I was blind. September is ranked 2nd, second only to Wan Tianxing. September went in, right? Some people's eyes changed. Yes, September went in. A guy that could fight invincible realm experts, maybe, they could kill him. After all, his ranking was quite high, only lower than Wan Tianxing. And at this moment, the void split open, and an incomparably powerful and enormous iron-eating beast appeared. It was also eating, and just like the old turtle, its mouth was dripping with oil. It said lazily, don't fight. My race doesn't fight. September is hungry, so he went to find something to eat. When he's full, he'll come out. Don't misunderstand, September was very weak, some people sneered. No fighting? Eat what? Eat gods and demons or celestials. September might have really gone to eat celestials. Previously, the various races had thoughts about the celestials. At this moment, a celestial king could not help but say angrily, my clan's sun and moon, 5 of them suddenly fell. Could it be? Did you do it? Did Devourer go in? It seemed to have gone in too. Damn it, these ferocious races all had powerful sun and moon that could fight invincible realm experts, none of them were good. Cough, cough. At this moment, an invincible realm expert said, let's not talk about this. Pavilion Master, can we contact the people inside now? Let's try and make some adjustments. It might take some time, the outside world was in an uproar. And just as the heaven hunting list was merging, Suyu was about to leave. Suddenly, in his mind, the golden atlas trembled. The atlas trembled in his mind for a while, but soon calmed down. Suyu frowned. There had been no movement in this atlas for a long time. What was going on today? Just now, when the atlas trembled, Suyu thought that something was going to happen, but it quickly returned to normal. Was this a bad omen? But the word calamity did not even move in Shinwen. And at this moment, suddenly, Suyu was stunned. He felt a little movement. The inscribed tombstone that covered the sea of will suddenly trembled. Previously, Suyu did not feel it, but at this moment, an invisible force appeared and was bounced off the inscribed tombstone. That force was very weak. It was bounced off and dissipated instantly. What the hell? Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Someone was spying on me. Yes, someone must be spying on me. What could be spying on me? Silently, is it the heaven hunting list, or is it a peerless expert? Suyu's heart trembled. It could not be the heaven hunting list, right? But there was no movement before. Why was there a sudden movement now? Suyu's expression changed. He quickly took out a book and rummaged through a huge space. As expected, he soon found a heaven hunting list. He did not throw it away. Because he had killed many people, he was too lazy to choose. If he had thrown it away, it would not have been able to cover the heaven hunting list in the Starry Mansion. But at this moment, this heaven hunting list seemed to be shining with a faint light. There seemed to be some movement. It was very weak, almost indiscernible. What the hell? Suyu was very surprised. This thing could not cover the Starry Mansion, could it? And in just a short time, the golden book had just trembled, and the inscribed tombstone seemed to have helped him block a peek. What did that mean? The heaven hunting list has changed, or maybe it has become stronger, allowing it to enter the Starry Mansion. And when the change happened, my golden book trembled. Suyu's eyes flickered. What did this mean? My golden book had some connection with the heaven hunting list? What connection? Suyu frowned. Does that mean that the heaven hunters list is mine? Yes, Suyu instantly came to a shocking conclusion. My thing had been taken away. The heaven hunting list was mine, but it had been taken away by the heaven hunting pavilion. I knew it. I was so close to the heaven hunting list, and it sent me to first place so quickly. So it was mine. Suyu snorted. Very well, I will get it back sooner or later. For now, forget it, but he knew one thing. The outside world was trying to contact the holders of the heaven hunting list. Maybe the change was too big, causing them to be anxious. Suyu quickly searched, and soon, he found more than 50 heaven hunting list sublists. Suddenly, he laughed. Across the starry mansion, communication was so difficult. There was probably no way to identify anything, let alone locate it. River map. Suyu searched for a while and typed 2 words on a list, but there was no response. Just in case, he did not use the list of the dead to avoid being sensed. After searching for a while, he found a list that belonged to the human race. He had knocked out a few people and taken their storage rings. As for whether the outside world could identify who it belonged to, it was probably very difficult. But there was no harm in being careful. Dead people could not communicate. Suyu laughed, not caring that there was no response from the list. If the outside world could receive some news, it would be a good thing. They would know who did it. The river map, and at this moment, on his civilization journal, the word civilization instantly turned into the word river map. You are the river map, and you don't have a map. This is the river map, your life divine weapon, Suyu laughed. People died, and it was all the river map's doing. You were going to do it anyway, so I helped you clean up the battlefield in advance. That sublist, all the sublists, at this moment, were trembling slightly, but he could not contact them. After some time, it still did not work. Suyu curled his lips. Trash, forget it, I will help you. Taishan. Boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The list that Suyu had written the word river map suddenly trembled. The 2 words instantly turned into light and disappeared from the list. Suyu sealed his acupoints. Soon, all the sublists trembled again, but they still could not transmit any information. Suyu grinned, interesting, as expected, my guess was right. The angry old Zhou might have opened up some place in his anger, allowing him to transmit information. But it was only for an instant. So, if you want to contact the inside, you still have to rely on me, Suyu muttered. In that case, the information channel was actually under my control. I wonder how much the outside world had paid. Thank you, I hope you can still send me some information, provided that I collect the heaven hunting list, and just as Suyu shouted Taishan. On the heaven hunting list that had been flickering, 2 words suddenly flashed and disappeared. River map. It was not the language of the various races, but 2 ancient text of will, river map. At this moment, some people's expressions changed. They seemed to have thought of something and were somewhat in disbelief. River map? Which river map? The river map of the first title change, or something else? Impossible. At this moment, an ancient existence's voice shook the void. Brother Primordial Chaos, is the river map still in the channel? Deep under the sea. Old Tortoise was stunned. Yes, the river map was lost, F*CK, the river map, went to Xingyu Mansion. How did he go there? To the 7th floor, but, going to the 7th floor had nothing to do with the lower floors. The river map, is gone. It went to Xingyu Mansion. Old Tortoise was a little stunned. There were too many implications. At this moment, he pretended not to hear the ancient existence's words. This little river map wants to kill me, but even if you know, you can't kill it. The old tortoise was quite surprised. He too had appeared in the starry mansion, and he was on the lower levels. That shouldn't be the case. Even if he had appeared, he shouldn't have started a massacre. All of this pointed to one problem. He too didn't walk out of the dead spirit's tunnel, he went in through another channel. Didn't he go to get reinforcements? The old tortoise was suspicious. Could it be related to the reinforcements? Who did he go to get? He was still thinking. Slowly, the ancient being in the void spoke again. Brother Primordial Chaos, did he too leave? The old tortoise came to his senses and said slowly, no, he often leaves. I don't know where he is exactly. The void shook as soon as he said that. Powerful phantoms were projected again. Someone said in surprise, he's not here? He too entered the starry mansion? How did he get in? Even if he did, he shouldn't have appeared on the first level. The 7th level didn't suffer great losses, but why did the lower levels suffer great losses? An invincible dead spirit had entered, so it was natural that people would die. Everyone even thought that the number of deaths wasn't that high. The key wasn't that, but how did you two get in? Could it be that the world of dead spirits also has a passage to the Starry Mansion? Impossible. If there is, why did something happen only this time? This isn't the first time the Starry Mansion has opened. One expert after another appeared, causing the entire All Heavens battlefield to freeze. Even more ancient existences had appeared this time. Some invincible experts' expressions changed. How many old farts were still alive in the myriad worlds? Didn't they all die in the previous 9 tides, at the same time? Dasha of Goguryeo was also stunned. He suddenly sent a voice transmission, "Old Zhou, there are some old farts among the ancient races. What about the human race?" The main characters of the 9 tides, the human race didn't have any old farts left. It was normal for the ancient ones to die. If the human race didn't die, the one wouldn't have a chance to turn the world upside down. And yet, all of the experts who had appeared in the 9 tide flows were dead. They were the most powerful experts of the 10th tide flow. If this era ended, did that mean that not a single one of the dozens of invincible realm experts would survive? If he survived, he would be considered an old immortal, the king of Great Zhou said calmly. Difficult. First, the human race's lifespan was shorter than theirs. Secondly, the human race didn't have any eternal civilization masters. Warriors didn't live long to begin with, and many of these old-timers had 2 eternal realms. Thirdly, we are the main characters of the 9 tide flows. Over and over again, the tide flow changes will not end until we have emptied our foundations. Generally speaking, the humans had been defeated 9 times. On several occasions, they had almost unified the many heavens, and then, there was no then. The old-timers had refused to agree. The king of Great Zhou sent a voice transmission, "Don't be fooled by their silence now. I suspect that they might have attacked the human race during the previous 9 tides." Dasha of Goguryeo nodded slightly, his eyes solemn. This was very normal, whether the human race wanted to unify the heavens, or the all heavens one wanted to destroy the human race. These old immortals might attack the human race at the critical moment. They hadn't attacked now because the time wasn't right, and they didn't want to attack now and let others take advantage of them. In the 9 tide flow changes, many of the old-timers who had attacked had died. This time, the 10th time, there was no possibility of the human race unifying the heavens. The longer these old fellows lived, the more afraid they were of death. They wouldn't rashly attack the human race for fear of causing unforeseen events. The old turtle couldn't be bothered with them and closed his eyes. The little river diagram had disappeared. It had gone to the Starry Universe Mansion. This meant that there might be a way back to the Starry Universe Mansion in the world of dead souls. Is this the way you left for yourselves? Waiting for the day when you can make a comeback? The old turtle murmured inwardly. This was the work of the human race. This meant that the human race had experienced the 10 tide flow changes since ancient times, and their foundation hadn't been exhausted yet. This was terrifying, absolutely shocking. After dying, they entered the world of dead souls. The passage was guarded, but there were still some ways of retreat left, such as the Starry Universe Mansion. This was to awaken in the Starry Universe Mansion, awaken, and fight for the human race again. The first 9 tide flow changes had actually been the appearance of the human race's top experts. Some were remnants of the previous tide flow changes, and the first 3 tide flow changes had even involved the appearance of real ancient humans. Today, it was the 10th time, and those old fellows had all died in battle. Moreover, if they really became dead spirits, would they still care about race? At least, he too didn't care much. This guy was a descendant of a human king. After becoming a dead spirit, he didn't seem to care much about the human race. He had forgotten some of his memories, and even some of his thoughts when he was human. The dead spirits were a new race. They were no longer human. Some of the past memories were like looking at flowers on horseback. They only let you see the past of another person, and know some of the past. But the race was the dead spirit race. The old turtle was still thinking about the changes in the Starry Universe Mansion when someone said again, "Brother Hongmeng is guarding the world of dead souls. Can you investigate if there are any changes in the world of dead souls?" Hearing this, the old turtle said calmly, "I don't have the time and energy to investigate. If you are interested, you can come to Hongmeng City and help me guard this place. I can appoint some guardians." At that time, if you are willing to go down and take a look, I won't stop you. Silence. What a joke, who would be willing to be a guardian, now was not the ancient times. If the ancient times still existed, the human sovereign and the parliament who made the rules would rotate regularly. Now, once one became a guardian, the rules would not be destroyed, and the guardian would have to guard for endless years, unless, one day, someone surpassed the human sovereign, surpassed the ancient times, and destroyed the rules, or made new rules. Otherwise, even if you unified the heavens, it would be useless, because there was still a granny above you. Rules would teach you how to be a person. The old turtle said lightly, if you are not willing, then forget it. This old man has no time to explore the world of dead souls. Or, if you are willing, you can go in and try while the river diagram is not here. It's hard to say whether you can come out or not. Living beings could still go down. The key was that if you went down, you might not be able to come back up. Xiao Longwu and the others had actually gone down, but they had only wandered around the passage and left quickly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. The aura of living beings was too strong, and it would quickly attract the attention of a large number of dead spirits. Silence again. An old antique said with a smile, Brother Hongming still likes to joke, I never joke. The old turtle was indifferent, this general is not anyone's subordinate or subordinate. Don't question this old man anymore. Even the heaven supervisor should mind his own business. If anyone thinks they can replace me and become the guardian general, then come and try. He was too lazy to respond to these people's questions. Answering a few words was already polite. At this moment, Xianxia was also eager to see the world in chaos, and he shouted, Hey, you grandson. You've got some guts. Are you going to make trouble for us? I remember you, the nameless general under Marquis D. Ping. Do you think you're invincible after reaching Dao integration? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death with my staff. An ancient being was speechless. Crazy, I'm just asking, you want to come out and fight me, right? Even though he was speechless, this old antique still said indifferently, Brother Xianxia, you're also a nameless general. Are you looking down on me? Xianxia said disapprovingly, I'm still not someone you can compare to. We came here to guard this place with Big Boss, and we agreed that after guarding this place, I'll be conferred the title of War Spirit General. When I reach Dao integration, I'll be the War Spirit Marquis. Who knew that the Parliament would play a joke on me? I guarded this place for 1,000 years, and now I've been annihilated. Who am I supposed to reason with? Xianxia was a bit annoyed. You're just a piece of trash, nameless general. Do you think you're worthy of fighting me? At this moment, everyone was too lazy to pay attention to him, including those guards and Yun Xiao. None of them said anything. Because, they were also nameless generals. They were all trash. The parliament had indeed agreed to help Xianxia, but unfortunately, everything was over before they could wait. The world had changed, and the current Xianxia no longer had the right to stand up. Some of the juniors of the past had already grown up. At this moment, Xianxia also sensed that something was amiss. He felt like a tiger being bullied by a dog. Suddenly, he cursed, even a trash general like you has reached Dao integration. Many treasures, you're also trash. For better or for worse, I've been suppressed. What about you? Many Treasures was a famous general. He was also trash, he hadn't even reached Dao integration. In the void, the blissful general of Many Treasures wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. Brother Xianxia, I've spent most of my time recuperating since ancient times. I'm not much better than you. During the last change of the tide, he too coveted my treasures and tried to kill me. I was tricked by this guy once, but who would have thought? I'd encounter him again right after I left the mountain. He sighed helplessly. During the last change of the tide, there were countless powerhouses. He too was also forced into a corner. He wasn't the most powerful human of that era, but he was the most ruthless. He became the lord of the ancient city, opened the dead spirit passageway, and led the dead spirits to conquer the heavens. There were countless dead spirit monarchs, so you saw some of the past, but they were just fragments. In that era, he too was still very fierce. He led the dead spirit monarchs and killed many old antiques, including injuring many treasures. Someone said quietly, now is not the time for the next change of the tide. He too is dead, but how much of his memory is left? How many tricks does he still have after becoming a dead spirit? He might not even be able to beat a Dao monarch now. In the distance, the Dao monarch frowned. Why are you talking about me? For better or for worse, he was a 7th-stage Eternal Realm cultivator. It was just bad luck that his 3 lives were destroyed by the old turtle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so afraid of these guys. Although these old antiques weren't weak, they weren't all at Dao integration stage. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, on the Fiend Race's side, Moore frowned and said, alright, seniors matters can be talked about later. Now that the heaven hunting list can pass through the Starry Mansion, we can transmit messages. It's still unclear whether he too is the river diagram of the dead spirit world or not. How should we resolve this crisis? In the Starry Mansion, it's not only our families, but also the human race. Do you think that he too won't kill you just because he was a human? Hearing this, the king of Great Zhou said quietly, it's hard to say. Few humans died. Maybe he too still remembers old friendships. In any case, he's a human, so, it's your problem to solve, it has nothing to do with us. He didn't care whether it was caused by he too or not. It was a fact that few humans died. Even if it was caused by he too, he might have really been merciful to the human race. In that case, who cares about the lives of other races? In the outside world, all parties were discussing how to solve the problem, and they continued to send messages to the people inside, hoping to get more information. Unfortunately, Suyu was not going to open it. On the other hand, the heaven hunting list was trembling slightly, attracting the attention of some people who were still alive and holding the list. The key was that there was no way to display the message. Haha. Suyu laughed. If I want to open it, I'll open it. If I don't want to, don't even think about transmitting a single word, so you couldn't be bothered with them anymore. After confirming that the Heaven Hunters list could only transmit information to him when there was an earthquake, Suyu ignored them. He had something to do on the 3rd level. Treasure hunt, Smiling Lotus and Milky Way Sand. As those people were killed, Suyu's will of civilization grew stronger and he could vaguely feel the 146th golden pattern appearing. Old Tortoise said that the Smiling Lotus was an ornamental treasure. In that case, where was the most beautiful scenery? Suyu looked around. It might be the Milky Way waterfall, that waterfall fell from the sky. The scenery here was beautiful. Of course, it would be even more beautiful if some things were overlooked. At this moment, he was looking at some information left behind by Wu Lan with a strange gaze. Bile? Really? Suyu mumbled. Why did you think of bile? I didn't think of it that way, Wu Lan. Had she done some research on cutting people? It's hard to say. Suyu was seriously doubtful. Otherwise, it would be difficult for ordinary people to think of this. A waterfall that had existed since ancient times and you said it was bile. TSK, even in ancient times, no one would believe you. According to Wu Lan, it might be the liver. Are you kidding me? Suyu was bare one's teeth. If you took away something like the liver, old Zhou would go crazy, right? Even if he went crazy, he would kill me. This treasure was really not easy to obtain. This is difficult. I just don't know if there are gallstones. If there are, I can take it away. That thing has been sitting there for countless years. It can be considered a treasure, right? Suyu mumbled. Things like the liver, forget it. This bile had been flowing for countless years. Perhaps it could form some gallstones. It might exist in the celestial river below or the source above. Celestial river sand is probably a type of stone, right? However, when he saw Wu Lan's analogy, which was to bile salts, Suyu quickly recalled. After a while, he realized what bile salts were. Fortunately, he was knowledgeable. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to know what they were for. This woman is terrifying. She might have secretly studied people before. Wu Lan was also very knowledgeable. For example, the treasure at Mount Starfall was actually a clue provided by Wu Lan. That woman knew a little bit of everything. Previously, Suyu had easily found the treasure at Mount Starfall by using a few stalks of grass. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu took a deep breath. While the river diagram was not here, he would quickly obtain the treasure. Rumble. The moment Suyu stepped into the waterfall, he knew why no one entered the water directly. Instead, they were picking up the sand outside. It was extremely painful. The water of the waterfall actually had the effect of disintegrating one's body. At this moment, Suyu's body that was forged 72 times and had 2 additional layers of defense actually felt like it was being dissolved. Damn. Suyu cursed softly. This damned place, no one below the 7th layer of the Sun-Moon realm could enter. Most importantly, he would not reach the 3rd layer of the Sun-Moon realm. It was not that easy to come down. No wonder no one entered. His feet stepped into the water, and his legs felt like they were about to be corroded. Wu Lan and the others would probably turn into water the moment they stepped in. No wonder hundreds of people did not enter the water to rob the celestial river sand. They were all picking up the scattered sand on the shore. Terrifying. Even Suyu felt extreme pain, let alone the others. He stepped in, and with a rumble, the waterfall smashed down on him. The huge pressure made Suyu's bones creak. Pfft. Suyu directly vomited blood from the pressure. He could not help but curse softly again. However, this bile was actually a good thing. This thing had a certain degree of corrosiveness. Of course, that was under the situation of flowing backwards. But now, wasn't it flowing backwards? Under normal circumstances, this thing would instead neutralize stomach acid. It was alkaline and not corrosive. Now, since it was corrosive, it might be caused by flowing backwards. Suyu muttered in his heart. In that case, old Zhou was really hung upside down, his head broken, and his hair inserted into the world of dead souls. How tragic. Taishan was so poisonous, Human Emperor was so poisonous, and the one who forged the Star Mansion was so poisonous. Of course, these 3 might be the same person. Anyway, they were all so poisonous. How could they treat old Zhou like this? How good was it for me? My corpse had been kept in the records of civilization. Suyu found joy in the pain and continued to walk toward the cliff behind him. Behind the celestial river that soared into the sky was a cliff. Could it be a body? Forget it, Suyu could not be bothered. As he walked, he collected some celestial river sand from the water. There was quite a lot of it. Maybe it was because no one could go deep. This treasure was still fresh in Suyu's memory. When the secret realm of the Sea of Consciousness opened, it needed this. Xianxia faction also used up all the celestial river sand to open at once. Usually, the secret realm of the Sea of Consciousness was useless. But once there was enough celestial river sand, that place would be the supreme treasure land. At the very least, it would be the supreme treasure land of civilization masters. Even now, that pure willpower, Suyu still had a lingering aftertaste. 1 sack should be enough, right? Suyu picked up some. There was actually a lot in the water, but the water really corroded him. Suyu looked around and searched for the smiling mouth lotus. He was not sure if it was here, so he could only search. That was good stuff. Since he could not find it, he picked up the celestial river sand. Soon, Suyu's legs were almost corroded. He hurriedly stepped on a rock and rested his feet on it. He took a deep breath and continued to endure the pain of being hit by the waterfall. After resting for a while, he was about to leave. Suyu was stunned. Rock? Where did the rock come from? He turned his head and looked at the place where he had just landed. After a while, he was stunned. Damn, celestial river sand? This, a millstone-sized celestial river sand? He wanted to ask if anyone had seen it before. The celestial river sand was very small, about the size of a broad bean. It was considered quite big. But this rock in front of him, was it also celestial river sand? Damn, it's so big. Suyu was stunned. How many times would it take to open the secret realm of the Sea of Consciousness? 1,000 times should be enough, right? He did not believe that Xianxia faction could collect that much celestial river sand. 1 or 2 caddies would be considered a lot, right? But this big rock, it should be 1 or 2,000 caddies, right? Suyu hurriedly reached out to grab the rock. With a low grunt, he pulled the rock out of the river. He gasped. Damn, it's even bigger down there. This is not just 1 or 2,000 caddies. It's almost 10,000 caddies. This? Damn. If I open the secret realm of the Sea of Consciousness, one caddy for one day, I can open it for 10,000 days. Suyu was extremely shocked. He looked around to see if there was such a rock. Not to mention, there was really such a rock. Soon, Suyu gritted his teeth and suddenly dived into the underground river. He was thinking about a question. Since the corrosive power of this thing was so strong, was the bottom of the river made of celestial river sand? Otherwise, would it be corroded? Moreover, when Suyu emerged from the water, his whole body was smoking and making sizzling sounds. But in his hand, he was holding a large amount of celestial river sand. Damn, there's so much. Suyu was amazed. There were so many down there. However, the bottom was not made of celestial river sand. It might be made of flesh and blood. He did not see anything similar to celestial river sand. But there was a lot of celestial river sand scattered around. There are so many. Why should I look for the source? Suyu quickly dived down and kept searching. There were so many good things. If he brought this thing back and borrowed the secret realm of the Sea of Consciousness into Xia province, or simply made his own instrument, wouldn't he have an endless supply of pure willpower to use? Whether it was him, Zhao Li, or Lu Wenyan, they all lacked willpower. Everyone lacked it, including civilizators. There was no shortage of civilizators. At this moment, Suyu no longer said that the celestial river sand was trash. I'll continue to collect. This thing was more stimulating to Suyu than anything that could be used as a carrier. What's the use of a carrier? I don't lack it. No, I really lack it, but I really don't have that thing. It's actually not a big deal. But the celestial river sand was good. With this thing, he might be able to extract pure willpower from blood essence, books, and many other things. This was extremely important for a civilizator. Although Suyu wasn't strong enough as a civilizator, it didn't mean that he wasn't strong. For example, the various characteristics of the Shenwen. Without the Shenwen, Suyu would just be an ordinary guy with the combat strength of the Sun and Moon realm. Without the Shenwen, he wouldn't have such a strong civilizator. Without the Shenwen, he wouldn't be able to disguise himself to the point that even the invincible realm and half-emperor realm wouldn't be able to see through it. Without the Shenwen, how could he judge the existence of a crisis? Without the Shenwen, Suyu wouldn't have made it to where he was today. It seemed that the Shenwen wasn't strong enough now, not as strong as the physical body. But Suyu had never given up on a strong Shenwen. The strength of the Shenwen was his capital. Therefore, he upgraded all the Shenwen to the 4th level, and 2 of them to the 5th level. Only in this way could he use the strength of the warrior path to defeat opponents of the same strength, because they didn't have as many means as Suyu. Diving. Before the word tribulation jumped crazily on the Shenwen, Suyu wasn't in a hurry to leave. He too might be on the 2nd floor, so he would wait for him to come and then run. More than an hour later, Suyu's bare one's teeth grinned so hard that his teeth were about to crack. It should be 30,000 kilograms, right? His bare one's teeth grinned. Other people's harvest was measured by the grain, but he was measured by the kilogram. If that didn't work, he could also measure it by the ton. Suyu couldn't help laughing. He was happy. He was thinking. He was looking at the 2 huge stones in his book. These 2 stones should be 20,000 kilograms, right? In the future, if anyone told him that the Milky Way sand was rare, he would throw a big stone at them. He still remembered that when he secretly absorbed some willpower in Bai Feng's private laboratory, Bai Feng seemed to explode. That would consume the Milky Way sand, and Bai Feng almost cried. If he went back to the past, he would smash you to death with a stone. So you could imagine how crazy Bai Feng would be when he saw this huge stone of Milky Way sand. He would probably foam at the mouth and go crazy with excitement. This has to be called the Milky Way stone. Suyu hurriedly put away all the Milky Way sand, and the smile on his face never disappeared. Soon, he quickly rushed to the back of the waterfall. When he dived just now, he seemed to have seen a treasure land. He didn't know if it was the smiling lotus. A moment later, Suyu was like a cooked crab. His whole body was red, and he finally broke through the waterfall. After the waterfall, it was very quiet. There was a small pond here. And next to the pond, there was actually a stone table. It seemed that someone had played chess and chatted here in the past, and came here to drink tea or something. The small pond was full of flowers, lotus flowers. It was very beautiful, very dazzling. Suyu looked at it and seemed to see the lotus flowers smiling at him. Smiling lotus? Suyu murmured, extremely surprised. It was really here. Damn, ordinary people really couldn't come to this place. He was not in a hurry to see the smiling lotus, but looked at the stone table. The stone table was placed there, as if it had experienced countless years. 2 chairs were placed on both sides. In the past, there might have been countless important people behind this waterfall, looking at the waterfall while admiring the lotus flowers. Of course, if it was the 3rd floor, the number of important people might be limited, maybe some sun and moon, or invincible ones, and there might be a few half-emperors. Suyu took a step forward, glanced at the stone table, and carefully sensed it. He shook his head and sighed, poor, it actually doesn't have the strength to bear the load. At most, it can be used as a material to forge a heavenly weapon. But with such a large size, it might be able to forge a heavenly weapon, so there is hope that it can be used as a load. Suyu had a heavenly weapon. At this moment, he had 2 in his hands, both suppressed by the book. He had obtained heavenly weapons from those people he killed before, and the quality was not bad. Only a heavenly weapon with 109 golden patterns could be considered a heavenly weapon, but it was only a beginner heavenly weapon. Under normal circumstances, this kind of heavenly weapon was actually very difficult to use as a load. It was not sturdy enough, and a medium heavenly weapon with about 118 golden patterns was enough to be a load. As for the 2 in Suyu's hands, one had 120 golden patterns, and the other only had 109. In other words, one of them could be used as a load, and the other one could not. When I get back, I'll destroy it. It seems to be an invincible thing, so that it won't be discovered, destroyed, and integrated into the book. Suyu put away the stone table and the chairs. They were all good things. However, he had seen too many good things, and now that he had it in his hands, he did not feel much. At this moment, he looked at the pond on the mountain rock. Lotus flowers bloomed beautifully. Very beautiful, it was as if they were peerless beauties, laughing, playing, and splashing water. Suyu looked for a while, then hurriedly shook his head. Good stuff, this thing was good stuff. Old Tortoise said that lotus seeds are highly poisonous, lotus roots are treasures for healing, and lotus flowers are useless, but lotus flowers are the most precious treasure. Suyu muttered to himself. In ancient times, many people could not distinguish it, and it was a joke. In this era, how many people could distinguish it? I have to sell it like a 9-leaf lotus, of course, I have to sell it in a low profile, or I can only sell it to one family. If I keep a low profile, I can sell it to countless families. Once this thing is obtained, everyone will definitely hide it. When that time comes, TSK, it won't be expensive to sell it for one load, right? He glanced at the pond and gasped. Let me see. 188 flowers. What the heck, where are we going to find 188 clients? This is the real problem. However, anyone who is invincible would probably want it. 188 invincible realm experts are easy to find, but the key is that it's too difficult to kill and rob people. Suyu took a deep breath. If he sold this thing as a load, everyone would definitely fight for it. The key was how to deceive customers. Ahem, how to make everyone believe that he could get the 9-leaf lotus. If it really did not fall into his hands but was taken away by others, then there was no way to deceive them. Even if he could deceive them, he would not be able to deceive many. Only when it was in his own hands could people believe that what he took out was the real thing. Let's collect it first. Suyu took out a jade box and quickly dropped it into the water. He began to collect the laughing mouth lotuses. Old Tortoise said it was useless, but the lotus was actually very strong, comparable to a dark weapon. Of course, for Old Tortoise, it was just a view. Dark weapons were nothing, and earth weapons were nothing. He collected a laughing mouth lotus and looked at it carefully. It had 9 beautiful leaves, and there were golden lines on the leaves, but as Old Tortoise said, they were not very neat and somewhat messy. The real 9-leaf lotus, on the other hand, had very neat lines. That was the difference. Of course, there were ugly 9-leaf lotus that might not have neat lines. Good stuff. Suyu quickly picked all the lotus flowers. Soon, he dived into the water and dug out 1 to 200 lotus roots. They were very small, but they were crystal clear. Good stuff, Suyu exclaimed. He did not know if this thing grew naturally or if it was a certain tissue in his body. It's probably natural, right? Suyu thought to himself. Otherwise, even if the lotus grew in his body, it would not have this function. Perhaps someone transplanted it. He comforted himself for a while, mainly wanting to say that the lotus root could be eaten. It would not be disgusting after eating it. Soon, Suyu washed the lotus root and took a bite. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn, it's delicious. Sweet, cool, crisp. After taking a bite, chewing a few times, and swallowing it, the cool energy instantly spread throughout his body. His previously damaged skin, bones, and flesh were rapidly recovering. Suyu's aura was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, hundreds of lotus roots. This thing is a holy healing item. One root is comparable to the legendary heavenly pill, right? Suyu swallowed his saliva and took another bite. He was drooling. More importantly, he could recover from his injuries. That was awesome. With one lotus root gone, Suyu's injuries were almost healed. Scary. With this thing, I won't be afraid of getting my body blown up next time. Provided that I can regenerate my flesh and eat one of them. There were hundreds of them. Suyu was even more delighted. The third floor was a treasure land. He had obtained many lode-class treasures on the first floor. He had seized the ancient dragon blood tree on the second floor. On the third floor, he had obtained a large amount of Milky Way sand and these refined lotus roots. There were too many treasure lands in this starry mansion. He still had some crystal-clear lotus seeds in his hand. They looked very beautiful, but Old Tortoise said that they were extremely poisonous and might be able to poison the sun and moon. Forget it, he would not try it. He could try it on Wanryu. He did not know if there would be a fool who would eat it. Let's see if he could poison him to death after eating it. I've hit the jackpot. Suyu collected some more waterfalls. He wanted to fly up to see if there were gallstones. Halfway up, Suyu's eyes changed slightly. Run, forget about the gallstones. He did not dare to take the liver. In fact, he could not take it. The key was that the sense of crisis came again. He too might be coming up. Thank you, He Tuesday. I thank you for coming so late. Suyu said in his heart. Thank you. I've gained a lot. I've also thrown the blame to you perfectly. Thank you, the next time I meet you, I'll be more polite. Run. Suyu escaped into the void and disappeared instantly. After Suyu escaped from the entrance of the third floor, he too went up to the third floor after a while. At this moment, there were more dead spirits behind him. There were more than 300. He too frowned slightly. There were not many people on the third floor. That was not important, it was normal to go up or die. But, why was it that every time he went up a level, he felt a little uncomfortable? He always felt that someone was plotting against him, and just now, he felt that it wasn't just one person. Or rather, he felt that he was being plotted against, and he still hadn't gotten rid of it. He glanced at Dai Dai with a strange look in his eyes. Was this Dai Dai playing dumb with him? Had it recovered its memory and was preparing to plot against him? Was it? He looked at Dai Dai. Dai Dai also looked at him blankly. He too looked at him with a fake smile and snorted in his heart. You want to plot against me? No way, I'll keep my eyes on you. On the third floor, I'm going to start a big sweep. He too was in a good mood. He laughed loudly and ignored the discomfort just now. Dai Dai, go to the passage and block it. Ha ha ha, I'm going to sweep the third floor. He too was in a good mood. Soon, the aura of death filled the third floor. He was going to sweep up layer by layer. I'm not in a hurry. I'll let everyone who comes in this time feel fear. The guys outside are probably scared out of their wits. So many people have died. Probably no one would have thought that I would come in. He too was delighted. No one would have thought, no one would have known, because even he himself did not expect that he would come in. How would outsiders know? The outside world was probably going crazy. Why did so many people die? I've killed hundreds. He too laughed loudly. Are you feeling sorry for me? out of 3,600 people, I've killed more than 300. At this moment, he did not know that Suyu had killed almost 600 people, and the blame for all of this was his. In the outside world, the invincible experts and half-emperors hated he to the core. Too hateful. At this moment, the number of casualties was still rising. Passages were constantly breaking. Unfortunately, no one replied to the message. The Heaven Hunter list was broken in the end. Even if it was united, it was only pieced together. It was not a true whole. He too, you bastard. At this moment, the outside world issued a resentful declaration. Even in death, he still wanted to stir up chaos in the myriad worlds. He was even more hateful than Suyu. The fourth floor. As soon as Suyu stepped into the fourth floor, he felt a special feeling. His internal organs were like an oven, his internal organs were burning. Suyu took a deep breath. He felt the power of the 5 elements on this floor. When cultivating, it was often said that the 5 viscera corresponded to the 5 elements. Suyu instantly understood that this floor might be where the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were located. In other words, the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors might be in the entire abdominal cavity, where the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were distributed, including the area where the belly button was located. What about the arms? Suyu thought to himself. He didn't seem to see the arms. If they were really stabbed into the ground, the arms might be hanging down. Could it be that they were also in the underground floor? Were the arms inserted into the dead soul's world? That was still possible. Not to mention anything else, the concentration of primordial chi on this floor was beyond imagination. The lungs and heart are in this area, right? Suyu muttered to himself. The heart was quite important to any cultivator, even Suyu. If his heart really exploded to the point where he couldn't regenerate his flesh and blood, then he would be dead, and his body would be dead. At that time, his only way was to preserve the sea of will and rebuild his body. But if the heart wasn't completely destroyed, whether it was blood rebirth or flesh rebirth, he could rebuild his body. It would just be a little weaker, but the realm of his body would still be there, so he didn't need to start from scratch. If the heart is on this floor, I have to go take a look and find it. Suyu thought to himself. He looked at the passage below again, and his eyes kept changing. The river diagram was also sweeping through the floors. This time, it was really a big disaster. In any case, he wasn't completely barren, but the he too, on the other hand, was completely barren. Now, a lot of people had probably died. More than 1,000, that was for sure. This time, it's too tragic. Suyu shook his head. This couldn't be blamed on him. At least, the human clan couldn't blame him. If the human clan died, it had nothing to do with Suyu. He had killed so many Wan, so logically speaking, the humans should have some advantage. Unfortunately, this fellow, he too, slaughtered indiscriminately and pushed his way up level by level. If this went on, then it wouldn't be long before the weak would have to join forces. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to ascend to the higher levels. The higher the level, the more dangerous it was. On the 4th level, Suyu could already feel his internal organs burning. The weak would probably not be able to stay for long before being burned to death. Wu Lan and the others are very weak. Suyu frowned slightly. These people were sore. It was fine to stay in the lower 3 levels, but in the middle 3 levels, even just staying here was a form of torture. I wonder how many people there are on the 4th level, and whether there are any Sun-Moon tier elites among them. At this level, there might be some Sun and Moon experts. Those who weren't too old and weren't too strong, including Lu Wenyan, were probably on the 4th floor. Of course, 3 days had already passed. It was already the 4th day. They might have already left the 4th floor and gone to a higher floor. At the same time that Suyu reached the 4th floor, there was a very special treasure ground on the 4th floor. The entire 4th floor could actually be seen. There were 2 enormous mountains standing on both sides of the 4th floor. Between these 2 mountains, there was a V-shaped canyon. If he looked at it from the other side, Suyu could roughly determine that it was a tube connecting the lungs. However, this place had formed an incomparably huge canyon. There were people on the 2 giant mountains at the moment. The lungs were responsible for breathing. They had the effect of breathing and absorbing chi. There were fewer battles on the fourth floor because it was very suitable for some people to cultivate. Cultivating on the top of the two mountains would strengthen qi and blood, strengthen the physical body, and the efficiency of breathing and absorbing qi was 100 or even 1,000 times higher than in the outside world. On the fourth floor, the internal organs were burning, but as long as one persisted and cultivated on the mountains, there would soon be a cool feeling, and this danger would be resolved. The fourth floor was also a place where many people strengthened themselves. And the fourth floor was where almost all the elites below the sun and moon tier gathered. The first 3 floors were almost all finished, and the surviving ones below the sun and moon tier were almost all gathered on the fourth floor. On both sides of the mountains, there were many people scattered. There were about 2,200 people in the entire starry mansion, and the number of people gathered on the fourth floor was close to 1,500. Even on this floor, there were about 300 people of the human clan. Xiaohuyu and the others led a group of people into the fourth floor and quickly met up with the other humans, occupying the mountains on the east side. There were about 300 people of the human clan, and this was probably all the living humans below the sun and moon tier. Including those who had left earlier, some of them were still on the third floor. They were dead for sure. A few of them went up to the fourth floor, and at this moment, they were also excluded by many people. On the eastern mountains, the human clan gathered together. Everyone was cultivating, and as they cultivated, they listened to Xiaohuyu and the others talk about what happened in the lower 3 floors. Many people's expressions changed. The dead spirits were here, the invincible dead spirits, here. The strongest was none other than Zhu Tiandao's son, Zhu Guanshan, who was also Zhu Hongwen's father and Zhu Hongliang's uncle. He had entered the sun and moon tier, but he was only in the first level, so he had been staying here and did not go up. At this moment, hearing Xiaohuyu's story, Zhu Guanshan frowned slightly and said, "Nephew Huyu, you said that the dead spirit used a book to kill hundreds of people, and that the book carried divine power?" "Yes." Xiaohuyu nodded and thought to himself, does this person know that it's Suyu's book? Books were rare. Of course, they were not rare either. As for Suyu's book, everyone had seen some projections when he forged it last time, but it was very illusory, and no one knew what it looked like. Moreover, Suyu only forged an earth-grade weapon last time. But the book that everyone saw was at least at the heaven grade, and it was extremely powerful. Zhu Guanshan said again, that dead spirit can speak, and he said that he is the vanguard under He Tu's command? Yes. He too, Zhu Guanshan murmured. Some people did not understand and asked, Your Highness, who is He Tu? Who is He Tu? Zhu Guanshan thought for a moment and said, I'm actually not too sure who He Tu is. Didn't see you mention it when we distributed the quota last time? He said that if he was forced into a corner, he would learn He Tu. After that, we did some understanding of the human race. Zhu Guanshan thought for a moment and said hesitantly, there are some things that my uncle told me. As soon as he said that, everyone pricked up their ears. In terms of information, Zhu Tianfeng was definitely one of them. He was the minister of the Yellow Division in charge of intelligence, and probably no information could be hidden from him in the All Heavens One. He too, the human powerhouse who experienced the first tidal shift. Zhu Guanshan explained, before us, after the ancient times, there were actually 9 tidal shifts. The so-called tidal shifts are the opening of the All Heavens battlefield and the outbreak of wars. After each war, the All Heavens battlefield is closed, and this is a tidal shift. Including the opening and closing time, each tidal shift lasts about 10,000 years. Therefore, strictly speaking, he too is a person from almost 100,000 years ago. To be able to leave behind some legends after so many years, he is also a genius of that era. He too was the descendant of a peerless powerhouse in the ancient times, born after the fall of the ancient times. From the beginning of the first tidal shift, he too made a name for himself in the All Heavens battlefield. He can be compared to Suyu. He looked at the crowd and said with a wry smile, you don't say. He too is very similar to Suyu. He was also a monstrous genius like Suyu who improved rapidly and stepped into the invincible realm in a short period of time. But he was also a troublemaker like Suyu. Not long after, he was ambushed by a half-emperor realm powerhouse. Helpless, he had no choice but to become the master of the ancient city of primordial chaos to save his life. This path is really similar to Suyu. Hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. They were a little surprised. It was really similar. Zhu Guan took a deep breath and said, after that, he too lay dormant for a period of time. In the middle of the first tidal shift, during the War of Wan, he too was actually forgotten because he was confined in the ancient city. However, he too was unwilling to accept it, unwilling to become a supporting character in that era, unwilling to spend the rest of his life in the ancient city. Therefore, in the middle of the first tidal shift, he came out again, brought his army of dead spirits, swept across the universe, and started a war that lasted for hundreds of years. In the end, the dead spirits went out of control, and the guardian of primordial chaos closed the dead spirit channel, cut off the source of death chi, and cut off their path of retreat. He personally killed He too, and only then did the first tidal shift end. At this point, Xiaohu couldn't help but ask, how did he bring the dead spirits out? Also, didn't the ancient city have rules? Why didn't they stop him at the beginning, and only did so later? I'm not sure about that. Zhu Guangshan shook his head. It was too long ago, even the Sky Hunter Pavilion doesn't have any more records. After that, I heard that he too has always existed in the dead spirit channel of the ancient city of primordial chaos. He consumed the fruit of life and death, and retained some of his memories, unwilling to accept defeat. These are all the records of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Countless years have passed, and he actually came out again. Someone said excitedly, he's a human. Zhu Guangshan smiled, yes, a human. Do you think he won't kill you because he was a human when he was alive? What are you thinking? Zhu Guangshan smiled faintly, not to mention the dead, even the living. Do you think an overlord like him will care about the lives of ants like us? He too was the leading figure in the later stage of the first tidal shift. He conquered the universe, killed countless. Why would he care about our lives? Many invincible beings died in his hands. Everyone's expression changed. Then he's already on the 3rd floor. What should we do? If he went up, some people might not be able to hold on. There were experts on the 7th floor, and there were many invincible beings. However, firstly, they might not be able to go up. Secondly, it was too dangerous. There were so many invincible beings there, and there were only a few invincible beings among the human race. If they were not careful, they might die. Moreover, he too was so strong back then, and some invincible beings who came in this time might not be that strong. Could they rival he too? The group of people became a little nervous, and many people asked, Your Highness is the dead spirit who attacked earlier also invincible? Only an invincible dead spirit can speak, right? The other party is also a human, and he helped you, so can you communicate and negotiate with he too through him? Xiaohu shook his head, it's difficult, and I don't dare to. If you want to go, you go. Dead spirits sometimes retain some memories, but it doesn't mean that they really treat themselves as humans. Moreover, I think that person is also evil, so forget it. Don't pin your hopes on negotiations. He said calmly, negotiations can be negotiated when their strength is equal, but if the difference in strength is too great, negotiations are just taking a beating. The group of people all frowned, and someone said, Your Highness Zhu, the book that Your Highness you mentioned, it might be he too's weapon. Zhu Guangshan explained, he too's famous weapon is also a book, and it might have been reforged after his death. No wonder it's so evil. Xiaohu didn't know if Zhu Guangshan said this on purpose or if it was true, but he also said, No wonder I feel that death and holiness coexist and are extremely powerful, so it turns out to be he too's life weapon, then it makes sense. As they spoke, a young man in the crowd said softly, There's no need to discuss this now. Everyone, where should we go? The 4th level is actually the most suitable for cultivation, and the higher levels are extremely dangerous, but if we don't go, once the other party comes, we will die without a doubt. Zhu Guangshan glanced at the vicinity of the mountain peak. Not only them, there were also some powerhouses of other races on this mountain, but there weren't many small races. Not far away, the people of the celestial race were also here. As for the other mountain, it was dominated by gods and demons. On both sides, there were 700 to 800 people gathered. Zhu Guangshan was considered their elder, and he was also a powerhouse who had stepped into the sun and moon realm. At this moment, he thought for a moment and said, The 5th level is dangerous, and now it's a common crisis. If it doesn't work, we can try to unite with other forces, join forces with these people? Someone said reluctantly, if they die, so be it. It's better for us to leave alone and explore the 5th level. It's best if they die. Zhu Guangshan smiled and said, the news can't be hidden for long, I saw it. Actually, there are powerhouses of other races coming up from the 3rd level. This was true. Not long after Xia Huyu and the others came up, people from other races came up. At that time, Suyu was still digging for treasures and didn't have time to hunt and kill people. At this moment, there was also some shock on the side of the celestial race. The dead spirits were here, monarchs, and this news spread rapidly. Not only on this mountain, but in the canyon below, on the mountain in the west, there were also people who knew. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. Invincible, the strongest people on the 4th level were only a few sun and moon realms, and there weren't even any mid-stage sun and moon realms, they were all early-stage sun and moon realms. With such strength, let alone invincible, a high-level sun and moon realm powerhouse could probably slaughter all of them. The 4th level was really a good place for cultivation. Many people had reached the next level in 3 days. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one wanted to go up and take the risk. But the invincible dead spirits were coming up from below, and if they didn't leave now, it might be a disaster. For a moment, it was necessary to leave, but how to leave, whether with the other races or alone, was a problem that each race had to consider. It was safer to leave together. But everyone hated each other, and they didn't want to leave together. If they left alone, the passage from the 4th level to the 5th level was actually more dangerous. If there was no one to protect them, if a large number of people entered the 5th level, some of the weaker ones might not be able to withstand it. And at this time, Suyu also stepped onto a mountain. Along the way, he used the breathing technique to cultivate. Actually, Suyu didn't really use the breathing technique now, but along the way, he experimented a bit and didn't expect that the breathing technique would be so effective in this place. The GG acupoint might be in one of the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels. I have to find the way to circulate this acupoint, Suyu thought to himself. He guessed that this mountain should be one of the 2 lungs. The location of the GG acupoint isn't too far from here. Will the heart be in the 4th level? If not, then it's in the 5th level. If the heart is in the 5th level, then the GG acupoint might be in the 5th level. Suyu compared himself to himself and judged for a while. He needed at least the way to circulate 2 acupoints, the GG acupoint and the heaven connecting acupoint. The heaven connecting acupoint's location was rather awkward, perhaps it was in the 7th level. If it was the GG acupoint, perhaps it was in this level. The key was that once he found the acupoint, he would have to shout for Mount Tai. Once he shouted, he would be able to communicate with the outside world. This was not the result Suyu wanted. If I shout, this level will shake the most violently. The Heaven Hunters list is most likely to send a message to this level. It's relatively harder to send a message to the higher levels. Suyu was thinking about this matter as he used the breathing technique to refine his acupoints and body. Soon, he was halfway up the mountain. After sensing it, he smiled. Gods and demons, so. Many, except for a few geniuses who had gone to the higher levels, most of those below the sun and moon were probably here. Not only gods and demons, but some ancient races were also here. There were some races that Suyu had never seen before. In his book, there was no place for these races. Perhaps this time, he could add more pages. 301 pages might not be enough, 700 to 800 is too many. It's not easy to kill. Even Suyu did not dare to forcefully kill 700 to 800. If he made a mistake and someone released a divine weapon or invincible blood essence, there was a possibility that he would fail miserably. There were no battles on the 4th level now, so assassination was not very useful. If a group of people gathered together, it would be more troublesome. As Suyu pondered, he walked up while invisible. When he was a few hundred meters away from the nearest great demon, Suyu stopped. He was in a good mood as he listened to them discussing the river map. At this moment, he even heard someone say, "The Heaven Hunters list has been shaking." Did anyone sense it? Is the outside world contacting us? We have to spread the news of Hitu's arrival. It's best if the high-level invincible realm experts come down. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous for us to go up. It's best if a few Invincible Realm experts come and kill he too on the lower 3 levels. These guys had indeed sensed the news of the Heaven Hunters list. However, it was probably not that easy for the high-level Invincible Realm experts to come down. Otherwise, someone would have come down long ago. So you listened to these guys' discussion silently. Some people were discussing whether to contact the people on the opposite mountain to break into the 5th level together. If it doesn't work, I'll just force my way through. Suyu thought to himself. Pretend to be the Undead Realm experts and kill these guys. If these guys thought that the Undead Realm experts were here, they probably would not have the mood to fight with him. It was more likely that they would leave the 4th level and go to the 5th level. It was also good to let them spread the news to the 5th and 6th levels. Everyone knew that the Undead Realm experts were here, and no one would think about Suyu anymore. That was also a very good result. When the Heaven Hunter Pavilion really sent the news, these guys would also pass on what they saw and heard, which would confirm He2's identity. Of course, Suyu only needed to keep it a secret inside. When he went out, it didn't matter whether he could keep it a secret or not. When he returned to the ancient city, he was not afraid that those people would know that it was him who did it. After making up his mind, Suyu made a decision. Kill one by one. It would be best if the 4th level was in a mess and everyone ran away. There was no need to think too much. It was best to take advantage of the fact that the news of He2 had spread and no one suspected him. He looked at some people in the crowd and had some impressions of them. They were either experts or masters of civilization. Very well, I need the essence and blood of masters of civilization. These people were the first targets. Suyu no longer hesitated. A book escaped into the void. His vital aperture reversed, and the death chi surrounded him. At this moment, on the top of the mountain, several suns and moons seemed to notice something. Some looked at the sky, and some frowned slightly. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Go!" Retreat to the 5th level. There was no need to discuss any countermeasures. Trouble seemed to be coming. It was at this moment that an incomparably huge book appeared in the air. Written on it were the words "River Diagram." It was faintly discernible, and not too obvious. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it. However, the eyes of these powerful experts exploded with divine light, and they were all astonished. Retreat, quick! Some suns and moons grabbed some important people and began to escape. He too was here. No, maybe it was the vanguard under He too that some people had mentioned before. Belong to the undead tribe. Death is eternal. At this moment, Suyu walked out of the void, surrounded by an aura of death. He said coldly, "Only death is eternal." Boom, the book descended. In an instant, dozens of experts were devoured by the mouth that appeared on the book. At this moment, hundreds of people fled. They were terrified, no one was in the mood to stay and fight. He was invincible, this was not something they could resist. Even if this undead was not invincible, his appearance meant that he too would soon arrive. Listen to His Majesty He too's oracle. Return to the kingdom of the undead, and become eternal. Suyu muttered as he walked through the void, surrounded by an aura of death. Anyone who came into contact with the aura of death would be shaken into a trance by Suyu's sledgehammer, and then instantly devoured by the book. This scene added to the fear in the eyes of the other people who were fleeing. Too strong, One Peak Mountain and Sea Expert was entangled by Suyu's aura of death. Suyu secretly hammered him into a daze, and in an instant, he was swallowed by the book. At this moment, whether it was the gods or demons, or the dragons, none of them could escape. If these people really worked together to deal with Suyu, Suyu might not be able to do anything to them. Unfortunately, with the deterrence of the invincible undead, these people only cared about escaping. They had no time to think about joining forces to deal with the undead, on the other side. The distance between the two mountains was very far, but at this moment, someone suddenly cried out. "That's... Run, run quickly, the undead is coming." No one talked about leaving together or in groups anymore. Run first. Hundreds of people, whether humans or immortals, were frightened but also secretly rejoiced that the other party seemed to have gone to the gods and demons first. At this moment, the entire 4th floor was filled with figures, all of them fleeing toward the entrance of the 5th floor. On the other side, Suyu was also sweating profusely. So many, they were all running. and it was very difficult to kill. While no one was paying attention, he secretly ate a drop of the essence of a 7th-tier Sun-Moon cultivator. Now, his aura was even stronger, and his strength was even stronger. Suyu connected all the way, and at this moment, his book seemed to have become the book of life and death. Whoever it touched would be finished. Everyone knew that they could not be covered by the book. Some people saw the words he too and were even more frightened. With just a glance, it was as if they could see death approaching, and see their past and present lives. Run, with endless fear, everyone was running for their lives. At this moment, the 4th floor had become a hellish place. Moreover, some people were not strong enough and couldn't suppress the burning sensation in their organs in time. When they ran, their organs were burned, and they killed themselves. This made Suyu's heart ache a little. If they were burned to death, they would be incomplete, and it would be less fun to collect their corpses. In the outside world, large areas of the tunnel began to collapse. 30, 50, Suyu was killing, and so was he Tuesday. There were still many survivors on the 3rd floor. Suyu killed quickly, and he too wasn't slow either. However, because the 3 floors weren't gathered together, he too didn't kill as many as Suyu. This was the 4th day, and now, the tunnels were rapidly collapsing. The remaining tunnels were decreasing, including the special tunnels. There were 3,600 tunnels. From about 2,200, it became 2,100, and soon, it became 2,000, after a while, it became 1,900. In less than half an hour, about 300 people died. An invincible being said angrily, "Still can't solve this problem? Do we have to wait for he too to kill his way to the upper floor and slaughter those suns and moons?" Now, those who died were still under the suns and moons. When he too went up and began to slaughter the suns and moons, who could stop him? The invincible being on the 7th floor might not know what was happening below. Many of the descendants of invincible beings were at the Sun-Moon tier. At this moment, they were searching for treasures for their fathers. This time, the invincible was really a little anxious. Someone also said angrily, "The Sky Hunter Pavilion still can't send messages? Tell everyone to run to the 7th floor. Tell the guys on the 7th floor to stop fighting now. If we don't solve the problem of he too, they can't escape death in the end." When he too was alive, he was vaguely about to reach Tao integration. Even if he's dead, he has at least the power of the 7th level of the Eternal Realm. How many Eternal Realms can rival him? On the Sky Hunter Pavilion's side, the scholar wasn't too worried, and said calmly, "If they really reach the 7th floor, he too can't fight." Even the Minister of Heaven went in. He was an elite that was one step away from Tao integration. He was just wondering why it was so difficult to send messages. At the beginning, the 2 words he too were sent over immediately. After thinking for a while, he said, "It can't be sent now. We need the White Jade Gate to shake to send the message. We also have to tell the people inside. Only when the White Jade Gate shakes can we maintain communication." At this time, many people also realized that the first time the message was sent, it seemed like the White Jade Gate shook. Then when would it shake again? Some people were helpless. Previously, they were worried about the shaking, but now they couldn't wait to hurry. Otherwise, they would really be killed by he Tuesday. Only 4 days, half of them were dead, and many people's hearts were bleeding. Especially the gods and demons. This time, there weren't many immortals dead, but too many gods and demons had died. Some of the invincible beings were going crazy. Their people were all dead. Damn it. He too, I'm not finished with him. In the distance, the Tao King sneered inwardly. Now you guys are also anxious? Are you going crazy? He had calmed himself down. 3 of his people were still alive. One was in the 7th stage of the Sun and Moon realm, one was in the 9th stage, and the last was his grandson, Tao Completion. Of the 13 spots, 10 were gone. Things had been bad before, but now they weren't too bad. He could see that some of the invincible gods and demons had all been killed. After all, they had only sent people under the Sun and Moon realms to enter. The killing continued, but at a slower pace. It wasn't that Suyu wasn't killing anymore, but rather, quite a few people were fleeing from the 5th floor. The entrance to the 5th floor. Only the mountain and sea experts could open the entrance, and the mountain and sea experts were risking their lives. the entrance to the 5th floor wasn't as safe as it seemed. The flames burned, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Even so, a large number of people were forcing their way through, regardless of the danger. Some of the weaker cultivators, under the protection of powerful experts, were able to enter the 5th floor. From afar, so you could already see some people fighting over the right to pass through the passageway. How could he care about anything else? He also saw that some of the humans and immortals had run away, and some were leaving under the protection of a few elites. Soon, Suyu transmitted, "You stay for a while." In the crowd, Huangjiu's eyes flickered. She looked back and saw Suyu in the distance. She cursed inwardly. Playing tricks, this guy was really killing embryos. Of the 700 to 800 gods and demons, he had killed more than 200, and the casualties were still rising. It was nearing 300, cursing was one thing, but the little fur ball was still in her head. Huangjiu remained calm and fought with a person who was fighting for the right to enter. By the time Xia Huyu and the others turned to look for her, she was already far away. Xia Huyu was just about to call out when he paused, then thought of something. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. Let her cover our retreat." Everyone felt that the dead spirits behind them were dangerous, but he knew that they weren't. Since that was the case, Huangjiu probably didn't leave because Suyu had something to say. Soon, a group of people left. Qin Fang roared, "Don't give up on anyone. I'll stay and cover our retreat." "Let her go." "How can we let a woman cover our retreat?" Xia Huyu and the others looked at him like he was an idiot. This guy. Forget it, he had good intentions. But what was the use of covering their retreat? Xia Huyu quickly shouted, "Go, you are a member of the Qin family. We still need you to lead the way. It's more dangerous up there, and we need your support. Go, hundreds of people are waiting for you." Qin Fang's expression crumbled. He gritted his teeth, roared, and turned to leave. "I'm leaving, I have to be responsible for more people," he roared, "that comrade, if you don't die, even if you're crippled, I'll marry you. My Qin family will support you forever." In the distance, Huangjiu curled his lips. "You're thinking too much, Qin family, who the hell would marry such a stupid guy like you?" Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people. A large number of people left through the passageway. They didn't dare to stay and left in groups, heading for higher levels. Who would dare to stay? Weren't they afraid of the dead spirits coming for them again? After a while, Suyu killed some people who didn't leave in time. And Huangjiu also killed a few people who were blocking the way. When the surroundings were quiet, Huangjiu said, "What's the matter?" Suyu didn't say much. He threw out a storage ring and said, "It's dangerous up there. You're fine, but I'm afraid Wu Lan and the others won't be able to hold on. These are some treasures. Pass them to them for them to consume. There are treasures that can revive the dead and make them stronger as soon as possible. He too is really here. I don't know when he'll come up either." Huangjiu didn't say much. He casually checked the storage ring, and his eyes instantly froze. He looked at Suyu. This guy was really generous. She saw many treasures. Previously, she wanted them too, but Suyu didn't give her the chance. As she was thinking, Suyu said indifferently, "Furball, keep an eye on her. Remember to pass it to her. If you miss anything, I'll kill you. Also, don't be in a hurry to go to the 7th level. Kong Kong might be on the 7th level, but I'm not. Be careful not to be tricked." These words were said to Furball. And little Furball appeared on her head and said with some grievance, "Why don't you eat her?" "I want to be with you." Suyu laughed, "All right, let's go. If we're late, we might be discovered." As he said, he looked at Huangjiu and said, "My teacher Lu might be on the 5th or 6th level. He definitely hasn't reached the 7th level. If you meet him, remember to check his bloodline." Huangjiu didn't say anything. Suyu didn't say much either. He looked around and exhaled, "Let's go. I still want to stay for a while." Huangjiu didn't say anything else. He quickly opened the passageway and left the 4th level. At this moment, the 4th level was quiet. However, the instant the passageway was opened, many people died. Suyu roughly estimated that half of them were dead. There are probably less than 2,000 people alive. And at this moment, 110 golden patterns were about to appear on his book. It might be enough to kill a few more. On some of the pages, the shadows were also much stronger. The gods, demons, and immortals had reached the second tier of the sun and moon realms. And these few pages were also much brighter. A single page had reached the level of an earthly soldier and even started to evolve. When it's complete, maybe the pages will all be heavenly soldiers, and the whole will be divine soldiers, so you couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was thinking, if the Time Master before him also forged a book, what level would he be? Was the golden book in his head the civilization records of the previous Time Master? Then what does the heaven hunting list have to do with my golden book? When the heaven hunting list entered the starry mansion, the golden book vibrated, so you thought to himself, is it because of the relationship between the pages? Did I get one of the pages, or countless pages? The heaven hunting list records the talent and strength of the one experts. It feels a bit like a catalog. So you didn't make a catalog, but at this moment, he had some ideas. Maybe the previous Time Master made a catalog. The so-called ranking, collecting auras, capturing auras, was just to make it easier for him to collect corpses? Yes, collect corpses. Suyu murmured in his heart. At the level of a Time Master, he might not be bothered to collect ordinary corpses. Only the corpses of geniuses and experts were worth collecting. The Time Master couldn't collect the corpses of every single person, right? How could he have so much free time? What genius ranking? It's just a list of corpses to collect, right? At this moment, Suyu understood, yes, if it were him, he might also make this in the later stages to add more functions and collect the corpses by name. He wouldn't be like this, starving to death. Heaven hunting list. Huh. It's just a catalog of death. Suyu curled his lips. To think that I was proud of being number one. If it were in the past, there might be Time Masters collecting corpses. At this moment, Suyu finally figured out some of the details of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Death list, the kind that was targeted and killed. Ruthless. Suyu muttered. He was not talking about himself, but the previous Time Master. Wasn't the other party awesome? He created a directory that covered the heavens and recorded all the geniuses and experts. I sleep at home and flirt with girls, and when I see the directory updated, I go and harvest. Of course, I probably didn't harvest often, or I would have been seen through long ago. But there was definitely no lack of harvest. So you seriously suspected that those on the list in the past would die later, even if they did not die during their time on the list. Haha, is it the job of the Sky Hunter Pavilion to create chaos in the heavens? Indeed. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain if so many geniuses died. Sky Hunter Pavilion, Suyu muttered. This organization seemed to have always been to create chaos in the heavens. Was it the same in ancient times? Suyu was actually wrong. In ancient times, the Sky Hunter Pavilion really did not specialize in creating chaos. The reason why it was like this now was because the scholar needed it. And at this moment, in the outside world. As the people ran, Suyu and he too were also almost done, and the death toll also stabilized. There were still half left. About 1,800. And on the Sky Hunter list, many people's auras disappeared again, killed. But at this moment, in the Sky Hunter Pavilion, the scholar frowned slightly. So many people on the Sky Hunter list had died, but this time, something was wrong. He looked at the Sky Hunter list in the void, frowned slightly, and murmured, so many people died, why do I feel that there is no change? Sky Hunter Pavilion, the ancient Heaven Supervisor Organization. World Supervisor, in ancient times, it was also called Heaven Supervisor, and of course, in private, Sky Hunter Pavilion. After so many years, only he, the Heaven Supervisor, knew that once a person on the Heaven Hunter ranking died, even if it wasn't the Heaven Hunter Pavilion that killed them or collected their corpses, the Heaven Hunter ranking would receive a certain amount of feedback and benefits, allowing them to begin to repair themselves. But this time, so many people on the list died, and something was not right. The Sky Hunter list did not seem to have gained anything. Why? Because of the internal turmoil in the Starry Mansion? Or could it be that he too is too powerful, and after he killed those guys, there was no leakage of his aura? The scholar fell into deep thought. When a person died, their willpower and vitality would dissipate and disappear from the world. The heaven hunting list covered the world, and all those who were on the list would leave behind something on the list after they died. The scholar defined this as fate, yes, luck. They were all geniuses, peerless geniuses. After death, their fate would dissipate. The scholar did not know what the heaven hunters list had absorbed, but it was true that it would recover on its own after death. He could only define it as luck, this kind of illusory thing. But now, many people on the heaven hunter list had died. In the past, there would be geniuses dying in the starry mansion, and the heaven hunter list would recover a little. But this time, there was none. Why? Once again, the scholar fell into deep thought. After a long time, his eyes suddenly moved and he looked at the ancient city in the distance, the great star ancient city. So you had forged a book. It had led to a bloodbath in the parliament, therefore, he felt that there was a problem with that book. In fact, Tiangu and the others also felt the same way. Book. Book of Time, the scholar frowned as he thought about it. In ancient times, any weapon related to books, as long as it was slightly more powerful, would make people involuntarily think of the Time Master. Therefore, even his immediate superior had people privately discussing whether or not it was the Time Master. His superior was not the human emperor, but an incomparably powerful super-expert whose status in ancient times was second only to the human emperor. The Heaven Hunter list was that person's, used to monitor the world. The Heaven Hunter list was not like a book, it was just a list. But because it was too powerful, it had attracted a lot of private discussion. Lord Wenwang, is that you? The scholar murmured. He did not know, he was not sure. In ancient times, when the human emperor unified the heavens, he had two best friends by his side. Later, when the heavens were unified, the human emperor conferred titles to the world and divided them into kings. King Wen was ranked first, and King Wu was ranked second. King Wen and King Wu had high statuses, slightly higher than the half-emperors of the heavens. These two were unparalleled in battle strength. There were even rumors that they were not weaker than the human emperor. King Wen was low-key, while King Wu was domineering. King Wu had privately said that King Wen was stronger than him, and perhaps even stronger than the human emperor. Thoughts appeared in the scholar's mind, but he quickly suppressed them. He could not help but think of that person's appearance, that mellow smile, that unchanging gentleness, but now, thinking about it, he felt a chill in his heart. Sigh. With a sigh, King Wen was dead. He had died a long time ago. No one knew how he died. Some said that there was a problem with his cultivation. Some said that he was the Time Master and was killed by the representatives of the Myriad races. Others said that it was the human emperor who killed him because his contributions were so great that it shocked the Lord. After his death, the path of civilization was considered to have been severed. King Wen's tombstone was his tombstone. It was a tombstone forged by the human civilization master to commemorate him. With King Wen's death, the civilization of the heavens was severed. At this moment, the scholar could not help but think about all this. After King Wen's death, the chaos of the heavens quickly broke out. There was almost no gap in between. Perhaps King Wen's death had triggered all of this. His status in ancient times could only be said to be ordinary, and he did not know the specifics. He only knew that if King Wen was alive, perhaps the ancient times would not have been severed. King Wen was dead, King Wu was missing, and the human emperor. Thoughts appeared in his mind again. The scholar murmured, was it Su Yu? If it was him, did he obtain the inheritance of his excellency? He shuddered. He did not dare to think about it, he was afraid of that person, very afraid, more afraid of that person than he was of King Wu. He was always so gentle, so indifferent, as if nothing in the heavens could trouble him. But, he was dead. He died without knowing why. The scholar looked at the heaven hunting list again. Without a master, the heaven hunting list was actually much weaker than it was in the past. After it was broken, it was even weaker. In these years, it had recovered a little. He was not too clear why he could not absorb the luck brought by the death of those geniuses. After so many years, he had always wanted to refine this item, but he could not do it. Even in death, not anyone could take away something that belonged to King Wen. Is a great change coming? Or is the change of the 10th tide going to bring out some unknown? He looked at the old antiques outside. Recently, many old antiques had appeared. They must have felt the same as him, as if there were dark clouds covering the sun. Yes, he had been feeling this way these days. This was a sign that the sky was falling, a sign that something big was about to happen. He felt it, and perhaps these guys also felt it. They all felt a crisis of life and death. At their level, it was actually very difficult for them to die. This was not the ancient times, where the Tao integration was the limit of the heavens. Not in ancient times, at their level, how many people could kill them? The two guys from the God-Eater clan had joined forces, but they had not been able to kill the half-baked demon emperor. Not to mention an ancient Tao integration expert like him. As he thought about it, he thought of the two guys from the God-Eater clan and Bean Bun. This person actually had a close relationship with King Wen. His bloodline actually had a little one who followed Suyu. What had he discovered? All kinds of chaotic thoughts made his mind a little chaotic. The scholar clasped his hands behind his back as he stood in the Hunt Heaven pavilion. He couldn't help but feel a bit melancholy. After living for countless years, was it finally time to settle things? He looked at the old antiques outside. Some of the middle and lower echelons of the past were now major figures who ruled over the heavens. Who would be willing to be unified by someone else now? Suyu. Did he have any hope? If he really wanted to unify the heavens, he would first have to get past the old antiques. He too, who had experienced the change of the first tide, was now a dead spirit. Just as he was thinking this, the white jade gate suddenly shook. The scholar was startled. A shout came from outside, "Send the message. Hurry up and send the message." On the 4th floor. Suyu was a bit disappointed that he hadn't gained anything on the 4th floor. There wasn't anything good in his lungs. Only the breathing technique had slightly strengthened his acupoints. Unwilling to give up, Suyu wanted to see if his heart was on this floor. The heart should be in the same place as the lungs, right? After searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything similar. Suyu was a bit depressed. Was it on the 5th floor, or had it been beaten up by someone? Suyu had no choice but to return to the entrance. He wasn't sure if this entrance was where the spinal orifice was located, so he shouted Mount Tai to test it out. After observing for a while, he allowed old Zhou to roar. After a while, he confirmed that this wasn't the spine acupoint. If there were no accidents, this acupoint would be on the 5th floor. The 6th floor should be where the divine sparrow acupoint was. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu shouted Mount Taishan. At the same time, he also passed on some messy information. Help, dead spirits are invading, help. He didn't go into detail and only sent this one sentence. Of course, this was only the Sky Hunter list. Suyu also sent a few others, but they were all messy messages, as if he didn't have time to send them. Before long, a line of words appeared on all the lists in Suyu's hands. The communication was also cut off. Go to the 7th floor. Everyone on the 7th floor, put aside your prejudices and defend the 7th floor. Kill he too. Contact me when the situation is shaken. Yes, this was the only message from the outside world. Tell everyone to go to the 7th floor, tell the cultivators on the 7th floor to put aside their prejudices and kill he too first. Everything else could wait until he too was dead. Otherwise, with he too around, the losses this time would be unimaginable. 7th floor. At this moment, a lotus bud appeared in the void. The first leaf of the 9-leaf sky lotus had already bloomed. If everything went according to plan, it would bloom very soon. At this moment, many cultivators on the 7th floor had received the news. At this moment, the head of the Tian tribe held the Sky Hunter list and frowned slightly. He recognized he too, or rather, he had seen him once. At the end of the first change of the tides, he was just a small fry, while he too was already a mighty figure that shook the heavens. He too is here, the head of the Tian tribe murmured and looked at the 9-leaf sky lotus in the sky. He sighed inwardly. Harvesting the 9-leaf sky lotus in peace and entering the Tao integration stage was what he wanted. But now, there seemed to be some trouble. As expected, it was not that easy to enter the Tao integration stage. Even now, he was not confident. He should be the strongest person who had entered this time, but, did being the strongest mean that he would obtain the treasure? If everything depended on strength, then there would be no such thing as fortuitous opportunities. Look, now trouble was here. Once trouble came, there would be more variables. It wasn't just the river diagram that was troublesome. There was a dead spirit passageway in the 7th layer, but no one had tried to touch it or provoke it. In truth, it was only a matter of time before it happened. After all, the 9-leaf sky lotus was only a projection in the void. The real 9-leaf sky lotus was above the dead spirit passageway. The one suppressing the dead spirit passageway was the 9-leaf sky lotus. Once it was harvested, it would definitely attract a large number of dead spirits. Trouble. The head of the Tian tribe sighed again. At this moment, someone in the distance exclaimed, "He too? Something happened down there? The dead spirits are coming from down there?" It was indeed unexpected. The people on the 7th floor really did not know what was going on. Only now did they know that the king of dead spirits had come down there. At this moment, in a corner of the 7th floor, several human invincible cultivators also gathered together. Xianxia cursed, F***ck, why are you all chasing after me? Is it because I'm weak and easy to bully? Strange. It had been 4 days since he came in, and he had fought 8 times with 8 invincible cultivators. He was beaten black and blue all over. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Xianxia said helplessly, "Xiao Wu, have you seen the news? Something seems to be happening down there. What should we do?" At this moment, the invincible cultivators were silent. Soon, Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Tianfeng and said, "What do you think, Brother Zhu?" Before Zhu Tianfeng could speak, Xianxia scolded, "How can you address him? You should call him uncle." "I'm the same. There's a gap in seniority." Silence. Strictly speaking, among the 4 invincible cultivators, Xiao Wu was indeed a gap in seniority. Zhou Polong was the nephew of the great Zhou king, and only Xiao Wu was the grandson of the Daxia of Goguryeo. Xianxia and Zhu Tianfeng were the legitimate sons of the invincible cultivators of the older generation. Xiao Wu looked calm. "Brother Zhu, do you think we should find a way to go down there?" Xianxia was helpless when he saw that he was ignored. He cursed in his heart, how arrogant. However, in terms of strength, the 3 of them later reached the Dao validation at the same time. Maybe Xiao Wu was the strongest. Forget it, I don't want to teach him a lesson. Zhu Tianfeng was the strongest and also a veteran invincible cultivator. He had fought with invincible cultivators 100 years ago. At this moment, he pondered for a moment and said, "Even if we go down there, we are no match for Hichu." "I know Hichu. He was 1 step away from the Dao integration. Even if he died, after so many years, he absorbed the death chi to recover. He is at least at the 7th level of the eternal realm. On our side, the 4 of us can fight him together, but if we fight him alone, even if I meet him, I am no match for him." The 7th level of the eternal realm, he was considered a strong cultivator among the invincible cultivators. If the trash of a small world was considered to be at the 1st level of the eternal realm, then the ones of this world could be considered to be at the 2nd level. Almost all the Dao validation cultivators in the universe had the strength of the 3rd level. At Zhu Tianfeng's level, when he reached the Dao validation, his strength was definitely weaker than the current Xiao Wu. But after more than 100 years, his strength had entered the middle level. In the eternal realm, he was considered to be in the middle level. Among the dozens of invincible cultivators of the human race, he was also in the middle level. But now he met the current Hichu, whose strength was almost at the same level as the Dao King and the white-haired God King. Speaking of the human race, he was probably at the same level as the great Han King. This was not good to provoke. The great Han King fought several invincible cultivators that day, including some at the middle level, and it was extremely difficult. Among the human race, the great Qin King was at the 9th level. The great Zhou King and the Daxia of Goguryeo were defined as the 8th level. The great Light King, the great Han King, the great Tang King, and the great Shang King were defined as the 7th level. The rest were all at the middle and early stages. For example, the Silkworm Destroying King was at the middle level. The outside world judged him to be at the 5th level of the eternal realm. As for the specifics, it was difficult to tell unless it was a life and death battle. Hearing his words, Xianxia said, "Then we don't care?" But now, many little guys are down there. Xianxia said, frowning, those little guys may not be able to come up to the 7th level. The 5th level has the eruption of the heart fire, and the 6th level has the 9 twists and 18 stages. It is extremely difficult to fight their way up to the 7th level. If they can't come up, won't they die? Zhu Tianfang nodded slightly. So, we can only hope that some of the suns and moons down there can bring them up. This time, many of the suns and moons from various mansions have come. Old Hu from Dixia province, Qin Hao from the Great Qin mansion, Old Ho from my Great Ming mansion, and many of the suns and moons from other mansions are waiting on the 6th level. As he said this, Zhu Tianfang continued, let's not talk about whether we can go down or not. If we go down together, it will be difficult to come up from the 7th level. Do you think that if we go down, those guys will block the passage and attack us as soon as we show our heads? As soon as he said this, Zhou Polong also said, we can't go down. Otherwise, we can only kill Hichu ourselves. Otherwise, we can't come up or go down. That will be the biggest trouble. They couldn't go down, although the people in the outside world told them to give up their prejudices. It was nonsense. Once they went down and the entrance was blocked, it would be big trouble. So, we have to go to the entrance now, in case our human experts come up and are killed by them. Guarding the entrance is what we should do. Leave a safe passage for the human clan. With the 4 invincible realm experts, the other clans would not dare to act recklessly. Hearing them say so, Xianxia did not say anything else. He just sighed and said, so be it. There was no other way. They could only do this. On the Zhu family's side, Zhu Guangshan and the others were down there. Xianxia, Hu Yu and several juniors of the Zhou family were all down there. Since they had said so, there was nothing he could do. Indeed, going down might be a dead end. Soon, they made a decision to guard the passage first, in case other human experts were killed by the other invincible realm experts in Wan. At this moment, on the 5th and 6th floors, a large number of people began to gather their own experts and set out for the 7th floor. As for treasure hunting, forget it. At this point, treasure hunting was still possible. The invincible dead spirits were coming up, on the 5th floor. The floating earth spirit had also gathered the 5 elements race experts. He was a little surprised. Dead spirits, not Suyu? That can't be, the floating earth spirit muttered to himself. Was it a dead spirit who killed them? He couldn't tell. Moreover, dead spirits were not that cunning. If I remember correctly, it was an assassination. Dead spirits had learned to sneak up on people, but at this moment, he also heard the fellows from the 4th floor talking about how they had just survived a disaster. The dead spirits were here, very powerful. So you can turn into dead spirits, right? The floating earth spirit continued to ponder. It seemed like he could. Could it be that everyone had been tricked by Suyu? That was possible. He still had his doubts about this. Because few humans had died, he had to doubt it. Moreover, what he saw was different from what he had heard. Of course, the floating earth spirit could not be bothered to expose anything. If he really exposed it, what if that guy flew into a rage out of humiliation and insisted on killing him? The floating earth spirit looked around. At this moment, there were many people gathered on the 5th floor. He did not see Madonna and the others. Perhaps those lunatics had all run to the 6th or 7th floor. Apart from those few, he saw some other fellows on the heaven roll. Soon, he saw some humans. The floating earth spirit looked around. When he saw some humans with extraordinary identities, his eyes flickered. At this moment, Bai Feng and the others were also being threatened by the large group and were running toward the entrance of the 6th floor. Just as they were whispering to each other, an earthen yellow figure suddenly appeared in the distance. He looked at them and barked, "Hey there, are you Suyu's teacher?" Bai Feng frowned slightly and looked into the distance. 5 elements race, he glanced and seemed to recognize the other party's identity. He said coldly, "Floating earth spirit of the 5 elements race? That's me." Bai Feng said coldly, "What, you want to pick a fight?" The floating earth spirit snorted. "Not interested. I hate humans, but I'm on good terms with Suyu. The few of you here seem to have their internal organs ignited by the heart fire. You must be treated immediately." Then, a storage ring shot over. There are a few 5 elements fruits in here. They're all water type. Eat them and you can suppress the heart fire. When you get out, remember to ask Suyu to return them to me. The experts in the surroundings were all stunned. The expressions of the geniuses of the 5 elements race also changed. Someone transmitted angrily and said, "Floating Earth Spirit, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Suyu is now a must-kill target for the All Heavens One." "What are you talking about?" A Sun-Moon expert beside him quickly said. "Don't misunderstand, everyone. The Floating Earth Spirit has nothing to do with Suyu. Suyu even trapped him and almost killed him," the Sun-Moon expert hurriedly explained. "It's all a misunderstanding. The Floating Earth Spirit was just joking," the Floating Earth Spirit said solemnly. "There's no misunderstanding. I don't represent the 5 elements race. I only represent myself. I sparred with Suyu and lost to him. I respect him. To me, the race, the enemy, and the common enemy of all worlds are not important. You guys don't understand the world of geniuses. I dare say that Madonna, Zhan Wushuang, and the others won't try to kill Suyu if they see him. If they're weaker than him, they'll have to admit defeat." As he spoke, he looked at the races and said coldly, "If you think it's inappropriate, feel free to attack me. The Floating Earth Spirit may be weak, but I'm not afraid of you. I'm just making friends. Do I need to care about what you do?" Some were extremely surprised. "Is this guy crazy? He said he wanted to make friends with Suyu in front of so many people? He's courting death." On the celestial race's side, a Sun-Moon expert said coldly, "Floating Earth Spirit, think about it. There are some things that a genius like you can't decide. This is the order of the Celestial Emperor and the emperors of the various races. Be careful of your words. If it wasn't for the fact that the timing wasn't right, he would have killed the Floating Earth Spirit just because of what it said." The Floating Earth Spirit did not speak and remained silent. However, he cursed inwardly. "What do you know? We'll talk about it when you get out alive. If you all die, you won't have a chance to find trouble with me." He ignored them and looked at by phone, sending a voice transmission. "What are you looking at? I'm not giving you face. I'm giving face to Suyu. This thing is real. It won't poison you to death. You're a human. I hate that Luhong the most. I don't care about anything else." Baifeng was extremely surprised. Since when did Suyu form such a deep friendship with the Floating Earth Spirit of the 5 elements race? He gave them spirit fruits right in front of the All Heavens One. Although they didn't really need it, Huangjiu had returned with many treasures. But, the 5 elements spirit fruits were not trash. Baifeng couldn't afford one even if he sold himself. At this moment, he glanced at the storage ring. There were quite a lot of them. There were 5 of them. This was a huge sum. He looked at the Floating Earth Spirit in surprise. Although the other party's tone was not very good, it was normal. The Floating Earth Spirit was a top genius. Other than top geniuses, everyone else was probably trash in his eyes. "Many thanks." Baifeng didn't say much, but he was thinking, could it be that Suyu had trapped him previously and befriended him? That made sense. Previously, in the ancient city, Suyu had killed many Sun-Moon experts, but the Floating Earth Spirit had stayed in the ancient city for a month and nothing had happened. Perhaps there really was some friendship between them. He wasn't the only one. In fact, many people were thinking the same thing. Someone said coldly, "Back then, Suyu pretended to be the Floating Earth Spirit and challenged Tian Duo to a battle. After killing Tian Duo, he pretended to be Tian Duo." The 5 elements race said that it was because the Floating Earth Spirit was trapped in the ancient house and didn't receive any news. Haha, now it seems that Tian Duo's death was quite unjust. The Floating Earth Spirit and Suyu might be related in some way. Or rather, back then, it was just an act. Damn it, he should be killed. On the 5 elements race's side, a few Sun-Moon experts looked at the Floating Earth Spirit and shouted, "Bastard, you are a bastard." The few old men were a little disappointed at his failure to meet their expectations. Even if you really were on good terms with Suyu, you couldn't show it. It was over. Even if they got out this time, even if the 5 elements race protected the Floating Earth Spirit, it would be in great trouble in the future. They didn't dislike the Floating Earth Spirit being on good terms with Suyu. This was nothing. A genius was outside, and more friends meant more paths. However, Suyu was a public enemy. Even if you really wanted to be on good terms with him, you had to do it secretly. This could easily drag the entire Five Elements race into trouble. The floating earth spirit didn't speak, nor did it explain. There was nothing to explain, there were only so many people present. The humans didn't count. No matter what the humans said, the All Heavens One wouldn't believe it. He didn't need to care about the Five Elements race. The other races were all dead. Naturally, no one would spread anything. If the one coming down was not Suyu, then he would think of a way to trap and kill them. What's the big deal? The elders were really timid. These fellows had obtained quite a lot of treasures this time. If he killed them, there might be a great harvest. In any case, so many people had died. No one would suspect anything if a few more people died. He didn't care about this, and he didn't deliberately curry favor with Bai Feng. If he deliberately did that, it would be too obvious and too flattering. There was no need, it was just this kind of arrogant and faint feeling. However, I said in front of the All Heavens One that I was Suyu's friend. If it was really Suyu's doing, would he have the nerve to attack me? I gave you my treasures to save your friends. I didn't know that you came in. I showed my sincerity. Under the covetous gaze of one and the angry attitude of the Five Elements race, the floating earth spirit was calm and took the lead to fly toward the passage to the 6th level. As for the treasure land, he didn't want to think about it now. There was no need to think about it, this time, it was enough that everyone could survive. Survival was the only thing that mattered. The group of geniuses and experts began to flee like refugees. Even though the humans were nearby, no one attacked them this time. There were still more than 300 humans. How long would it take to kill them all? Moreover, some of the races didn't even have the mood to fight here. The 3rd level. There were more dead spirits behind He Tuesday. At this moment, He too stood at the entrance to the 3rd level. He frowned slightly and said strangely, "Dummy, have you been cursing me?" There was silence. "You've been cursing me?" He too wasn't sure. This dummy was a man of few words. The key was that at this moment, he felt that countless people were talking about him. The key was that it was difficult for ordinary people to make him feel this way. This meant that the people who cursed him were quite strong, the powerful resentment almost penetrated the river of spacetime. The last time someone thought about him like this was when he was alive. All the worlds in the universe were cursing him for leading dead spirits to invade. Why was it this time? He too was puzzled and annoyed. He said, "Forget it. Let's not think about it. Go to the 4th level." Maybe some people ran away. Did they spread the news of my arrival? He wasn't sure. Could it be that he didn't kill them all and some people accidentally ran up? So they knew I was here? That couldn't be, right? Even if they knew about the arrival of the dead spirits, they didn't know who they were. I didn't tell them who I was. He said uncertainly, "Dummy, did I say I was he too?" I don't know, he too hesitated. Did I say that? No, I don't remember. I only remember that I laughed for a long time. He too shook his head. He didn't want to think anymore. Forget it, go up, so what if they knew? The people above knew, but the people outside didn't know, they would meet sooner or later anyway. Soon, he too led his dead spirit army through the passage and entered the 4th level. The 4th level was extremely quiet at this moment. Complete silence. He too was a little puzzled. Did the news really leak? Did I not seal it tightly enough? Continue searching. Search inch by inch. Don't let a single living person leave. Forget it. I'll sweep up layer by layer, I won't let a single one go. There were actually some people on the 4th level, but very few. Some people were searching for treasures and might not know the news. Some people found treasure lands and explored them alone, not caring about the outside world. These were the people he too wanted to kill. So you only killed those he met. He too searched inch by inch, not letting a single one go. He killed his way up from the 1st level. He really didn't let a single one go. In this way, it gave Suyu a time difference. After all, it was a big place. It would take a lot of time to search. At the passage of the 4th level, Suyu quietly recorded some scenes of the invasion of the Dead Spirit Army. Soon, he quietly escaped and entered the 5th level. He too was really good. He did a good job. Su felt that there was more dead spirit aura there. Keep it up. Clean slowly. Don't rush up. Su muttered in his heart. You came up too fast. I'm almost out of time. There were definitely a lot of treasures waiting for him on the 4th level. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time to explore. He too's speed had become faster. It might have something to do with the number of dead spirits under him. The 5th level. The spine acupoint is definitely here. This time, I have to spend more time. As soon as Suyu entered the 5th level, he let the heart fire burn. As soon as he entered, he knew that there might really be a heart on this level. This was not important. What was important was that he had to find the way to operate the spine acupoint. Soon, he could completely deduce the cultivation method. Once the cultivation method was out, he could quickly find a way to enter the 9th level of Ling Yun and complete the transformation. He would no longer be stuck in the realm. The 5th level, Heart Fire. Suyu was too lazy to care about the treasures. There weren't many people on the 4th level. Perhaps he too would come up soon. At this moment, there weren't many people on the 5th level. Those who had received the news had all fled. Those who hadn't received the news were either from small clans or lone travelers. There weren't many of them. He had to find the spine aperture. It should be on this level. The next level was almost at his buttocks. Where would the spine aperture come from? Suyu went straight to the edge of this world. On the way, he saw some treasures that could be exchanged for money. However, Suyu didn't care too much. At his level, Suyu didn't really care about non-bearers. He was too rich, there was no other way. As he ran, Suyu was burning with anxiety. He too had come too quickly. Otherwise, Suyu would have slowly searched for treasures level by level. Now, he didn't dare to go to many places for fear of wasting time. Only when he reached the 7th level and he too had a rival could he stop and take a break. The news should have spread by now. There might be people guarding the 7th floor, so I have to blend into the crowd before everyone leaves. I can't kill anymore. There are too few people here, and it would be too obvious if I were to blend in with them. At this moment, Suyu didn't kill anymore. He wasn't in a hurry to kill his way to the 6th level. Moreover, there would definitely be some sun and moon level existences on the 6th level. It would be too difficult to kill them. No rush. It had been opened for a month. It hadn't even been 5 days. Along the way, Suyu judged and explored. Soon, he found a place. That was where the domain barrier was. Suyu looked around. This was not a passageway, but a high mountain that looked like a mountain ridge. It penetrated directly into the sky. Spine? Suyu muttered in his heart. He quickly flew up with soar and slapped the ridge with his palm. However, it didn't move at all. It was unimaginably sturdy. Maybe if I break through it, I can get out of the starry mansion? Alright, he gave up on this idea. Old Zhou's physical body was strong, but that forging grandmaster might have added something else. The astral mansion he forged might be even stronger than old Zhou's original physical body. If he wanted to break out, he wouldn't even be able to reach the invincible realm. No, he might not even be able to reach the Dao integration stage. Where's the spinal acupoint? Suyu looked around, positioning himself, and probing according to the proportions of his body. Old Zhou felt like he was about to go crazy from anger. If he shouted too much, who knew if he would explode? What if he self-destructed, although the dead might not be able to self-destruct? Positioning along the way, Suyu soon locked onto a void in front of the mountain ridge. Suyu activated his spine orifice, and sure enough, there was a weak reaction in the void, but it did not appear. This is the place. It seemed like he had to provoke old Zhou at the crucial moment. Taishan. Suyu growled. Boom, the 5th floor was indeed shaking. In his mind, Ol Zhou's roar sounded hysterical. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you. Who are you? You are not Taishan. Who are you? Suyu. At this moment, Suyu's heart turned cold, and his scalp went numb. At this moment, he felt like the world's consciousness was staring at him. You are not Taishan. Where did you hide Taishan? Hand over Taishan. That voice was incomparably crazy, and it kept roaring, attacking Suyu's mind. Suyu's heart was incomparably shocked. How could this be? He was already dead, so why was this happening? How could he determine that he wasn't Taishan? Old Zhou should only be a remnant consciousness. Could a remnant consciousness still think? He couldn't care too much anymore, and he quickly looked at the void that just appeared. At this moment, the whirlpool was spinning rapidly. In his mind, old Zhou's voice became even crazier. You are not Taishan. You are not. Where did you hide him? Who are you? Who are you? What is your relationship with Taishan? The hairs on Suyu's body stood on end. Holy F***ck, it can even deduce that I have a relationship with Taishan. Is this really a remnant consciousness, or is this person not actually dead? There's still some vitality left, and it's just that his will is in chaos? A remnant consciousness shouldn't be able to ask him about his relationship with Taishan, right? Suyu was horrified, and he didn't dare to ask any questions. He gritted his teeth, and blood seeped out from between his teeth. He stared fixedly at the whirlpool. He had to get the cultivation method out. As for everything else, he couldn't care less. He had to stop yelling about Taishan. If he continued to yell, he was afraid that old Zhou really might come back to life. As he yelled more and more, old Zhou seemed to have become a little smarter. Was he dead, or was he not dead? Suyu shuddered with fear. Could it be that old Zhou wasn't actually dead? Could it be that he had used a living person as a foundation to forge the Starry Palace and a weapon? Hence, the Starry Palace was still able to continue operating. The more Suyu thought about it, the more horrified he became. If this thing was alive, and he released it, it would be able to pierce through the heavens of the myriad worlds. Even if it was injured, even if it was crippled, it would still be able to fight a Dao integration stage cultivator, right? How F***king terrifying. He stared at the whirlpool for a long time, and the trembling stopped. Suyu had mastered it, and he was just about to seal his acupoints when he suddenly heard a murmur that wasn't as violent. You're not Taishan. You're not. Taishan isn't this weak, not this weak. Suyu quickly sealed his acupoints to isolate the voice. He half knelt to the ground, and his body was drenched in cold sweat. With great difficulty, he came to a conclusion. Old Zhou wasn't dead. He's not dead. He's only crippled and sealed. He's not dead. Suyu's entire body was trembling. We're in a human body right now, and this person isn't dead. Taishan was like a curse. Activate this guy's curse, and unseal this guy's curse. Holy F***ck, I think I've done something terrible. Suyu gulped. After a long time, he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, what's so terrible about it? In the myriad worlds, I'm not the only supreme being. Gods, demons, and immortals are supreme. If I really let him out. Humph. Suyu's eyes flickered. If I really let him out and cause chaos in the heavens, what does that have to do with me? One of the heavens still wants to kill me. If there really is chaos, that's a good thing. With this thought, the fear from before instantly dissipated by 70%. Suyu stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead. At this moment, he vaguely understood something. Old Zhou might really not be completely dead. Perhaps there's still a chance of survival. Suyu's eyes flickered. Without wasting any more time, he began to try to circulate his acupoints. This time, he didn't call for Taishan. He opened all his acupoints, and the chaotic murmur still sounded in his ears. Why do you want to kill me? Why? This was similar to before. When he didn't shout Taishan, old Zhou's emotions were still considered stable. Once he shouted, it was like a curse, making old Zhou violent and manic. If he continued shouting, Suyu was worried that he would really wake up. What a terrifying fellow. Suyu thought in his heart. Soon, he tried to circulate his acupoints one by one. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Casually eating a lotus root, Suyu continued to try. One by one, the acupoints lit up. 330, 340, more and more, the glabella acupoint and spine acupoints were all connected. When he reached 350 acupoints, there was a bang. Ignoring the intense pain, Suyu looked around and quickly swallowed the lotus root to repair a certain part of the exploded acupoint. F***ck. Suyu cursed in his heart. Fortunately, no one saw it. but fortunately, it was only the Heaven Ascension acupoint that exploded. If it was the glabella acupoint or spine acupoint, that would be dangerous. The Heaven Ascension acupoint exploded, but the danger was not too great. This was also the reason why Suyu dared to try. However, it was obvious that the attempt had failed. In fact, there were only 10 acupoints left. If he really wanted to try, he might be able to find it after a few hundred times. The 10 acupoints, no matter how they were circulated, had a pattern. If the 10 acupoints were sorted in different ways, there would be countless possibilities. But if there was a pattern mixed in, it would be much fewer. Maybe, after a few hundred times, I will be able to learn it myself? Suyu cursed in his heart. He rubbed a certain part that had just exploded and was now recovering. It was too unsightly, it did not match the temperament of a civilizator. If this was seen by others, he would not be able to live. Civilizators were people who cared about their face. Of course, the face below was also important. I should find the Heaven Ascension acupoint first. If I can't find it, or if I don't have time, I will try to derive it myself. At this moment, Suyu missed the past. He missed a person, Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was also a genius. The key was that this guy definitely had not opened all 360 acupoints. Now, those who had not opened all 360 acupoints were not qualified to be Suyu's test subject. If they opened, they could still be used. The key was that knowing where all 360 acupoints were did not mean that one could open all 360 acupoints. Suyu was not too sure how many acupoints Zhou Hao had opened. Maybe it's been on for 200 years? Sigh. He did not even have a test subject. It was embarrassing that he, a big shot, had to do this kind of embarrassing thing himself. If the Heaven Ascension acupoint is at the 7th level, I may not have the chance to go up. Even if I go up, I may not have the chance to get close. The people above are all invincible. Doesn't that mean I still have to experiment on my own? With these thoughts in mind, Suyu quickly flew toward the entrance of the 5th level to the 6th level. As he flew, he could not help but want to try. What if he guessed correctly? Bang, the sound of an explosion rang again. Suyu looked around and quickly bit off a lotus root. Delicious, really delicious, he ate it to ease the awkwardness. I took a few hundred lotus roots. I deduced that I can derive the correct way to operate it after a few hundred tries. At this moment, Suyu's expression suddenly changed. Was it fate for him to derive it himself? And if he kept calling old Zhou, what if he came back to life? Hundreds of lotus roots. Holy healing medicine, what could he do? No, no, no. No, it's all a coincidence. This was not fate. Suyu looked around again, probing and locking. He was afraid that someone would see him. He could not afford to lose face. Even if he was not Suyu now, even if he had a wolf's head, he could not do it, but, if he mastered the way to operate the acupoints in advance, he could complete the 9 transformations in advance. Otherwise, what if he got the treasure and went to the 9 transformations but did not have the time? Should I try it? Suyu asked himself. Let's try it. No one saw it. If they saw it, then I'll just kill them. With this thought in mind, Suyu tried another way to operate the acupoints. With a bang, blood and flesh became a mess. Quickly eat the lotus root, the clothes were fine. There was still a set of Earth Soldier underwear inside Suyu's clothes. He was not afraid of that. Next time, he would use Heaven Soldier underwear. At this moment, Suyu really wanted to quickly master the technique. This was his obsession with the technique, his dedication to cultivation. Suyu comforted himself. I'm sacrificing myself for a great cause. I'm sacrificing myself for the lost heavenly cycle technique. A great researcher never cares about such things. Even if it's sh*t, when necessary, I can have a taste for it for research. He hypnotized himself. At this moment, Suyu felt like a saint, such compassion for the state of the universe, such love for the world, even he himself was touched, when a person was sacrificing himself for a great cause, for perfecting a technique that had been lost for 100,000 years, what a great sentiment. Yes, he made such a choice to restore the technique. It was for the inheritance of the civilization of the heavens. At this moment, in the Sea of Will, which had not moved for a long time, a Shenwen slowly formed. Saint. Yes, holy, a saint. For the world, for love, he had sacrificed everything. At this moment, the power of light appeared on Suyu's body. His body radiated light in all directions. It was as if a saint had descended to the world to enlighten the world. As expected, this is my true nature, Suyu murmured. The path of a saint is the embodiment of my true nature. Everything I do is for everyone, for the path. A Shenwen was formed just like that, innate Shenwen, innate level 2. This was Suyu's 29th Shenwen, saint. When Suyu controlled the Shenwen and sensed its characteristics, he was speechless. There were no characteristics, no attack power, no lethality, but affinity. Yes, the moment he used this Shenwen, others would feel very warm and trustworthy. They would feel that Suyu was the most affectionate man in the world. This was an auxiliary Shenwen. Innate Shenwen. It could increase one's affinity. As for Suyu, his gaze changed and he suddenly smiled. His smile was exceptionally bright. Yes, as a civilization master, he actually needed such a Shenwen. Yes, this thing didn't seem to be very useful. But, this could increase others' trust in him. Perhaps his original enemies could be reformed. If he couldn't reform them, then he would use physics to expiate them. The path of a saint, offering my butt, Suyu chuckled. He no longer felt that there was anything unacceptable about this perky butt. Not bad, my talent is indeed amazing. I can outline a Shenwen with just a casual touch. Very good, the 29th one, maybe the 30th one will appear soon. After constantly traveling through space, coupled with the previous explosion of the beast space Shenwen, Suyu actually felt that he had a good understanding of space recently. Moreover, his civilization master also had a large amount of space. He had even cut space himself. After so many times, Suyu felt that he might be able to comprehend a natural space Shenwen very soon. He circulated his cultivation technique while eating lotus roots to mend his wounds. At the same time, he swallowed some treasures to strengthen the Shenwen that he had just outlined. Saint Dao Shenwen, he wanted others to feel that he was their father when they saw him. This way, who would still attack him? Needless to say, if this Shenwen really cultivated to the extreme, it would still be very terrifying. Perhaps everyone would call him father when they saw him. Suyu chuckled. He could already imagine the scene at that moment. The moment I appeared with a Saint Dao smile on my face, the old antiques of the ancient sky sect all cried bitterly when they saw me. They knelt down and called me father, saying that he was wrong. TSK, quite a powerful Shenwen. No wonder it was a natural Shenwen. He didn't have many natural Shenwen, but each one had its own unique use. For example, the flame of inheritance, the word tribulation Shenwen, the word civilization, and today's Saint Dao Shenwen. Of course, he once again ignored an unremarkable Shenwen. That wasn't a natural Shenwen. It was just an unintentional outline. Suyu, who had a smile on his face, ate the lotus roots. His back was constantly exploding, turning into a bloody mess. This scene was too strange. Anyone who saw it would probably think that they had seen a ghost or a madman. As for Suyu, why would he care about this? The key was that there was no one around. Just as he was thinking, a figure appeared in a cave and looked at Suyu with a strange expression. Obviously, this person had just come out of treasure hunting. He saw that Suyu had a wolf head and seemed to be of the same race as him. He even wanted to greet him. Just as he was thinking, his head fell off. The book appeared and the wolf fell into the book. Suyu still had a smile on his face as he said with a sigh, "You saw something you shouldn't have." Yes, the words of a villain. Coming from his mouth, it was as though that was how it should be. That wolf had seen something it shouldn't have, and it had to die. Suyu continued to adjust his cultivation technique, and gradually, he got used to the explosions. Even if this place exploded, it wouldn't affect him much. After all, he didn't need to use the toilet. This method isn't right. If I, Suyu, impart the heavenly cycle art to others, I will never impart this orifice's circulation method. I swear. Suyu thought about it while gritting his teeth and smiling. Definitely, not only so, if I find anyone who dares to impart this orifice's circulation method to others, I will not let him off. That was how domineering he was. Even if the ancient experts were to revive and impart the heavenly cycle art to others, he would not allow anyone to pass on the heavenly cycle art. In any case, no one would die. Even if he didn't have any treasures to recover, he would still be full of vigor after cultivating for a month. There were no mortals who could open the heavenly cycle orifice. Perhaps, he wouldn't even need a month to recover. However, as a cultivator, if he didn't experience this feeling, how would he be able to cultivate better strength? If I can set the rules, not imparting the heavenly cycle art will be the rule. Xianxia fiercely gritted his teeth. This was too hateful. I'm too pitiful. Normally, no matter how bitter, tiring, or painful the cultivation method is, I won't have any objections. However, he really hated this orifice. 77 types, 77 explosions. Xianxia mumbled as he continued to change the method. At this moment, he was already at the entrance of the 6th level. He didn't continue up, but he didn't search for treasures either. That was because the Tribulation character in Xianxia was pulsing weakly. He didn't know when the river diagram would come up. The heavenly cycle art should follow the trend. I won't encounter any tribulation, right? Xianxia pondered. When he learned the 5 elements divine arts, he encountered a lightning tribulation. Later on, when he was forging weapons, he also encountered a lightning tribulation. If that's the case for cultivating the heavenly cycle art, it shouldn't be the same, right? Will the Parliament's blood tribulation appear? Could it be that the ancient Parliament dared to forbid people from cultivating the heavenly cycle art? Impossible. Those who cultivate are the descendants or disciples of influential figures, not people like the Time Master. I feel that the Parliament wouldn't dare, or the members of the Parliament are cultivating themselves. With such a judgment, Xianxia felt much more at ease. Still all right, no lightning tribulation. It would be best if the commotion was quieter. 92 types. Xianxia continued to eat the lotus root and burped. His breath was fragrant and sweet. The injuries from the explosions were also constantly recovering. Soon, they would be healed. My luck isn't too good, Xianxia thought as he continued to make adjustments. At this moment, he could already connect 356 acupoints. However, once he connected the heavenly cycle art, it was still easy for it to explode. He couldn't completely connect these acupoints. There were only a few left. Why couldn't it work, Xianxia thought. In front of him, light and shadow appeared. He quickly connected the light and shadow acupoints that he projected. Looking at it with his naked eye, the cultivation technique had a sense of beauty. At a glance, if it didn't have such a sense of beauty, it meant that the cultivation technique wasn't that great. At this moment, he looked carefully, frowned slightly, and began to make some adjustments. At this moment, Xianxia had almost forgotten about the existence of the river diagram. At the end of the day, he still liked to make such deductions. Although it was built on the foundation of others, when he perfected it, Xianxia still felt very happy. Until now, the cultivation technique that he was most proud of was the dual Wu acupoint fusion technique. This was because he had relied on himself to derive it bit by bit. He had combined many cultivation techniques, located 36 acupoints, discovered a pattern, and finally derived step by step, researched this acupoint fusion technique. The second was the 5 elements divine technique. This was also derived by him and Lao Zhao. Combining those cultivation techniques bit by bit, combining the 5 cultivation techniques into one. At this moment, Xianxia was focused on deriving the heavenly cycle art. He was quite interested, almost forgetting that he was in the incomparably dangerous Starry Universe mansion. Until, a blind guy shouted from afar, "Get lost, I want to go up to the 6th floor, don't block my way." With a bang, the illusory diagram in front of him shattered. Xianxia frowned, reached out, and slapped the mountain sea into pieces. Damn, a mountain sea is so arrogant? Xianxia cursed in his heart, a little annoyed. After slapping this annoying shrimp to death, he realized that a long time had passed, and the river diagram might be coming up soon. The word tribulation in Xianxia was beating a little fiercely. He frowned slightly. The word tribulation in Xianxia was beating even more fiercely than before. Was it dangerous? Then let's go, I won't record it this time. Xianxia quickly disappeared on the spot. He had just disappeared not long ago. This time, the river diagram came up quickly. He didn't smile, he had to keep a low profile. He quickly flashed for a while, pierced through the void, and soon arrived at the entrance to the 6th floor. This time, he was going to personally seal the entrance. He didn't know if Dai Dai had deliberately let some people go, but he felt that he might have been exposed. So this time, he personally came to seal the entrance. When he arrived at the entrance, he smelled a little blood. He also sensed that there was a little blood aura in the void. He frowned slightly, reached out, and grabbed. Soon, a drop of blood gathered. He just died? He too muttered, feeling a little regretful. It was a mountain sea. If only he had arrived earlier, he would have lost a mountain sea subordinate. There was no hurry to go up to the 6th floor. He searched the 5th floor first. The drop of blood hovered in his hand for a while. Whoever killed his subordinate, the mountain sea, he would teach them a lesson later. He pinched the drop of blood, and it broke. Soon, an image appeared. In his field of vision, there seemed to be a wolf sitting cross-legged and cultivating. He too didn't care at first, but suddenly, he seemed to see something. His eyes moved slightly, and he zoomed in to take a closer look. On a closer look, there seemed to be a dense layer of starry sky in front of the wolf. He too was stunned for a moment. When he took a closer look, he immediately frowned. He couldn't see it too clearly. He was looking at the vision of the guy who was killed. He couldn't see it too clearly. It was just a rough star map. However, he too felt that it was a little familiar. He muttered, "Chi of the heavenly cycle." Which sex chi of the heavenly cycle? He looked at the map carefully. After looking at it for a while, he muttered to himself, "No, it's not perfect. Wrong. There are at least 3 acupoints in the wrong positions." He looked carefully and fell into deep thought. In his mind, scenes that had been forgotten for many years appeared. That was when he was young. It was so long ago that he had long forgotten everything. That year, he was cultivating. His father told him that in ancient times, the most powerful cultivation technique was the chi of the heavenly cycle, and his family's ancestor was a human king in ancient times. He was valued by the human emperor and inherited the chi of the heavenly cycle. His family had the inheritance. From that day onwards, he painstakingly cultivated, opened his acupoints, and continued to open them. Even when his peers had become mountains and seas, he was still at Qianjun opening his acupoints. When he opened 350 acupoints, he couldn't open any more. His father said that he didn't have the fate to cultivate the chi of the heavenly cycle. He refused to accept it. He didn't believe in fate. And so, he, a Qianjun with 350 acupoints opened, an old Qianjun who had reached the mountains and seas among his peers, went to roam the heavens. No matter how strong Qianjun was, it was still only Qianjun. He had encountered countless dangers and killed countless powerful enemies. He had killed Wanshur and Sor. He was probably the first genius to enter the Heaven Hunters list with a Qianjun body. There had never been such a genius. He didn't become Wanshur or Sor. With his Qianjun body, he fought in the battlefield of the heavens for 3 years. 3 years later, he killed a top Sor. On that day, he opened his acupoints. He opened the last 10 acupoints. On that day, he closed his acupoints and instantly stepped into Sor. The human emperor sent his blessings. When he stepped into Sor, he fought in the mountains and seas. Those who entered the mountains and seas at the same time as him were killed on the spot. He too, was number 1 in the heavens. At this moment, many memories suddenly appeared in He too's mind. He seemed to be thinking back to the past. The glory of the human race, he murmured. He remembered his father's warning before he died. He too, remember, you are destined to shine. You will definitely restore the human emperor's era. At that time, that era wasn't called the ancient era. Because it hadn't been long since the destruction of the ancient era. The human emperor's era, he murmured. He too shook his head. It hurt a little. He looked toward the entrance of the 6th floor. He felt a little impulsive. He wanted to see that fellow with a wolf head. It was fake. It was a human, it was definitely a human. This was the human race's heavenly cycle acupoint diagram. It was almost impossible for non-humans to master it. Who is it? Is it Suyu? He too murmured. Did I see Suyu? Suyu disguised as a wolf, right? That despicable brat left before I came. Did he know that I was coming? Are you afraid? Did you know that I was coming? Did you know that I was going to beat you up and get even with you? He too murmured. A moment later, Dai Dai appeared beside him. Dai Dai said numbly, "Who are you going to beat up?" He too laughed. "I'm going to beat up an annoying human brat. But I'll let him know that I'm also invincible in the same realm. I'll beat him up at the same realm. Then, what if I can't?" Dai Dai didn't know why he asked this question, but he still asked. He too laughed. "Then I'll cripple him first, and then beat him up at the same realm." An impeccable answer. Dai Dai felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong, so he didn't say anything. He too laughed and said in a loud voice, "Boys, kill. Investigate bit by bit. Don't let anyone go." After he too finished speaking, he looked up at the sky again and smiled. "Suyu. I'm very vengeful. Those who offended me are all dead. You're a genius. I actually like you." He discovered that Suyu was deriving the heavenly cycle technique. My goodness, he was deriving it himself. Even though it seemed to have been perfected a lot and Suyu might have obtained it by accident, perfecting the heavenly cycle technique was something he didn't dare to imagine. At this moment, he too was sure that the person was Suyu. "Don't think that I can't recognize you when you're pretending to be a wolf. Humph, I'll catch all the wolves. Are you a human, or a half-human and half-wolf? Are you really a wolf head?" He too wasn't sure. A hybrid might also be able to practice human cultivation methods. He too stopped thinking about it. As long as Suyu was in the Star Mansion, he couldn't run away. At this moment, Suyu went up to the 6th floor and frowned slightly. The word tribulation was still beating in Shinwen. What the hell? He too didn't search the 5th floor but came up directly? Suyu frowned. At this moment, a few people saw Suyu coming up, and one of the sun and moon experts shouted, "Dark Devil Wolf, what's the situation down there?" They were nervous as they spoke. They had come to guard the passageway but were actually afraid of death, afraid that the sovereign of the dead would appear. However, someone had asked them to come, and they didn't dare to refuse. Right now, the entrance to the 7th floor hadn't been opened yet, and they were also nervous. The people who were opening the entrance were also nervous. There was nothing they could do but let some people watch over. Suyu looked around and saw that there were only 4 people, 1 sun and moon, and 3 mountain and sea experts, all of whom looked very nervous. The sun and moon experts were only in the 1st level, so they didn't dare or want to come. They weren't experts from the major clans, but rather experts from the minor clans. Suyu smiled. It's not a big problem. He too just entered the 5th floor. That's good. As he spoke, the sun and moon experts felt that something was off. You're too bold, and you're disrespecting me. Just as they were thinking this, dozens of sun and moon beasts grabbed them and pulled them into the book. So you didn't kill the sun and moon experts. If he did, there would be some strange signs. Presumably, the person who had asked him to come here had the same idea. If a sun and moon died, everyone would know that a powerful expert had come. Dealing with the dead spirits would be fine, but the dead spirits wouldn't care about that, so it wouldn't do anything to him, so you didn't care about anything else, and continued to try. He had the feeling that he was about to succeed. 358, Suyu's heart leaped with joy, and he exploded his butt again. That didn't matter. He had connected to 358, and only 2 more apertures were left. There were only 2 possibilities, it was a matter of who to connect to first. I guess I'll just have to get lucky this time. If I succeed, I won't have to explode again. Suyu prayed that he wouldn't have to explode one more time, it was just a choice of 2. That shouldn't be too much to ask of him, right? At this moment, he was even more nervous than he had been after exploding more than 100 times. In the next moment, the aperture lit up again. Boom, Suyu's face was ashen. Where did my luck go? Why did I get 1 out of 2? Humph. River diagram. It's all your fault. Suyu snorted. You came too quickly, and I had no choice but to come up. Otherwise, I might have been able to avoid 1 explosion on the 5th level, however, he quickly regained his smile. At this moment, his smile was exceptionally radiant. I seem to have succeeded. In total, I only exploded 138 times. In the next moment, Suyu activated the last possibility. One by one, the apertures lit up. 1, 2, 300, 359. The last aperture, the heavenly aperture, boom. This wasn't the sound of an explosion, but the sound of a tremor. At this moment, the 360 apertures were like a furnace, vibrating in his body. Rumble. The violent vibrations reverberated throughout his body. Outside Suyu's body, a large amount of tainted blood was discharged. This was all the accumulation caused by his recent injuries. The blood was discharged. Not only that, in the void, clouds descended one after another. Many, many, Suyu cursed in his heart. F*ck, such a big commotion, there's even a reward, this works too, F*ck, wouldn't I be discovered by others? In an instant, he swept up all the clouds and disappeared. Not long after he left, several Sun-Moon Realm experts appeared in the same place. They were all Sun-Moon Realm experts, and all of them had grave expressions. What's going on? Reward of heaven and earth? Where's Fu Hu? How did he disappear? He shouldn't be dead yet, otherwise there would be some commotion. It's not a dead spirit. Dead spirits don't get a reward for killing people. If he didn't kill Fu Hu, could it be that he killed the other 3 mountains and seas, so he got a reward? The sun and moon experts were incomparably solemn. What exactly was going on? Who came up from the 5th level? Who had just come up from the 5th level? The key was that Fu Hu was a 1st-level sun and moon expert, and yet he had disappeared without a trace. Moreover, how did he get a reward of heaven and earth? Even if they hadn't arrived in time, they could still sense the incomparably powerful cloud power descending. The sun and moon experts looked at each other, their expressions incomparably solemn. The 6th level was no longer safe, they had to go to the 7th level immediately. The thread of the river diagram had not been resolved, and it seemed that something unexpected had happened. At this moment, Suyu trembled unceasingly as one aperture after another attacked him. Awesome, it was cleansing and vibrating. His entire body was about to become a furnace, all 360 apertures were transforming. The vitality within them was actually absorbing the reward of heaven and earth, and the reward just now was actually an extremely unique type of vitality. Suyu didn't know what it was, he only knew that it was helping him complete a transformation. The 9 transformations of vitality had officially begun. The reward of heaven and earth seemed to be helping him complete a transformation of vitality. Was this the reward? The saber chi in 144 of the acupoints was actually dispersed at this moment. Suyu felt a trace of the shadow of the power of the rules. The power of the reward might have something to do with the rules. At the same time. 7th level. Xiao Longwu was slightly taken aback. Suyu, not too far away from me? No, that's not right. This guy seemed to have dispersed my blade chi. He knew that Suyu had already completed a simple transformation of vitality, as if he had entered Ling Yun, but it didn't look like it. But today, Suyu seemed to have dispelled his blade chi. He actually looked down on my blade chi. Xiao Longwu's eyes were slightly dull. I, Xiao Longwu, am a Dao confirming expert. I have killed invincible existences. Before I reached Dao confirming, my blade chi was also invincible in the world. Someone used my blade chi to complete the transformation of vitality. Xiao Longwu felt that this guy was extremely powerful, but today, that guy actually dispelled my blade chi. How arrogant! Xiao Longwu shouted. You didn't want my blade chi to transform, could it be that you think my blade chi is weak? This kid, he actually sneaked in. Not only did he sneak in, but he also dispelled my blade chi near me. Damn kid, how arrogant. Don't let me meet you again. The key is, after dispelling my blade chi, I might not be able to find him. At this moment, Suyu quickly hid in a call, and the will of civilization appeared, concealing the chi of heaven and earth. The saber aura in the 144 acupoints collapsed at this time. All along, Suyu could be considered Ling Yun's transformation. However, only 144 acupoints were transformed. Originally, Suyu was prepared to complete the transformation of different acupoints according to different cultivation techniques. In the end, Xinghong said that this would cause the strength and attributes of the vitality in the acupoints to be different. Hence, there was this qi circulation technique. 360 acupoints transformed at the same time, after defeating Xiao Longwu's saber aura, the vitality rewarded by heaven and earth vaguely contained a bit of rule power. This also made Suyu's transformation simpler and stronger. Ling Yun's 9 transformations, according to the different foundation, the quality increase of each vitality transformation was different. Otherwise, if everyone was the same, wouldn't the foundation laid in the early stage become a joke? At this moment, Suyu's 360 acupoints were lit up one by one, and they were tempered by the special rewarded vitality. The acupoints became brighter, each acupoint was like a star, dazzling and dazzling. The transformation officially began. Suyu was so moved that he was about to cry. It's so hard for me, it's too hard for me. I finally stepped into Ling Yun. It had been almost 2 years since he joined the higher education institution. Anping enrolled in 350 years, and now it was almost the middle of 352 years. 2 years, I finally stepped into Ling Yunjing. Am I considered a genius? Yes, however, in this era, it was not like there were no people who stepped into Ling Yun in 2 years. Soon, there would be people who stepped into Ling Yun in 2 years. Suyu was about to cry. Probably no Ling Yun was as difficult as him. First, he found 360 acupoints, tried countless cultivation techniques, found 360 acupoints, and established the strongest Wanshi. After that, he found different body forging techniques, completed 72 casting, and established the strongest sword. And now, it was Ling Yun's turn. He had finally found the way to circulate his qi. From the looks of it, he would be able to establish himself as the strongest Ling Yun once again. Hopefully, when he reached the mountain and sea realm, he would be able to easily close his orifices with this technique. Otherwise, I'll really cry. It should be possible, the mountains and seas becoming one aperture. Now that he had fused 9 apertures, he just needed to fuse them into one. This was the transformation from the mountains and seas to the sun and moon aperture. There would definitely be no problems. If there were any more problems, Suyu would go crazy. Deriving cultivation techniques and finding cultivation techniques were just too difficult. While thinking about this, Suyu quickly took out a large number of treasures, such as Emperor's saliva, water-condensed pearls, dragon blood fruits. He didn't eat it, just piled it up beside him, releasing large amounts of extremely pure heaven's essence qi to satisfy the transformation of his aperture acupoints. He was not short of money. A normal person could complete the 9 transformations with just a few 5-element spirit fruits. Suyu was different. He was simply too powerful. Considering the power of the sun and moon, the transformation was already very taxing on him. Furthermore, Suyu wasn't willing to transform just like that. His body seemed to be recovering. His aperture acupoints were rumbling. In each aperture acupoint, essence qi gathered. Gradually, the essence qi began to condense into a shape. It was no longer in the shape of a saber, but a book, yes, the shape of a book. At this moment, the 360 aperture acupoints seemed to recognize his identity as a scholar. Even his essence qi had transformed into the shape of a book. 1, 2, 3, the essence qi in each aperture acupoint completed the transformation and completed its recovery. One book after another floated in the aperture acupoints. 300. 350, when the last aperture completed the transformation of essence qi, there was a loud bang. Suyu emptied his mind, emptied everything. His fart blasted a huge pit under his buttocks. Awesome, all the impurities were instantly spat out by him. At this moment, there was only a body that was as pure as crystal. Suyu said that the immortals were fragrant. No, if the current him was seen by others, the old sea king, the iron-eating beast, the golden-winged rock, they would probably want to eat him. He was truly fragrant. It was so fragrant that the great demons were drooling. Suyu closed his eyes and enjoyed the feeling of transformation. The amount of essence qi didn't change much, but the quality was much higher. He casually felt it and casually patted the void. Suyu felt it for a while and gently exhaled. The air also emitted a fragrance. About 50% increase. Suyu smiled. At his level, it was already beyond his expectations that he could still achieve such a high level of amplification. Originally, after the 72 times of body forging, Suyu's physical strength exceeded 1.72 million apertures. His defense was actually stronger. It was equivalent to 2 more times of body forging, and his defense exceeded 2 million apertures. This was under the situation where the young aperture had not been opened. After opening the young aperture, the increase was close to 3.5 million apertures. In Suyu's own estimation, this was the strength of the 7th Sun-Moon stage. He had calculated that the average 8th Sun-Moon stage was about 4 million, and the early 9th Sun-Moon stage was about 5 million. At the 8th or 9th Sun-Moon stage, there were actually not many trash. They were all considered geniuses. Other than some monsters, this was the normal standard. At this moment, Suyu had not opened the young aperture, but his physical strength exceeded 2.5 million apertures. He didn't know if opening the young aperture would double. If it could, Suyu opened the young aperture, then he would have the combat strength of the early 9th Sun-Moon stage. I'm the scary one. With a murmur, Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. The void trembled and a small black hole was sucked out. I, Suyu, am so strong. How could there be such a Ling Yun? Just one level. He had only completed 1 transformation. If I complete 9 transformations. Oh my god. Suyu scared himself. He didn't have high expectations. Each transformation could help him increase his strength by 50%. When it came to Ling Yun's 9 transformations, he pinched his fingers and calculated. Oh my god, didn't that mean that after Ling Yun's 5 transformations, without opening the young aperture, his combat strength would exceed 10 million apertures, 6 transformations, close to 20 million, 9 transformations, more than 60 million, Suyu swallowed. How strong is a quasi-invincible? Generally speaking, the quasi-invincible realm only had 2 incarnations, and a few of them had 3 incarnations. Once the incarnation of 3 incarnations appeared, it was time to prove the way. But some guys failed to prove the way even though they had 3 incarnations. For example, Yun Chen, for example, Kong Kong, these people actually had 3 lives, but they didn't merge. He didn't know if it was because they were too strong to merge or something else. 5 million at the beginning of the 9th Sun-Moon stage. How much would the peak of the 9th Sun-Moon stage be? Suyu didn't know. He hadn't fought with someone at this level. How strong was a quasi-invincible expert? Let's say he had the power of 10 million apertures. Suyu was speechless. I, Ling Yun, have completed 9 transformations, 1 punch for 1. Of course, the premise is that I can break the river of time. Some quasi-invincible experts or the peak of the 9th Sun-Moon stage can open the river of time. I just have brute force. Suyu frowned slightly. Yes, this was a problem. No matter how strong brute force was, you had to be able to hit the opponent. You couldn't penetrate the river of time. You weren't fast enough, and you couldn't dodge fast enough. No matter how strong you were just a clumsy beast, and those quasi-invincible experts were sensitive hunters. It seems that my next task is not to strengthen myself, but to improve my speed and the law, time, space-time, they were all very special things. Only by mastering these could he exert his full strength. So, in fact, the best way is Shenwen. Suyu murmured. Yes, Shenwen, for example, space Shenwen, time Shenwen, for example, Shenwen, which he hadn't paid much attention to, was slow Shenwen. This was the Shenwen that he comprehended when learning the time technique. In fact, it could be considered half a natural Shenwen. This Shenwen actually involved some laws of time. If Shenwen was used to the extreme, it could make the opponent stagnate. The only way is to make the opponent have no time to open the river of time and let me get close to him. Then when I reach the 9th Ling Yun, I'm not afraid of fighting any quasi-invincible experts. More than 60 million apertures of power, pure explosive power. Suyu felt that it was really worse than the so-called invincible experts. It was too scary. The key was still in the mastery of some rules and laws. If this Suyu couldn't do it, he could only be a target. So, I can only give him a slap when he least expects it and kill him instantly, not giving him time to react. So, I have to keep a low profile. Of course, now he was only at the 1st Ling Yun. It was still early, only one of the 9 transformations was completed. For the remaining 8 times, Suyu didn't have the reward of heaven and earth just now. It was very difficult to complete the transformation. With his strength, ordinary treasures were like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. unable to complete the transformation. Even if he managed to complete it, the increase would be lacking. Only top-grade treasures could do it. 9-leaf sky lotus. Suyu's eyes flickered. Yes, 9-leaf sky lotus, only such a treasure could allow him to successfully complete the 9 transformations. Once completed, even if he didn't master some rules and laws, yes, he couldn't hit those invincible experts. It's okay, don't think of killing me easily. My defense is terrifyingly strong, it's so scary that you might not be able to kill me with a slap, but the bones in your hand will be broken instead. At that time, although I can't reach the level of invincibility, I can do it. I won't provoke you, but if you provoke me, you'll be killed by me if you're not careful. At that time, Suyu was a clumsy black bear, and the opponent was an agile fox. It was useless. You can't stab me to death, but if you provoke me, I'll kill you if you're not careful. It was only at this moment that Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He had offended too many people, invincible experts, Dao integration experts, and so on. His own battle prowess couldn't be considered top-grade in this era. He could only rely on a few people and a few backers. No matter how strong the backer was, it was still not himself or his parents. Whether it was the stone sculpture or Furball's parents, they were all outsiders. Some of them had joined forces for profit, and some had joined forces for other reasons. Relying on outsiders could only be done when there was no other choice. If he really wanted to establish himself in the infinite worlds, he would have to rely on his own strength. As long as I can seize the 9-leaf sky lotus, I'll have the strength to establish myself in the infinite worlds. Suyu murmured. Seize the 9-leaf sky lotus, complete the 9 transformations in the Starry Universe Mansion, and even instantly step into the 9th layer of the mountain and sea realm. Only at that time could he truly gain a foothold in the myriad worlds. Anyone who wanted to kill him would have to consider whether they would be killed by him instead. Ordinary treasures are no longer enough to support the transformation of my vital qi, so I have to seize this thing. At Suyu's level, even if he was just Ling Yun, or if he looked at him from the height of the sun and the moon, Ling Yun was just a title that was meaningless. Suyu stood up. At this moment, he was in an exceptionally good mood. After withdrawing the record of civilization, Suyu finally had the time to look at the other areas of the 6th level. There were mountains and valleys everywhere. There were incomparably tall mountains and rivers, and mountains were connected to mountains, twisting and turning like a maze. As he flew up to take a look, he instantly sensed trouble. There was miasma in the air that corroded his physical body. Of course, Suyu could withstand it. The corrosive power was roughly at the sun and moon initial stage. Under the sun and moon initial stage, I can only move around below. This is extremely difficult. This level is very dangerous. Suyu sighed. There was no need to ask. He knew what this place was. It was where the intestines were. Intestine. Heavenly aperture, Suyu smiled. Could the heavenly aperture be at the entrance from the 6th to the 7th level? Not necessarily. There was actually some distance between the heavenly aperture and the end of the intestine. It might be inside the 7th level. Of course, it had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Suyu did not care too much about these things. Cultivation technique, I've learned it, of course, if there was enough time, he actually wanted to find the apertures one by one and strengthen the corresponding aperture. This way, his aperture would be more stable and stronger. Didn't he encounter that troublesome guy? He had been following him below and did not have the time to search. Now, without the young aperture, I have the true power of the sun and moon 6th stage. Suyu smiled. The young aperture was not easy to open. He would not open it if he could. Now that there was no old tortoise to help him seal it, he would have to rely on himself. The young aperture absorbed vitality too quickly. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Suyu did not want to open it. Without opening the young aperture, the explosive power of the physical body exceeded the power of 5 million apertures. It was very powerful, combined with the rank 4 Shunwen, strength, shock, and break, he would dare to fight with the average sun and moon 7th stage. This was without opening the aperture and swallowing essence blood. Otherwise, Suyu would be even stronger. When the physical strength reaches the power of 10 million apertures, I will try to swallow the essence blood of invincible. Suyu's eyes flickered. It was time to get some essence blood of invincible. When the physical strength reached the power of 10 million apertures, swallowing the essence blood of invincible, he might be able to unlock some understanding of the laws of time. At that time, if his combat power was strong, he could suddenly open the passage of time. Whether it was to save his life or to kill, it would be unexpected. 9-leaf sky lotus. Suyu looked into the depths. There was no time to search for treasures. To the 7th level, while everyone had not left, he had to sneak in. Otherwise, if an invincible came to guard the passage of the 7th level, there would be no way to go up. His physical body trembled slightly, expelling the miasma. Suyu did not care how the passage below was curved, it had little to do with him. For those below the sun and moon realm, the 6th level without a Tao protector was a dangerous place. To Suyu, it was nothing. This time, many people probably wanted to cry. They did not get any benefits, and now they were forced to the 6th level. It was extremely dangerous, and soon they would have to go up to the 7th level. It was too miserable. To me, it's nothing. Suyu laughed. He thought about it. Who should he disguise as? Lantu? This identity was not enough, because this clan did not have invincible in the 7th level. Once he entered the 7th level, he might be killed. Invincible would not care about this. So, I need to disguise as a big clan. Who was the most suitable? High status, strong strength, disguising as a lackey, pretending to be weak was meaningless. The weak could not come up. Duxing, big clan, Suyu thought of someone. The immortal he killed on the 1st level, a sun and moon 3rd stage immortal, no one knew that he was dead. As soon as he entered, he was killed by Suyu. No one knew that he was on the 1st level. Dao King's people, perhaps he could even get close to Daoqing and kill him. It was not a good sign that he had not killed Daoqing after so long. There were still strange phenomena when the sun and moon fell. No one knew that he was dead. Those who knew were all dead. No, Huang Jiao might know. The moment she came out, she might have seen him. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he quickly put down his thoughts. It was fine. Furball was still in her mind. He took out the Journal of Civilization and flipped to the page about the Celestials. At this moment, this page looked very strong. Suyu had assimilated a lot of the Celestials. Celestials, Sun and Moon 3rd stage. At this moment, one of the lines recorded some information, and at the end of this line, there was a small head. Looking at it, it was the guy who had been killed before. Some people of the same realm were absorbed by Suyu, and they would leave some marks. For example, Ling Yin 7 had 3 marks on the celestial page. Representing this realm, Suyu had merged with 3 people. The sun and moon flashed in Suyu's eyes. He didn't look at it too much, and his will instantly assimilated into the head. Journal of Civilization, observe the past. Maybe he could also see the future, but Suyu didn't have this ability now, and perhaps he hadn't discovered it yet. Disguising was naturally the best way to know everything about him. To know his past, to know his past, to know everything about him, to learn his habits, to learn his cultivation technique. All of this would make the disguise better. Suyu seemed to be dreaming. A dream. He saw the past of this celestial. Speaking of which, it was fate. This person was called Ling Heng, Sun and Moon 3rd stage. He was also from the Dao King domain. The key was not this, but his identity. He was the disciple of Dao King's disciple, Ming He. Fairy Ming He, Suyu smiled. Of course, he remembered this fairy. Daoqing was on the heaven list because of this, and also because of this, Suyu wouldn't rest until he was dead. She was his teacher, a Sun and Moon 7th stage powerhouse. In the Sky Destroyer ancient city, she was trapped by Suyu in the ancient city. In the end, Ming He made Daoqing kill her personally. Ming He let Daoqing experience what despair was. Until the moment of her death, she taught this student that one mistake might not kill you, but your lover and teacher would die, and they would all die by your own hands. From that day onwards, Daoqing actually changed. At this moment, Suyu didn't expect that Ling Heng was actually Ming He's disciple. In that case, he was Daoqing's senior brother. Interesting. Suyu laughed. The outside world knows that Lingheng is dead. Dao King also knows that Dao Qing has the hunting heaven list in his hands. But it's a pity that the outside world is transmitting the news as a whole, not an individual. In this way, naturally, no one would specially send a message to Dao Qing to tell him that Lingheng was dead, and that there was no need. At this stage of the sun and moon stage, only one knew whether one was dead or not, or one's family knew, as they were connected by blood. If it wasn't connected by blood, even if it was a teacher or a friend, no one would give their blood to you. For example, when Dao Qing checked if Guzhu was dead, he had collected a strand of Guzhu's hair. And at the sun and moon stage, these things wouldn't be leaked. So, Suyu was sure that unless there was a direct descendant of Lingheng here, no one would know that he was dead. And in my memory, there's no such thing. This guy has many descendants, but unfortunately, none of them are qualified to enter. Suyu made a simple arrangement of the ins and outs of his identity. After confirming that he wouldn't be discovered, he shook his body and turned into Lingheng. There was no difference in temperament, appearance, or strength. Yin, change, and various other Shunwen skills were activated, and his hair gradually grew. Very soon, his shoulder-length hair fluttered, and he looked like an immortal. I have to find an excuse. With Lingheng's strength, it would be fine for him to appear in the 5th or 6th level. But he hasn't appeared for so long, that means he has found a treasure. He had been searching for treasure, so it was normal that he hadn't appeared for a few days. Treasure, Suyu looked around. Where would there be treasures? It was also close to the entrance of the 7th level. If there was a slight commotion, it would attract people over to investigate. The Xianxia acupoint should have treasures. Suyu smiled. Yes, the area near the navel should be a treasure land. Let's go and take a look, maybe it was at the entrance. If it was there, then so be it. If it wasn't there, then I'll create some commotion and get a treasure. Everyone knows that I have been searching for treasures here, so I haven't appeared. This fits the situation of my sudden appearance. Isn't it easy to find treasures? Suyu endured the miasma in the air and looked around. Very soon, he landed in a huge basin. The surroundings were surrounded by mountains. Only in the middle of these mountains was a basin that was rather conspicuous. However, the Xianxia acupoint was not underground, it should be in the void. As expected, the first level of the basin was a black barrier. That should be the belly, who cares? Anyway, that should be where the navel was. However, the navel was facing outwards. He didn't know if there were any treasures inside. Even if there weren't, it was fine. He could just create one himself. But it had to fit the pattern of treasures appearing here, just as Suyu changed his identity again. At the entrance of the 7th level. In a huge call in the mountains. The strong practitioners of the various races started to gather. Some had yet to arrive and were looking for their clansmen scattered on the 6th level. Some were still lost on the winding 6th level. When the few Sun-Moon experts returned, at the entrance of the 7th level, Zhan Wushuang looked at the strong practitioner of the celestial race and asked, Master Lang, what happened? The miasma surrounded them, and even they couldn't see much. Those who went to investigate were all strong practitioners of the higher levels of the Sun-Moon realm. Their senses were much sharper. The strong practitioner of the celestial race frowned and said, Fu Hu and the others disappeared. Fu Hu probably didn't die. I'm not sure about the others. They might have been killed, and the heavenly reward appeared. It might be a genius who killed the mountains and seas. Fu Hu might have gone after him. That was the only conclusion. A genius had killed a few mountains and seas and obtained the heavenly reward. And Fu Hu had gone after that person. Which genius didn't arrive? Someone asked. Someone else said calmly, there are many who didn't arrive. A lot of them. They're probably all dead. Nonsense, a lot of geniuses had died here. Who knew who didn't come? At this moment, there were more than 1,000 people gathered here. And this was not all of the 6th level. Other than a few hundred people on the 7th level, the rest were all on the 6th level. This place was also where the geniuses gathered. Modo Na, Zhan Wushuang, Xian Wuji, Ming Yu, Dao Qing, these people were all here at this moment. On the other side, in the small territory occupied by the humans, experts were also gathered. Chief Steward who was there. Deputy Chief Ho of the Ming Constabulary was there. Lu Wenyan and Hong Tan were also there. At this moment, the auras of these people seemed to be stronger than before. It seemed that they had gained something in the past few days. There were more than 1,000 people. On the side of the humans, there were about 300. In total, there were about the same number as the celestials. There were slightly more than the gods and demons. Because the gods and demons had suffered heavy losses on the 5th level, there were only about 500 of them in total. The 4 major races had nearly 1,100 experts. The other races, including the dragons, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, the ancient races, added up, there were only about 300. Of the 1,400, the rest were either dead or on the 7th level. Perhaps there were still some scattered on the 6th level, and they would all arrive soon. On the side of the humans, Chief Steward who was a top expert. Many of the others had gone to the 7th level. At this moment, Chief Steward who looked around and sighed in his heart. The losses of the humans weren't too great. However, under the sun and moon, he looked around and saw that they had lost over 100 people. They were all dead, the humans were almost all here. Chief Steward who didn't waste time and said calmly, "Everyone, it's time to give a plan. Don't waste time. How to go, who will go first?" The opening of the 7th level requires a mid-stage sun-moon cultivator to open the passageway. It's meaningless to fight here and waste time. Once he too comes, everyone will die. There are too many people, and the passageway can only allow a few people to pass at a time. Who will go first and who will go last, make a decision quickly and leave. Although everyone was slightly dissatisfied with the small losses of the humans, they didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble at this moment. Soon, on the side of the celestials, a peak sun-moon cultivator said calmly, "The immortals, gods, and demons will take turns to leave. Next, the dragons and the major ancient races will leave. Finally, the humans will leave." Hearing this, the expressions of the humans changed. Chief Steward who said coldly, "You Bo, are you sure you want to do this?" The celestial expert said calmly, "I'm sure. If you're not convinced, you can try. Ask the major races if they agree." Beside Chief Steward who, a black-armored expert said coldly, "Then you can try. Are you sure you want to eat us? Either we don't leave, or we take turns to leave." While everyone was arguing, in the distance, Moto looked around and suddenly said, "Be quiet for a while. With this time to argue, we can open the passageway and leave. Each race has 10 people, so each race will leave. The smaller races and ancient races have fewer people, so they can leave together. The smaller races and ancient races will leave first. The gods, demons, immortals, and dragons will stay behind." Hearing this, the smaller races and ancient races were extremely grateful. They had fewer people, so they were really afraid that these people would leave them behind after opening the passageway. They didn't expect Moto to let them leave first. Xianxia frowned and said, "Moto, you can be a saint, but there's no need for us to follow you, right?" Moto said calmly, "Then you leave first. The smaller races and ancient races can't leave, and they'll go crazy in the end. They'll only be happy if they die together. The humans stay behind, and there are hundreds of them. If they really want to fight, then don't even think about leaving. Before we destroy the humans, he too will probably arrive. At he2's speed, one level will only last 4 to 6 hours. I'm afraid he's already on the 5th level. After a while, he'll go to the 6th level." Xianxia frowned. On the other side, the geniuses looked at each other. Zhang Wushuang said coldly, "Then the smaller races and ancient races will leave first. Hurry up. The other large races, 10 people in a group. Leave quickly. Don't fight for these meaningless things. Fight to the death will wait until we reach the 7th level." Mingyu, Long Yingyue, and the other geniuses all nodded and left quickly. What was there to fight for? The group was discussing when suddenly, there was a roar in the distance, and a ray of light shone. In the crowd, some of the suns and moons looked over and said in surprise, "A treasure has appeared." In an instant, 7 or 8 suns and moons disappeared on the spot. In the distance, Siyu fumbled around for a long time, hammering away for a long time, and finally dug out a hole. As soon as the hole appeared, he immediately smiled. Not to mention, his eyesight was really good. There really was a treasure. It was a huge blood Lingji mushroom growing behind his belly button. He didn't know how it grew, and he didn't know if it was part of old Zhou's body. But this thing was really good. With one look, Suyu knew that it was only slightly inferior to the ancient dragon blood tree. Although it couldn't be used as a vessel, it was definitely a precious medicine. Of course, the ray of light wasn't that thick. Suyu had stimulated the primal chi inside it, causing the ray of light to shine everywhere. At this moment, Suyu reached out to grab it. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he shouted, "How dare you? Who dares to take my treasure?" With a cold shout, a long sword pierced through the void with a hum, slashing at a hand. The hand slapped down, causing the sword to tremble. Suyu's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suyu was enraged. "How dare you? Bastard! I've guarded it for several days before it matured. Do you really think there's no one left in the immortal race?" As soon as he said that, Yubo of the Celestial Clan, who was in the 8th layer of the Sun-Moon realm and had spoken to Chief Steward who before, suddenly walked out of the void and shouted, "Enough! This belongs to the Celestial Clan. Do you want to become enemies with the Celestial Clan?" A while later, 8 8th layer Sun-Moon immortals walked out of the void. The one who had just made a move was a demon with crimson hair from the Blood-Fire Demon tribe. The expert of the Blood-Fire Demon tribe chuckled and said, "What a great item. The Sky Blood Lingji mushroom is most suitable for my tribe. Isn't this Lingheng? How about giving it to me?" Suyu looked at him with a cold face and said coldly, "Are you dreaming? Do you really think the Dao Monarch tribe is easy to bully? Do you think the immortal race is easy to bully? Lord Yubo is right here, and you want to take my treasure?" The immortal Yubo frowned slightly. He couldn't be bothered with the matter. Lingheng was from the Dao Monarch tribe, but he was not. He was from the ancient immortal tribe. However, the ancient immortal tribe was the leader outside, so he still had to take care of it. At this moment, Yubo frowned and said, "This was discovered by Lingheng. Shuatai, if you want it, we'll talk about it when we get out. The Sky Blood Lingji mushroom is good stuff, but it's not very useful to the immortal race. We can exchange it when we get out. Don't cause trouble now. Do you want the humans to take advantage of the immortal race and the demon race when they fight?" That person from the Blood-Fire Demon race chuckled. An expert from the Origin Demon race frowned and said, "Shuatai, let's talk after we get out of here. Many people from the Blood-Fire Demon race have died. Do you want to cause trouble?" The Blood-Fire Demons were disobedient now, they didn't even greet them before snatching something. Seeing everyone looking at him, Shuatai snorted and said coldly, "Let's hope he can keep it. Lingheng, a 3rd layer Sun-Moon immortal, you should be more tactful." "Of course, I'll give everyone face and let it go this time." Suyu put away the Sky Blood Lingji mushroom and said coldly when he saw that they were still around, "You can leave now." "What else do you want?" Yubo was stunned. "How many days have you been here?" "I've been guarding here since I came in." Yubo looked around. It was secluded. He frowned and said, "You're lucky. Let's go. Gather at the entrance and go to the 7th floor. 7th floor? You didn't bring the Sky Hunter list?" "No, no wonder." Yubo sighed. This guy's luck was not bad. If the treasure didn't appear now and everyone didn't come, he might not even know what happened. Once everyone left, he might not have a chance to go to the 7th floor. He might even be killed by He-Tu here. He was from the celestial race. Even though they weren't of the same bloodline, a 3rd layer Sun-Moon immortal was not bad. He quickly said, "Let's go first. We'll talk when we get there." "Your Dao King bloodline is also there," Suyu frowned. 7th floor? It's dangerous there. Invincible dead spirits are coming down there. Yubo explained. Suyu's expression changed again. He quickly followed him to soar. Yubo sighed. Again. Your luck is not bad. We're all preparing to leave. Once we all leave, your 3rd layer Sun-Moon immortal might not have a chance to open the passage to the 7th floor. Suyu's expression changed. It's only been a few days. Lord Yubo, my bloodline, Daoqing is here, and so is Panyu. As for the others, I don't see them. Suyu's expression changed. It's all gone? My bloodline has more than 10 people. Other than Lord Tai-he, who might be on the 7th floor, doesn't that mean everyone else is gone? Yubo nodded. That was not bad. What was there to be dissatisfied about, including you? At least 4 of us survived. That's pretty good. As for the Tai-he that Suyu spoke of, he was a 9th layer Sun Moon immortal. He was definitely on the 7th floor. Of course, who knew if he was dead or not? Maybe he was killed by Invincible. After a while, Suyu arrived at the entrance to the 7th floor. Daoqing was slightly surprised when he saw Suyu. A 7th layer Sun Moon immortal beside him saw Suyu and was overjoyed. Ling Heng, you're still here. His bloodline was not strong enough. Fortunately, Ling Heng was still alive. He thought he was dead. Suyu smiled. Panyu, of course I'm here. I wanted to find you, but I didn't see you. Never mind, let's not talk about this. Then, he cupped his hands at Daoqing and sighed. Your Highness. I just found out, Daoqing bowed. It's good that senior brother Ling Heng is fine. Was it you who was searching for treasures? Suyu nodded. He looked around and transmitted his voice to them. Heavenly Blood Lingji Mushroom. Although it can't meet your Highness's requirement, it's not a carrier, but it can be exchanged with the Blood Fire Demon race. Both Daoqing and Panny were delighted to hear that. Really? Suyu quickly stuffed a storage ring into Daoqing's hand when he saw that not many people were paying attention. He transmitted his voice. Your Highness, many people saw me just now. Someone was staring at me. I'll leave this to your Highness. You must bring it out and exchange it for a carrier for your Highness. Daoqing scanned the storage ring and was shocked. What an ancient heavenly blood Lingji mushroom, this thing might really be able to be exchanged for a carrier. He couldn't help but look at Ling Heng. He transmitted his voice with gratitude. Senior brother Ling Heng, thank you. There are too many people watching now, and once we leave, my Dao King region will absolutely not treat senior brother shabbily. It's my duty. Suyu had a smile on his face. He used the word holy in Shenwen slightly, giving people the feeling that he was trustworthy. At this moment, no one cared much. They knew that Ling Heng had obtained a huge heavenly blood Lingji mushroom, which made many people envious. No one on the human side cared. Only Huangjie was suspicious. Strange, is this guy, the one I met when I first appeared, isn't he dead, Suyu? Well, she wasn't sure either. Because Suyu killed too quickly, she didn't have time to look carefully. But now that someone suddenly appeared, she couldn't help but think that it was Suyu. Is this guy targeting the celestial race this time, pretending to be a celestial and sneaking into the celestial race's team? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the invincible celestial race? Huangjie wasn't sure, but at this moment, someone was sure. No, a ball was sure. Smells good. The little fur ball twitched its nose. At this moment, it suddenly felt that the fragrance was even more fragrant than before. It could smell the fragrance from so far away. It really wanted to put the fragrance in its mouth and lick it. There were so many people. At that moment, Suyu, who had blended into the celestial team, sighed. There were still so many, they were all very resilient. There were still people gathering here. There were almost 1,500 of them. There should be 200 to 300 in the 7th level. There were at least 1,800 people left. They were really resilient. After killing for a few days, Suyu felt that he had almost killed all of them, but there were still half of them alive. It was almost the 5th day. As expected, the Wan are like chives. There's no end to them. I've harvested batch after batch, and there's still no decrease. Suyu sighed. There were still many suns and moons in this place. If not for the fact that he wanted to blend into the team and enter the 7th level, he could have killed all of them once he opened his young orifice. The strongest seemed to be Yubo, but he was not even at the 9th level of the sun and moon realm. He looked at the humans. There were many familiar faces. Old Lu was indeed here. He wondered if he had verified his bloodline with Huangjie. If Huangjie was not a member of the Lu family, he would just kill him. My identity might be known only by this person. Just as Suyu was thinking about this, his heart stirred. The Tribulation Shinwen pulsed slightly. There seemed to be an invisible line in the air that pierced through the air and seeped into the sea of will. Of course, it blocked the surface of the tombstone. What's going on? Suyu was surprised. What was this? The tombstone trembled slightly and blocked that thing outside. Because of this, Suyu felt that it was somewhat similar to the probing power of the heaven hunting list. But it was not that powerful. He felt that the power that pierced through the air was not too strong. In fact, it was somewhat weak. Suyu carefully probed, and was stunned. Was someone probing him? This method was very special, he did not dare to be careless. The tranquil Shinwen instantly appeared and transmitted the meaning of safe. The sacred Shinwen floated and transmitted the meaning of trustworthy. Suyu, safe and reliable, who is probing me, who? Thinking about it carefully, Suyu's heart moved slightly. Probing. Dao attainment? It can't be. Your grandfather, have even given you a treasure like the blood Lingji mushroom, and you still want to investigate me? However, he knew that among the immortals, the line of Dao Kings was the most skilled in these methods. Although it was called divination, in truth, it was just to investigate the enemy's background and see if they could discover anything. So you didn't look at Dao Qing. No matter who it was, be it an enemy or a friend, they all gave you the same feeling. Safe, trustworthy, reliable. If the enemy found out, then they were on the same side, and if their own side found out, then they would doubt their own lives. At that moment, the inscribed tombstone protected Suyu and the Sea of Will firmly, not allowing any thoughts to leak out. Only the 2 Shinwen coins, under Suyu's command, transmitted this weak message. It was very weak, however, they should be able to sense the power that could penetrate the void. As expected, when the 2 Shinwen coins transmitted such a message, behind Suyu, one of Dao Cheng's Shinwen coins kept revolving in his hands behind his back, emitting a faint glow. Beside him, even Pan Yu didn't discover anything. Because Dao Cheng always liked to play with one of his Shinwen coins in his hands. It had always been like this, so it didn't attract attention. Dao Cheng was indeed suspicious, because Ling Heng's arrival was too coincidental. Just when everyone was about to go up to the 7th floor, he came. He came to find a treasure, but he actually caused so many people to see him. Ling Heng was in the 3rd layer of the Sun and Moon realms. How could he be so careless? So, even though Suyu gave him the treasure, he was still a little worried. He couldn't tell why he was worried. In fact, there was a thought in his mind that Ling Heng was very trustworthy, but, vaguely, it was a little awkward. So, at that moment, he was indeed investigating. He was divination, since he was so close to Ling Heng, he wanted to do a divination. As he calculated, he looked at Suyu. And Su, you kept transmitting such a message. After a while, he suddenly frowned and looked around, his aura fluctuating slightly. Ling Heng, what's wrong? Pan Yu was a little surprised to see him move. Suyu frowned, looked around, and transmitted his voice to him in Dao Qing. Be careful, I don't know if someone is watching me. Maybe I was seen snatching the treasure just now. After entering the 7th floor, everyone better separate from me. Dao Qing didn't bat an eyelid. He divined a few times, and all of them were safe and trustworthy. At this moment, he took back the Shinwen coin, and transmitted his voice, Senior brother, don't worry. Uncle Master Tai he is on the 7th floor. Once you go up, you will naturally be safe. Your Highness is too careless. Suyu lectured, Your Highness, the 7th floor is invincible. Uncle Master Tai he is only at the 9th level of the Sun-Moon realm. He is strong in our eyes, but he doesn't occupy any advantage here. Your Highness, don't be careless, don't underestimate the enemy. Some mistakes can be made once, but not twice. Suyu spoke sincerely and earnestly, and he looked at Dao Qing with an expression of anticipation. I hope Your Highness can remember all of this. In this way, even if I really can't leave, I will have the face to see Master. Dao Qing's expression instantly changed, and he transmitted his voice, Senior brother, you're too serious. I will be careful, and I won't make the same mistake again. Suyu nodded. At the side, Pan Yu smiled as well. Ling Heng, speak less. Your Highness knows what to do, don't keep mentioning this. I know. Suyu sighed and nodded, I just don't want Your Highness. Our Dao King region keeps feeling like we're being targeted this time. Truthfully speaking, I suspect that someone is targeting us internally. After all, the Lord's strength has improved very quickly in these few years, and his Tao domain has expanded. This time, 2 of his 3 bodies were crushed by that old turtle. I'm afraid someone doesn't want us to return alive and bring a vessel for the Lord. Daoqing was solemn, and he nodded slightly. So you transmitted his voice again, Your Highness, even if it's Xian Wuji, Your Highness should be more vigilant. Lord Xian King and we may not really be of one mind. Daoqing nodded again. The 3 of them didn't speak anymore. At this moment, the 3 of them felt a little chilly, and they felt like they were the only 3 people in the world. At this moment, the group of geniuses in front of them discussed for a while, and soon, Zhang Wushuang shouted, Fiend gods, immortals, and dragons, send 1 intermediate stage sun-moon immortal each to be responsible for opening the passageway and maintaining its operation. The minor races and the ancient race quickly enter the 7th level. The other 5 races, wait for them to leave, then take turns to enter. At this moment, these people had reached an agreement, and they didn't delay any longer. On the side of the immortals, under Yubo's arrangement, an immortal in the 5th level of Sun-Moon immortal walked out. As for Su Yu's side, Pan Yu's strength was quite strong, and he was a 7th level Sun-Moon immortal, so there was no need to trouble him. Pan Yu's objective was to protect Daoqing, and Su Yu had not reached the 4th level of Sun-Moon immortal, so no one came to look for them. The 5 experts quickly made their move, and they shouted together to open the passageway in the sky. A huge vortex appeared. Without the strength of a mid-stage Sun-Moon immortal, one couldn't even open this vortex. Quick, go to the 7th level. Someone shouted. However, at this moment, someone said, Who can leave a drop of blood essence? You can go in first and leave earlier, but I'm afraid there will be changes on the upper levels. Don't forget that the dead spirit passageway is on the 7th level. Be careful, you won't be able to come back. At this moment, an expert from a minor race stood up, gritted his teeth, and said, I'll leave a drop of blood essence, but I want to give it to Master Madonna for safekeeping. You can give it to me after you go up. When a person died, the blood essence would have some changes. However, this person was worried about others, so he thought about it and decided to leave it to Madonna. After all, the other party was a peerless genius, and it wouldn't be so troublesome if he really wanted to kill him. Madonna's purple hair fluttered in the wind. Hearing this, he looked sideways and nodded slightly. Thank you, Master. That person condensed a drop of blood essence and threw it to Madonna. Soon, Sor flew up and flew toward the vortex. On the other side, Madonna's expression was indifferent as he put away the blood essence. After that person flew up for a while, he said, He's fine for now. He's alive. Okay, everyone, hurry up. This time, the experts from minor races and ancient races quickly flew toward the vortex. At the entrance of the passage on the 7th level. At this moment, many invincible realm experts were hovering near the passage. When the first one flew up, a celestial king said indifferently, Are you alone, or are all of them preparing to come up? If the people below received the message from the outside world, they would definitely have some means to save themselves. The expert from a minor race hurriedly said, Master, all the races have gathered below. How many living beings are still alive? About 1,500. The surroundings were very quiet. An invincible realm expert sighed. About 1,500. How many people were there on the 7th level? Less than 300, in other words, half of them were dead. This was a huge loss. At this moment, everyone looked serious. The loss was too great. On the side of the human race, the 4 invincible realm experts also looked serious. So many had died. Soon, experts from the minor races and ancient races flew up one after another. They didn't dare to run around and just stayed where they were. Those who didn't have an invincible expert were all scared witless, afraid that they would be killed just like that. The more the experts watched, the more helpless they felt. There were so many people from the minor races and ancient races. Almost 300, didn't that mean that there were only a little more than 1,000 survivors from the major races? The ones who suffered the greatest losses were the people from the powerful races. This time even Xianxia couldn't help it. He transmitted his voice, How are the losses of the human race? He reached out and grabbed an expert from a minor race. The other Invincible Realm experts glanced at him and didn't care. At this moment, these experts also knew that they could only rely on the powerful races. Even when Xianxia grabbed the big bird didn't say a word and even took the initiative to fly over. Before Xianxia spoke, he quickly transmitted his voice, "Masters of the human race didn't lose much. Now, there are nearly 300 human experts alive below, about the same as the Celestials." Xianxia was a little surprised. So many humans survived? Yes, a lot. Because nearly 700 Celestials came in, and the human race had 200 fewer than them. In the end, so many humans survived? What about the gods and demons? More than 200 survived, and only 500 from the two races, so few. Xianxia found it even more strange. He looked at the gods and demons on the opposite side. As expected, some of the gods and demons were also asking about it. When they received the news, their expressions darkened. At this moment, Xiao Longwu quickly said, "Be careful, there are so many humans who survived. Be careful not to be targeted." The Invincible Realm experts quickly became serious. That was true. On the opposite side, a divine king said coldly, "The humans are lucky. Could it be that the river map's invasion has something to do with the humans?" That's true. After all, the river map is a human who experienced the first tidal wave. They might still remember the humans. On the human side, Zhu Tianfeng said with a smile, "There's no need to talk about this. It's meaningless, isn't it? If the dead spirits still know which race they belong to and which race they help, then now that the Dead Souls realm is open, I think the ancient humans should have more Invincible Realm experts than the other races. In that case, let's open the Dead Souls realm." But, do you really think the dead spirits care which race they were when they were alive? During the first tidal wave, the river map led the dead spirits out to conquer the heavens. In the end, the river map couldn't control the dead spirits anymore. It's not like the dead spirits haven't killed humans before, right? Humph. The Divine King snorted softly, his eyes cold, and said nothing more. Zhu Tianfeng smiled and didn't say anything else. At this moment, people from the big races were teleported up. On the demon's side, a demon king frowned. He looked at the demons and shouted, "What about Moto and the others? Why are you trash in such a hurry to come up?" The demon that teleported up said hurriedly, "Lord Moto said that the weak ones should be teleported here first to avoid trouble later. The races should try to teleport those below the sun and moon first, then teleport those above the sun and moon." Hearing this, no one said anything more. This was good, in case there were any accidents. On the human side, a group of people quickly came up. Batch after batch, and soon, Wu Lan and the others also came up. They all felt the pressure and quickly ran into the distance. They already saw Xiao Longwu standing nearby with a saber, guarding against attacks from the other races. At this moment, someone hurriedly said, "His Highness Qin Feng and Moto and the others will be the last batch to be teleported. I hope that the lords don't make a big fuss before the teleportation ends." The last batch was the elites of the races. Qin Feng of the human race, Profound Infinity of the celestial race, Moto of the demon race, Long Yingyue of the dragon race. Qin smiled and nodded. He chuckled and said, "The children of the Qin family are really responsible. Well done." As he said this, he glanced at Xiao Longwu and chuckled. "Your son seems to be coming up soon. My son is guarding the human race." Qin Feng was a little weak, but each race would have a sun and moon accompanying them. On the human side, Chief Steward who was accompanying them. He was a powerful person. Xiao Longwu did not say anything. It was useless for his son to stay. He was too weak. In Wan's eyes, he was not as important as Qin Feng. It was meaningless to compete with Qin Jin. On the 6th level, a large number of people were teleported up in waves. Soon, it was Suyu's turn. Suyu was not in a hurry at all. Of course, he kept a low profile. At this moment, he flew into the sky with Pan Yu and Dao Qing. When he flew to the vortex's mouth, Suyu really wanted to call out to Mount Tai. Forget it. He had to keep a low profile now. There were still many humans below. If he wanted to kill, he was not in a hurry. A moment later, a group of celestials flew out and teleported to the 7th level. When he opened his eyes, he was already on a huge platform. Around him, invincible realm experts stood in great numbers in the distance. Suyu and the others had just teleported up when an extremely powerful celestial flew over. Seeing Dao Qing, he heaved a sigh of relief. As for Suyu and Panyu, they hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Tai He." This was Tai He. He was also the strongest person from the Dao King's bloodline who entered this time, a 9th-tier sun and moon existence. He was the Dao King's direct disciple, and Ming He's senior brother and sister. Tai He smiled. He glanced at the three and nodded slightly. Soon, he looked at Dao Qing and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad." There were still 3 alive. It was much better than he had expected. Looking at the miserable state of the other immortal kings, he was really afraid that there were not many from the Dao King's bloodline alive. Fortunately, there were still 4 alive, including him. Tai He said, then quickly transmitted his voice. 5 immortal kings came from the celestial race, including immortal King Xianxia. Your Highness, let's go to immortal King Xianxia. Later. Your Highness, smile more. Dao Qing's expression was slightly stiff. He nodded slightly and looked into the distance. There, a huge blurry figure floated in the void. Immortal King Xianxia, Jiuxuan Fairy's ancestor, was also from the bloodline that Dao Qing was preparing to marry. Immortal King Xianxia was not as strong as the Dao King. He was only a middle-stage eternal realm expert, but here, he was considered powerful. 5 invincible realm experts from the celestial race came, and Xuanxia's strength was considered one of the stronger. However, Jiuxuan was long dead. Now, although the Dao King's bloodline and Xuanxia's bloodline had not fallen out and were still cooperating, their relationship was not as good as before. As for Suyu, he cursed inwardly, "Now that I've come to the 7th level, my advantage is gone. They're starting to rely on invincible realm experts. Troublesome." Under the eyes of invincible realm experts, it was good luck not to be discovered, let alone do anything under the eyes of invincible realm experts. He abandoned these thoughts and looked into the void in the distance. At this moment, he saw a huge lotus flower blooming in the void. It was indescribably beautiful, very similar to the smiling lotus. 9-leaf sky lotus, in the void. No one went to pick it. Suyu was a little surprised. He was not the only one looking, everyone was looking at the lotus flower. Tai He led them to where immortal King Xianxia was and said telepathically, "That's just a time projection. The real 9-leaf sky lotus is not there, but in a palace below. That's the mansion of a powerful being in ancient times. The 9-leaf sky lotus is in that mansion, and that mansion is very troublesome. The dead spirit passage is also there. Not only the dead spirit passage, but the passage to the 8th level is also there. That place is very important. The 8th level is also very dangerous. Now that the 9-leaf sky lotus has not fully bloomed, no one has gone there to seize the treasure for the time being. This time, the invincible realm expert's goal was that thing. In the past few days, on the 7th level, the battle was to reduce the number of opponents, but there was no real situation of invincible realm experts fighting to the death, in case they fought to the death before the treasure appeared. As they spoke, they quickly arrived at the top of a small hill not far away. At this moment, the top of the hill had been flattened, and a powerful being was sitting in the void. There were also some immortals below him. Tai He hurriedly said, "Milord, this time we will have to trouble Milord to protect us. Dao Qing, hurry up and come over." Dao Qing hurried forward, lowered his head, and bowed, saying, "Dao Qing, greets Milord." Immortal King Xianxia looked very old, he did not even open his eyes when Tai He spoke. At this moment, he opened his eyes and looked at Dao Qing, his eyes as deep as a black hole, and said indifferently, "You are too distant." Dao Qing was bitter, "Greetings Grandpa Xian." "I. Jiu Xian, it has nothing to do with you." Immortal King Xianxia said calmly, "Jiu Xian was killed by Suyu. This king is not at the stage where I cannot distinguish right from wrong. Suyu will die sooner or later. The destruction of the Dao King's 3 bodies was also caused by this person. Did you find a vessel?" Dao Qing shook his head. "No, a vessel is hard to find, but senior brother Ling Heng obtained a blood Lingji mushroom, but it is not enough, it is considered not bad." Immortal King Xianxia responded, looked at Suyu and Pan Di, and said calmly, "The 7th level is full of danger, even I dare not say I will be safe." I am old friends with the Tao King. If Tao Ching comes, I will naturally protect you. However, once the 9-leaf sky lotus opens, I am afraid I will not be able to protect you all. Also, if you want to go to the 7th level to search for treasures, go ahead, the others too. Once you leave, this king will not deliberately interfere with some trouble for you all. We will follow Lord's teachings. Suyu and Pan Di hurriedly bowed. While they were talking, suddenly, there was a roar from afar. Suyu and the others looked in the direction of the platform, saw in the void, a long saber suddenly fell, slashing away a long sword. And at this moment, the people who came out from the passage were not others, but Lu Wenyan and the others. Lu Wenyan's expression was calm, he slightly cupped his fists at Xiao Longwu, and quickly led the others towards Xiao Longwu. As for Xiao Longwu, his murderous aura overflowed, looking around, especially at the immortal king who had just attacked, and said coldly, "If you want to die, I will grant your wish." On Suyu's side, immortal King Xuanhe glanced, smiled, and did not care, shielded the surroundings, and said to his subordinates, "Blood Slaughter Monarch is not weak." After proving his Tao, he stepped into the threshold of the middle stage Eternal Realm. This time, the human clan also has 4 Eternal Realm experts. In front of them, there is no hope of killing the human clan, unless these people die. He was too lazy to intervene, and the other immortal king was just testing the waters, and did not say anything after being reprimanded by Xiao Longwu. If Xiao Longwu did not care, then he would kill him. Since he had already intervened, there was no hurry. On King Xuanhe's side, at this moment, a few more people came. The immortal clan had 5 immortal kings, and more than 300 immortals, and there were still many who came to seek protection. On the 7th level, there were 20 to 30 invincible realm experts. Without protection, everywhere was dangerous. As for Suyu, at this moment, he was frighteningly low-key. He looked around and then at his surroundings. He was trying to figure out where exactly old Zhou's place was. Soon, he vaguely came to a conclusion, and he felt a little strange. This was old Zhou's, but, probably so, now he was thinking, what about the 8th and 9th levels? Were they legs or feet, or, neither? Old Zhou actually did not have legs. Old Zhou, where were his limbs? In fact, Suyu did not even see his arms. If there were really legs, could it be that each leg had a separate layer? Otherwise, the 8th and 9th levels should have 2 spaces. Could it be that they were separated? Also, he looked at the position of the floating 9-leaf sky lotus. Could it be, that was where the Heaven Ascension aperture was? TSK. If that was the case, indeed, it was normal for this place to nurture good treasures. The Heaven Ascension aperture was the place that connected the inside and outside, the place where the essence chi gathered. In this place, it was very normal to nurture a 9-leaf sky lotus. Moreover, it was said that there was actually a passage of time hidden behind the 9-leaf sky lotus. Not many people knew about this. Old Tortoise knew because he was ancient. Some of the invincible realm experts present might not know about it. Of course, the Minister of Heaven seemed to be here, and he might also know about it. The 9-leaf sky lotus bloomed 9 times before it would mature. So you also heard about this from Old Tortoise. The sky lotus was in the mansion. Now, Suyu was more curious about who built a mansion in this place. It was not an ordinary person. The passage of dead spirits was there, and the passage to the 8th level was there. If this mansion had a master in the past, the master should be the strongest person on the 7th level, right? The 8th level seemed to be where the council headquarters was. It was where ancient half-sovereigns and human kings resided. Of course, there were also some marquises who had mansions on the 8th level. None of this was important. What was important was that old Zhou was farting. If he built a mansion in that place, wouldn't the mansion be finished? Of course, it still existed after so many years, so it might not be released. Suyu, Daoqing, and the others retreated to the side. At this moment, not everyone had been teleported up. Suyu was thinking about how to seize the 9-leaf sky lotus. It was extremely difficult. If one wanted to seize it, they would have to rely on external forces. For example, the power of the dead spirits. There was a passage of dead spirits there. If the rules were triggered, the dead spirits should appear. And the mansion where the passage of dead spirits was located might be similar to the ancient city. That mansion might be another kind of ancient city. Could it be Old Tortoise's mansion? It should not be. If it was, Old Tortoise would not keep it to himself and build another ancient city. Also, there were no living people here. Who would suppress the passage, Old Joe suppressing it, or something else? There should be something suppressing it. Otherwise, the aura of death would have spread, and the 7th level would not be so peaceful. There might be an expert suppressing the passage on the 7th level? Or an artifact? To be able to suppress the passage, it must be extraordinary. At the very least, it must be an invincible divine weapon suppressing it? If it was a divine weapon, it might have the power of invincibility. Thoughts rang out in Suyu's mind. It's best if I can call Xianxia over. Forget it, Xianxia is disobedient. Even if I call her over, she won't listen to me. Suyu sighed inwardly. Xianxia should be able to come here. Here, if he activated the transmission of the aura of death, Xianxia might be able to arrive quickly, locate this place, and enter the passage here. The key was that she was disobedient. Just as he was thinking, the last group of people was teleported up. On the human side, Qin Feng and Chief Steward who were swept away. Without a word, the 4 invincible experts escorted the rest of the human race and quickly retreated. The other invincible experts, if there were only 1 or 2, also quickly left with their clansmen. As for immortal King Xianxia, he silently watched the human race leave, smiling. A moment later, he looked at the other immortal kings and transmitted his voice, settle the juniors first, and think of a way to deal with the human race. In addition, on the Skyhunter Pavilion side, that Tian division. Think of a way to deal with him, otherwise, none of us can compete with him. The few immortal kings remained silent and nodded. These juniors were the direct descendants of the various great immortal kings, and were still very important. They couldn't all die, otherwise, there would be no need to receive them. Send them to a safe place first. Otherwise, there would be restrictions on snatching treasures. Very soon, an immortal king said, "Let's not separate, let's all gather together. I found the mansion of the ancient Marquis Qiyun, send them there." Marquis Qiyun is an expert of the celestial race, his mansion is safer for the celestial race. Once everyone is settled, we can discuss other matters. Good. We also have to pay attention to the matter of He Tuesday. Once he comes up, it will be troublesome. Alright, once they are settled, we can discuss with the various races. He too isn't scary, what's scary is that he opens the channel of dead spirits and receives other kings of dead spirits. That's the scariest thing. He too might be very strong, but they could deal with him. The key was that if he went up to the 7th floor and opened the channel of dead spirits, then he would receive other kings of dead spirits. That would be terrifying. There were many kings of dead spirits in the world of dead spirits. Once 30 or 50 were received, they would avoid some rules. Those on the 7th floor would all be finished. Therefore, even if the various races brought their people away, they didn't give up on monitoring the entrance. There were still invincibles guarding here, afraid that he too would come up. That guy couldn't be given a chance to reach the channel of dead spirits. And at this moment, outside, the channel hadn't been broken for a long time. The experts outside heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they had received the news and were saving themselves. There was a high chance that they had all gone up to the 7th floor without fighting. An invincible smiled and said, "Fortunately, he should have gone up to the 7th floor. The casualties from now on won't be as heavy as before. It won't be that easy for he too to go up to the 7th floor. Don't be too optimistic. I hope that those guys inside don't fight now. At least we have to deal with he Tuesday otherwise, once the channel of dead spirits is opened, that will be the biggest problem. The white jade gate is no longer shaking, and we can't send messages in now. It's really worrying. Pavilion Master, is there really no way to send messages when it's not shaking?" The scholar said indifferently, "There's still hope for the other 2 fragments to fuse together." As soon as this was said, no one said anything. That was impossible. General Duo Bao and the half-emperor of the Heavenly Abyss race wouldn't agree. At the same time, Xinghong Ancient City. Xinghong saw that Xingyu was about to leave and couldn't help but send a voice transmission, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to kill Suyu." Xingyu seemed a little excited, he too is killing his way up from the lower floor. Maybe he will open the channel of dead spirits. If I can avoid the rules after opening the channel of dead spirits, I will go and kill Suyu. Xinghong was speechless. After a while, he said, "Don't run around. The dead spirit domain is very dangerous. Even if you go there, there are many eternal beings there. Xingyu Mansion is very dangerous. If you die, what will happen if Suyu is freed? You can't die. Shut up." At this moment, Xingyu was furious. "You are humiliating me again. You are actually afraid that I will die because if I die, Suyu will be freed. This is too humiliating. You are humiliating a great dead spirit monarch." Xinghong didn't care too much. He sent another voice transmission, "Why don't you stay here? If the other undead monarchs come, I'll chase them away. You're the only one who can stay here. You're an overlord after all. If you go to the other undead monarch's territory and you're not strong enough, it'll be very dangerous. Bastard, you are still humiliating me?" Xingyu was furious. "I must go and kill Suyu. I was just going to take a look. Now, I must go and kill him." Xingyu quickly left with boundless anger. "You are going too far." Xinghong was speechless. "I am serious, why are you running? Here, you are still quite safe. If you go out, there are many invincible dead spirits in the dead spirit domain. You are really not afraid of death. Then if you encounter danger, remember to tell Suyu. Maybe there is a way. Don't be careless." Xingyu, who was far away, once again let out an angry roar. "Xinghong, I am not finished with you. You are humiliating me again. If I encounter danger, you want me to find Suyu. Is this something a human would say?" No, Xinghong is not a human in the first place. With anger, unwillingness, and shame, Xingyu ran away. She decided that she must go to the Xingyu mansion, walk out from the passage, and kill Suyu. Let everyone know that the dead spirit monarch is a monarch. Suyu is just a small character. I can really avoid the rules. Killing him will be very easy. Sigh, you are not obedient. Xinghong sighed. Can't you just stay here and watch the show? Do you think it is very safe there? What are you thinking? That guy he too is not a good person either. Be careful, he might use you as a weapon. None of them are easy to deal with. Xinghong closed his eyes. Suyu ran away, Xingyu also ran away. Now that either of them died, it will be troublesome. Suyu died. Needless to say, Xingyu died. Suyu has no identity and is not in the ancient city. Who will convert him? He too, what a joke. Without the protection of the ancient city's rules, why would he too convert him into a half-dead spirit? Wouldn't it be better to just directly convert him into a dead spirit? Xinghong was a little sad. Not to mention, he still had some trust in Suyu. Suyu will not die, but Xingyu. This is hard to say. Maybe Xingyu will die first. How can you not let people worry? The good days have only been a few days. Starry Universe Mansion. The 7th floor. Of the 5 immortal kings, one stayed at the entrance of the passage, while the other 4 gathered together. They led the remaining 300 immortals to a mansion that looked like a small city. Yes, there was a mansion on the 7th floor. It was rare to see them on the other floors. In fact, there had been some before, but some had been destroyed, and some had been moved away bit by bit. Only the 7th floor used to be the residences of some important people. Some were at the level of Hou Yi, while the weakest were at the level of generals. Therefore, the mansions built were extremely powerful, and no one moved away. The 7th floor had dead spirit passages, so no one dared to act rashly. When they arrived at the front of the mansion, there were 3 large words written on it. They were not written in the language of any race, but in the language of will. Cloud Chiyun Palace. Someone murmured. The immortal king who had discovered this place was called Moon Eclipse Immortal King. He said calmly, "Yes, this is Marquis Chiyun's mansion." Marquis Chiyun was a Hou Yi of the immortals in ancient times. During the primordial era, ranks were clearly distinguished. In the myriad of races in the universe, there were emperors, quasi-emperors, mortal kings, marquises, titled generals, and untitled generals. These were the high-level experts of the primordial era, and beneath them were ordinary cultivators. Half-emperors. Among the group of immortals, Xian Wuji was young and full of vigor. He was strong, and less reserved. His ancestor, Xian King, was not here, but this moon eclipse immortal king was a good friend of his ancestor. At this moment, Xian Wuji sighed. Half-emperors. I read some ancient records. In ancient times, only human emperors could be called sovereigns. No matter how strong our race was, we could only be called half-emperors. Half-emperors, that's a bit ironic. Now, half-emperors are still around, but human emperors are gone. Humans are no longer glorious. The One acknowledged the dominance of humans in ancient times, which was why they would not allow humans to rule over the One. Moon Eclipse Immortal King said calmly, no race can prosper for eternity. Humans are like this, immortals. Who knows what will happen in the next tide? Therefore, you juniors need to work hard. The immortals' current strength was built on the fact that the older generation of powerful warriors had laid low and endured humiliation for the greater good. Marquis Qi Yun was also a powerful being of the Tao integration stage in ancient times. However, he was only able to stay in this so-called star mansion and was unable to return to the immortal realm. Surely you don't really think that a mighty Tao integration stage super mighty figure likes to stay here, do you? There were counselors above them, and then there was the human emperor. Who would be willing to stay in this damned place like a prisoner? However, the rules of the primordial era were very strict. In order to unify the heavens and restrict the powerful beings of the various races, the human emperors were almost unable to leave the starry universe mansion after reaching the Tao integration stage. Unless they had official duties, they had to stay in the starry universe mansion. This included the half-emperors, who were all hostages. So when the great change came, they all died. He shook his head and sighed, but some of the people outside were lucky enough to survive. Almost none of the experts inside the starry mansion survived. Those people were the essence of the entire universe, the elites of the One, and they were all buried in that great change. Endless emotions, so many experts were gone. The primordial era was destroyed just like that. Because the heaven overseer and the others were working outside, and so was the old turtle, they were able to survive. As for the rest of the experts, they had all been killed, and no one knew exactly where they had died. Because there were no corpses of invincible beings in the starry universe mansion. There were almost no corpses of the ancient invincible beings. King Xianxia smiled and said, all right, it's all in the past. What's the point of bringing this up? Saying so, he looked at the others and said indifferently, the 7th level is different from the levels below. It's more dangerous here, so don't run around if you have nothing to do. Of course, if you want to seek death, treasure, or opportunity, we won't stop you. Everyone has their own opportunity. Perhaps the fact that you don't die is your opportunity. It's safer in these mansions. Most of these mansions can still be operated, including Marquis Qi Yun's mansion. The formation is still there, and after it's activated, you can only enter if someone opens it from inside. Otherwise, even an Eternal Realm cultivator would find it difficult to break through. This is the first thing I'm telling you. Second, don't go to the area where the 9-leaf sky lotus is. That place is extremely dangerous, especially the place where the 9-leaf sky lotus is. That's Duke Gong's mansion. There's a dead spirit passage in Duke Gong's mansion, and the rules there are similar to the ancient city. King Xianxia said solemnly, over there, it's easy to attract dead spirits due to the slaughter. Moreover, they might all be at the level of dead spirit monarch. Don't trespass. Third, don't go to other mansions. Even if you want to search for treasures, be careful, especially the mansions of non-immortals. If you trespass, you'll die for sure. Fourth, remember, don't go to the 8th level. The entrance to the 8th level is near Duke Gong's mansion, not far from the Dead Spirit Passage. Don't trespass, or if you have a fortuitous encounter and think you can do it, you can try to die. Normally, you can only go to the 8th level to report your work. On Suyu's side, Taihe was puzzled and said respectfully, Lord, report your work. You mean, the 8th level is where the ancient council is. Those who aren't counselors, human kings, or marquises are not allowed to enter. Of course, if you aren't, you can use other identities. You can go back to report your work, and you can enter. He said lightly, for example, if Suyu was here, he might have a chance to enter. He's the master of the ancient city, and the master of the ancient city is also an official position. Currently, there were a few people who could enter the 7th floor. For example, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion was under the jurisdiction of the Heaven Supervisor in ancient times. His people, such as the Minister of Heaven, might be given some positions and could enter the 7th floor. However, it was difficult for them to do so now. The ancient times were destroyed, and if you go in, you might not be able to come out. In the crowd, Suyu's heart stirred. I can go in, damn you, you know I'm here, right? Did you tell me specifically for me to hear? I'm not going in. He didn't dare to think too much and quickly eliminated all thoughts, but he remembered these things in his heart. Also, the boss of Sky Hunter Pavilion was the Heaven Supervisor. This was something that Suyu didn't know. These things happened after he left, so Suyu naturally didn't know. But the 7th level mansion was called Duke Gong's Mansion. Strange, this title didn't sound much. But thinking that it was where the heaven connecting aperture was, Duke Gong. Duke Gong from Gong, this was the king of the human race, right? A human king. Which human king was this? Did he know about this? Human king should have been conferred by the human sovereign. The human sovereign conferred this title to suppress the dead spirit channel, suppress the heaven connecting aperture. This title was given very well. Maybe that Duke Gong didn't know the inside story. Was this a bad taste? Suyu felt a little strange at this moment. This was really a bad taste. Was this something that the human sovereign would do? Why did it feel a little indecent? Did this human king offend the other party? Just as he was thinking about this, King Xuanhe suddenly said, Ling Heng, what are you thinking about? Suyu was shocked. I was just thinking about it. Even though he was shocked, Suyu still quickly said respectfully, Lord, I was thinking that the ancient city has those ancient stone statues guarding it, which is why the dead spirits don't come out. Could it be that there are still living people here? This ancient Duke Gong can't still be alive, right? Otherwise, the death aura would have spread to the entire 7th level. King Xuanhe laughed, that is the outside world. This is the Star Mansion. This is where countless ancient experts live. How could it be attacked by the dead spirits? There are no living people on this 7th level, and there is no one guarding it. That passageway is guarded by a divine weapon. The divine weapon is not used to suppress, but to prevent some unruly dead spirits from coming out to cause trouble. If they break the rules, the divine weapon will be activated to kill them. Divine weapon. A group of people exclaimed. There was a divine weapon here. Divine weapons were much harder to find than carriers. In the entire universe, there was only one divine weapon, the heaven hunting list, and it was incomplete. There was a divine weapon here, then why didn't Woody take it? On the side, Moon Eclipse King seemed to see everyone's greed and said coldly, don't think about it. That is the rule suppressing the passageway. Who dares to take it? If it is taken, once the king of dead spirits comes and goes as he pleases, he will be finished no matter how strong he is. The rules will punish him. Xian Wuji was curious, Lord, what is the divine weapon like? A saber, a very strong saber. Moon Eclipse King said lightly, it might be King Gong's weapon. In ancient times, these human kings were extremely strong. To put it bluntly, 80 to 90% of the current emperors are not a match for this King Gong. Human kings were on the same level as ancient demi-emperors. It was normal for them to be stronger than current demi-emperors. The group of people started to exclaim again. Ancient times really made people yearn for it. Countless experts, demi-emperors, human kings, Hou-Yi, generals, as long as they had a name, there were no weaklings. They were all important people. Now, if a human king came, perhaps the heavens would change. I won't say much. You all just stay here. There are probably no more opportunities. We have searched for too many years, but it is hard to say. You can search for it yourselves. If you want to go out, you can. But we don't have time to protect you. Moon Eclipse King said quickly, you are all elites, and you can tell the danger yourselves. There is no point in talking too much. Maybe some people have other goals, and even want to take the 9-leaf sky lotus. We will not stop them. Things like opportunities sometimes don't depend on strength. Everything is hard to say. At this moment, the other celestial kings laughed. Someone looked at Xian Wuji and the others and said, Xian Wuji, you geniuses have great providence. There is still a chance. If you really want to take the treasure, it is not completely hopeless. Of course, even if you want to take the treasure, it is best to wait until the last day. At that time, when the treasure hunt is over, quickly teleport away, open the passage, and walk out of the starry mansion. There will be elders outside to receive you, so there is hope. The celestial kings did not care if these people went to take the treasure or not. If they did not even have that much confidence, then there was no need to take the treasure. Hearing this, Xian Wuji smiled and said, Sir, you must be joking. I have no interest in the 9-leaf sky lotus, but I heard that there are many other treasures in King Gong's mansion. If we can take a few carriers, it will not be a waste to enter the 7th floor this time. Up to you. The invincible ones said no more. Moon Eclipse King opened the door, and a huge mansion appeared in front of everyone. Go in. If you want to come out, just open it. If you want to go in, there will be someone inside to receive you. You are all celestials, so I hope that you can stay here and focus on the outside. Don't learn from the humans. The infighting among the humans is the worst, and our race is not much better than them. Moon Eclipse King said coldly, but our race still has an emperor. At least outside, I hope that everyone will be united. There are many treasures, and the place is big. If you want to take the treasure, go out and take it. The prosperity of the celestials lies in this. Internal strife is inside, and external strife is outside. Don't worry, sir. The group bowed, not daring to say more. In the next moment, everyone stepped in. The 4 invincible ones glanced at each other. No one stayed. Soon, the 4 invincible ones disappeared in front of the door. They had other things to do, so they did not have time to protect these people. Once the invincible ones left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The huge door was quickly closed. As soon as it closed, a transparent formation appeared in the sky. A sun-moon night tear-soar stood up, touched the array, and sighed. It's still in operation. The ancient array is indeed powerful. If you are not invincible ones, it will probably be difficult to break. Even if you are invincible ones, it will take time, enough for our invincible ones to come and help. They had found a good place. At this moment, once the invincible ones left, the others also began to split up. Each had their own circles and groups, and they were not from the same celestial king region. There were many invincible ones in the celestial race, and there were many realms. At this moment, there were more than 300 here, divided into 50 to 60 camps. As for Suyu, he took a closer look and was also amazed. Outsiders thought that he was amazed at the glory of Marquis Chiyun's mansion, but Suyu was amazed. There were so many people. 312, 62 of them at the Sun-Moon tier, 16 at the 7th tier of Sun-Moon tier, and 46 in the early and middle stages, and below the Sun-Moon tier, there were 250. If they were all killed, wouldn't the page of his celestial race be complete from Ling Yun to the Sun-Moon tier, because those who could live until now were almost all above Ling Yun. Suyu was filled with endless emotions. He really wanted to do something big, but unfortunately, he didn't dare. There were too many, and there were also too many elites. There were 16 in the late stage of Sun-Moon tier, but he didn't see any pseudo-invincible ones. They were probably looking for opportunities outside. Pseudo-invincible ones were also very powerful, and on the 7th level, there wasn't so much danger. If they didn't go to King Gong's mansion, there probably wouldn't be too much danger. As he was sighing, beside him, Tai He said with a smile, Ling Heng, Pan Fei, come here. They quickly followed, and Suyu didn't dare to delay, hurriedly following with a respectful expression. Soon, they walked along the huge white jade path to one side. After walking for a while, Tai He's smile disappeared, and he said solemnly, Her Highness just told me that because of avoiding the river diagram, everyone almost didn't have time to search for treasures, and even gave up an incredibly powerful ancient dragon blood tree. Martial nephew Ling Heng is thoughtful, and collected a huge heavenly blood Ganoderma on the 6th level, but this thing might not be able to be exchanged for a carrier. Everyone knows that we need it, they might not be willing to exchange. Suyu's expression was solemn. Yes, as for the ancient tree that Dao Chun gave up, I have it. Do you want it? If you want it, I can give it to you. Taihe took a deep breath and said, so, we have to find a carrier. Tao King is my master, Her Highness grandfather, and also everyone's backer. Once Master's 3 bodies are gone, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with some troubles. He continued, so, we can't keep waiting in the Marquis's mansion, waiting for a carrier to fall from the sky. That's impossible. We have to search for treasures, explore dangerous places, and seize the carrier. This is what we have to do. So, I thought about it, we have to split up. Her Highness and I will take care of everything. Pan Fei, you and Ling Heng will go separately. Her Highness and I will go to King Gong's mansion, which is extremely dangerous. Her Highness has fate, and I have strength, so it will be safer. You two go to other places to search. Suyu said solemnly, Martial Uncle, King Gong's mansion is too dangerous. We are fine, but Her Highness. Daoqing also said in a low voice, Senior brother, don't worry. This is my grandfather, so. I have to go. I have to trouble you two to take the risk with me. Once we go out, it will be a dangerous place. There are dozens of invincible experts in the 7th level, not to mention quasi-invincible and sun-moon experts. He said with a sincere expression, Senior brothers, if you encounter danger, you can give up at any time. Daoqing will never lie. I only hope that we can seize a carrier this time and make the Tao King immortal domain as stable as a mountain. I will definitely do my best. Suyu and Pan Fei also had solemn expressions. Daoqing instructed again, when the two of you go out, I have a few words to warn you. First, if you encounter invincible and quasi-invincible experts, don't say anything, run. Second, don't provoke Moto, Zhang Wushuang, and the others. They are lucky and strong, so they will encounter treasures sometimes. But don't be jealous and don't go seize them, even if they are alone. Pan Fei frowned and said, Your Highness, they can fight Sun Moon, but they are not a match for me, a 7th level Sun Moon, right? It's not a problem of combat strength. Daoqing explained, especially Moto, he has already been targeted by the Demon Emperor, and he might become the Demon Emperor's future body. It's impossible for the Demon Emperor to not have any preparations. Moto came straight to the 7th level this time, perhaps for the 9-leaf lotus, or to get rid of the Demon Emperor. We don't have to fight to the death with them. Understood. Suyu nodded with a solemn expression. Don't worry, I won't fight to the death, I definitely won't. Daoqing smiled and said, Second, try not to provoke the humans. Although the Celestial Emperor has orders, you must remember that this is the Starry Universe Mansion, and it is actually the territory of the humans. No one knows what will happen, and there is no benefit in provoking the humans. Don't be like others, killing humans on sight. The humans have the least casualties this time, and there are some problems. Don't be careless. Pan Fei and Suyu continued to nod. Daoqing continued. Third, Daoqing was silent for a while before saying, I suspect, and only suspect, that Suyu might have snuck into the Starry Universe Mansion. Both of you must be careful. Even if you encounter the celestial race, don't be careless. Also, try not to team up with people you are not familiar with. Both of you must stay together and not be separated. Suyu suddenly laughed. Your Highness, aren't you being a little paranoid? He couldn't help but laugh. How is that possible? That guy was in the ancient city, everyone saw it. At that time, the stone statue even appeared. Your Highness, you, cough cough, I don't mean anything else. It's just that. Your Highness is exaggerating, Suyu. At this moment, Taihe also frowned and said, Your Highness, being cautious is a good thing, but being overly cautious and fearful and overestimating Suyu is not a good thing. Daoqing sighed. He knew it. Even so, he still said, This is just my speculation. When Guju died, I felt a sense of danger. Although it was strong, it was different from the danger I felt when I encountered the King of the Dead. It's similar to the feeling I had when I did my divination in the ancient city. After that, Guju was killed very quickly. I asked some survivors, and they said they didn't feel any blood essence or other formidable energy erupt. This is impossible. Guju should have carried something of the invincible realm, such as blood essence or heavenly weapons. It's impossible that he didn't use them when he encountered the dead spirit. The dead spirit wouldn't kill like this, it's more likely to suppress it with the aura of death. He explained for a while. So I suspect that someone killed them. He too was framed, and he should have come up, but he might not have come alone to kill them. As for what some people said about encountering a dead spirit that possessed the Book of the River diagram, I suspect there's a problem as well. Daoqing said solemnly, all three of you are people I trust, and you're the top forces of my Dao King territory. Moreover, you're the hope of my grandfather's recovery this time. Daoqing wouldn't tell all of you this for no reason. Suyu was slightly conflicted. This is definitely Suyu? Alright, even if it's really him, that bastard's disguise technique is extremely formidable, and it's difficult for us to distinguish him. That's why I hope that the two of you will act together and stay close to each other. Daoqing said sincerely, don't give him an opportunity to take advantage of. Suyu nodded, and then Pan Shu said, it's normal for your highness to be careful. But Ling Heng and I know each other very well. It's impossible for him to deceive us even if he's really pretending. Pan Shu said with a smile, don't worry your highness. At most, we'll just exchange a secret signal. Even if he's able to extract blood essence and search one's memories, it would only be some important memories. How could he know all the minor matters? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Suyu and said with a smile, Ling Heng, we met at the Dao King's estate during the last tide. Do you still remember what I said to you? Suyu was stunned. After a short while, he revealed a bitter expression and said helplessly, this. Senior brother Pan Shu, you're really. Alas, I remember. Master was still here at that time, and you told my master that Ling Heng's natural talent wasn't good enough and was only at the 3rd level of the Sun-Moon realm. Master scolded you a little, and you gave me a drop of Sun-Moon Heaven liquid, and it can be considered to have passed. Is there a need to mention this matter again? Pan Shu laughed and said, see, not many people know about this, right? It's just a minor matter, and only Ling Heng himself knows about it after experiencing it. So your highness, don't worry. If we really encounter someone we're not familiar with, we won't act rashly. Suyu was also helpless and said, yes, your highness, it's fine as long as we know. You don't have to worry too much. Daoqing breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and glanced at Pan Shu. Pan Shu smiled and nodded indiscernibly. This was also a test. Daoqing was indeed a little suspicious and worried. Besides, Suyu had appeared out of nowhere, and no immortal had ever seen him before. Hence, he still probed once more. Even if he felt that he was being overly paranoid and had been scared by Suyu, he still probed once more. As for Suyu, he also felt depressed. Damn, is it so difficult to impersonate someone now? They're already F***king using secret signals. Also, Daoqing, your dog nose is too sensitive. Forget about checking me a few times, what were you thinking? You guessed that I'm here, he too is killing people. What does that have to do with me, Suyu? It's not good to slander me as you wish. Daoqing once again confirmed Suyu's identity. Soon, he didn't say more. Then I'll go to Duke Gong's residence with Uncle Master. Be careful, senior brothers. Your highness, be careful. After saying goodbye, the two left quickly. Once they left, Pan Shu suddenly smiled and said, His Highness is a little suspicious. Ling Heng, don't take it to heart. Suyu sighed and said, I guessed it. Ever since His Highness Jiuxuan was killed and my master fell, His Highness has been like this. He's too suspicious. He always feels that Suyu is nearby. Senior brother, do you think that Suyu came this time too? Anyway, I don't believe it. Suyu is here, but there's no movement at all? Pan Shu also smiled and said, His Highness just said that. Do you think Uncle Master Tai he took it seriously? Just brush it off. Don't mind it too much. What's more, there are dozens of Invincible Realm experts here. Even if Suyu came, what can he do? Suyu nodded and said with a smile, That's right. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Be careful not to be heard talking bad about His Highness behind his back. It's good to be careful. Suyu. No wonder His Highness resents him. I resent him too. Sigh, if it wasn't for him, my master wouldn't have died. Lord Dao Wang wouldn't have been injured. None of this would have happened. Pan Shu also nodded and gritted his teeth. So you deserve to die, he looked around. At this moment, people were leaving one after another. Soon, Pan Hu said, let's go. We'll go out too. We gained almost nothing this time. We didn't get anything good. We came for nothing. Now that Invincible Realm experts are concerned about he too, let's not go to Duke Gong's residence. It's not dangerous. Let's find something good. Not only Lord Dao Wang needs it, but we also need treasures for our cultivation. Suyu smiled and nodded. He followed Pan Shu out. When they got out of the door, Suyu looked around and transmitted his voice, Senior brother, it's better to rob treasures than to look for treasures. Let's find some people from the small clans or ancient clans and kill them to rob the treasures. As long as we don't provoke the big clans, there won't be much trouble. Kill them. Even if someone sees us, it won't be a big deal. Pan Shu smiled and transmitted his voice, that's what I'm thinking. I've already targeted a few guys. I think they've gained a lot. This time, there are many people from the small clans and ancient clans who survived. There are hundreds of them. If we kill them all, we can get a lot of treasures. There are many people who have the same idea as us now. Let's hurry up in case someone gets the treasures first. Suyu nodded and said with a smile, but, we should be careful. Let's figure out the number of the clans in this place, including the quasi-invincible ones. That way, we can be foolproof. If we kill one of them and their patriarch is here, we'll be courting death. You're right. Pan Shu smiled. Let's go. I'll take you to find someone. I have an old friend in the Sky Hunter Pavilion. He's also here this time. He has a lot of information and is well prepared. He's already on the 7th floor. He should know everything. If we call him along, the three of us. Suyu was worried. Pan Shu said with a smile, don't worry. I've known this guy for many years. We've always been good friends. He's also in the 7th level of the Sun and Moon realms. With him and me, we can even fight against those in the 8th or 9th level. Suyu nodded. If Senior Brother says he's trustworthy, then there's no problem. I know the Sky Hunter Pavilion. The Minister of Heaven came in person this time. He's extremely powerful. With fellow Daoist from the Sky Hunter Pavilion here, I feel more at ease. Of course. The two talked and laughed. Soon, they walked in the direction where the Sky Hunter Pavilion retreated. Not many people from the Sky Hunter Pavilion came in, but they suffered great losses. So you didn't give face to the Sky Hunter Pavilion. He killed everyone he met. Not long after, no one knew what Pan Shu did, but the three of them met in front of a dilapidated ancient building. That was a faceless elder. He wasn't surprised to see Suyu. He said, Tianding greets fellow Daoist Ling Heng. Greetings, Elder Tianding. Suyu was also polite. Pan Shu said with a smile, Old Ding, you know Ling Heng. Let's cut to the chase. Give me a copy of the information here. I want a list of invincible and quasi-invincible experts. Tianding said with a faint smile, I guessed it. I just got this list not long ago. The minister gave it to me personally. It's worth a lot. We've been brothers for so many years. You still want to charge me? Brothers should settle accounts clearly. The two joked for a while. It seemed that they were really familiar with each other. Soon, Tianding stopped talking about charging. He took out a list and handed it to the two of them. Suyu looked at it quickly. He was secretly shocked. The Sky Hunter Pavilion's intelligence work was really good. The information recorded was more than what everyone had. 5 celestial kings from the celestial clan, 5 from the celestial clan, and 7 from the demon clan. 6 of them are in the open. The Bloodfire Demon King sneaked in disguise. Just this news made Suyu extremely alarmed. The Bloodfire Demon King. According to his rank, he was an expert close to Dao fusing. He really came, damn, isn't he afraid of dying here? It seemed that the Bloodfire Demon King had made up his mind to snatch the 9-leaf Sky Lotus, prove his Dao, and fight with the Demon Emperor to determine the position of the master of the demon world. Suyu was shocked, and Pan Shu also gasped. The Bloodfire Demon King is here? If he dies here, the blood-fire demon race will be in big trouble. Tianding also smiled and said, I just got the information, and I'm also shocked. The blood-fire demon race already sent a demon king, but the blood-fire demon king came in person. This race has 2 demon kings, and one is the clan leader. If he really dies here, the demon race will be in chaos. For humans, when Suyu saw this, he was stunned again. When he looked again, he was sure that he was right, for humans, and this was not all of them. He added, the Great Light Lord might have sneaked in secretly. We haven't found out yet. Suyu was stunned, and he said, the Great Light Lord of the human race is here? Tianding answered, I'm not sure. However, I'm a little suspicious. If he is invincible, he will definitely appear on the 7th floor. On the main constabulary's side, a relatively unknown expert directly appeared on the 7th floor, so I'm a little suspicious. Who? Suyu asked. Do I know him? If I know him, I can tell if it's the Great Light Lord. Dark Shadow. Oh, I know him. Suyu understood. Sun Moon's 7th layer fellas were indeed not very famous. If that was the case, then it was really possible. Scary, isn't the Great Light Lord afraid of being killed? He and his son both came here. If they both die, can old Zhu handle it? That's right, the Ming Constabulary still has Niu Baidao. If he really dies, old Niu can take over the Ming Constabulary. The Great Light Lord wants to become a half-emperor. Pani also sighed. They are indeed dangerous people. It's better not to provoke the humans. At least, we can't afford to provoke them. In this way, there were 22 invincible experts in the 4 major races. Besides, the dragon race had 2 invincible experts, one from the 5 elements race, one from the nether race, and one from the heaven hunting pavilion. There were 27 invincible experts in total. In addition, there were 3 from the phoenix race, the fated race, and the heavenly abyss race. There were exactly 30 invincible experts. However, among the quasi-invincible experts, there were a few who had the power to fight invincible experts. Kong of the Space Beast clan, Jiu Yu of the Iron-Eating clan, Tun Tian of the Ancient Hui clan, Chang He of the Fated race, and Yunchen of the Human race. Suyu was surprised. Yunchen came, he really didn't see him. Did he enter after entering the special passage? Yunchen should be old Lu's backer, right? He just didn't know what Lu Wenyan and the others were thinking. He didn't mention Blue Sky. Obviously, Blue Sky wasn't included. There were a lot of quasi-invincible experts. They probably came here to carry things or simply to prove their way. It was relatively safer to prove their way here. No way. It was actually extremely dangerous here, a little carelessness would lead to their deaths. The human race didn't choose to prove their way here before because they were afraid of being killed. Suyu read through the information carefully and sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. There were quite a lot of experts. They were all my opponents for treasures, this was not easy to handle. Yu Guang glanced at Tianding and Pani, wondering if he should kill 2 people in the 7th realms of the sun and moon to have a good time. After thinking about it, he gave up for the time being. He would kill others first, when there was no one left to kill, he would consider inviting these 2 to visit the book. The 7th realms of the sun and moon. He hadn't killed anyone in the 7th realms of the sun and moon this time. After meeting up with Tianding and obtaining some information about experts, the 3 of them quickly discussed cooperation, and Tianding had no objections. Since the 9-leaf sky lotus had not bloomed yet, and the experts were all watching him, he decided to take advantage of this opportunity. After more than an hour, the 3 of them entered the void and appeared in front of a slightly dilapidated ancient building. Tianding transmitted his voice, saying, "This is the current base of the mountain-shattering bull tribe. There are 2 mountain-shattering bulls here, one at the 5th layer of the sun and moon realm, and the other at the 7th layer of the mountain and sea realm." Pan who smiled and said, "Our luck is not bad. This clan only has 3 slots, right?" "Yes." Tianding nodded. Their luck was not bad and only one had died. But now, there would be no more. Just as he was about to make a move, Tianding suddenly sent him a voice transmission. "Don't be hasty, there seems to be someone else nearby." There was no need for Ling Heng to say anything. They split up the work. On Suyu's side, they quickly vanished from their original positions and scouted their surroundings. Lingheng was good at this. Naturally, Suyu knew what Lingheng knew as well. After a while, Suyu came back. There are a few fellows there. They should be from the dragon race. I saw 3 dragons hiding in the void. They are not weak. There is 1 at the 6th tier and 2 at the 5th tier. I didn't see any 7th tier, or maybe I didn't see any. The dragon race had also set their eyes on these cows. He had to admit that the mountain ox was quite popular. Tianding looked at Pan Lu. Pan Lu hesitated for a moment and said, I'll deal with these dragons and scare them away to prevent them from causing trouble. Lingheng and Brother Ding, go kill the mountain-shattering bulls. It was only a deterrent, not a word about killing the dragon. At any time, a backer was still very important, because the dragon clan had invincible here, and it was enough to deter the other party from leaving. Tianding nodded and did not say anything else. Soon, the division of labor was completed. Underneath. In the dilapidated mansion, the 2 mountain-shattering oxen in human form were both restless. The Sun-Moon 5th layer mountain-breaking ox paced back and forth in the broken palace and said uneasily, I didn't expect to be forced to the 7th floor. The 7th floor isn't safe now. The mountainous ocean-shattering ox said in a low voice, Sir, everyone is defending against the river diagram's invasion now. I don't think anyone will, bullshit. Sun-Moon mountain-breaking ox cursed. His thinking was simple. My mountain-breaking bull clan has always been in high demand. How is it possible that no one is plotting against us? He didn't want to come here at all, but in the end, he was forced to come to the 7th floor. This was the beginning of trouble. He was very uneasy and wanted to leave, but if he left this place, where could he go? There was no place for them on the 7th floor. He sighed inwardly. The next moment, his expression changed. An incomparably thin, invisible sword stabbed toward his heart. Just as he was about to dodge, Suyu appeared behind him. Immortal power possession, in the void, a wisp of immortal chi instantly attached to his body. Suyu's aura was slightly stronger, and he also stabbed out with his sword. Puchi, the mountain-breaking ox had nowhere to retreat. It was only slightly slow, and Tianding's sword pierced through its chest. Its heart was crushed, and its body was in tatters. A transparent ball instantly tried to escape. That was the opponent's sea of will. At this moment, the first thing he wanted to do was to give up his physical body and preserve the sea of will. However, a stage 7 Sun-Moon expert was present, and his sneak attack had succeeded. How could he have a chance to escape? Tianding waved his hand and a transparent cover appeared, instantly covering the sea of will. The mountain-breaking ox's image appeared and it roared, You strong races are so overbearing and inhumane. Sooner or later, you will follow in the footsteps of the humans. Boom, with a loud explosion, Tianding's cover shattered. The mountain-breaking ox had completely died. It had self-destructed. As for Suyu, he had sliced the mountain-breaking ox in half. His willpower was instantly destroyed. At this moment, he frowned and looked at the destroyed moon. Tianding's panting voice could be heard, I underestimated his decisiveness. The commotion is a little big, retreat. The 2 of them quickly collected the corpse, took the storage ring, and quickly left the area. At the same time, outside, the strong aura of the Panyu deterred the few giant dragons in front. When signs of the destroyed moon came from the ancient house, the few giant dragons exchanged glances. Without saying a word, they quickly left. The other party still had experts. There was no point in fighting the Celestials. Right now, everyone's target was the small races and the ancient races, not the strong races. Before long, Suyu and Tianding returned. Suyu quickly said, Not bad. Not counting the blood essence, the other party had some gains. I found a purple tree. Although it is not as valuable as the heavenly blood Lingji I found before, it is worth half of its value. Panyu was overjoyed, That's not bad. After saying that, he looked at Tianding, Brother Ding, how about we split it after this is over? Tianding faintly said, That doesn't matter, as long as Brother Pan who doesn't kill me. Panyu smiled bitterly, How could that be? I might not even be Brother Ding's opponent. We have been friends for so many years, so it shouldn't be to this extent. The 2 of them joked for a while. Just as they were talking, in the distance, a crescent moon also crashed. The few of them looked at each other and didn't say anything. It seemed like they were all moving out. As for who died, it was unclear. At the same time, on the 7th floor, in another old mansion. In a huge mansion, many humans were gathered here. There weren't as many people as before, and many had gone out. Baifeng was very depressed. This trip to the Xingyu mansion was really a bad experience. Before he could explore, Suyu and he too had caught up to him. On the 7th floor, he was a newcomer to the Lingyan realm. He was useless and didn't even dare to go out. Now, he had fallen to the point of doing research with Wu Lan and the others, and he was their assistant. Sigh. With a sigh, Baifeng felt helpless. He looked around and couldn't help but say, "We paid a huge price to come to the Xingyu mansion. Are we just here for sightseeing?" At the side, Wu Jiao was helping Wu Lan record the experiment. He smiled and said, "Martial uncle, it's good that we are still alive. Who asked us to be Sor Lingyan? We are too weak. If we go out, we will only be a burden." These words were even more hurtful. What was Sor Lingyan? Sor was Sor, Lingyan was Lingyan. We were different. Baifeng was depressed, but Wu Lan didn't have the mood to comfort this poor Miss Bai. While doing some dismantling work in her instrument, he said, "Miss Bai, if you have time, can you help me? Fighting and killing is not suitable for us researchers. In a situation where research materials are everywhere, you only think about fighting and killing. You have forgotten that you are a researcher." Baifeng was speechless. "You are on the path of willpower research, which I am not good at. I am good at blood essence, Shenwen, combat skills, and so on. You were talking to me about willpower extraction. What can I do?" "Teacher, it seems that you are not calm anymore." Wu Lan sighed. "Teacher, you are no longer the person who studies wholeheartedly. When I first entered the Great Xia Civilization University, I wanted to be your disciple because you were the one in this generation who studied the most. You stayed in the Wentan Research Center all day long to do research. At that time, you were the most elite and powerful person in my sister's generation. Now, you have changed." Baifeng secretly complained, "I have changed. What have I changed?" Recently, he didn't have much to research, including the separation of Shenwen combat skills. He had already deduced the mountains and seas, but he couldn't deduce the sun and moon above it. Recently, his research on blood essence had reached its limit, and he couldn't continue. What else could he research? Recently, he hadn't found any goals or projects that interested him. Instead, he was very interested in his disciple and had always wanted to cut him up. Actually, Wu Lan knew what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "Teacher, don't think about cutting that guy. Actually, I found a big secret that might be suitable for you to research." "What is it?" Wu Lan transmitted his voice, "Teacher, don't you feel that this starry mansion is a bit strange? There are strange things everywhere. I'm not talking about this. I mean, the first level is the human face world, the second level is filled with magma, the third level is the celestial river, the fourth level is the twin mountains, the fifth level is the heart fire, the sixth level is full of twists and turns, and the seventh level is extremely flat." Baifeng nodded. "Needless to say, I can see it. It is a bit like a person. Many people can see it. I can only say that the blacksmith who built the starry mansion is very boring and has a bad sense of humor." "Then why can't it be a real person?" Wu Lan asked. Baifeng laughed. "How is that possible? What are you thinking? If it is a person, how powerful would it be? How strong would it be? How can there be such a person in the 9 realms? It doesn't exist now, but it doesn't exist in ancient times? It's impossible." Baifeng retorted. Then, he said with a strange expression, "How is it possible? You little girl, you don't know anything yet you dare to let your imagination run wild. How can it be a person? If it is a person, anyway. I think, it's impossible." As he spoke, the look in his eyes became strange. However, Wu Lan did not seem to care. She continued, "Maybe. However, I extracted some substances from the lava on the 2nd floor, the heavenly river water and the heavenly river sand on the 3rd floor, and the heavenly river sand on the 5th floor. I also extracted something from the Twin Lungs mountain on the 5th floor. I also collected some samples from the mountains on the 6th level. As Wu Lan said, he handed a set of data to Bai Feng. Bai Feng checked it and frowned slightly. This data is not accurate. Moreover, most of it is my imagination and speculation. There is almost no evidence. Yes. Wu Lan didn't deny it. If there was evidence, it would have been discovered long ago. It's just speculation, but I feel that even if this star mansion isn't made by a person, the person who made it might have gathered some characteristics of the human race and made adjustments. Bai Feng nodded. Wu Lan said again, since it's a person, is there no blood? In the magma on the 2nd level, I found some traces of blood. Bai Feng's eyes flickered. Wu Lan said again, also, teacher, did you notice that in the star mansion, there are boundary walls on every level, and these boundary walls are extremely strong? If you shrink it by 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times, I think you should be able to find some characteristics of these boundary walls since you are also a researcher. Bai Feng had been to the boundary wall before. Hearing this, he quickly sketched out the appearance of the boundary wall in his mind and shrunk it by countless times. His eyes flickered. Cells? Probably. Wu Lan didn't delve into it and continued, whether it's a real person or a replica of the human body, do you think blood exists? If it exists, how can the essence blood be extracted? Can it be extracted? Is there any memory in the essence blood? Bai Feng instantly fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he looked at Wu Lan and transmitted his voice, find someone to bring us to the boundary wall and find a way to break through some layers of the boundary wall. Maybe what you said makes sense. If it's really possible, then we can definitely extract the blood. The energy contained in the blood is probably beyond imagination. Not only that, a drop of blood might be able to help us complete the body forging and vitality transformation in an instant. If it's really a living person, maybe, we can really extract some memory. Bai Feng's eyes flickered. Wu Lan said, it's very dangerous outside. Who should we call to go with us? Bai Feng looked around. Who should he call? He couldn't be weak. Woody had things to do and didn't have time to accompany them. He looked around and suddenly looked at someone. He transmitted his voice, go find Yun Chen. Wu Lan looked at him. Are you sure? Bai Feng nodded and went to find Yun Chen. Although the two of them didn't talk much now, he knew that Yun Chen had been looking in this direction since his teacher and the others went up to the 7th floor. It seemed that he still wanted to ease the relationship. Don't you want to ask Teacher Lu and the others? Wu Lan asked. Bai Feng smiled and said, it's okay. My teacher and Uncle Master, how should I put it? Actually, they have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. There are some barriers in their hearts that they can't cross. Nowadays, there are many people in Dexia province but not many in Shenwen. Strictly speaking, this is the teacher of Wanfu Prefect. He can be considered our Uncle Master. There are some things that have to be solved. So you want to be the bridge? Not really. I don't have the right to make decisions on behalf of my Uncle Master. However, I can ease the relationship between me and him. I'm also from his bloodline. Bai Feng smiled. He couldn't represent Lu Wenyan. The point was, wasn't he also from the same bloodline, ease the relationship? After all, they were from the same bloodline. They were more reliable than others. As for Lu Wenyan and the others, they all went out. No one knew where they went to hunt for treasures. He had some thoughts in his mind. If Wu Lan's inference was true, this time, if he could collect some blood or even a drop of essence blood. He couldn't imagine how strong the essence blood of such an expert who had transformed into the 9 realms would be. He didn't dare to think about it. He even suspected that he couldn't extract it. Even if he extracted it, it would be difficult to take it away without a quasi-invincible realm expert. The essence blood of such a peerless expert could kill him just by its aura. Not to mention him, even the mountains, seas, and the sun and moon might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, he still had to bring an expert with him. Soon, Bai Feng walked toward Yun Chen. Yun Chen was a little surprised, but in his surprise, he was vaguely looking forward to it. Soon, Bai Feng explained why he had come. He wanted to go to the World Wall. Yun Chen thought about it for a moment and then agreed. In truth, he had come here with the intention of being a Dao protector for the divine runes. Unfortunately, when Lu Wenyan and the others went out, they were mysterious and didn't want to ask him to go with them. Those people were not willing to follow them. Therefore, he stayed here to watch over Bai Feng and the others, to prevent these guys from running around. It was also very dangerous to go to the wall of barriers, but there were no supreme treasures there. With him, there was a certain guarantee of safety. After all, he was in existence who could kill several quasi-invincible realm experts. Unless the invincible realm experts came to him, 3 to 5 ordinary quasi-invincible realm experts wouldn't dare to trouble him. Soon, the group of people left. Their goal was not the treasure or the 9-leaf lotus, but the wall of barriers that few people cared about. The wall of barriers was very powerful, and often the invincible realm experts couldn't break it. Bai Feng and the others knew this, but it didn't matter. If the inference was accurate, there might be some cell gaps in the wall of barriers. The gaps might be very powerful, but there was still hope to break it. So you had no time to care about Bai Feng and the others at the moment. The 3 of them kept acting in secret. Not only them, but also many big clans formed small teams and were active in the dark. The sun and the moon had crashed several times, obviously, people were constantly being killed. And the small clans were not stupid. Now, many experts of the small clans gathered together and joined forces with some ancient clans to kill the experts from all sides. People kept dying, at the entrance of the 7th floor. At this moment, 7 or 8 invincible realm experts were waiting here, and most of the rest were waiting near Lord Gong's mansion. The human clan also arranged for an invincible realm expert to come here. It was none other than Zhu Tianfeng. Zhu Tianfeng was considered powerful. When he encountered he too, he could more or less resist. The leading expert was undoubtedly the minister of Tian, because he was the most powerful. At this moment, these invincible realm experts were also looking into the distance, at the falling sun and moon, and they all remained silent. The killing was still going on. But they didn't bother to care about it. This was also everyone's choice. Soon, someone ignored those people and said in a low voice, "Will he too come up?" Did he too know that this time, there were so many invincible realm experts from the human clan? In the past, even if there were invincible realm experts, there were very few. This time, there were dozens of them. He too probably didn't know, because he too had left the ancient city for a long time and had long gone to find reinforcements. Someone suddenly said, "The river diagram." Everyone, have any of these people really seen the river diagram before? As soon as these words came out, many invincible realm experts were stunned. What did he mean? The invincible realm expert who spoke said coldly, "I still feel that something is wrong. He too is so powerful. Once he enters a certain floor, I'm afraid everyone will be killed. How can there be a chance to spread the news? Why did everyone know? It's news from the outside world. Probably when the first earthquake happened, someone spread the news." Everyone nodded slightly. This was also a possibility. In fact, the appearance of he too was still full of doubts. Now, they weren't sure whether or not he too really existed. Just as they were thinking, they were slapped in the face. Boom, the passage opened instantly, a figure appeared, and the aura of death covered heaven and earth. And at this moment, 7 or 8 invincible realm experts attacked one after another, including the minister of Tian. And at this moment, he too froze for a moment. The next moment, he cursed, F***ck. How could it be? Where did so many Eternals come from? Yes, he didn't know. He knew that the various clans might have invincible realm experts entering. According to the situation in previous years, if there were many, there would be 3 or 4, if there were few, there might be none. And this time, he really didn't know. He left early, long before the Star Mansion opened. He ran to find reinforcements. As for the people he killed, he didn't have the mood to ask for information. What would a nobody know? But at this moment, he too regretted it. F***ck, damn it, why are there so many of them? Moreover, one of them seemed to be a level 9 Eternal. Without saying a word, he too roared, tore the passage, spat out the aura of death, and roared, "Dumbo, open the passage." Boom. The passage was torn open in both directions. He too took a blow, and without saying a word, jumped into the passage and returned to the 6th floor. The huge suppression force pressed down on him, causing his aura of death to overflow. And at this moment, behind him, the minister of Tian blasted a punch. At this moment, in the passage, a punch also blasted out. With a loud bang, the minister of Tian took a few steps back. And on the sixth floor, the aura of death kept overflowing from Dumbo's mouth, and the passage was instantly closed. He too also looked up with a face full of fear and cursed. F***ck, what's going on? How could there be so many eternal existences? He looked at Dumbo again and breathed a sigh of relief. Good job, fortunately you blocked the attack. You Dumbo, your combat power is really not weak. Really good, at least the power of level 7 Eternal Realm. And this one didn't recover much of his memory. It seemed that he was not weak when he was alive, probably similar to him, or even Dao integration. Of course, it was also possible that he was ordinary when he was alive, but had obtained great benefits in the River of Dead Souls. He too was not sure. He could find Dumbo because it made a lot of noise when it was revived, and someone reported it. That was why he went to find this recovered expert. Now it seemed that he had found the right person. Fortunately, this guy was here. Otherwise, if he couldn't tear the passage in time, he might be surrounded and killed. How terrifying, damn it, why are there so many invincible beings on the 7th floor? What the hell? And at this moment, at the entrance of the 7th floor, a large number of invincible beings gathered again. One by one, their faces darkened. Minister Tian also sighed, unexpectedly, not only he too, but also a dead spirit monarch. Both of them are very strong. The one below is not weaker than he Tuesday. I didn't expect it. They didn't expect it, it wasn't one, it was two. At this moment, the other invincible beings also looked solemn. Two high-level Eternal Realm dead spirit monarchs. The situation was more serious than they thought. This was not the key. The key was that an invincible being who just flew over said anxiously, "Don't let them come up." Just now, there was some abnormality in the passage of Prince Gong's mansion. He too and the others appeared, and the death aura overflowed. It seems to have caused a resonance with the passage of the dead souls. Also, he too knows the way to open the passage of the dead souls. If he keeps these memories and temporarily opens the passage here the moment he goes up to the 7th floor, it will be a disaster. As soon as these words came out, the invincible beings' faces changed. If that was the case, everyone would be finished. Someone said with a headache, "How did these two guys come in? And didn't they say that there was only he too? Why are there two incomparably powerful dead spirit monarchs?" F***ck, in this way, everyone's previous thoughts would be in vain. At this moment, the others didn't say anything. They all took action to eliminate the death aura left by He Tuesday. Someone said in a low voice, "Hurry up and eliminate the death aura. Otherwise, once the death aura is thick and the passage is opened here, everyone will be in big trouble." The experts quickly took action to erase the deathly aura. Because he too had done such a thing. When the death aura was thick, he too could open the dead soul's passage. This was the most troublesome part. Of course, it was best to do it near the passage. On the 6th floor, he too most likely couldn't open it, but on the 7th floor, the passage was nearby, in the same dimension, and he too's death aura was thick, so it might be possible. At the same time, Suyu and the others also saw the scene just now. An undead monarch with a crown on his head appeared, cursed, and was beaten back by someone. Then, someone seemed to have punched Minister Tian. Suyu knew that there seemed to be two dead spirit monarchs, but the others didn't know. At this time, Panfei said in horror, "Two dead spirit monarchs?" At this moment, he didn't take Dao Cheng's speculation seriously at all, because he too really came. Not only that, he didn't come alone, but he also came with a dead spirit monarch. In this case, it was normal for him to have a vanguard general under his command. Tian Ding also said solemnly, "So strong, he actually fought with Minister Tian from a distance. This is not ordinary invincible realm." At this time, they also sensed that a large number of invincible realm experts were gathering there. Obviously, they were much more serious than before, including Prince Gong's mansion, where several invincible realm experts left. Two high-level Eternal Realm dead spirit monarchs, this was a bit too much. On the 6th floor, he too cursed for a while, but soon, he gritted his teeth and said, "I miscalculated. There are so many of them, and they are all waiting for me." Sure enough, the news of my arrival can't be hidden. With that, he glanced at the sky and snorted. Gritting his teeth, he too sneered, "You want to stop me like this? In your dreams." Looking at him blankly, he said numbly, "Very strong. I can't go up, don't panic." He too sneered, "Do you know, in ancient times, why I became the city lord of Holy City, why I can reverse the death aura?" Dumbfounded, he didn't know. He too said faintly, "Because, it's passed down in my family." Why would the human emperor value my lineage, and teach us the laws of the universe? Because, my ancestor had an important position. Do you know why the old turtle didn't care about me at first, didn't care about me, and only killed me later? Because, my ancestor is actually his superior. My ancestor is King Gong. I am the 5th-generation grandson of King Gong. He too laughed, "Dummy, do you know who King Gong is? The existence that suppresses the 7th floor. Among the human kings, he was one of the most powerful. Actually, it was my ancestor who was in charge of suppressing the dead soul's world. The old tortoise was a general under my ancestor. If not for the dead souls going out of control, he wouldn't have dared to kill me." King Gong, looking at him dumbfoundedly, he too couldn't help but scold, "What are you looking at? Stop looking, you are not my ancestor, it's impossible. If you are my ancestor, I will eat myself. Too lazy to care about dummy, your eyes, it's like you are my ancestor." He too scolded him, then quickly smiled, "They want to stop me? How can it be so simple? I didn't prepare just now, prepare a bit, watch me pry open the 7th floor, draw out the king of dead spirits, help me." "Very good, Xianxia Mansion is a good place to kill. Although I am dead and can't draw out my ancestor's divine weapon, but, I can still suppress it for a moment, let some king of dead spirits break the rules, come out and help me." Dummy listened silently, not replying. He too looked up again, snorted, "The 7th floor, that is my territory, King Gong Mansion is my family. Unfortunately, my ancestor had fallen, his bloodline only survived because his father was wandering outside, passing down King Gong's bloodline. But when it came to his time, he could no longer return to Xianxia Mansion. In ancient times, his ancestor had a high status, dominating the 7th floor, an existence that guarded the passage. Whether it was going up to the 8th floor or suppressing the world of dead spirits, he needed his ancestor's permission. Apart from King Wen and King Wu, his ancestor King Gong was also a top existence among the human kings. He too was in no hurry to go up, "No hurry, wait for me to prepare, I will kill these guys sooner or later. They dare to block my door, not letting me in." Previously, he had mocked the heaven supervisor, saying that there was a mansion on the 8th floor, but it was very difficult to enter, he couldn't even keep his home. Now, he had slapped himself in the face, "I can't go up to the 7th floor, at the same time as he too was thinking of a way to enter the 7th floor. Outside, the passage was still breaking, but the number was small. The big races didn't say anything, but the small races knew. This was the big races cleaning up the experts of the small races and ancient races. At this moment, the big races had almost no losses, but some of the small races were instantly wiped out. Boom, another passage broke, and in the void, a giant 3-eyed dog suddenly appeared, saying coldly, "How ruthless, they really didn't leave a single one alive." It looked around, looking at the god, demon, and immortal races. Unsurprisingly, it was these races doing. The 3-eyed dog race had sent 4 experts in, and they were all dead. The 3-eyed dog looked around, saying coldly, "The human race didn't lose many. It seems that no matter what era, it is still the same. Race weakness is the root of extinction. The small races and ancient races had few people, few invincible. They had agreed to attack the humans, but not many of the humans died, but a bunch of them died. Originally, the small races and ancient races had close to 300 experts, but in a short time, more than 50 were gone. This was not a single faction hunting them down, perhaps several factions were hunting them down. The group of invincible experts did not reply. After entering, they should have thought of this. It could only be said that this time everyone was gathered together, so it was easier to kill. The races were still silent, when suddenly, a passage collapsed. On the side of the celestial race, an immortal king immediately frowned. At this moment, Suyu and the others quickly fled. In the distance, an extremely powerful dog swallowed 7 or 8 celestials in front of it. Suyu was shocked and cursed. F***ck, I was wrong, yes, he recognized that thing. It was a hoe, an incomparably powerful hoe. It should be the Heaven Devourer, the guy on the Tao verification list. He seemed to be the descendant of the old Mastiff King. F***ck, it must be the old Mastiff King who said that celestials were delicious. It actually ate 7 or 8 celestials in one bite, 3 of them sun and moon. Now, it seemed to have sensed their existence. As Pandi fled, he also transmitted his voice and cursed, F***ck his whole family, Suyu. This beast, why doesn't he die? In the past, not many ancient races ate celestials, but recently, there have been a lot of them. They're addicted. Celestials were extremely powerful. In the past, who dared to eat celestials? Ever since Suyu introduced immortals to the experts of the myriad races how delicious immortals were, many of the ancient races were secretly eating immortals, especially the old ones. In the past, everyone thought that immortals were too old, but now, they heard Suyu say that the older they were, the stronger they were, and the sweeter they were. Now, the old celestials had become treasures. These ferocious beasts all wanted to eat a few old celestials. In fact, celestials might not be delicious, but they were afraid of rumors spreading. If one said it was delicious, the other races also wanted to try it. If one didn't taste good, and the other races said it was delicious, they wondered if it was because they didn't eat old enough. In that case, they would eat an old one. If it wasn't old enough, they would find an even older one to eat. They were afraid that people would follow suit and build a reputation. Once this reputation was built, if it wasn't delicious, to maintain their reputation, to prove that their taste was in line with the public's taste, some ferocious beasts had to eat a few. If they didn't eat a few, the next time they met an old friend, how could they say that they had tasted all the delicacies in the world? How could they say that they hadn't eaten celestials before? They didn't even know what they were talking about. Suyu and the other 2 quickly fled. After eating a few celestials, the giant centipede smacked its lips and glanced at Suyu and the others. Its nose twitched. It smelled good, but forget it. A surprise attack was fine, but chasing after them was out of the question. After all, there were a few immortal kings among the celestials. Soon, the centipede fled. Not long after, an immortal king descended, his expression extremely ugly. Damn it, in a moment of carelessness, many celestials had been devoured. These bastards deserved to die. Did this Heaven Devourer think that he couldn't kill him? As for Suyu and the others, after fleeing frantically for a while, Suyu's expression was also ugly. I was wrong, it wasn't that I incited the centipede, but that I shouldn't have pretended to be celestials. It was too dangerous. Next time, even if you beat me to death, I won't pretend to be celestials. It's really dangerous, even more dangerous than humans. At the side, Pandi had already cursed all 18 generations of Suyu's ancestors. In the end, he even said with some grief and indignation, the celestials don't taste good at all. It's all nonsense. Suyu looked at him in surprise. What did he mean? You've eaten them before, otherwise, how would you know? As for Tianding, he also glanced at Pandi and didn't say much. Soon, he said, be careful, all of you. Recently, many ancient races have been eating celestials. Eating celestials has become a trend. Even if it stops, it won't be now. It had become a trend. Nowadays, when ancient races met, they would often greet each other like, have you eaten celestials today? How do you eat them? Do you eat them raw or dead? Roasted or steamed? When Suyu heard Tianding's words, he wanted to laugh in his heart. The celestials were really pitiful. What a pity. I'm also a celestial now. I better take it easy. I don't want the ancient races to treat me as a celestial and eat me up. That would be really unfair. Looking at his storage ring, Suyu did some calculations. The 3 of them had killed more than 10 experts. However, he still felt that it was too little. Suyu wasn't too satisfied. It was too slow. Previously, when they killed several hundred people. Now that the 3 of them worked together, it was really too slow. The main reason was that they didn't dare to go all out. Moreover, there were many experts, and it was much harder to kill. He didn't know whether these 2 7th-layer sun and moon cultivators were hiding their strength or they really didn't have many tricks up their sleeves. He felt that they were too slow when killing people. Let's grind for a few more days. After a few days, if it's still like this, I'll kill these two and go to Prince Gong's residence to take a look. Suyu made up his mind. He would follow these two to gain some experience and find an opportunity to kill them. He didn't know if that guy, he too, could come up. If he didn't come up, the waters weren't muddy enough. How about, the next time he too comes up, I'll help. Suyu's heart was slightly moved. He could really help. For example, Tai Shan. The instant he too came up, he could shout a few times. As long as the other invincible experts were slightly distracted, he too might be able to come up. If I don't muddy the waters, I won't have a chance at all. Suyu made a decision. The next time he too attacked, he would help shout for Tai Shan. In any case, if the sky collapsed, there would be someone taller to hold it up first. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly looked in the direction of Prince Gong's residence with a strange expression. Why did he feel that something was wrong? When I entered here, the death chi passageway was sealed. Why, is there a faint death chi coming over now? Xianxia. It can't be, right? Suyu muttered in his heart. Somewhat bare one's teeth, your sister, don't come. If you come, my death chi can't fluctuate, it will be very troublesome, and at this moment. Prince Gong's residence, in the dead spirit passageway. A dead spirit monarch, with some injuries, rushed here. The other dead spirit monarchs looked over and were a little surprised. Someone seemed to know her, and said, Xianxia, why are you here? Did she come here directly from a long distance? Along the way, she must have encountered a lot of trouble, right? Xianxia said coldly, I want to kill my way into Xingyu Mansion. He too has already arrived at Xingyu Mansion. Attack from inside and outside, and annihilate all living creatures. All the dead spirits were very surprised. How did you know? Also, you came here from a long distance just for this, you really have nothing to do, Xianxia snorted in her heart. You idiots, what do you know, Suyu? This guy is too hateful, this time, he too, this guy, must do something. She didn't expect anything, just wanted to ignore the rules, go out for a trip, and kill that bastard Suyu. Let Xinghong and Suyu keep humiliating me. The dignified dead spirit monarch was humiliated by them to the point that he didn't want to stay at Xinghong Ancient City. It was too shameful for dead spirits. The moon and stars were here, is it good or bad? Suyu's judgment was mixed. The bad thing was that she came too close to him, causing the death energy channel between them to connect again. In this way, if Ambassador Xingyu was up to no good, it would be easy to let her death chi fluctuate and be discovered by others. Fortunately, she was here. Since he had opened his yang aperture, he did not have to worry about not having enough primordial chi. If he didn't have enough primordial chi, he would make up for it with death chi. Suyu weighed the pros and cons in his heart and felt a little helpless. Why did Xingyue come? Really, he was a little happy, but also a little depressed. Even if he wanted to come, he would have to wait for my yang aperture to open. When I open it, you come instantly, and when I don't open it, you leave instantly. This was in line with his requirements. Star Moon was not up to standard. Ling Heng, are you scared? Just as Suyu was thinking about this, Pan Hu smiled and said, Don't worry, I just sensed that an immortal king has arrived, devouring heaven ran, it's not that dangerous, don't worry. Suyu sighed. I can't help but worry. There aren't many invincible realm experts from the ancient tribe this time, but there are many quasi-invincible realm experts. They are all extremely cruel. I'm worried. Forget it. Let's take one step at a time. When we get enough treasures to exchange for carriers, we'll go back. Panfei consoled, don't worry. There will definitely be no problem. The heavenly blood Lingji and these treasures should be more or less enough. Then, he looked at Tian Ding and said, Brother Ding, is the hunting sky pavilion still trading vessels? Hard to come by. Tian Ding shook his head and said, Ever since Suyu rose up, there have been more than one or two invincible realm experts who have had their bodies destroyed. The hunting sky pavilion needs them too. Now, the supply cannot meet the demand. Some of the past accumulations have been used up. Otherwise, the head wouldn't have entered personally. He just wants to get more treasures. Suyu again, no matter where they went, they couldn't leave Suyu. That was the truth. After Suyu rose to prominence, there were more than 30 invincible experts who had broken their 3 worlds. This was an extremely terrifying number. At this moment, Suyu also scolded himself and quickly said, "It's useless no matter how fiercely you scold. Also, to snatch the treasure like this was too difficult. They're just a bunch of trash. There aren't any good treasures." Suyu hesitated for a moment and did not say it directly. He transmitted his voice to Panhu, "Senior apprentice brother, we can't go on like this. It would be best if he could get his hands on an intact vessel. Even if he had the money, he might not be able to buy one. In my opinion, why don't we hunt down some geniuses in secret? Forget about the heaven list, but you can hunt some of the earth list, Xian list, and Huang list." Pandu's expression changed. He looked at Suyu and transmitted his voice, "Junior brother, this is too dangerous. Most of these geniuses come from powerful clans, and they are protected by powerful experts. Putting aside how difficult it is to kill them, once they are killed, it would attract unwanted attention." Suyu transmitted his voice, "Senior brother, I know. But in this situation, our hands and feet are tied. If the Tao King's 3 bodies don't recover, do you think we'll be safe even if we make it to the immortal world alive? Also, senior brother, don't forget that you're at the 7th layer of the Sun-Moon realm." Panfu's expression changed again when he heard this. Yes, he had reached the 7th layer of the Sun-Moon realm, was it? Very far to go from the 7th to the 9th level. That might not be the case. The Tao King didn't even have a vessel now. How could he expect the Tao King to give it to him? Panfu sank into contemplation. At the side, Tianding didn't hear their transmission. He suddenly said, "Do the two of you think that it will be hard to gather the resources we need?" The two of them looked at him. Tianding smiled faintly and said, "Actually, the place with the most treasures is still Duke Gong's mansion. Not only the treasures of Duke Gong's mansion, but also a large number of geniuses. Generation after generation, they explore and die, and the treasures gather. That place doesn't have many vessels. Even if you turn the whole mansion upside down, you can find 10 of them. The prerequisite is that you don't die." Duke Gong's mansion, Panfu hesitated and said, "That place is too dangerous." "It is." Tianding nodded, "But now that the river map is here, it is actually safer. With the river map here, many invincible geniuses have to keep an eye on that place. On the other hand, Duke Gong's mansion has fewer invincible geniuses." Suyu suddenly said, "Don't keep an eye on Duke Gong's mansion. When we get there, we are nothing. Right now, many quasi-invincible geniuses and invincible geniuses are exploring there. In my opinion, at this time, we should find a big mansion with a lot of people and few experts. Wait for the opportunity, enter the mansion, and slaughter the whole clan." Suyu said coldly, "He too is coming up. I don't think he will give up. What do you think?" The two of them nodded. This was for sure. The possibility of him giving up was not big. If he appears again, he must be confident. At that time, there will be chaos over there. Invincible geniuses and quasi-invincible geniuses will probably have to stay there. I think, at this time, we should find an opportunity to slaughter the whole clan to get the biggest harvest." Suyu transmitted his voice, "Not to mention the strong clans, it is too difficult. There are invincible ancient clans. If there are too many invincible geniuses, we can't provoke them. If there are too few, we are not afraid of them. They may not know that we did it. If they know, we can hide in the Marquis's mansion, and they can't get in." Suyu quickly said, "In my opinion, there are many people from the Nether clan and the Heavenly Abyss clan. These two clans also have a lot of treasures. How about?" The two of them looked at him as if he was crazy. "How crazy? You want to kill the people from these two clans? They are also hiding in the Gu mansion. It will be difficult for us to get in." Pandi said. Suyu smiled and said, "It will be difficult for us, but it might not be difficult for Elder Ding. Just help from inside and outside. Doesn't Elder Ding have people from various clans under his command? Why don't Elder Ding find a few subordinates to open the door of the mansion and let us in to get a fortune?" Tianding looked at Suyu. After a while, he smiled faintly and said, "Fellow Taoist Ling Heng is really," he had nothing to say. "Did the sky hunting pavilion have spies?" "There must be. There were spies in all clans, and there were definitely spies in the big clans. Right now, there was definitely a part of them that had not been exposed, and they did not have time to be exposed. This time, there were too many changes. So you dared to think about it. When Pandy heard that, his eyes moved, and he looked at Tianding. However, Tianding shook his head and said, that is not appropriate. Let's not talk about whether there are spies or not. Even if there are spies, they will not open the door for us. It is clear that they have ill intentions. So you smiled and said, Elder, you can make up some reasons. Contact, go out on a mission, send benefits, send care, all of them are fine. Now that everyone is panicking, it is normal for the sky hunting pavilion to give some support. Tianding smiled faintly and said, fellow Taoist, you are asking me to cut off my own arm. That is not appropriate. At most, Elder Ding will get 60%, and my senior brother and I will get 40%. So you gritted his teeth and said, can a few weaklings compare to the harvest this time? If Elder can get the vessel and become quasi-invincible, do you still have to worry about not having subordinates? Right now, vessels are hard to find everywhere. In my opinion, even the sky hunting pavilion will find it difficult. Does Elder think that there is hope to get it? The Starry Universe Mansion is our last and only hope. Tianding was silent for a while. After a long while, he looked at the two of them and said, it is too dangerous. As he said this, he looked at Pan Lu. Moreover, there is something that must be made clear in advance. If you really want to do it, all the harvest before will belong to me, and in the future, all the harvest will be controlled and distributed by me. Only then will I be at ease. After all, I will have to use my power to do this. Pan Lu fell into deep thought, while Suyu gritted his teeth and said, fine. Senior brother, don't think about it. Elder Ding is actually afraid that we will turn hostile, and we do not want to turn hostile with Elder. In this damn place, one more friend means one more path, and if we turn hostile, we will be the ones to lose. Pan Lu also gritted his teeth and said, all right. The three of them made a decision, and began to wait for an opportunity. They quickly flew towards a large mansion, waiting for the river map to appear again. Then, they would barge into the mansion and carry out a massacre. Now, almost all the Sun-Moon tears had run out, and a few Sun-Moon tears stayed in the mansion. Many geniuses actually stayed in the mansion, and they all carried a large amount of treasures. So you actually did not care about the treasures. He only wanted to collect some blood essence and corpses. These things, however, were not too important to the other two. Just as Suyu was preparing to use the two sabers for the last wave of slaughter, at the same time, battles continued to erupt in other places. The most intense place was Duke Gong's mansion. Duke Gong's mansion was similar to the ancient city, but there were some differences. Duke Gong's mansion could kill people. Quite a few people knew about this. However, killing people had to pay a certain price. This was also the rule. In a school in Duke Gong's mansion, Madonna frowned slightly. He killed this annoying guy in front of him with a slap. Did he really think that he did not dare to kill people? He followed him, and wherever he went, he would go. That God race prodigy's eyes widened. Even in death, he did not think that Madonna would kill him. He only thought that following Madonna here might allow him to encounter more benefits. Because Madonna's luck was prosperous, moreover, there were very few killings here. Their divine king only told him that this place was similar to the ancient city. Thus, he thought that killing people here was courting death. But in the end, Madonna killed him, with unwillingness and confusion. This guy was crushed to pieces. In an instant, a sun-moon dead spirit appeared on the spot. Madonna looked around helplessly. He threw out an ancient city order from his storage ring and said, "Here." The dead spirit took the ancient city order numbly but did not leave. Madonna frowned. Greedy. Those who have been here said that killing a mountain sea realm only requires an ancient city order from the 18th ring. The dead spirit was still numb, but he seemed to be dissatisfied and was about to attack. Madonna sighed and took out another ancient city order. Here. Even the dead spirits are greedy now. After getting the second ancient city order, the dead spirit took back the ancient city order and quickly disappeared. Madonna kicked the corpse on the ground and murmured, "Killing trash like you wasted 2 of my ancient city orders." Damned guy, yes, ancient city order. This was the difference between Duke Gong's mansion and the ancient city. Killing people here was allowed, provided that you had enough ancient city order. That way, the dead spirit would leave after taking your ancient city order. Therefore, ancient city order was very valuable, but there were not many people who bought it. Ancient city order was also helpful for taking special passages. The biggest help was actually in Duke Gong's mansion. The dead spirit was collecting these things, so killing a dead spirit would often result in an ancient city order dropping. Ancient city order might be helpful to them. No one knew the specific situation because no one was a dead spirit. After killing this annoying guy and chasing away the dead spirit, Madonna stepped forward and took a grey book. Duke Gong's mansion had been searched many times. However, even after many times, there would still be some leftovers left for the latecomers. Obviously, Madonna was very lucky. He picked up the book and flipped through it. It was just some simple notes from ancient times, but Madonna read it with great interest. After a while, he closed the book and threw it to the corner, waiting for the next fated person. Ignoring the corpse on the ground, Madonna walked out of the small academy and fell into deep thought. He looked at a huge pond in the distance. That was where the nine-leaf lotus was. He was interested, but he knew that he had little hope of getting it. What he cared more about was the dead spirit passage over there. When he walked out, there was a shadow behind him. "Your Highness, this place is dangerous. It's better to stay away from the nine-leaf lotus pond." Madonna said lightly, "Got it." This was a quasi-invincible realm expert who had been protecting him, or monitoring him. Madonna walked out. As soon as he arrived on the 7th floor, he was monitored and protected. However, he had to come. If he didn't, he would have no chance at all. After a few steps, Madonna suddenly stopped and said, "If we get the nine-leaf lotus, do you think His Majesty the Demon Emperor can get another future body and use the nine-leaf lotus to strengthen himself to reach his previous level, or even stronger?" The shadow in the dark was silent for a while, then said, "It should be possible. But, the nine-leaf lotus is too difficult to get. Of course, if your Highness can really get it, His Majesty will probably choose to forge another future body." Madonna nodded. The shadow continued, "Your Highness, don't be influenced by outsiders. The outside world is only trying to divide the relationship between your Highness and His Majesty. His Majesty is not planning to forge your Highness into a future body." Madonna nodded again and walked away. Along the way, he was still calm. As he walked, he said, "If you keep following me, it will be difficult for me to have my own chance. Chance is also a crisis. No crisis, no chance. Without danger, there will be no chance. Your Highness, safety is more important." Madonna didn't say anything else. Obviously, this person wouldn't leave. It seemed that he had to kill him. Otherwise, he couldn't hide anything from him. Quasi-invincible realm, Madonna calculated in his mind. He definitely couldn't kill him. Of course, there was still a chance. For his safety, this time, not only the Demon Emperor, but also his ancestor and master had sacrificed a lot. His ancestor was Demon King Mogu, and his master was also a Demon King. However, they couldn't do anything about what happened to him. Or, it was more important than the survival of the demon race and the recovery of the Demon Emperor. Otherwise, the two Demon Kings' opposition would still have some effect. As he walked, a voice sounded in Madonna's ear. "Madonna, are you willing to give up?" Madonna didn't even look back. His expression didn't change. He kept walking while thinking, "Lord Bloodfire, I'm just a nobody. So what if I'm not willing? How about working together? Lord, you won't kill me, it's meaningless to kill you. After killing you, that guy will soon gather the other 3 bodies. In his eyes, you are only one of the hopes, not all of them." Madonna continued to think, "Then what do you mean, Lord? When you become stronger, when you reach the 9th layer of the Sun-Moon realm, or when you corroborate your Tao, he will quickly take over your body and transform it. In fact, he is even thinking that if you take the 9-leaf heavenly lotus, you won't be able to consume it himself, because it won't be of much help to him. If you consume it, you will become even stronger. In that case, he will quickly take over your body." "I still don't understand, Lord." "It's simple. Let him possess you. Your will won't be destroyed instantly. Restrain his power, and I'll go kill him." Madonna was silent. In the dark, Bloodfire Demon continued, you don't think it's appropriate? This is also your chance, Madonna. You don't want to strengthen yourself with his power because you're afraid that you'll be assimilated by him in the future. But if he's dead, you don't have to worry about anything. You can use his power to strengthen yourself. Madonna sighed and thought, Lord, without the Emperor, the demon race will fall into chaos sooner or later. Kill him. I'll be the Emperor. The Bloodfire Demon King quickly added, also, do you really think the demon race is finished so easily? Even the gods, dragons, and underworld have old antiques. Do the demon race really not have any? No, there are. It's just that it's not time for them to appear yet. Madonna didn't speak. Think about it. I have no ill intentions towards you. I'm not as shameless as that guy, relying on a genius to maintain my rule. In ancient times, the Bloodfire Demon race was no weaker than the Origin Demon race. It was just that they lost in the end, so they submitted to the Origin Demon race. No matter what, we're all demons now. If you're stronger than me and defeat me, you can also become the Emperor. Madonna thought, I'm not interested. You will sooner or later. Because only when you become half an Emperor will you understand that many things are different. You succeeded, Lord? No. Bloodfire Demon said casually. Do you need me to take care of the little guy behind you? No need to trouble Lord. Madonna refused. There was no need. Maybe it would be useful. As expected, Bloodfire Demon came. He wasn't surprised. It would be strange if he didn't come. Bloodfire Demon almost said that he would kill the Demon Emperor and take over. Since that was the case, he would definitely come after the 9-leaf sky lotus appeared. Half an Emperor, Madonna thought. He glanced at the pond again. From far away, he could see a lotus swaying in the pond. Behind the lotus, a blade hung on a door. That was the Dead Spirit Passage. No one dared to pick it, at least not now. Because it wasn't ripe yet. At this moment, 3 petals had appeared. There were still 6 left. It seemed that it would mature soon. On average, it would grow 1 petal every 2 days. At most, it would mature in half a month. Madonna walked in King Gong's residence. There were some people fighting for treasures in the residence. There were also conflicts, but Madonna didn't pay much attention. Soon, he walked to a place and saw a few people. He stopped, looked at them, and fell into deep thought. On the other side, when Lu Wenyan and the others saw him coming, they quickly fled. Although Madonna had just entered the mountain and sea realm, that wasn't the key. The key was that this guy was probably followed by some experts. That would be big trouble. Madonna didn't care. He just watched silently. Behind him, the shadow transmitted his voice again, is it those guys from Shenwen? Do you want to kill them? No. Need, Madonna said indifferently. Unless you think you can block Xiao Longwu's blade and Yun Chen's Shenwen, otherwise, if you kill them, you'll be courting death. The shadow was silent. He watched for a while and suddenly said, by the way, I asked you to find out about the woman with Xia Huyu. Is there any news? No. Maybe she's a hidden genius of Xia Jia. She came in to protect Xia Huyu. She came from the first level with Xia Huyu? I think so. Madonna pondered for a while and said, did anyone from the demon clan meet them in the lower levels? Yes. It's also from the human side. Did he too come? No. He's the vanguard general on Yitu's side. He helped the human side kill a lot of our people, Madonna nodded. The shadow asked, is there something wrong with the woman with Xia Huyu? Is she a hidden expert? He was also curious, wasn't he? Madonna ignored him. He was thinking, would Suyu turn into a woman? Was this woman Suyu, or was the slaughtering dead spirit Suyu, one of the two? Of course, he was certain that Suyu had entered. There was no proof, but he was confident that Suyu would definitely come. There was no evidence, but he was confident that Suyu would definitely come. There was no way he wouldn't come. As for who the fake one in the ancient city was, he didn't bother to think about it. He was thinking, where can I find Suyu? Xia Huyu. He murmured. Xia Huyu might have come up with Suyu. Then they separated. Xia Huyu probably knew where Suyu was and who he was now. He wanted to find Suyu for something. If Suyu isn't that woman, Madonna fell into deep thought. Who was it, now? He must be hiding on the 7th level too. He was definitely in the last group of people who came up. The reason why he was the last was to see if anyone had done anything behind the scenes. No, then, that guy was in that group. Isn't he in King Gong's mansion? He looked around again and recalled what happened on the 6th level. Someone suddenly got the heaven reward, and then, how many people came? Suyu was 100% the winner of that reward. Just a few people. Not many people came later. More people came in groups. There were only 2 or 3 alone: Ling Heng of the celestial race, Tian Duan of the demon race, Yuni of the celestial race. After remembering them, Madonna turned and walked out. The shadow said again, "Your Highness, are you not going to stay here?" "I have something to do." Madonna didn't bother to say more. He had something to do with Suyu. He didn't want to talk to this guy. Soon, in an old mansion of the demon race, Madonna suddenly entered and broke a person's bone with a punch. The people around were stunned. What happened to Madonna? The genius whose bones had been broken by Qin Nan wore a sullen and terrified look on his face. What happened to me? Madonna was strong, but he wasn't too domineering. Why did he suddenly hit me today? Did he want to kill me? Madonna didn't say anything. He didn't want to investigate. Even Invincible couldn't find anything. How could he? He threw a treasure and said indifferently, "This is for you. We're even. Don't block the way next time." The demon genius was speechless. He looked at the treasure on the ground and instantly threw away his resentment. "Good stuff, it's a demon god fruit, big deal." Madonna turned and left. It wasn't this. Nearby, some demons were jealous and wanted to block the way. "I'll go. If I block the way, I'll get something. It's just a punch. I can get punched too." Now, everyone was stuck in the old mansion and didn't dare to go out. It was too depressing. If there were benefits, they would just get a punch. Madonna continued to search. He eliminated them one by one. Just when he thought he was about to find it, suddenly, a loud laugh spread. "You want to stop me, he too? No way." Boom, in the distance, death energy spread and the earth cracked. This time, 2 kings of the dead attacked at the same time. He too's voice shook the world, "Dead souls world, kings, gather at the door. Wait for me to open the channel and suppress the laws. Everyone, come out and kill." Roar. At this moment, King Gong's mansion, death energy started to spread. At the entrance, he too and Dai Dai were both extremely strong. They fought with 7 or 8 invincible realm experts. Large amounts of death energy spread. Not only that, but there was also black blood splashing from Yitu's body. At this moment, Minister of Heaven shouted, "Quick, kill the blood." Several invincible realm experts quickly acted. Vital chi exploded and burned the void, suppressing the death energy and dispersing the blood. At this moment, suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked, the entire 7th floor shook violently. At this moment, someone roared, "Someone, come quickly, don't let them enter the 7th floor, quick." In an instant, another 7 or 8 invincible realm experts charged over. The violent shock just now almost made He2 and Dai Dai rush out of the channel. If they ran to King Gong's mansion, it would be big trouble. He2 was a bit regretful, depressed, and surprised. He laughed and said, "I will come again." While laughing, he tore the channel with Dai Dai again and ran toward the 6th floor. At the same time, at the moment of the battle, an old mansion opened. A group of people was waiting for the result in fear. The door was suddenly opened, and someone yelled, "Ming Ling, what are you doing?" After that, there was no more. The 3 Sun and Moon clan experts had already investigated the situation and knew the strength inside. In an instant, they started killing. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 Nether clan experts were killed. In less than 10 seconds, only 1 Sun and Moon Nether clan expert and his head were left in the hall. Including the one who opened the door, he was also killed. After collecting the corpses and cleaning the battlefield, Suyu and the other 2 quickly retreated. After a long distance, they finally pinched the Nether clan expert to death. There were signs of the Sun and Moon clan experts collapsing. It was not in the direction of the old mansion, and not many people cared. Now, there was killing everywhere. It was normal for a sun and moon to die. Pandy and Tianding were slightly nervous. The three of them did not say anything and quickly fled. Not long after, the three of them found a secluded place and quickly took inventory of their spoils of war. Pandy looked for a while and said happily, "So many treasures." The Nether clan gained a lot this time. So many treasures, now, they were all theirs. So you didn't care about the treasures. He was secretly happy. These guys didn't care too much about the corpses. The Sun and Moon clans didn't have many corpses, but Suyu cared. He liked these things. Cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the corpses was something for the weak to do. He was the weakest, so this was the right thing to do. Moreover, these two were afraid that people would track their blood. If they came, they wouldn't care about the corpses. As long as there were treasures, they didn't care about anything else. So the corpses were now with Suyu. Tianding was also happy. He quickly said, "Hichu didn't give up. He's still attacking. I think he wants to build a passage there to guide the dead spirits. Now that a large number of Invincible Realm experts are gathered there, they don't have time to care about us." Both of them were in a good mood, Suyu was also in a good mood. He glanced at the two of them and secretly calculated. Should he kill them? It was enough to attack the old mansion once. If he did it again, it would be easy to be exposed. Moreover, there were three of them. While he was thinking, the word tribulation in Shenwen suddenly jumped. Suyu's face changed slightly. What the F***ck, what was going on? He wanted to leave, but he was worried that there would be trouble. Bigger trouble, however, if he didn't leave. The word of Shenwen jumped more and more violently. Suyu coughed softly and said, "I'll go and see if anyone is following us." He turned and walked to the side. Pandu and Tianding glanced at him. When they were about to speak, their faces suddenly changed, and the void instantly froze. A familiar voice came into their ears. "You deal with them. I'll deal with that guy. Your Highness, be careful, it's okay. Kill them quickly. Don't let anyone see us." "Yes, sir." Pandu and Tianding's faces changed dramatically. Quasi-invincible realm expert, damn it, a quasi-invincible realm expert had his eyes on them. Suyu, who had just left, fled quickly. He cursed in his heart. No wonder he felt dangerous. A quasi-invincible realm expert sneaked here and targeted them. How could he reason with them? Behind him, someone was still chasing him. Suyu sensed it a little. It was very weak. When he was thinking, the man's voice sounded in his ears. "Go quickly. Get rid of that guy first. I have something to talk to you about." Suyu was stunned. "Madonna. Are you talking to me?" He fled quickly. Madonna's voice sounded in his ears again. "That guy needs at least some time to kill two people in the seventh realm of the sun and moon. He won't come so soon. Find a place to trap and kill him." "Are you sure? Or can you call someone reliable?" Suyu was stunned again. He said through voice transmission, "Madonna, why do you want to kill us? We have no grudge against each other." Behind him, Madonna was also very fast, but he still couldn't keep up with Suyu. He looked back and saw a black boundary blocking everything. That was the quasi-invincible realm killing people. He quickly said through voice transmission, "I really have something to discuss with you. It's a good thing. Of course, it's a matter of mutual benefit. Except for you, no one can help me. In the heavens battlefield, someone is following me, so I can't find you. Now is the best chance. Suyu, help me this time. You'll benefit too. You won't regret it." Suyu was stunned. F***ck, I really didn't expose myself this time. I'm not F***king conspicuous at all. Even if I kill people with Panwei and the others, I'm just a follower. Damn it, I didn't even say hello to Madonna, and I didn't do anything. I'm so low-key that it's not like me. How can you recognize me? Don't waste time. Time is running out. Or you go first, and we'll find a place to meet. On this floor, we can use the special voice transmitting talisman to communicate. I'll give you the channel. Remember where to meet, and contact me at any time. The guy behind me is in the quasi-invincible realm. He has captured his past body. If you want to deal with him, I can find a way to deal with his past body. You just need to find a way to deal with his present body. Suyu was stunned. What the hell? Madonna, you misunderstood. I didn't misunderstand. Madonna said quickly, I've found the others. No, it's either you or that woman. I didn't see that woman, but you just left in advance, so it must be you. Cut the crap. If it's really urgent, it'll be good for you. That's it. Hurry up, let's go. That guy will be here soon. Suyu was confused, he was confused and confused. This time, I really didn't expose myself, shit, why, am I so handsome, I've disguised myself like this, and you know it's me, with endless unwillingness and depression, Suyu wanted to vomit blood. He sped up and left in an instant, much faster than ordinary people in the third realm of the sun and moon realm. Behind him, Madonna smiled, sure enough, it was this guy among these people. Great, I found him. Suyu. I hope I can solve some of my problems here, Madonna muttered in his heart and looked back. Madonna thought. He looked behind him. Soon, the figure caught up. At this moment, he was holding 2 balls in his hands. He said, Your Highness, did he run away? Yes. Madonna said indifferently, it's okay. I let him run on purpose. I want to kill Daoqing and let him lure him here. You can deal with Tai He, right? Yes, but, it won't be small. After all, Tai He is in the 9th realm of the sun and moon realm. Madonna smiled faintly. It's okay, as long as I can deal with him. The Xinwen on Daoqing is very helpful to me. I need to take it and get rid of his wings first. I'll listen to your highness. The shadow was confused. Why didn't he deal with Daoqing directly? Would it work through Lingheng? He felt like it was unnecessary. Of course, taking down 2 7th realms of the sun and moon realm could weaken the opponent's strength. That was fine too. He just needed to focus on Tai He. Your highness, is Daoqing Xinwen very powerful? You don't understand. You'll know when the time comes. Okay, he didn't ask any more. Actually, he still felt that Madonna was making a big deal out of nothing. Even Daoqing was beaten like a dog, let alone Daoqing. There was no need to take him seriously. Pan Shu and Tianding were robbed. At this moment, Suyu escaped and couldn't help cursing. They were mine, F***ck, Madonna robbed me of 2 big pieces of meat. I'm not done with him. What's the matter? Suyu thought for a while. Why did Madonna want to see him? After thinking about it, it could only be related to Demon Emperor. Otherwise, even if his father died, Madonna wouldn't ask him for help. Deal with Demon Emperor together? You really think too highly of me. Besides, you have a quasi-invincible expert with you, and you want me to kill him together with you? What are you thinking? I have Ling Yun, and you have Shanhai. Good lord, the 2 of you are going to kill a quasi-invincible expert together. I, Suyu, am crazy, but Madonna is even crazier than me. I'm crazy, but I have the capital. I have 360 acupoints, 72 casts of my body, and dozens of Xinwen. Why are you crazy, Madonna? Suyu criticized in his mind. As for Madonna asking him to meet, Suyu thought about it. He wasn't worried that Madonna would kill him. This guy had a quasi-invincible expert with him and didn't do anything. It was unlikely that Madonna would use an outsider to kill him. Although they were enemies, geniuses were more or less proud. Unless Suyu wanted to kill those old fellows, he didn't seem to have asked anyone to help him kill anyone else. Even if he wanted to kill those old fellows, his first thought was to do it himself. He rarely thought of asking someone else to help him. Unless there was really no other way, such as those invincible realm experts and those semi-emperors. Damn it, the gap was too big. They could kill you easily. How could you struggle? Thinking of these thoughts, so you didn't bother to say anything more. Soon, the will of civilization unfolded and absorbed all the corpses in the storage ring. The treasures were all with Pan Shu. Forget it. So you didn't care too much. The Pan Shu is lost. I'll go to Daoqing. Can you fool him? Suyu thought to himself, forget it. I'll look for him first, Taihe, Daoqing, the 9 layers of sun and moon, in Lord Gong's mansion. Now that Xingyu was here, it was possible to open the yang aperture. However, if it was opened, he would have more deathly aura and it would be too easy to expose himself. Furthermore, there was no way to stop the yang aperture's circulation. Taihe is not easy to kill. Even though I have opened the yang apertures, I just entered the 9th realm of the sun and moon realm. I don't have the essence blood of the quasi-invincible realm. Otherwise, I might be able to devour some essence blood of the quasi-invincible realm and defeat Taihe. Many thoughts flashed through Suyu's mind. If it doesn't work, I'll kill Daoqing first. If this fellow was kept alive, he would definitely be a scourge in the future. Suyu wasn't in the mood to play the nurturing game. It was meaningless, it was better to leave the nurturing to those old fellows. They were too free. Duke Gong residence. Suyu decided to go to Prince Gong's residence. That trash, he too, still hadn't come up yet. He was a big piece of trash, a piece of trash. It was a waste of him helping him shake the 7th floor. Who knew when he would be able to fight his way up? At the same time, he would investigate the 9-leaf sky lotus. With countless thoughts in his mind, Suyu quickly flew towards Prince Gong's mansion. Prince Gong residence. It was a very large Prince Gong residence with houses and courtyards. In the past, this was the residence of a sovereign personage. There were countless soldiers under him, and countless generals waited for Hou Ye's orders. There were also some offices here. Although it was called a Prince Gong residence, in reality, it was a large-scale office. At this moment, Daoqing and Taihe gathered a few immortal race geniuses and experts together in the Prince Gong residence to search for treasures. Those who dared to come to the Prince Gong residence were either geniuses or experts. Those who were slightly weaker would not dare to come and seek death. At this moment, Xian Wuji was among them. A group of people were forcefully opening a small courtyard. A few geniuses were responsible for opening it, and a few experts were responsible for protecting it. This small courtyard had been opened before. However, after 10 years, the restrictions would automatically open again. At this moment, the geniuses were not opening it with brute force. Instead, they were relying on their eyes to find flaws, using the smallest amount of force to open these restrictions. When Xian Wuji saw Daoqing casually tap and break open a node, he could not help but praise, "Daoqing, your deduction technique is becoming more refined." A few other geniuses nearby also looked over. Almost all of these people were geniuses on the Heaven Hunter list. Including Daoqing and Xian Wuji, there were 6 men and 2 women. A total of 8 geniuses on the Heaven Hunter list had died. Suyu had killed Gu Zhu and the others, who were also geniuses on the Heaven Hunter list, but now they were all dead. This time, the immortal race had sent more than 40 Heaven Hunter list geniuses, but less than 15 had survived. This place was the most elite group. Xian Wuji and Daoqing were on the Heaven Hunter list. As for the other 6, 4 were on the Earth Hunter list, and 2 were on the Profound Hunter list. Seeing Daoqing easily break open a node, the eyes of the 2 female immortals lit up. There was some admiration in their eyes. As for whether it was true or not, it was hard to say. However, the 2 female immortals knew that the Dao King's bloodline was currently in its most difficult period. It was better to provide timely assistance than icing on the cake. Furthermore, Jiushuan was dead, and Daoqing had no Dao companion. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. No matter how unlucky the Dao King's bloodline was, a 7th-stage Eternal Realm top-notch invincible existence was a fact. At this moment, one of the silver-haired female immortals smiled gently and looked at Daoqing, her eyes full of childish admiration. Brother Daoqing's divination is getting more and more powerful. You seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, know good and bad, sever yin and yang, determine life and death. You have truly inherited the Dao King's teachings. Some people sneered inwardly. The Dao King's teachings? The Dao King himself did not foresee that he would be so unlucky this time that his 3 lives body would be destroyed. Divination was not a minor Dao. However, it was not to the extent of the great Dao. Of course, Old Tortoise was too strong, and it was normal that the Dao King could not predict it. However, this time, he had indeed embarrassed himself greatly. Old Tortoise had destroyed his 3 lives body, and now he was in a miserable state. It was unknown if he could recover. they thought in their hearts. Daoqing did not care about this. He smiled at the silver-haired female immortal, looked at the small courtyard in front of him, and said softly, "This small courtyard is very important. It might be the place where Duke Gong's descendants lived." The silver-haired female immortal was overjoyed, but she did not show it. At this moment, she quickly replied with a smile, "My ancestor gave me some simple introductions. This is Clearheart Courtyard. It is indeed the residence of Duke Gong's descendants. According to the records, it might be where Hichu's grandfather lived." When these words came out, some people did not know and were somewhat surprised. Silvermoon, Hichu, are related to Duke Gong? The silver-haired female immortal was secretly delighted, but she did not show it. She said knowledgeably, "Yes, this is the record of the first title change. It just so happens that my family has some information. Hichu is actually Duke Gong's fifth-generation grandson, Hichu's father. Back then, when he was wandering in the heavens, a great change occurred. Duke Gong's entire mansion fell, and only Hichu's father escaped. However, Hichu's father's talent was limited, so he stopped at the 9th layer of sun and moon, unable to prove his Tao. When Hichu was young, his talent was excellent, but he always stayed at the realm of Thousand June. He cultivated Thousand June for more than 10 years. At that time, he was a human monarch bloodline, only the 5th generation. His bloodline was very dense, so it was impossible that he could not enter Wanshur Soar. He should be cultivating a peerless cultivation method, the silver-haired female immortal briefly explained. These secrets, even some of the sun and moon behind them did not know. They were strong, but it did not mean that they knew a lot. Most of these geniuses were descendants of Invincible. Instead, because of their family's history, they knew a lot. Some of their ancestors were even old people from the first title change. On the celestial race's side, after experiencing the 9 title changes, many people also died. However, they were better off than the human race. Some old people survived, including Tiangu, who had truly lived from the ancient times until now. Knowing that this was the courtyard of Duke Gong's descendants, everyone became even more interested. Even if it was checked countless times. These people were preparing to continue. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Who is it?" An expert glared, looking somewhere, his eyes full of murderous intent. In the distance, outside a courtyard wall, Suyu was trembling, his face nervous. Looking over, the expressions of the celestial race experts changed slightly. On the other side, Daoqing's expression also changed instantly, looking at Suyu. He hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Why are you here?" Suyu did not speak, not coming over from afar. He hid there with an expression of a child who had done something wrong, unwilling to come over. He was furious. On the other side, Daoqing frowned slightly, looked at the others, and said with a smile, "It's my senior brother. I'll go take a look, senior brother might be looking for me." "Then go do what you need to do." The few of them smiled, a little puzzled. Why was Lingheng here? 3 layers of sun and moon, it was too dangerous here. In the corner, Daoqing and Taihe came together, and Taihe shouted upon seeing them, "Where's the dandelion? I told you not to come here, why are you here?" "Uncle Master, don't say any more." Daoqing interrupted him, looked at Lingheng, and said with a smile, "Senior brother, what's the matter?" Suyu lowered his head, looking like he wanted to say something but was hesitant. Taihe could not bear it, "Just say it. You've always been like this, always dawdling at the crucial moment, what's the matter?" Suyu was about to cry, whining, and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, Your Highness, senior brother Pandandalion, maybe. I don't know if he's dead, what?" Taihe's expression changed, Daoqing's expression also changed slightly, looked at him, and said in a low voice, "Senior brother, don't be nervous, say it, what's the matter?" Suyu dawdled, angering Daoqing so much that he wanted to hit him. His senior brother was like this at the crucial moment, there was no end to it, annoying, no wonder Pandandalion was in the 7 clouds of sun and moon, but he was still in the 3rd clouds of sun and moon. Suyu dawdled, we came out together, senior brother Pandandalion said it was too difficult to find treasures, so we found Elder Tianding of the Skyhunter Pavilion. After that, we went to hunt those geniuses of the small clans and the ancient clans. This was normal, and neither of them had any strange reaction. Suyu continued, then, everything was fine. Just before that, we just made a lot of money, but suddenly we ran into trouble. Senior brother Pandandalion and elder Tianding seemed to be in trouble. Seemed? Suyu said awkwardly, that. I was too scared, so I ran away first, and the two of them ran into a superior, a quasi-invincible expert, yes, a superior of the quasi-invincible realm. Then, there was no then, I just came here, I don't know if they're dead or not. Quasi-invincible realm? Daoqing frowned and said, do you know who it is? Suyu lowered his head, that. I don't know, but I saw a person, who? Daoqing almost couldn't stand it anymore. Tell me, you're so slow, do you know? Suyu said in a low voice, Madonna. I don't know if I saw it wrong, but when I ran, Madonna seemed to chase me for a while, and then, he stopped, as if he let me go on purpose. I don't know if he followed me here. Your Highness, I had no choice, I didn't know what to do, so I had to come to Lord Gong's mansion to find your Highness. He might be following us now. Daoqing's expression changed. Madonna, why did Madonna kill Pandandalion and Tianding? He couldn't help but curse in a low voice, how dare he kill Pandandalion? Suyu said in a hurry, probably not dead. I checked, and there was no strange phenomenon of the sun and the moon falling. Maybe he was captured alive. Is he trying to negotiate with us? He looked at Tai He and said nervously, Martial uncle, this time. I didn't run on purpose, but I think at least one of us should survive and report to your Highness. I didn't run on purpose, really, I didn't want to run, he was terrified, running away from a battle was intolerable in any race. Tai He's face was dark, but Daoqing comforted him, it's okay. Senior brother, you'll die if you stay. The opponent is a prospective invincible realm expert, and it's a wise choice for you to leave first. Suyu looked a little embarrassed. No, I'm not like what your Highness said, but I really didn't want to give up on senior brother Pandandalion. But at that time I really had no choice. Your Highness, martial uncle, I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid that your Highness doesn't know the news and will be set up by Madonna, really. Tai He was speechless, why are you still struggling? You ran because you were afraid, he frowned and didn't want to argue with him. Now there were fewer and fewer people in the Dao King sect, and it was useless to punish Ling Heng. Besides, there was no point for him to stay when they encountered a prospective invincible realm expert. The two experts in the seventh realm of the sun and moon were captured. As Ling Heng said, he finally knew the news. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what happened. Tai He glared at Suyu fiercely. The sun and moon rotated in his eyes, and he looked into the distance. There was no one around. He frowned and looked at Daoqing. Your Highness, what does Madonna want to do? Daoqing didn't answer. He continued to play with a Xunwen coin in his hand. Suyu was a little curious. What was he playing with? He often saw this guy playing with a Xunwen coin. After playing for a while, Daoqing's face suddenly turned pale. The Xunwen coin in his hand exploded, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He said in a low voice, it's a bad omen. Martial uncle, senior brother, don't worry about it. This is life. We'll take revenge for senior brother Pandandalion sooner or later, not now. Madonna doesn't have long to live. We don't have to fight with him now. Suyu nodded hurriedly, Tai He's face changed. He looked at Suyu and glared at him again. You're making it too obvious. Suyu was a little helpless. He lowered his head. Martial uncle, he has the support of a quasi-invincible realm expert. Unless we also have a quasi-invincible realm expert, but who is willing to offend Madonna for us? He's a person valued by the Demon Emperor, a candidate for the future body. Martial uncle, the Demon King of the Demon Clan may be watching now. If we fight with him, even immortal King Xuanhe won't stand up for us. Suyu said sincerely, Martial uncle, forget it. Senior brother Pandandalion and I have a good relationship, but His Highness is more important. If something happens to you, what about His Highness? I don't care, and I'm willing to fight, but I'm too weak. Tai He felt tired. Enough. Do you dare to go? If you did, you wouldn't have run away. Suyu was embarrassed. Martial uncle, shut up. Tai He snorted and looked at Daoqing. Your Highness, then, we really don't care. Daoqing was silent for a while. Martial uncle, we can't. Senior brother Pandandalion may not be dead, but, we can't do anything. We can't save him. Suyu said hurriedly, yes, we can go to the sky hunting pavilion. Tianding was also taken away. Don't think about it. Daoqing shook his head. The minister of Tian is at the passage. He won't fight the demon clan to the death for an elder. Suyu was incomparably regretful, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In Taihe's eyes, this attitude made him even angrier. He dropped the ball at the critical moment. Of course, he knew that Ling Heng was afraid. That was a quasi-invincible realm expert. But this guy kept dawdling. Once it was a life-and-death situation, he was afraid of death. He ran away this time and left Pandandalion. Next time there was a crisis, would he dare to fight? What a headache. This guy was fine, but Pandandalion was in trouble. It made people speechless. Soon, the three of them returned to the place. Seeing Daoqing's expressionless face, Taihe was a little angry, and Ling Heng kept his head down. Xian Wuji couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? If there's any trouble, you can tell us. We're all on the same side. There's no need to be polite. Daoqing smiled. It's okay. Sorry for wasting everyone's time. As he spoke, Suyu said hurriedly, Your Highness Xian Wuji, Moto provoked the Celestial Clan. He killed my senior brother Pandandalion. Daoqing frowned and turned to look at Suyu. Suyu looked worried. He said through voice transmission, Your Highness, let them fight Moto. I'm worried that Moto will target us. If we don't go, let Xian Wuji and the others go to Moto. Daoqing was speechless. Do you think Xian Wuji is a fool? Will he go? Xian Wuji felt awkward when he heard Moto's name. He said with a smile, Senior brother Ling Heng, Moto has never dealt with us before. Is it? Suyu said hurriedly, it's true. It's Moto. He brought a quasi-invincible realm expert and killed my senior brother. He even said that the Celestial Clan is trash. Xian Wuji's face darkened, not at Moto, but at Suyu. Screw you, Moto couldn't say anything. You're so good at exaggerating, Suyu didn't care and said loudly, it's true. He brought that quasi-invincible realm expert and scolded us. He said that the Celestial Clan is trash and can't defeat them. Any devil can defeat us, the Heaven List, and everyone else. The other geniuses couldn't stand it anymore. A young man said quietly, Senior Ling Heng, you can't say things like that. Suyu thought to himself, what are you talking about? It was just nonsense. I'll let you know that it's nonsense, but I don't have any evidence. Since I've already humiliated you, even if everyone knows it's nonsense. At the very least, I have to confront Moto and question him. Otherwise, the Celestial Clan will lose all face. Everyone knew what Suyu was thinking, but Xian Wuji had to ask such a question. Now, Xian Wuji was in a difficult position. He was a little depressed. What a good Ling Heng. Is he Daoqing? He didn't know how to answer. I asked, and Ling Heng said it. You don't care? Well, the Celestial Clan is really embarrassed. You don't care. Moto is not to be trifled with. Damn it. Xian Wuji was cursing Ling Heng and himself in his heart. Daoqing didn't say anything, but he had to ask. Daoqing frowned slightly and quickly said, Senior brother, don't talk nonsense. You and senior brother Pan Shu went to provoke Moto and got taught a lesson. Don't come back and add fuel to the fire. He still didn't want to cause trouble for Moto. It was dangerous. He sensed this ominous sign. It was very dangerous, even if Xian Wuji and the others would help, he didn't want to go. Suyu, on the other hand, looked depressed. He said in a low voice, Your Highness is right. I was blind. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Moto didn't say that. I did it on purpose. At this moment, Xian Wuji had to take it seriously. He was the leader of this generation of the Celestial Clan. He had to say, did something happen to senior brother Pan Shu? Suyu said gloomily, yes, he was captured by Moto. I don't know if he was killed, the Celestials and demons have never interfered with each other. Why is Moto looking for trouble for no reason? Xian Wuji frowned and said, don't worry, senior brother Lingheng. Since I know, I won't ignore it. I'll negotiate with Moto. So you hurriedly said, just ask them to let my senior brother go. Xian Wuji was exhausted. F*ck, he didn't want to provoke Moto. If Moto let him go, it would be fine. If they didn't, it would be so embarrassing. He didn't want to start a war. Now, he was in a difficult position. Stupid mouth, why did he have to interrupt? He scolded himself and also scolded Suyu for a while. Lingheng did it on purpose. He wanted him to stand up for him. What a headache, but now, there were so many geniuses around him. He wanted to be a leader. If he didn't stand up for them now, would these young people submit to him? Submit my A**s. Xian Wuji regained his smile and said, of course. Let's go find him now. Daoqing frowned and said, Brother Wuji, the mansion hasn't opened yet, no hurry. Xian Wuji smiled and said, we can't lose it. The yard has been searched countless times. If there are good treasures, it won't be our turn. Let's go meet Moto. Does Moto really think he's the best in all heavens? So what if he brought a quasi-invincible realm expert? Let's go meet him. He said it generously, but he asked everyone to go together. Let's go together. Among the 8 geniuses, their guardians were all very strong. 6 of them were in the 9th tier of the Sun and Moon realms. The remaining 2 were quasi-invincible realm, and the other was trash in the 8th tier of the Sun and Moon realms. They were the weakest. Plus the 8 geniuses and Suyu, there were 17 experts. Moto had always been alone. He only brought a quasi-invincible realm expert. It wasn't like he didn't have one on his side. He said he wanted to go, but Suyu's expression changed. He hurriedly said, Your Highnesses, be careful. Moto is unreasonable and unreasonable. I'll guard this yard for you and won't let anyone enter. F*ck. At this moment, Daoqing was convinced. Xian Wuji had to go because of you, but you didn't want to go. My senior brother must be scared out of his wits, right? How embarrassing. Tai he also felt embarrassed. He shouted through voice transmission, shut up. If you want to go, you have to go. Lingheng, do you think I won't teach you a lesson here? You've lost all the face of the Dao King. Suyu looked helpless. Soon, he said, forget it. We'll leave this yard here. I'll confront Moto with the other highnesses. Only then did Xian Wuji feel relieved. He snorted in his heart. This guy forced us to go. What was he thinking if he didn't want to go? Suyu was embarrassed, but he didn't care. He walked to Daoqing and said through voice transmission, Your Highness, let them go. We'll find a chance to leave later. I don't think Moto is right. He might be targeting Your Highness. Your Highness, did you offend him or have some connection with him? Daoqing didn't care about that now. It was good to go take a look. With Xian Wuji and the others there, it would be safer. Otherwise, if Moto really targeted him, he would be in trouble. Hearing Suyu's words, he said through voice transmission, offended him. I don't think so. Xian Wuji and I offended Zhang Wushuang, but it has nothing to do with Moto. Moto is arrogant and rarely interacts with us. As for connection. He frowned. Did it have something to do with my Shenwen? What did Moto want? Forget it. He had to figure these things out himself. It was good to go take a look. At this moment, Xian Wuji smiled and said, Lingheng, do you know where he is? Suyu shook his head. I'm not sure. He's definitely not at the place we were at. I don't know where he is exactly. Xian Wuji wanted to say that since he didn't know, then forget it. But he couldn't say it. Xian Wuji pretended to be calm and said, It's okay. Moto isn't someone who hides his tracks. Go ask. Someone will know where he is. Let's talk to him. So you didn't say anything. You wanted to go. I didn't ask you to go. Fight, fight, if you kill one, there will be one less. If everyone here dies, I will collect your bodies. There is a quasi-invincible realm expert here, 6 in the 9th tier of the Sun and Moon realms, and 1 in the 8th tier. It shouldn't be difficult to fight that quasi-invincible realm expert over there, right? It would be best if they killed Moto too. That guy knows my identity. I'm afraid he will expose me on the spot. That'll be troublesome. Forget it. I'd better inform Moto, in case this guy really gets killed and exposes me before he dies. In fact, Xian Wuji and the others probably didn't dare to kill him. He had a frequency left by Moto, which was a special frequency for small-scale communication. In fact, the effect was average, not even as good as the invincible roar, however, it was enough for this place. Soon, Suyu tried to send a message in the Sea of Will. It worked. Although the inscribed tombstone was covered, it didn't affect the use of his willpower. After a while, Suyu sent a message. I found someone. 1 quasi-invincible realm, 6 in the 9th layer of the Sun and Moon realm, and 1 in the 8th layer of the Sun and Moon realm. Is it enough to kill that quasi-invincible realm? But they might not dare to make the first move. Find a way to provoke them into fighting. That's it. Also, I'm not Suyu. In a corner of Lord Gong's mansion. Moto smiled. That was unnecessary. Why did you have to add that sentence? I knew you were good at making trouble. I asked you to find a way to kill the shadow, but you found good people in half an hour. Not only 1 quasi-invincible realm, but also 6 in the 9th layer of the Sun and Moon realm. Sure enough, I was right to find you. Normal people can't find so many people to trouble me in half an hour. You, Suyu, even if you changed your appearance, you can't change your shit-eating temper. With a faint smile on his face, Moto said, Lord Zhang Kuei, be careful. Ling Heng ran away. Daoqing might bring Tai He here. If you meet Tai He, kill him. Behind him, the shadow loomed and said, although the Dao King's bloodline isn't very strong, if you kill Tai He, the demons and the immortals won't have much conflict. Moto said, that's up to you. If I want to kill Daoqing, no one can stop me. If Tai He wants to kill me, I won't be able to defeat him. Do as you see fit. Your Highness, the shadow was helpless. Soon, he said, yes, Your Highness. But he cursed in his heart, he prayed that Daoqing wouldn't come. If they really started a war, it wouldn't be a good thing. He could kill Tai He, but the key was that if he killed Tai He, the Dao King would find fault with him after he got out. The 9th layer of the Sun and Moon realm were all direct descendants, plus, Moto wanted to kill Daoqing, which was even more troublesome. This was a genius on the heaven list, the grandson of the Dao King. If he killed Daoqing, the Dao King wouldn't be finished. Moto didn't call for help. There was no need. If he called for help, what if the shadow didn't die? Plus, Moto wasn't someone who was afraid of death. If he called for help, the shadow would also be suspicious. This was the best. Moto wandered around King Gong's residence. He didn't avoid people. Soon, Suyu and the others all knew that Moto went to the martial arts hall. It was an extremely large hall. That was where King Gong's subordinates and descendants used to practice martial arts. Now, after many years, it had been emptied. There weren't many good things left, so not many people went there. Xian Wuji was just asking around. He didn't expect to find out where Moto was so easily. He was depressed. Whatever, he would go and talk. It would be best if he let go of the disc, but if he didn't, he would just say a few harsh words. Moto wasn't the kind of person who would find fault with you just because you said harsh words. He wouldn't care. That way, he would have his face. If he let this matter go, could he really fight? What a joke, who had the time to stand up for the Dao King? At this point, he didn't even have the thought of letting Daoqing predict the danger. Daoqing took the initiative to say, let me predict the good or bad luck. Although Xian Wuji didn't think it was necessary, he still nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble brother Daoqing. It's my pleasure. I've troubled you all. As he said that, Shenwen appeared in his hand again. As for Suyu, he was secretly using Shenwen. What was Shenwen? Tribulation and tranquility. His 2 Shenwen were close to the Sun and Moon. Daoqing's Shenwen was at most at this level. Let's see who interfered with who. Tribulation Shenwen could make people feel that a great disaster was coming. It could also cause people to be biased and weaken the sense of crisis. Tranquility Shenwen went without saying. Suyu had been using the old schemer king of Great Zhou's Shenwen all the time, and the effect was excellent. At this moment, Suyu didn't care about Daoqing's divination before, but now he was watching carefully. The two Shenwen revolved rapidly, interfering with the other party. I don't believe that you, Dao Qing, are more powerful than my Shenwen, even if it was the Dao King's direct descendant. So what? The Dao King was only eternal level 7, and the King of Great Zhou was said to be eternal level 8. The old schemer might be eternal level 9. Not stronger than the Dao King? Tribulation Shenwen was a natural Shenwen. How could it be weaker than you? Sure enough, after Dao Qing divined for a while, he frowned slightly. There was some danger, but it was not obvious. This was different from his previous divination. Could it be that he would die if he went alone before, but now that everyone was together, it would be fine? He divined again, but Suyu interfered with him again. At this moment, Suyu's willpower was also rapidly depleted, trying to reduce the other party's sense of danger. After a while, Dao Qing's frown gradually relaxed. He exhaled and said, "It's not a big deal." Xian Wuji immediately smiled and said, "I knew it would be fine. Brother Dao Qing's divination skills are first class. Since you said so, there's a high probability that there will be no problem." The others also heaved a sigh of relief at this moment. Facing Madonna, everyone was still a little nervous. Now that Dao Qing had divined and was fine, it would not be a big problem. Go, put up a front. That was fine. Dao Qing frowned slightly at this moment, thinking about something. Beside his ear, Suyu sent a voice transmission, "Your Highness, don't go. Let's find a reason to leave. I'm a little uneasy. The danger from the sun and moon. The others may not be fine, but I feel that I'm in trouble." Dao Qing suddenly glanced at him and saw that he was sweating profusely. He was a little surprised. He really sensed danger. He divined again, but this time, it was Suyu. And Suyu, this time, truly felt that the other party was divining him. He quickly used the Calamity Shenwen to entangle himself with Calamity. After a while, Dao Qing's expression changed. He looked at Suyu. There really was danger. Senior brother Lingheng was in danger, so, the vague danger that he divined just now was actually targeted at senior brother. He glanced at Yuguang and saw that Suyu was sweating profusely. He could not help but feel surprised. "We are fine, but something happened to senior brother." Madonna was not targeting us, but senior brother, what was going on? Of course, he was fine, so he did not need to worry too much. So, senior brother was the cause of trouble, he calculated in his heart. If that was the case, then senior brother should be killed. Otherwise, with senior brother here, he might always be targeted. Could it be because of the blood Lingji mushroom? Thinking of this, he had an idea. Yes, the blood fire demon race desperately needed this. Dao Qing thought and frowned slightly. He transmitted his voice, "Senior brother, don't worry too much. I think I understand the reason. How about this, senior brother, take the heavenly blood Lingji mushroom with you. Madonna might want it. If he wants it, senior brother will give it to him." Suyu looked like he was struggling. He transmitted his voice back, "Give it to him?" "Yes." Dao Qing transmitted his voice back, "If you lose it, you can take it back. Leaving your life is better than treasures." He also wanted to solve this problem. Give it to Madonna, Suyu had no choice but to take the heavenly blood Lingji mushroom that belonged to him. But in his heart, he cursed. This guy, he already knew that I was in great danger, and he still asked me to go. He's not human. Killing you is also taking revenge for Lingheng. Suyu thought, it's not that I want to kill you. If you let me go now, I'll go. But you actually want me to go. You're forcing me to kill you. There's nothing I can do if you want to die. I gave you a chance, I'm already in trouble. I deliberately showed it to you, but you still won't let me go. There's nothing I can do, Suyu sighed in his heart. I'm also helpless. Soon, they arrived at the martial arts hall. At this moment, the huge bronze gate of the hall was open. In the depths of the hall, they could see a figure with his back to everyone. He seemed to be looking at something. For a moment, many geniuses of the Celestial clan looked at Madonna's back in a daze. The #1 genius in the heavens was indeed extraordinary, but Suyu only wanted to say, "Show off, your flying purple hair is better than my flying black hair and fluttering white robe, but now is not the right time. Otherwise, I would definitely compete with you, The group stepped into the hall, and the gate suddenly closed. Xian Wuji and the others were shocked, but they quickly regained their composure. When geniuses met, they still had to maintain their dignity. What was there to be afraid of? His protector had told him that there were only two people. Madonna, and a quasi-invincible realm expert. There are so many of us. Are we afraid of you? The one who should be afraid is Madonna. You're really brave. There are so many of us, and you dare to close the gate. In front of the hall, Madonna showed a faint smile. Without turning his head, he said softly, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xian Wuji smiled. Naturally, he thought that Madonna was talking to him. He said with a smile, Brother Madonna, I heard about what happened before. This time I'm not here for any other reason. I just want to make things clear. Also, where is Senior Brother Panshu? Madonna turned around and played with two balls in his hands. He chuckled. Here. One is Panshu, and the other is Tian Ding. Do you want them? He casually tossed the two balls around and looked at everyone. Xian Wuji still thought that Madonna was talking to him. But Suyu knew. This bastard is talking to me, screw you, are you provoking me? Suyu cursed in his heart. Just you wait. I'll hammer you to death sooner or later. He was also bold. He knew that Madonna knew his identity, but he still came. Quasi-invincible realm, right? Suyu was no match for him, but he wasn't afraid. With the stars and moon here, my yang opening aperture also has the power of the 9 tiers of the sun and moon. With the 9 tiers of the sun and moon, even if I can't win, I have some confidence in escaping. If I can't win, I'll call old Joe and F***CKU all up. Who's afraid of who? Let's gamble. If I win, I'll eat all the geniuses of the celestial race and catch them all in one go. That'll be a big win, yes, catch them all in one go. The moment Suyu saw Xian Wuji and the others, he already had this idea. I'll kill this generation of the celestial race. Xian Wuji, Daoqing, and the others, go into the book. In front, Madonna was looking at Suyu. As for Xian Wuji, he didn't care about him. Even if Xian Wuji entered the 9th tier of the Mountain Sea realm, he was only at the 1st tier. He didn't care about this person. Even Daoqing was more important than Xian Wuji. At this moment, Madonna's heart was filled with emotions. He could see that Suyu was too ambitious. He wanted to eat all the celestials. What great ambition, what great guts. Madonna suddenly smiled. Only someone with such courage and charisma could help him. Otherwise, who would dare to provoke the Demon King? Even ordinary invincible cultivators wouldn't dare, but Suyu dared. Yes, Suyu dared. This was what Madonna needed. Other people were not reliable. Only a fearless monster like Suyu could help him. Because this was a madman. End of chapter 556. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.